And Irene? She replied, "Not yet." Then Chloe opened her mouth. Her tone was extremely harsh. "What's the point anyway? Isn't he still the old deputy leader as usual?" After Julian, Irene stood there with a bewildered expression. "And why is the king of bankruptcy with us? Me? Why do I have to work with the king of bankruptcy?" She looked hesitantly at Chloe with a sad expression. "You're being a bit much, aren't you?" "Chloe, saying something like that to someone you just met seems a bit unfair, don't you think?" He sighed. "Here they come." From afar, 2 pink earplugs, like holy relics, zoomed towards her ears. The 2 earplugs received their orders, tightly plugging Irene's ears, making her jump. Duhoen looked at her, quickly reassuring and apologizing. "Oh geez, I had to use the noisy relics, sorry about that. But please wait a moment, you were saying, Irene, what?" Having finished that, he pointed at Chloe, reminding her. "Listen, Chloe, there are a lot of familiar faces here, but not all of them have memories of their past lives like we do." Chloe listened blankly to his words in silence. Sua added, looking at her. "Except for Irene, the 4 of us have memories of our past lives. Some may have different personalities compared to their previous selves. Not only Irene, but Joseha also doesn't remember his past life," surprising Chloe. "What? Why weren't they brought back?" Sitting across from them, Duhoen placed his hands on his knees and explained in detail. "Firstly, the number of relics needed to restore one person's memories is limited. Secondly, it's better if they don't have memories of their past lives." Over here, Irene quickly reached out to remove the 2 earplugs from her ears to listen to the information. She needs to remember how annoying and noisy Rosiha was in the past, and Irene, who lost her entire family, also had a pretty bad personality. He raised his head and looked towards Chloe. "We don't need to restore all those memories, do we? It would be better if the 2 of them became reliable partners to me." As soon as he finished speaking, she immediately questioned him back. "So all this time you haven't been on Pandora's side?" Confusing Duhoen, she meant what? Chloe's next words made Duhoen freeze in silence. "I saw you have a good relationship with the bankruptcy king, so I thought you were on Pandora's side, even though I said I would help you. If you're actually on the same side as Pandora or any other company, I'll have to reconsider my decision." Images of shadowy figures leading appeared in the flames. She continued, "I still stick to the old rule, which is that relics need to be destroyed." This world started to lose control when the relics appeared. Julian immediately reminded her. "You don't have to worry about that. This bastard isn't on Pandora's side." His words surprised Chloe. "If the vice leader says so." Julian's words made Duhoen clap non-stop, impressed. Julian, it's been a long time since I've heard your sweet compliments." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 earplugs popped out of Irene's ears. He ordered, "All right, earplugs, come here." Standing in front of the 3, he put his hands in his pockets, and then planned a new plan. "Our next target is the Pride Tomb in France." His voice echoed, telling about the tomb the group was preparing to go to. "The good news is that the tomb hasn't been excavated yet, and the bad news is that security around the tomb has been tightened. From now on, we're definitely on Pandora's blacklist. A plane in a state of intense fire is falling straight down. Pandora knew we were going to Europe when the plane crashed. We can't go the conventional way." Sitting on the chair, Chloe crossed her legs, her voice full of questions. "Pandora put you on the blacklist? You guys are quite famous, aren't you?" Sua also didn't know what to do next. Considering the situation, what they're doing is necessary. Where did Duhoen get a newspaper from? He told the group about it. "I'm digging deeper into information about that tomb, and I saw this article. In the newspaper, a picture of 2 bodyguards with a girl was printed on the page. Pandora sent the Detection King to the tomb in France. It's unbelievable that they even sent the Detection King to reinforce security." Looking towards Chloe, who was holding the newspaper to read, Duhoen analyzed and emphasized. "I'm sure it's not just hers. That's why we need to plan carefully before going to France. An image of Sujin is attached to an area on the globe. We need to find a way to enter Europe without being detected." I think Duhoen crossed his arms. He came up with a plan. "We need to register with an excavation team that is licensed with Pandora." Julian heard the idea and immediately praised it. "That sounds like a good idea, but we also don't know if you're going to cause a lot of trouble again or not." "Come on, I'm good at acting and restraining myself when needed." Looking at him, he crossed his arms and continued, "And Jiha will help make our disguise perfect. Don't you guys think so?" Julian also agreed. Duhoen, "Alright, so the team we register with, the organization that makes them all dizzy, is of course the Azure Dragon." Looking at everyone, Duhoen smiled. He strongly affirmed. "Isn't that obvious?" His words made Julian furious. He was upset. Why them again? Watching him make plans, Sua was confused. She asked tremblingly, "Won't it be difficult to trick them again because we've done it too many times?" Only Chloe sat there not understanding anything. "What have you guys done with the Azure Dragon?" Seeing the situation wasn't very positive, Duhoen reassured everyone and said, "Everyone calm down and listen. He will say why it has to be the Azure Dragon's excavation team." The question from earlier had no answer. She fell into a daze. "Hey, what have you guys done? Why are you ignoring me?" At this time, Duhoen said in a cold voice, I will tell you guys why it has to be the excavation team from the Azure Dragon. Julian spoke up. I'm listening, and that's when the perfect plan was hatched. First, we need to choose a team that Pandora would least suspect. That way, the Scryers won't try to dig too deep into us. You could say Pandora and the Azure Dragon have a cooperative relationship. Even though they're competing for the relic, it doesn't seem like they'd fight each other. Right? Hearing this, Julian seriously thought it over and said, that's true. Duhoin continued, even if Pandora has a scryer, they wouldn't have her investigate their own allies, would they? Even if Pandora did that, there's a chance the Azure Dragon would find out. And if the Azure Dragon found out, their cooperative relationship would fall apart. It would only be a loss for both sides. Julian quickly interjected. That makes sense. But there are many other teams besides the Azure Dragons. Duhoin replied, wait, there's another reason. And he began to recount how, when the chairman was trapped in the Tomb of the Dead, the Azure Dragon suffered heavy losses. His sons fought over the chairman's seat, and they were also boycotted because of the plane crash. Their stocks and buildings were also sold at rock-bottom prices. That's why most of their employees resigned. Pausing for a moment, Duhoin added, and most importantly, since the chairman has returned, they'll definitely prioritize resuming the excavation of the Pride Tomb. They're short on resources right now, aren't they? Sua quickly realized. Which means it will be easier for us to infiltrate their excavation team. Duhoin replied, exactly. Duhoin continued. The Azure Dragon is known for being very strict in selecting its teams, but this time they'll definitely accept anyone who applies. After saying all this, Duhoin asked everyone, so why don't we take advantage of this opportunity? His face suddenly darkened. We can kill two birds with one stone. Julian broke out in a sweat as he looked at Duhoin's expression. So that's your real intention? At first, they said the Azure Dragon was pitiful, but now they all agreed to target them in the end. Duho just arrived at the hotel. Jaha yelled, the Azure Dragon again? Seeing this reaction, Duhoin wasn't surprised. He expected him to react like that. He started scratching his head, asking, did you lose everything to the Azure Dragon in your past life? Duhoin nonchalantly replied, it's useless to object anyway because everyone has already agreed to the plan. Not letting Ja say any more, Duhoin quickly ordered, get me some disguises. Sua and Julian are going. Ja yelled again. What? He explained. Only the three of us are going this time. Fighting while maintaining our disguises is impossible for you, right? When did Goat start sweating? He hesitated a little. I understand. But wait a minute, Goat Ha said dejectedly. You know I just got back. Duhoin casually said again, I know. Hearing this, he roared. You know I just came back from the enemy's incredibly dangerous base, right? Duhoin reasoned. But this time you'll only be working indoors, so you'll be completely safe and comfortable. He was like a girl sulking with her boyfriend. Goat, while covering his face, cried and ran away. I don't want to, I want to rest. The boss is so cruel to me. Duhoin ignored him and called out, I'll give you 2 days, okay? After resting for an hour, Slave 1 immediately worked, according to Duhoin's orders. He tried to complete it in under 2 days, and just like that, Duhoin used a disguise with the name Han Sung. He requested a face that would give others a feeling of innocence and complete harmlessness. The result was quite impressive. Julian used the name Jam, and Sua chose the name Lin World. Their disguises were also perfect, and completely indistinguishable. And soon after, they immediately applied to join the Azure Dragon's excavation team. Clearly, they were short on manpower. The process was very simple, and their standards were lax. You could be accepted immediately, as long as you knew how to use a relic. The results were sent via phone number. As expected, Jen was accepted. Julian and Sua were also accepted. Thus, the Azure Dragon excavation team was formed. But once inside, Duhoin had a rather strange feeling about assisting the Azure Dragon. Right now, they're sitting in a room listening to the presenter. As soon as the training is over, some of you will immediately move to the Pride Tomb. I know this might seem too fast to you all. We understand that. He continued rambling. But didn't you say you shouldn't miss an opportunity to change your life? And if you all do well, you'll get worthy results. Looking at how this organization operates, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. What a mess. It's unbelievable that they sent new recruits to the tomb right away. Pausing for a moment, he had another thought. But with this, I don't have to spend more time getting to the tomb. I'm happy with this. The day Duhoin and the others had to move to the tomb arrived. He hadn't finished his thought when Dahaha spoke up. Got it? You guys have to remember this. Before leaving, Jin couldn't help but worry, and reminded them. Because I can't follow you all to refresh the disguise, there will be no choice but to be careful to prolong this disguise. Make sure you all get out of the tomb as quickly as possible. Duhoin quickly replied, understood. There's one more important thing Jin wants to tell you. If you get injured, the duration of the disguise will decrease rapidly, and if you get severely injured, the disguise will be immediately destroyed. Be careful so the disguise doesn't disappear too quickly. Duhoin complained. Why are there so many weaknesses? Ja irritably said. This is the best result you could get. You didn't give me time to rest. I had to work in such a short amount of time, and you didn't even treat me well, Du Hoyan retorted. What? How dare you? Julian, tired, quickly interjected. We're going to miss our flight. Let's go. Immediately after that, everyone was present at the entrance to the Pride Tomb. The two people below looked at the tomb helplessly. Damn it, we failed again today? How many times have we failed? Everyone seemed battered and bruised just from entering the first tomb. Too many traps in this tomb. Every time we try to enter, all we get is more people injured. Sin Yun considered it for a moment. But at least we've made some progress, so let's keep trying. Let's be glad we don't have any competitors around right now, so we don't have to rush. The girl with him spoke up. I think you're wrong. Haven't you heard the rumors? Sikyun was surprised. Rumors? She recounted. Seo Du-hoen is rumored to be hiding around here. He seemed to be going crazy. What? No way, the girl with Seun continued. He's been pretty quiet lately, hasn't he? It's possible that it's actually happening. He was so worried that he stuttered. No, but another person now spoke up. I guess those rumors are true. Many people think he's disguised himself as a member of Azure Dragon. Seun was even more horrified. What? What are you talking about? The blonde girl pointed at his face. Until now, Azure Dragon always has the highest casualty rate. That's why you guys are always recruiting new people every day, right? Si-Unan stubbornly argued. It's not related. The people with him now clearly showed their dissatisfaction. Not related? Doesn't it seem like Azure Dragon doesn't know how to recruit new people? That's right. How do you guarantee that Seo Du-hoen hasn't infiltrated the team? Si-Un immediately walked away grandly. You don't have to worry, we've carefully selected them. There will be no intruders from outside our team. Unbelievable. The scene shifts to the Azure Dragon excavation team's camp. The atmosphere here is a bit chaotic. At the same time, Si-Un quickly walked past one of the soldiers, who immediately greeted him. Hello, Mr. Run. Unable to hold back the anxiety in his heart, Si-Un quickly asked, Is there a problem here? The other person immediately replied, No thank you. Hearing this, he smiled smugly to himself. See? Everything is still running smoothly. Those rumors are nonsense. They just want to put our team at a disadvantage. Siriun then looked through all of the personnel he had. There's no way Du-hoen could be here. But in reality, Du-hoen was standing in that line and smirking. Si-sun then said, If there are any questions, please raise your hand. The person following him, seeing the crowd silent, immediately ordered. If there are none, then let's depart and go to the team we registered with. Du-hoen shouted, Yes. Suddenly, at the same moment, a tan hand gently touched his shoulder. Julian handed something over to him, then whispered, Take it. Du-hoen was surprised. He also whispered, What is it? Looking at the item in his hand, Du-hoen was surprised. A button? According to Julian, you can use it like this. Suddenly, this transmission signal startled Du-hoen. His voice. This is the button of the secretive secretary. Holding the relic in his hand, he was surprised. This relic can do telepathy? Du-hoen then chuckled. You kept a relic quite well. Julian irritably said, Shut up, you idiot. We're right in the middle of the enemy's base right now. Du-hoen casually replied, I know. A sly smile appeared in his eyes. I really can't wait. You feel the same way, right? Scene change. Now at the Shanglong excavation team's camp, everyone inside is working tirelessly. Julian, in disguise, quickly reports to the commander here. I've prepared the excavation tools. The commander is very pleased. Excellent. Then you can go ahead and have a cup of coffee. Seeing Chu Lian working so hard, the two managers are also satisfied. Your name is James, right? You look trustworthy. That's right. Even though I'm new, I'm happy to carry things. Julian replies with a smile. Thank you. At this moment, the two managers begin to complain, although it seems all the newbies are good people. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Julian pricks up his ears, listening intently. The two men, unguarded, continue talking. The captain of Team 3, Mr. Run. He took his anger out on me just because I overheard someone saying that our team might have an infiltrator. The person next to him quickly chimes in. Isn't that just a rumor? Don't worry about it. Pretending to be unconcerned, Julien secretly calculates. As expected, I can gather a lot of information, while in the enemy's base camp, I have to hear everything. At the same time, Julian quickly goes to see Sua Lingon. She turns her head, startled. Vice Captain No Rem. Julian steps forward and casually asks, How's it going? Sua replies, Everything's going smoothly. No one has discovered me. Pausing for a moment, she adds, By the way, I've heard rumors about us. Julian is surprised. Rumors? Sua recounts that Jun Seun went to each excavation team and asked them how they could prove that no one could disguise themselves and infiltrate their team. It seems he's become more sensitive after hearing the rumors. Julian remains perfectly calm, he says. I've heard the same. Sua is anxious. What do you think? Has our disguise been discovered? He tells her. I don't think so. First I will. Before he can finish his sentence, one of them yells listlessly, "Everything is so annoying. Is it because of Sun Duck or something?" Even though he only hides like a rat, he showed up and caused a bunch of trouble. Isn't it? Many people tell me that all those rumors are just baseless. Shua is so enraged that she wants to rush out and fight. How dare they talk about the boss like that? Julian is startled and quickly grabs Sua's hand. "Calm down, Lysua. You should know what will happen if you act rashly." He glances over at Du-hoen. Even our idiot boss looks respectable standing there. Sua suddenly calms down. "Sorry, I just couldn't stand it." Meanwhile, on Du-hoen's lips, a sly smile appears, with cunning eyes. His hand nimbly glides through the air, as if beginning his act of thievery. Before Julian's astonished eyes, in just a moment, Du-hoen glides past one person after another in the ranks. But no one realizes that he has touched them. Just like that, Du-hoen casually glides past countless people. As soon as he leaves, everyone starts to stir simultaneously. "Where's my relic? Has anyone seen my relic?" Seeing his smug face, Julian is secretly startled. What's with Du-hoen? Has this guy gone crazy? Immediately, he quickly telepathically transmits, "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Du-hoen is surprised. "Didn't you tell me not to use this for improper things?" Julian is completely baffled. "Of course this doesn't count. Why are you stealing their relics?" Du-hoen playfully says, "Even though I've only stolen 100 relics." Julian immediately cuts him off. "That's already too many. Stop it right now." He enters another room but doesn't forget to reply to him. "I'm doing it because some of them are actually useful. Just wait a little longer." While rummaging, Du-hoen says, "I'll separate the useless ones. Look, I just put something useless in the bag." After a while, not knowing what he's thinking, Du-hoen suddenly yells out with a delighted face, "Hey, I found them! I found the missing relics!" Everyone is surprised and stirred. "What?" Du-hoen quickly dodges and runs away, standing far away. The relics are in the bag of Team 3's Captain Run Seun. Everyone rushes over to Seun's luggage. He's right. These are all the missing relics. Seeing these things, no one can remain calm anymore. What exactly is happening here? Run Seun stole all of them? At the same time, hearing the noisy sounds, Seun immediately enters. What's going on here? Now everyone looks at him with disdain. Here he is, the jerk. And so, a commotion erupts. "How dare you steal our relics? I'm disappointed in you." Captain Seun is dumbfounded. "What are you guys talking about? Since when did I steal your relics?" Everyone quickly points to the bag full of relics. "The evidence is right here. Don't even think about escaping. I didn't do it." One of them couldn't hold back and grabbed Seun's shirt, lifting him up. "I knew it." None other than Sainon W yelled, "Ever since my father passed away, all sorts of strange things have been happening in Shanglong. Are you trying to betray us?" Seun, terrified, cried out, "There's a misunderstanding. I didn't do anything like that." Desperate like a fish out of water, he quickly sought someone to take the blame. "Someone must have set this up. It must be you, right?" Deputy Director Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen retorted angrily, "Why would I steal their sacred artifact?" The crowd buzzed with murmurs. "That's right, you indirectly insulted the deputy director. Why are you hitting me?" Du-hoen watched the drama unfold, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips as he observed their infighting. Julian asked in surprise, "Was this your doing?" Seeing them start to brawl, he smugly explained, "Jun Seun and Jiang Chen don't have a good relationship. If Du-hoen could just poke at their sore spots even a little, they'd make a huge fuss." So his plan was a success. Then, leaving them to tear each other apart, Du-hoen turned to leave. "Isn't this perfect?" Julian was still somewhat dubious. "It's effective, sure, but how does this benefit us?" Not understanding the situation, he immediately questioned, "Wasn't your intention to infiltrate them and get to the tomb? If we can't get there because of this, it'll be detrimental to us." Du-hoen chuckled nonchalantly. "Don't worry, no matter how bad things get for Shanglong, we'll be fine. And if we're talking about benefits from this, we do get something." Julian asked curiously, "What is it?" Du-hoen burst out laughing. "I got some entertainment." Julian snapped irritably, "Shut your mouth and control yourself." At that moment, a voice rang out, causing them both to freeze. "You guys, what are you doing here?" Julian tensed up as he looked at the girl. "That's the treasure locator and her assistant." Simyong immediately questioned, "Why are you here?" Sujin quickly followed up, "I'm here to inspect Shanglong's excavation team." Sujin continued, "There's been a report that Seu Hen might be hiding here. The other teams asked me to check you guys out. They said that the Shanglong team leader overreacted when asked about Seu Hen." Xiong said angrily. "Overreacted?" Immediately, he turned to Seun with a death glare. "Run, Seun, you bastard, what have you done?" Beaten and battered, he frantically yelled an explanation in vain. "No, that's all nonsense. It's not my fault. It's because you guys keep suspecting me." Sujin glared back, questioning, "Then why did you have to overreact so much? Did you not have a chance to explain?" She looked at everyone standing there. "If you guys don't cooperate with us, it'll only make you more suspicious. We'll conclude that Shanglong is actually working with Xin." At this moment, Jiang Chen couldn't help but step forward to retort. "Hiding him? Us? That's ridiculous. We're the ones who've suffered the most because of that Du Hoen. Se-young coldly cut him off. Enough. They're not wrong. He then said to Sujin, alright, I'll cooperate with your investigation. You don't need to delay the investigation. However, if Du Hoen really isn't here, you'll need to compensate me handsomely. Compensation for cooperating with the investigation team and revealing our strength. How does that sound? A clear conscience fears no accusation. Sujin picked up her phone. I'll send it to you right now. Se-young replied with satisfaction. Good. A moment later, all the members of the Shanglong excavation team gathered before the treasure locator. Shanglong had decided to cooperate with the investigation team. But even so, Du Hoen couldn't stop feeling smug. How are they going to find him? You didn't think they'd come to investigate? How did they know Jen's group had infiltrated the team? Immediately, Sujin channeled her inner energy. There are quite a few people. I'll divide everyone into groups and use my sacred artifact to search. First, this group. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes flashed with a cold glint. Everyone subjected to the sacred artifact cried out in agony. What is this? My head hurts so much. Sua was slightly startled. What kind of sacred artifact is that? How could she make them writhe in pain like that? Du Hoen replied calmly. In other words, it really is a powerful sacred artifact. Julian spoke up. Of course. After all, she became king thanks to that relic. But it's possible it's a new kind of relic. Right after inspecting a team, Sujin said with satisfaction, nothing inside. But Se-young was a little anxious. Hey, what if you hurt my team members? Looking at the people lying scattered on the ground, she casually said, they're just experiencing some side effects. Sung's skin crawled? Some? None of them can stand up after your attack. Sujin said again, I'll finish this as quickly as possible. And continued to the next group. As soon as she finished speaking, one of the team members collapsed and shouted, my stomach hurts so much. Sua was now worried. How lucky are we that we weren't in the first or second group? What should we do now? It's our turn. She glanced over at him. How do we avoid her detection? Knowing his teammate was uneasy, Du Hoen began to reassure her. Let me try. Sujin continued. He's not here either. Now there's only one group left, and very quickly she glared and used the relic again. As I predicted, he must be somewhere in here. I'm sure we'll catch him this time. Sujin's smile looked straight at Du Hoen. Now, let's begin. And he was also very anxious this time. Chloe held the information board in her hand. Then she wondered and asked her teammate, Irin, as soon as she spoke. Irin quickly replied, even though her hands were still typing non-stop. What's wrong? Chloe then told her question. I thought we were only monitoring Pandora and Azure Dragon. Why do we have to monitor the Middle East, America, China, and Russia too? Irin smiled brightly and said, of course, if they have the potential to harm Sen, we have to keep monitoring them. Irin explained to her that instead everyone could be a threat to Junyan. Irin explained in more detail to Chloe. First, the people who are important to Jaewen who are living in Korea. That's why we have to monitor the actions of the Sino-Russian alliance too. There's also the Bunro agriculture incorporated into his company in America. They could easily be targeted by Pandora or any other opponent. That's why we have to ensure their safety. The more she listened, the more curious she became. Lu hesitated. Wait, all of that belongs to the boss? I mean, doesn't the boss have a lot of enemies? Irin happily replied. That's right. Listening to Irin's words, Chloe began to think to herself, pretty good, boss. You're living a very different life than in the past. At the same time, the phone next to her rang. She immediately said, my phone, wait a minute. As soon as she picked up the phone, she immediately said, hello, brother. On the other end of the line, Ricky spoke. Irene, he anxiously asked his sister, is everything okay? Irene immediately replied, yes, how about you? Did something happen? Ricky reassured her. I'm fine, though it's a little boring watching those guys at Pandora do stupid things. After a pause, Ricky added, by the way, there are a few things I need you to tell Scene. Irin was puzzled. Tell Du Hoen? What is it? Just waiting for her reply, Ricky quickly added, Pandora has sent the King of Detection to the Azure Dragon's camp. They're all sure that Du Hoen is hiding there. This made Irin extremely surprised. What? How could they find out? Ricky said again, I guess it's because of the King of Destiny's prediction. Hearing about this person, Irin quickly remembered. The King of Destiny. He's on Pandora's side. Ricky replied. Yeah, I think he doesn't want to get involved with Shoen, but it seems like he still decided to do it. I think the King of Detection has left to go to the Azure Dragon's base camp. We have to tell them this quickly, right? Irin's face became serious. Yes, I'll try to contact them. After saying that, Ricky didn't reply any further. Okay, good luck. Immediately after Irene hung up, Chloe anxiously asked, what did Pandora do again? Irin replied to her. They sent the King of Detection to the Azure Dragon's camp. Chloe was extremely surprised to hear this. What? Finishing her words, Irin quickly turned and left. I'll tell Du Hoen to avoid her, but will I be able to tell him in time? Standing in front of the window looking outside, her face was a little worried and hesitant. Taking a breath, Irene helplessly told Chloe, "There's no other way." Immediately after, Irene channeled her inner energy with a determined face. "This is the best time to try it." On this side, a blue light immediately struck down towards the base. This was Du Hoen's group. Everyone's jaws dropped as they knelt on the ground, screaming in pain. Du Hoen anxiously muttered, "She's too strong. This is probably more than just a new type of relic." At the same time, the crow's voice rang out. "What's wrong? Are you having trouble?" Du Hoen was surprised. "Why are you showing up at a time like this? Are you trying to get caught?" Amidst his pain, the crow spoke. "No matter how hard you try to hide your identity, you can't fool him." Du Hoen was surprised. "Who is he?" The crow continued. "He's called Hind." He quickly speculated. "From N mythology?" Hearing the crow's concise reply, "That's right." Du Hoen then said, "It seems like he's a new type of relic." Speaking of Hind, he is a god from N mythology. With sharp hearing and sight, he can hear sounds that no mere creature can hear and see into every corner of the world. He is also the guardian deity, who guards the entrance to the gods from all over the world. For that reason, you now speculate that this relic alone is enough to make someone a king. The fact that she can find me, even though I've hidden myself. Du Hoen sweated as he looked at the crow. "What are you planning to do? Are you planning to get me caught or something?" It quickly replied, "Of course not." The crow looked at him. Then it explained, "If he is depleted of power, there is a high chance that he won't be able to detect you. Although the probability of such a case is small." It told Jen that we have to do something about him whether we want to or not. He wondered, "Can't you just attack him?" The crow glanced at Sujin's group. "Those who don't possess a relic won't be able to recognize what's going on. If I can attack him, then we can pass through smoothly." Hearing it say that, he quickly tried to stand up. "All right, let's try." The crow was extremely pleased. "Such a quick decision, I like it." Immediately after, he shouted, "I will release you to go and attack him." The moment the crow was summoned by him, Himdo immediately detected this energy. The crow coldly looked at its enemy. "Did you recognize it? After all, you're the one who can detect everything, but now it's too late." At the same time, the system quickly announced its attempt to swallow the opponent's relic. This endeavor will also swallow the opponent's relic master. And just like that, the crow was now fighting fiercely against the Himdo relic. When her relic was seriously injured, Sujin couldn't take it anymore. She immediately knelt on the ground and screamed in pain. But it seems like the crow is gradually weakening. It somberly thought to itself, "Just as I thought, my power isn't enough." The system rang out again. The crow doesn't have enough power. It can't eat the opponent's relic because the crow isn't in its own body. Du Hoen was startled. He can't eat because he's not in his own body? Ah, that's right. I just remembered that the crow was in the container. The people kneeling on the ground felt their bodies gradually becoming more comfortable. The relic's power is gradually disappearing. Sujin grabbed her neck. She was a little scared. "Damn it, I thought I was about to die." Immediately, Sujin told everyone, "I'm sure Du Hoen is here." The crowd began to stir. "But how?" Sujin gritted her teeth and asked again, "Didn't you guys see what just happened?" Sujin also stood up and voiced his thoughts. "I can feel that the relic's energy is very strong, but I can't see anything else." Sujin was annoyed. "Damn it," she growled. "I guarantee that he is in the 3 groups here. I'm sure Du Hoen is here." At the same time, Jiang stepped forward and said to her, "Show us the evidence." "Evidence?" Sujin asked back with a laugh. "Evidence? I'm the Sausage King. Did you think that title was just for show?" He continued. "But we still need to see some evidence to confirm what you're saying." Sujin became exasperated. "Fine," she declared to everyone present. "I'll catch Seo Du-heon, and I'll leave you all speechless." Not giving up, Sujin started looking back and forth, confirming once again, "I can't be wrong." Finally, it seems she spotted him. "You can't fool me." Pausing for a moment, Sujin shouted, startling Du-heon. "You, the guy with the glasses over there." He fearfully denied it. "What are you talking about? I'm not Seo Du-heon." Sujin pointed directly at him. "Don't be ridiculous. You just tried to attack my relic." "My relic's eye trembled when it saw you." Crow was starting to get annoyed. This could have ended faster if I could have ambushed. Sua looked worriedly at Julian. "What should we do now? Do you think we're about to get caught?" He quickly responded, "Prepare to fight. It'll definitely be difficult, because there are so many enemies around." Then, Sujin channeled her inner power and declared grandly, "Listen up, I'll use my relic to show everyone how I expose his true form." But at that moment, the system notified her that the Him relic couldn't be used right now because of Crow's bite. Du-heon was secretly pleased. At least the crow's earlier attack wasn't useless. Sujin was now visibly startled. "What's going on? Why can't I use my relic?" Jiang Zhang approached at this moment. "Are you sure? We still don't see enough evidence to be convinced." Sujin was flustered and sweating. "No. I was going to let everyone witness it, but somehow my relic can't be used right now." Du-heon's mind started racing. "This is it! He immediately wailed, "It's not me, I'm not Seo Du-heon. Seo Du-heon is my enemy? This is an insult! I can't accept being mistaken for a fraud like him. He's a villain." Both Sua and Julian were dumbfounded because no one thought he'd go this far. Amidst everyone's commotion, he continued to shout, "I'm just an excavator. I just want to get a job and be a filial son to my parents." Julian inwardly admired. He's a really good actor. I guess they all believe him. Jiang Zhang then looked over at Sujin. "Come on, show us some evidence and convince us." She angrily shouted, "Do you really believe him?" Glancing back at him, Sujin became even more furious. "Seo Du-heon, you shameless bastard," she speculated. Is he laughing at me? And it was true. From behind those glasses, a crazed look appeared on his bookish face. Then Sujin continued, "If we attack him now, he'll definitely reveal his true form." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly pulled out a gun and fired directly at Du-heon. Without thinking, Du-heon didn't dodge. He pretended to be clueless, letting the bullet whiz past his hair. Sujin, now out of control, screamed, "Come here, I'll blow your head off!" Jiang Zhang rushed forward to pull Sujin back. "What the hell are you doing?" Watching him run away, Sujin lost control and charged forward, ignoring both men pulling her back. "He's Seo Du-heon." Jiang Zhang spoke up. "You can't attack him without evidence." She struggled. "You guys aren't cooperating in this investigation? Fine, from now on, I'll make all the decisions myself." True to her word, Sujin immediately ordered her people, "Everyone, prepare for battle." And so those people quickly pulled out weapons from their coats. She continued, "We'll find Seo Du-heon. Focus on the guy with the glasses. Ignore Thu Zonglong. Attack!" Seung gritted his teeth. "She's insane!" Seon exclaimed, a little frightened. "Oh no, what should we do, Commander?" He quickly ran through the crowd to leave, hurrying as much as possible. "Excuse me, let me through!" Sua worriedly. She immediately telepathically communicated. "Boss, are you okay?" Du-heon reassured. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Julian also added, "What should we do? Should we run away from here?" While running for his life, a loud voice suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Du-heon flinched slightly. One of them stepped forward, raising his voice. "Sorry, but I can't ignore the Detective King's words. I'm a bit suspicious of you." Du-heon feigned innocence, explaining, "I'm not the Du-heon. We're on the same side, aren't we?" The other person retorted, "You could be lying. You don't even know where the dining hall is." Sujin, smiling, ran over. "Did you catch him? Hand him over to me now." Internally, Du-heon cried out in despair. "Oh no, what should I do?" At that moment, a subordinate stepped forward. "Madam, we're in big trouble." Sujin was taken aback. "What? In this situation?" she questioned. He continued, "The Pandora branch in Europe just went bankrupt." Sujin was shocked. "What?" He elaborated. "They believe the entire project they were working on is a waste. All agents are required to return as soon as possible and prioritize handling that emergency." Sujin couldn't believe her ears. "That's absurd," the person continued amidst Sujin's anger. "Furthermore, this will affect all other branches in Europe. It'll be difficult to find immediate assistance." Now, Jen stood before Sujin, but she hesitated. "But we were almost facing an enemy of unknown origins, and the Pandora branch's interests. Money is still more important." In the end, despite her deep regret and suspicion, Sujin chose to leave, though she was somewhat unwilling. "Let's go!" Du-heon, hearing this news, was also startled. "What? The Pandora branch in Europe is going bankrupt?" He immediately speculated that Ifrin must have had a hand in this. If so, this is perfectly timed. Looking at everyone's dazed expressions, he thought, "They're really just leaving like that?" I was confused by their sudden appearance from the start. Another person looked at him. "What about this guy?" Du-heon quickly turned around. "What do you mean? I'm innocent. They left because there's no evidence to accuse me." But at this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes held suspicion. Immediately afterward, he loudly ordered, "Keep digging! We're wasting time!" Si Unun cried out, startled. "What? He's a suspect of the Detective Kings. We have to interrogate him first. Why are we continuing to dig?" Jiang Chen glanced over. Didn't she fail to prove it? Immediately after, Jiang Chen continued, "It's time to get to the excavation site. We have to hurry." Si Unun clenched her fist in anger, but Si Un's gaze didn't leave Du-heon. He glared at him threateningly. "All right, I'll keep an eye on you." Immediately after, Si-kun shouted, "We're going to the tomb! Everyone, get ready!" Du-heon immediately spoke loudly. He chuckled inwardly. "I'm lucky to have gotten through that scary situation." Sua smiled brightly, looking at him with relief. "Boss." Du-heon sighed in relief. "Yes, now I just need to blend in with them and get to the tomb. For now, let's split up. We'll regroup inside the tomb." Lost in the crowd, Du-heon whispered, calling out to his relic. "Rope from your hand," it immediately responded. "Yes, master." Du-heon ordered, "Target the Detective King. She's definitely still around here." The rope asked in surprise, "Attack? Attack?" Looking at the rope, he smiled brightly and said, You get to choose which relic to bring. Don't let her bother me again. Before it left, he added, if possible, steal her relic. The rope said loudly, understood. Understood. The scene shifted back to the city. The surroundings were still perfectly normal. Nothing had happened yet. The white car was speeding along the main road. Inside, Sujin's voice screamed, damn it. I can't accept this. I was just one step away from catching him. Why did this have to happen? The driver quickly replied, many people believe it's likely the bankruptcy king. Sujin repeated his words in surprise. Bankruptcy king? The person immediately reported. According to a major source, Seo Duen is working for the bankruptcy king. Sujin gritted her teeth. Damn it, it's always like this. Bad people work together and help each other. At the same moment, a voice rang out. Found her! Found her! The rope immediately rushed up, slapping Sujin's face repeatedly. Take this! Take this! She painfully clutched her face, then looked at the rope and shouted, what the hell is this? The rope casually said, you have to apologize for bothering my master. Apologize. Sujin's mouth dropped open. What kind of rope is this? Facing this stone-cold woman, Rope lost his patience. He said irritably, or I could just blow this car up. Blow it up? You wouldn't like that, would you? Wouldn't like it? Sujin, clutching her throbbing face, asked back, annoyed. What are you even saying? Without another word, Sujin's car quickly exploded, just as Ropes had warned. Over on Duhoen's side, everyone quickly went back to work, as if nothing had happened. At the same time, a system notification popped up, startling Duhoen a little. Apparently, he escaped the King Detective's surveillance and received the Phantom Invisibility Badge, learning the invisibility skill. Duhoen was a little intrigued. A new skill. I wonder if this skill can make my body invisible. This will be useful. Duhoen was eager. I'll try it right now. He paused for a moment, clicking his tongue. Nah, there are too many eyes watching me. Immediately, a loud voice boomed. Attention, we are entering the tomb. Right in front of us is the Tomb of Pride. Si-un looked around, then gritted his teeth. The situation just got even more intense. Julian glanced at Sua, secretly pleased. It worked. We've entered the tomb. We need to take this opportunity to escape from that crowd. One of them stepped forward and announced loudly. The safe zone ends here. From now on, be extra vigilant. Prepare to face danger. We will take a different route than usual. Everyone must be very careful. Team 1 and Team 2 will follow the main path. The crowd excitedly shouted, yes. The manager raised his voice. 3, 4, 5, come here. Yes. And as the excavation team dispersed, Duhoen's group slipped out and gathered in an alley. And of course, no one was following them. After regrouping, Duhoen said, we did it. From now on, each of us will work individually, trying to conquer this tomb before them. Julian touched his rough face. So, can I take off this disguise mask now? Duhoen replied. Leave it on, just in case something happens. He looked around, then said, it seems like all the roads around here lead to the Tomb of Pride, including this alley. Even though there are quite a few traps around here, it seems Blue Dragon has already passed through here and failed. That's why they didn't choose this path. Duhoen instructed everyone, don't touch the walls, they're trapped. Sua immediately responded, yes. Suddenly stopping, Duhoen spoke up, wait a minute. If the system is notifying me at the same time, then I'm using the invisibility skill. Immediately after, Duhoen's body slowly faded into the air, and he was extremely satisfied. Sua was surprised, unable to help but exclaim, Boss, he just disappeared. His footsteps moved back and forth in the air with extreme lightness, without anyone seeing anything. He reached out and touched the wall. It seems like I can avoid the traps with the invisibility skill. Can I control these traps as I please? As he spoke, he pushed hard against the wall to feel it. Immediately after, a surge of energy from his body flowed into the bricks, surprising him a little. Duhoen smiled contentedly, feeling as happy as if he had won the lottery. Duhoen was overjoyed. The invisibility skill he just obtained would help him avoid traps easily. This skill is amazing. Immediately after, Duhoen said, I just came up with a new plan. Sua was startled. Boss, how did you do that? He crossed his arms and slowly reappeared. It seems I just learned a cool trick. Julian chimed in. That's strange. I didn't see you use any artifacts. Duhoen said. That doesn't matter. What matters is that from now on, I can use this skill to manipulate the traps around here. Julian was extremely surprised. He immediately asked Duhoen. Really? How can you activate the traps? Duhoen immediately reached out his hand to channel his inner energy. I'm not really sure either. Let me try it out first. But right after that, rocks and dirt exploded rapidly, making him jump in surprise and quickly dodge. Duhoen, being quick on his feet, managed to avoid getting hurt. He took a small step back, feeling incredibly proud of himself. Duhoen happily wiped away his sweat. It worked, didn't it? Julian sweated nervously. Not convincing at all. Then he smiled brightly. All right, that makes things clear. Plus, the traps won't be activated unless I command them. The plan is perfect. Immediately after that, Du-hoan turned around and said to his teammates, "You two wait here." Some members quickly approached Du-hoan's side. The young man leading the group ordered, "There might be a lot of traps in this area. You guys have to be careful, don't touch anything. Got it?" The group shouted in unison, "Got it!" And immediately everyone continued moving forward. Dust and smoke flew chaotically. A tremor rang out, startling them. Something was burrowing underground. It must be a trap. The manager urgently yelled, "I told you guys to be careful." "Who activated the traps?" One of them stammered. "We really didn't touch anything." As soon as he finished speaking, those people with pale green skin immediately charged forward. The manager startled and shouted a warning. "They're attacking, be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, one of them swung their weapon and stared intently at him, slashing down decisively. The green-skinned person showed no mercy, not even a little bit, but the manager quickly jumped back to dodge. The young man panicked and shouted, "Everyone, prepare to fight!" But the green-skinned soldiers seemed to be attacking wildly, and many were injured. The manager shouted a warning, "Fall back! Retreat!" Hiding behind the wall, Du-hoan smirked smugly. "Isn't it great?" Looking back, the plan was actually very simple. He just needed to use stealth and ambush near a trap. Once the Azure Dragon team got close, Du-hoan would activate them, and they would fall into the traps. Repeating it over and over again, that trick would weaken the Azure Dragon's strength, and he wouldn't even need to use his own strength. Plus, there were so many traps in this tomb, the most Du-hoan had ever seen, and there were so many different types too. French, Chinese, and Egyptian, all mixed together. After everything went according to his calculations, Du-hoan happily smiled brightly. Du-hoan ran forward excitedly. "Let's go find the next prey." Meanwhile, Si-unun blankly looked up at the sky, his mouth hanging open in shock. What is happening? Why are all the traps here suddenly being activated? Over here, everyone was holding their heads and running around in a frenzy. Si-unun startled and immediately ordered, "Everyone, retreat back to safety! Hurry!" The group was a little regretful. "We haven't even started digging yet." After speaking, one of them angrily shouted at Si-unun, "Excavation team leader, why are all the directions the Azure Dragon takes triggering traps?" He startled and stammered, "No, that's..." Everyone continued to question him. Even our group suffered quite a few losses. Seeing him not saying anything, everyone became even more suspicious. "Are you scared because we suspect you're covering for Seo Du-hoan, aren't you?" Sion was extremely flustered. "No, wait, what?" Speaking of this, it seemed like Si-un remembered something. He was sweating. "Seo Du-hoan? That's right." Then Si-un turned back and forth. "I knew it! He's here! He's the only one who could do this." On the other side, Du-hoan chuckled leisurely. "I'm back, and it feels so good." Julian couldn't help but praise. "You're truly wicked." Du-hoan looked at him. "What do you mean? You should apologize for saying that. I'm just teaching the chairman a lesson." Pausing for a moment, he said with satisfaction, "That's enough. Let's start digging." Sua happily replied, "Okay." Taking off his glasses, Du-hoan said cunningly, "I will conquer this tomb in the blink of an eye." Cut to a scene at the hospital, where constant coughing and sneezing echoed loudly. Inside the room, the coughing continued incessantly, and a frightened bodyguard spoke. "I don't think the chairman is doing well. Should we check on him?" He looked into the room. The commander said we shouldn't approach him. We might be controlled and harm him. The commander ordered us to wait outside and only rush in case of an emergency. Another person added with some concern, "But I think he's really not okay." At the same time, a loud and eerie sound echoed, startling both of them. They quickly rushed inside. He shouted anxiously, "Chairman, what's wrong?" But as soon as they stepped inside, strange, pink, bubble-like things floated everywhere, leaving him bewildered. Looking at the things floating in the sky, both were momentarily shocked. "What are these flying objects?" The young man stammered. Those are his sacred relics." The other person exclaimed in surprise, "What?" At the same time, a voice from a sacred relic echoed, "Humans, do something. Our master is dying." Tae Jun weakly ordered, "Call the others here, those who can control sacred relics immediately." The two guards clutched their heads. "Oh crap." At the same time, Jua entered, laughing gleefully. "What's going on?" Both exclaimed, "You, Fate King Rot Sua." He approached Tae Jun's bed, disdainfully saying, "Hey old man, it looks like you're dying. Can't you control the sacred relics yourself? Do something." Tae Jun was no longer the same as before. He weakly gritted his teeth and lay down on the bed. "Your request is too troublesome." Looking at the sacred relics now falling to the ground, he smirked mockingly. "See? That's much better." Tae Jun glared. "What are you doing here?" Rot Sua anxiously said again. "I have a prophecy about Seo Du-hoan. He's infiltrated your excavation team. The Detective King's investigation team has also been dispatched. Did you know?" Tae Jun continued. "If you were in my situation, would you still have the mind to care about other things?" Rot Sua was annoyed. "Oh, this is why the investigation team failed." Tae Jun acted like he didn't care much. Why? What happened? Rot Sua said again. They couldn't find Seo Duhoen, and that guy appeared in my dream again. Hearing this, he secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing Tae Jun not responding, he shouted, "This time, it's not just in your excavation team but mine too. He will destroy everything in my dream." Rot Sua dumped everything on Tae Jun. "It's all because the investigation team couldn't find him." "What are you doing?" he angrily asked. "Why are you blaming me?" Rot Sua yelled, "Of course your team ignored the Detective King's words." Tae Jun asked again, "If the Detective King falsely accused someone on your team, would you accept it?" Rot Sua hesitated, stammering. "That?" Tae Jun continued. "My excavation team is just acting normal." He hated immensely Seo Du-hoen, that bastard. So he's now in the Pride Tomb. Aren't there many others working with Pandora besides us? Rot Sua continued. Yes, but they only want to compete with each other to conquer it. Tae Jun continued. Then go to Pandora and order them. From now on, unite everyone as one. Now is not the right time to compete with each other, especially when there's an enemy infiltrating the team. Rot Sua quickly agreed. You're right, Tae Jun continued. If you agree with what I said, then hurry up. He coughed a few times, trying to speak. You can change your dream. Rot Sua was surprised. What? Do you think my prophecy is nonsense? Taejun explained. I mean, you shouldn't give up. Try dreaming another dream. You never know what might happen, right? Maybe he'll die in your dream. Roka scratched his head. Oh, I get it. I'm off then. Lying down on his bed, Taejun gritted his teeth in resentment. Seo Duhoen, you bastard, just you wait. Scene changes at the Pride Mausoleum Center. Duhoen speaks. We're here. Julian exclaims. It looks even taller up close. Duhoen says lazily. Well, the sacred relic is always at the top of the tower like this. It's such a pain. Julian says with some worry. I can already feel a strong energy from down here. It's going to be tough going deeper. Looking at the tall tower, he continues. Besides, how long will it take to get up there like this? There are probably lots of sacred relics hidden inside. Like the tomb and the palace. Duhoen looks inside. He then says. We usually know where the owner of the tomb is, but we'll know once we get inside. No sooner said than done. Duhoen actively opens the large stone doors of the tower, then the three of them hurriedly proceed inside. Everyone is on their guard, cautious. Once inside, everyone marvels at the glittering interior. Julian looks around in awe. Oh, you stupid sacred relics. Looking at the interior around him, Duhoen gapes in surprise. So rich. He looks over again. There are stairs, let's go up. Julian adds, Of course there are stairs. He says a bit lazily. Too tall, and no elevator. And so, they went from one flight of stairs to another without anything blocking their path, thinking that the stairs would lead to an empty room. But as soon as they entered, thousands of fierce eyes stared intently at Duhoen in the room. Before everyone could get their bearings, more of those soldiers raised their guns, preparing to aim and shoot. He was extremely surprised. An army! In less than 2 seconds, one of them shouted out the order. Fire! Duhoen is internally nervous. These crazy bastards don't just shoot randomly. As soon as he finishes speaking, he quickly grabs his relic and charges forward, blocking so many attacks from those soldiers himself. Aegis can't help but shout out, It hurts! Seeing the shield cracking, he grits his teeth, now a little horrified. They're too strong! And what was coming, came. The system immediately announces. Your sacred relic has been damaged due to heavy impact. Duhoen panics. Seriously, I can't even use my strongest sacred relic. Aegis cries sadly. Oh no. Julian looks over at this scene. He is worried about him. Be careful, they're really strong. According to Julian, this is a Napoleon sacred relic. Duhoen is surprised. What? He asks Julian again. The Napoleon from the history books? He quickly continues. Yes. And this is the history of this sacred relic. From the mid to late 18th century, a revolution broke out in protest against the French monarchy. During the restructuring, many different ideas were put forward, dividing the country. To make matters worse, neighboring countries constantly threatened France. The kings of neighboring countries did not accept the Republican Revolution. During that time, a former soldier named Napoleon rose to fame for leading many victorious battles. He later became the Emperor of France, a historical figure. Pausing for a moment, he wonders. But the sacred relic of such a famous person is at the bottom floor. This tower is terrifying. Thinking of this, he can't understand. Sweat pouring down, Duhoen is now secretly amazed. It's so different from what I remember. In the past, Napoleon's sacred relic wasn't in the Pride Mausoleum. As soon as he withdraws his thoughts, Napoleon quickly says, These guys are strong too. Immediately afterwards, he unleashes his inner power. They can withstand my attacks. Let's see how long you can endure. Julian urgently shouted, He's preparing to attack! Duhoen retorted in annoyance, Damn it! Immediately after, he yelled, "Move out! That idiot Mayong is still eating." As soon as he saw Seth, Napoleon immediately shouted to his army, "Open fire! Prepare to fight! Ignore the meal!" He glared in annoyance. "You called me for these idiots." As soon as he finished speaking, a whirlwind rose up. "Who allowed you to waste my free time?" The soldiers shouted in fear. "It's a huge storm." One of the soldiers hastily reported to Napoleon, "The storm is eating the bullets and blocking our vision." He glared at his subordinates and said, "This isn't a normal storm. These things are helping them." He immediately recognized the storm from Seth, and the ghostly man also had lightning imprinted on. Duhoden scoffed. "Surprised? Astonished? We're still standing strong. Prepare to taste the strongest relic." Before his smugness could continue, Napoleon quickly asked him, "Are you sure about that?" As soon as he finished speaking, a book suddenly appeared in the air with a haunting purple power. Duhoen was dumbfounded. "This is," Duhoen muttered, "the Emperor Napoleon's Code, one of the 3 most famous legal systems after Hammurabi and Roman." "I need it," Jiang thought to himself. "Even so, does it have such terrifying offensive power?" Seeing that light, Duhoen was unwilling. "This is unfair, we can't fight them." Seth immediately reported back, "Master, something is very strange. Even if I block, I still see something getting through." Duhoen quickly replied, "I understand. The attack is coming from the legal system. It's rare and difficult to block." He thought to himself, "Come on, how do I defeat Hammurabi? Wait, first I have to analyze the attack." At the same time, Napoleon spoke. "Here is a new decree. Anyone over 5.2 will be executed." 5.2, or 157 centimeters, is misunderstood to be Napoleon's height. Therefore, there is a rumor that he is very short. But in reality, the French unit of measurement indicates that he was about 168 centimeters in the standards of that time. So he was very tall. And at this moment, Duhoen gritted his teeth. He realized he was using the false height to attack. How clever. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Duhoen's mind. Ah, that's right. He immediately summoned his relic. "Go, Tutankhamun, make us small!" In an instant, everyone shrunk. Duhoen was satisfied. "Now we are all children," he quickly explained to his 2 teammates. "We are shorter now, so we can bend the rules." Julian was annoyed but also weakened. "You idiot," Duhoen continued. "It doesn't matter, we won't fight." And then he quickly ordered his relic. "Seth, use a sandstorm to surround the room." Although he didn't understand his master, he immediately agreed. Okay. The sandstorm swirled around. Napoleon covered his face in fear. It's getting worse. Taking advantage of his miniature form, he immediately said to the 2, "Take this chance to go upstairs. He is not the owner of the tomb, so he doesn't need to care." As he ran, he said, "Anyway, I also want to see the relic that seems quite strong." Julian worried. "Won't we get caught?" Duhoen reassured. "It's okay, we've left him far behind." Napoleon sweated. He was unwilling. This can't be happening. At the same time, a royal soldier quickly ran up to report, "The enemy hasn't been found, Your Majesty." Napoleon was extremely surprised. Even the system couldn't catch them? How strange. Now Napoleon could only watch helplessly. He couldn't understand what these people had done. On the other side, Duhoen quickly told everyone that they had to turn the tables. Of course, he needed power, but in situations like this, Duhoen felt smug as he ran. He's not here anymore, so it must be fine. Our strategy worked without a fight. Once again, the 3 of them passed through the stairs. But it was another room, just like Napoleon's. Duhoen looked around, unable to help but be dumbfounded. Another room. What is it this time? At the same moment, a loud sound echoed, terrifying, "SUA." The 2 young men quickly got into a defensive stance. Before them now were tall soldiers with extremely cold expressions, their aura completely different from the army below. SUA couldn't help but be scared. She shouted loudly, "Another army!" Stepping into the foggy, bone-colored and fantastical room, SUA stuttered in a panic. "Another army!" Stunned by the statue before her, she exclaimed in confusion and astonishment. "What kind of tower is this?" Looking down and seeing the other statues, SUA exclaimed in surprise. "Is this where the army relics converge?" Suddenly she regained her composure, and asked Julian in a soft voice, "At least they aren't carrying guns, unlike Napoleon's army." "Julian, do you know what these relics are?" Suddenly, Julian placed 2 fingers on his temples, and a strange energy emanated from his fingers. He introduced in a deep voice, "That's the relic of Xiang Yu." Seeing this, Duhoen turned to him with his mouth agape. "That Xiang Yu?" Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a loud, ferocious male voice rang out. "You insignificant rabble." The 3 of them frowned and covered their ears, bothered by the loud sound. It didn't stop there. The voice continued, "I won't let you pass me." It turned out to be Xiang Yu. He sat proudly on horseback, looking at them with murderous eyes. Involuntarily, Duhoen blurted out, Damn it, it really is Xiang Yu. Speaking of Xiang Yu's background, Xiang Yu was a famous general who fought in the Chuhan contention. He destroyed the Qin dynasty, which was in crisis at the time, and fought for the supreme power of China. However, despite being strong and powerful, Xiang Yu lost at the Battle of Gaixia, and therefore chose death by stabbing himself in the chest. Many still talk about his power and great leadership. People still haven't forgotten Xiang Yu's victories. He was even called the King of Western Chu, which shows how strong he was. That title was very fitting for Xiang Yu. Back in the quiet room, suddenly his voice rang out so loudly that saliva flew everywhere. "Listen up, you bastards!" With a face full of anger, he opened his mouth wide and threatened them loudly. "If you dare resist, all of you will die here, and if you dare attack, you will lose your lives." Contrary to Xiang Yu's attitude, the three of them were bewildered after hearing him. Julian was stunned and wondered, what is he saying? Suddenly, Du Hoyan smiled with excitement. He thought to himself, Xiang Yu is famous for being able to destroy large numbers of enemies. It seems that this has become second nature to him. Suddenly, Julian placed his hand on his shoulder. He anxiously asked Du Hoyan, "What should we do now? If we're going to fight, shouldn't you turn us back to normal?" He calmly replied, "Yeah, but I'm still thinking of a way to get out of this without fighting." Looking toward Xiang Yu, Julian couldn't help but worry. He quickly pointed out his doubts. "Isn't that impossible?" He's crossing his arms and laughing loudly. "What are you waiting for?" At this moment, Du Hoyan began to lift his chin with his hand, muttering and calculating his strategy. If his personality is exactly like in history. Suddenly, a command rang out. "Finish them off!" From behind them, loud footsteps approached. Hua Gong ordered, "Hurry!" Continuous clattering footsteps gradually got closer to them. The three of them suddenly fell into a difficult situation, surrounded on all sides. A command rang out. "Report them to the general!" Seeing this, Sua panicked. "What should we do? We're surrounded." Julian continued. "There's no other way. We have to fight them. Quickly turn us back to normal." Du Hoyan immediately turned to look at Julian. He said in a deep voice, "I'm sure Napoleon is still maintaining the influence of the Napoleon Code. If I try to return our bodies to normal, it's no different from self-destruction." He quickly replied, "You're right." Suddenly, a scream from behind them startled him. Napoleon Xiang Yu glared with wide eyes, his eyebrows furrowed ferociously. He screamed, "What are you doing in my territory? How dare you break the rules?" On Napoleon's side, he looked at him with a grim face and replied through gritted teeth, "No intention at all. I just came to find the ones who tricked me and ran away." Faced with the massive army before him and Xiang Yu's rage, Napoleon kept taunting, "Don't try to justify it. Even so, it doesn't change the fact that you broke the rules." I knew this blockhead would never understand. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiang Yu went berserk, glaring at him and roaring, "What did you say? How dare you insult me? You bastard, let's settle this today!" Gripping his horse's reins tightly, he charged forward with his army, shouting a heroic command, "Attack them!" Without flinching, Napoleon decisively yelled back from the opposite side. Seeing this, Du Hoyan felt helpless. Looks like they're fighting each other. "Let's run!" Julian stuttered anxiously upon hearing that. Xiang Yu's army rushed forward with weapons in hand, full of determination. Napoleon's side was not to be outdone, with all the soldiers raising their guns ready to fire. Immediately, he shouted a resolute command, "Fire!" Sensing the imminent danger, Du Hoyan urgently announced to his teammates, "Get down!" As soon as he finished speaking, a massive explosion erupted, fiercely burning everything in the room as if to ashes. But without relenting, Napoleon's army continued to fire at the enemy. Faced with such incredible power, enemies fell one after another. Seeing this, Xiang Yu commanded, "Protect your comrades." However, he still grinned widely, then scorned the opposing side. "You guys are really fools. Do you think your weak toys can do anything in a small place like this?" The next moment, another shot rang out, along with Napoleon's mocking words, "Think we're going to engage in melee combat? Prepare bayonets." As soon as he finished speaking, both sides fiercely charged at each other, shouting heroic commands to attack. Witnessing the chaotic battle before his eyes, Julian instinctively backed away. He stammered nervously, This is insane." Du Hoyan excitedly laughed. "It's a war between relics, so it's gotta be insane." Instantly, Xiang Yu rushed forward and swung decisively at Napoleon's army. Du Hoyan continued to say, "The stronger of the two will win." Quickly, the opponent was taken down by Xiang Yu in one move. Julian hesitated a bit by saying, without flinching. Napoleon also responded with a shot at Xiang Yu's army. Du Hoyan was a bit puzzled. "No matter how much I think about this, it's weird." Julian, hearing this, asked, "How so?" Just then, Xiang Yu cast a sharp glare at Napoleon. Du Hoyan said in a low voice, "They're sharing the same tomb. They should be helping each other instead of fighting like this." Napoleon, on the other hand, stared warily at Xiang Yu. Just then, Julian asked seriously, in a very tense tone, "Sua? Don't they share the same goal of protecting this tomb?" She turned to reply, "Thinking about it, I guess you're right." Du Hoyan began to patiently explain to Sua. He said softly, "Usually, when there's more than one relic in a tomb, They tend to cooperate with each other, like Catherine and Salieri, and even the Valley of the Kings. Involuntarily, he smirked maliciously. Du Hohien excitedly said, "Isn't the tomb's owner not doing a good job? Either way, this situation is advantageous for us." Immediately afterward, he ran up the stairs, panting as he announced,
"With this, we can get to the stairs more easily. Let's go up to the next staircase."
Suddenly, Du Hohien stopped in astonishment. He was puzzled and dumbfounded. What's wrong? There was a commotion on the upper floor, and before them was another army. They shouted, "Get ready!" All three of them were stunned when they faced the strange army. Du Hohien blurted out, "What the hell?" The leader of the army spoke, "Your Majesty, there are humans down here."
Slowly, a person descended from behind, approaching the three of them. Standing before them was Ramesses. With bright, stern eyes he looked at them, extending his hand mockingly. "What's this? Filthy humans? How annoying. Kill them all." Hearing this, Du Hohen's face went blank, and cold sweat dripped down his face. He was surprised and speechless. In a flash, Du Hohen quickly regained his decisiveness. He raised his head and glared, commanding, "Tutankhamun, return us to our original state." Tutankhamun replied, "As you wish, Yahweh." Immediately, a dazzling burst of light erupted, astonishing the subordinates. What is it? In just a few seconds, all three vanished, leaving behind only scattered fragments of stone and billowing dust. Returning to his original form, Xu Wen's intense aura surged back. He decisively unleashed a strike at his opponent. Julian was no less impressive, waving his hand, and countless lightning bolts rained down upon them. As for Sua, she transformed herself into a terrifying inferno, incinerating all enemies before her. Witnessing them defeat his forces one by one, Ramesses gnashed his teeth in fury as he heard his subordinates' words. "They're stronger than I thought." "Your Majesty, we must avoid them," he exclaimed in a panic. "What are you saying?" Suddenly, his pupils contracted, his eyes widened in alarm, and he muttered in realization, "Wait a minute. They look familiar, like the ones I've heard about." Face to face with the three who were burning with fighting spirit, he exclaimed in astonishment, "It's the infamous Seo Du Hoen." He replied sternly, "What about it? You know about me." Abruptly, the eyes of that army glowed with a fierce red light. Ramesses shouted, "He raided the Valley of the Kings and captured our people." Du Hoen smirked. "You mean the Egyptian relics?" He immediately widened his eyes, his face paling as he screamed in despair, "I will never forgive you lot." Raising his hand towards the three, he threatened them with a grand voice. "In the name of the judging emperor, I will punish you for what you have done." Suddenly, Du Hoen turned his head to look at Julian. He carefully informed him, "Damn, he's too strong. We have to turn back." As soon as he finished speaking, all three of them immediately fled. "Don't let them escape." Ramesses quickly chased after them with a decisive command, "Stop!" As the bastards were running, Du Hoen suddenly stopped. He gritted his teeth, a puzzled look on his face as he questioned himself. "I've returned to my original body, but why now?" All three had returned to that room. Sua looked around and saw that this direction was blocked by Xiang Yu's army. She worried, "There are enemies everywhere here." Julian also looked around helplessly at the armies. He was scared. "What do I do now?" Xiang Yu was confused to see another army arrive and immediately scolded, "What is this? Who broke the rules again?" Ramesses replied, "I'm here because you guys caused a disturbance." He continued to shout in utter anger. "But there's a bigger problem to deal with right now. Shouldn't we capture Seo Du Hoen first?" After hearing this, Napoleon softly voiced his opinion. "He's right. That's why I followed them. The first thing we should do right now is capture them." Considering Ramesses and Napoleon's words, Xiang Yu suddenly frowned in thought. The next second, all the swords and guns were pointed directly at the three. Xiang Yu only said in a deep voice, "All right, let's deal with them first." Seeing this, Du Honen forced a smile to suggest something else. "Why are you guys targeting me? Shouldn't you finish your war first?" Immediately, Xiang Yu's army rushed towards the three of them. Xiang Yu commanded grandly, "Kill them!" Without hesitation, Sua quickly attacked, shouting in order, "Judo!" She immediately understood and replied as she rushed forward, "I understand. Let's work together." The subordinates looked towards Julian, and he decisively unleashed lightning bolts. Xiang Yu chuckled. "He's lightning." Finally, there was Du Hoen. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand and unleashed a fierce strike. The instantaneous strike had dealt with one of his subordinates. At the same time, the attack also slashed and broke the opponent's weapon in half. With incredible strength, with just a few slashes in a short amount of time, Du Hoen had defeated countless people in Xiang Yu's army. After finishing the attack, he still firmly held the hilt of the sword, and energy quickly erupted and enveloped Du Hoen's arm. He said irritably, "Damn it, it's not over yet," gently raising his hand to wipe away sweat. He looked at the opponents who were lying sprawled on the ground. Du Hoen muttered with a hint of unease, "Just having Napoleon and Xiang Yu is crazy enough, not to mention the Egyptians." Suddenly, Du Hoen looked at Ramesses, who was grinning widely. He wondered, "Is that Ramesses? He's excited. Attack!" Speaking of Ramesses,
That could be a relic of Ramesses II. He was the king who brought the Egyptian kingdom into its golden age.
To commemorate his achievements, many constructions were left behind just to glorify his accomplishments, including the temple known as Abu Simbel, famous for its colossal statues.
A second later, Zhen drew his sword, adopting a battle-ready stance, and facing the massive army he spoke. It may be because he was a warmonger, but he sure had a lot of soldiers.
Holding the Egyptian relic in his hand, which was constantly emitting energy, Duhoen muttered to himself, "In this case, how many do we have to fight?" Quick as lightning, Julian darted past Duhoen with a question. "Are you planning to use Anubis?" He immediately replied, "I'm planning to try Lion C right now." His face quickly contorted with extreme tension as he frowned and gritted his teeth. "I hope you're hiding something in your sleeve. If it's come to this, there's no telling what's on the higher floors." Duhoen and Julian stood back to back, ready to fight, and he warned, "That's true. But right now we have to survive, right?" Unconsciously, Duhoen glanced downward, a look of confusion on his face. Looking at the tower being swallowed by lightning, he thought to himself, "I can feel the familiar aura of the relic. Are those damn dragon bastards getting closer?" At this moment, Julian, with his cold eyes, turned to inform his teammate. "Guys, just hold on a little longer, I'll distract those bastards." As soon as he finished speaking, Du's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked back, "What?" Duho looked down, questioning the rope that was tangled around his feet. He gently said, "Rope, are you ready?" The rope happily replied, "Okay." The next second, he darted forward like the wind, suddenly surprising the entire army, running and shouting, "Clear the way!" Seeing this, Rames frowned in anger. He pointed at him and loudly ordered, "Where do you think you're going?" Contrary to Ramesses' reaction, Hong Yu remained standing with his arms crossed. He looked at Napoleon and said, "He can't possibly survive, that's why he's running. Should we just leave him be? It's clear he's quite dangerous, so would it be good to take care of him? Don't let Duhoen escape." Ramesses and Napoleon's troops quickly chased after him, seized him, and stood still. Now he was glancing back with a smug smile. Duhoen happily muttered, "I guess I managed to lure them all." Suddenly appearing before the tower, Seun, with his hands on his hips, arrogantly ordered his subordinates, "Now we're going into that tower. Gather around." They all said in unison, "Yes, sir." He, with a terribly annoyed expression, loudly announced, "With all the traps, make sure to avoid them and survive." Suddenly there was some whispering. "What is it?" Suddenly one of the subordinates pointed to the sky in astonishment. The captain trembled. "Look, amazing!" Duhoen was wrapping the rope around his wrist, nimbly swinging on the tower with relish. The next second, Duhoen quickly landed hard on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Witnessing the scene before him, Seun couldn't help but be furious. He gritted his teeth and loudly cursed, "You bastard!" He immediately jumped up, his eyes provocatively looking at him, and raising his hand in greeting. "Say, Duhoen, nice to meet you." Dumb Seun was furious after hearing Duhoen's words. He shouted loudly at his subordinates, "Of course, he's already here." The annoying bastard still had a smile on his face. He replied, "So, I guess you noticed eventually, didn't you?" Suddenly, Seun pointed at Duhoen. He angrily ordered all his subordinates, "This time you must be punished for the attack." Hearing this, he immediately tried to mediate, waving his hands as he spoke. Wait, do you guys really want to fight me right now?" In his confusion mixed with anxiety, Duhoen continued to speak in a conciliatory tone. "I don't think you guys will have time for that." As soon as he finished speaking, a tremor occurred, causing the people there to panic. Before he could react, the army charged forward fiercely, each step kicking up dust and stones, and then all of them grimaced in anger, not sparing any curses. "See, Duhoen, that damn bastard is so weird." At that moment, another army appeared before them, exclaiming in surprise, "What? The accomplishments?" Ramesses, seeing this, showed contempt, frowning and grinding his teeth uncomfortably. "What is this low-level stuff?" On the opposite side, Seun was stunned upon hearing this, breaking into a cold sweat. He also spoke. "Why is he so upset?" Suddenly, Duhoen's eyes lit up, a sly grin spreading across his face as he taunted, "Well then, good luck." With that, he left behind only a wisp of white smoke, vanishing completely, leaving everyone dumbfounded. "What?" While they were still bewildered, trying to figure out what had happened, they could only stammer, asking each other, "He disappeared. How did he do that?" Duhoen darted back, thinking to himself, "How, you ask? Invisibility? What else? Now, I'll return to that tower." He began to imagine them clashing against each other, letting the relics and those damn dragons fight it out. Moreover, as Ramesses' ally, Xiang Yu would rush in to deal with Sichun's army. Just then, standing behind an opponent who was gaping in confusion, he cracked his knuckles, a sinister smile forming on his face. "And, along the way, I'll grab a few relics." Afterwards, he quietly collected the items, the same smirk on his face as Duhoen thought to himself, "That peculiar thing." Suddenly, Xiang Yu charged forward, swinging his sword excitedly. Duhoen had foreseen this. Right, no one can escape this war zone. shifting his gaze to Ramesses.
His face turned horrified as he gritted his teeth, staring intently at the scene before him. He thought, "You may be wrong. You don't know his notoriety." At this moment, Du Hoen was gleefully smirking as he continued to scheme. "We have to find him quickly." TCH. He overheard Ramesses and Napoleon's conversation, their faces full of determination, as Ramesses spoke.
"Then it's a deal. Whoever finds Shoen will be the owner of the tomb."
Following that, Ramesses raised his hand, a wide grin on his face. He questioned, "How about it? Is that a good bargain?" But in reality he was sneering inwardly. With this, won't those bastards desperately search for Seo Du Hoen?
Suddenly, Xiang Yu also chuckled triumphantly, excitedly revealing his own calculations. "Let's use this as an extension of our previous battle." Hearing this, Du Hoen was even more stunned, realizing it was just a plausible trick.
In the next second, Xiang Yu continued to ask Napoleon for his opinion on the plan. He excitedly asked, "That's a good idea, isn't it? What do you think, Napoleon?" With Mile. Napoleon slowly replied, "I agree, let's do it." Du Hoen then panicked. "What? These bastards?" After hearing the discussion of the three of them, Du Hoen was shocked. He began to fall into deep thought. If they caught him, would they become the owner of the tomb? Is this tomb masterless? No way. Countless thoughts swirled in his mind. Du Hoen continued to think. It feels like a mystery is about to be solved. There are many strange things about this tomb.
Recalling the events that had transpired, Du Hoen began to worry immensely. There are an unusual number of traps, and they consist of many different cultures.
I can't find any consistency. Looking down at each item before his eyes, Du Hoen suddenly realized. But there isn't a tomb owner. And if the relics are competing for that position, this explains all the oddities.
Now, Ramesses showed a hint of worry, scratching his chin as he spoke. "I can't see that bastard Seo Du Hoen. It's absurd." He continued to recount his speculations to Napoleon. Or is it that he is hard to see in the chaos?
Slowly advancing towards the large door in front of him, Du Hoen thought to himself. Because the relics set their own traps, those traps must lack consistency. As the door to the room burst open, Du Hoen turned around, his face calm as he said, "A tomb without an owner. I guess I should meet Duen Kongming first."
Suddenly, a shriek rang out, revealing Julian, who had just defeated an opponent. He looked up and asked, "Is this the last one?" Du Hoen replied, "Yeah, it seems so."
Soon after, Sua approached Julian. She announced in a low voice, "We're out of wood." As Sua turned to look at Du Hoen, she gently continued, "I wonder if the captain is safe."
Suddenly, Du Hoen's voice rang out, full of delight. He asked Sua, "Are you guys talking about me?" Hearing this, she blurted out, "Captain!"
Julian was equally stunned. "You jerk, where have you been?" Afterwards, Sua just looked at him, forcing a smile. Du Hoen looked at the two of them and excitedly showed off his accomplishments. "I had an idea, so I went out to take a look. I also brought back a few relics." Julian, hearing this, was dissatisfied. "You hit the jackpot again, you sly bastard." With that, they headed towards the staircase glowing with a crimson light. Du Hoen urgently urged his teammates, "Stop grumbling, hurry up and go upstairs. We better find out what this tomb holds for us." Suddenly, his face darkened as he solemnly announced to the two, "But if any relics get in our way, on the way, we will deal with them." Julian gaped in shock. "What? Aren't you tired? Why would we do that?"
Abruptly, Du Hoen looked up, a sinister smile mixed with triumph on his lips.
"It can't be helped.
Since we don't know the tomb owner, we may have to take all the relics here."
Hearing this, Sua and Julian couldn't help but be stunned. While the group of three was struggling with a series of challenges, the relic Juri Yongu was floating in the void. A voice softly echoed, "All right, let's see what your punishment will be this time." Suddenly, it dashed over, making that voice speak up again. "Jumseong Jamu. This is short for jumping with yourself without music." In just a few seconds, Juri Yongu activated his own power, emitting an electric current that surrounded Taejun's body, causing him to panic. "What the hell have I been doing this whole time? Damn it, when will this end?" He immediately looked towards the hospital room door, tensing up as he uttered, "But it's true. There's no one in here right now, so no one can manipulate me anymore." Looking up at the IV pole, Taejun grew even more desperate. There wasn't even an IV bag there, so I can't absorb any IV fluids. Suddenly, a mocking voice softly echoed in Taekojun's mind.
"What the heck is wrong with me? Pen, I told you to jump."
As soon as the sentence was finished, he was immediately shocked painfully by countless electric currents. However, his mouth couldn't utter words, only knowing to scream in horror. Abruptly, the thin white blanket was tossed up. The sound of the wind mixed with startled astonishment. "My body is moving. I can't control it."
Taejun suddenly stood up and danced wildly. He was furious but utterly helpless. That whisper rose again, but this time it was a derisive compliment. "That's right, now just keep doing the round dance like that. Let your spirit soar." He couldn't stop at all. The only way was to loudly implore for help. "Is anyone out there?
Oh, my knee joint. In an instant, the sky had darkened over a vast, luxurious, and magnificent mansion. At that moment, Jae-ha was in a neat suit. As he was holding something in his hand, the butler turned to him with a stern face and asked, "What is that button? Why do you keep pressing it occasionally?" He stammered slightly in response. "I don't know, but my boss told me to press it every 10 minutes. And just like that, the two slowly walked down the wide corridor. The butler suggested in a low voice, "That's enough. Now leave it. Let's go to the party soon." Jae-ha softly agreed. "Yes, all right." They finally arrived, but his face was constantly uneasy. Jae-ha sighed and muttered to himself, "I feel so anxious." Stepping into the magnificent room, he looked around and saw everyone dressed in fancy gowns and dresses. Servants were always ready to serve, and the banquet tables were lavish and diverse. In that lively atmosphere, Jae-ha couldn't help but be overwhelmed, to the point of exclaiming, "It looks like rich people from all over the world are gathering here." The butler could only hide his face in embarrassment. "Stop that act of yours immediately. You should behave more elegantly." With an arrogant attitude, the butler raised an eyebrow, glanced at him, and reminded him sternly, "Don't forget you said you could complete this mission, remember that." Jae-ha could only force a smile. "You're right." He suddenly regained his composure, realizing what he needed to accomplish, thinking to himself, "That's right, I need to be here to keep watch. Today's mission is quite complicated, after all." A few days ago, a confident voice rang out in the apartment complex. Jae-ha, I will send you to Russia." Jae-ha was stunned when he heard it. He immediately questioned, "What? Russia? So suddenly?" Du Hoen calmly replied, Because some relic collectors are holding a party, go there and buy a few things." As soon as he finished speaking, Jae-ha was astonished. His jaw dropped, and he immediately tried to stop him. "Wait, what about my vacation then? Didn't you tell me I would get a break after this case? Don't you remember?" Dia was crying helplessly at this point, but could only grit his teeth and endure the plans Du Homan laid out. "Your vacation is going and eating some delicious food and going sightseeing." Now Jae-ha in his elegant suit was outwardly calm but inwardly restless. He was helpless. What kind of vacation is this? That's what I wanted to say. Anyway, my target here is a royal family. He looked at the financial tycoons chatting animatedly with each other, he thought to himself. He said they are definitely here. But at this moment, Jae-ha went silent, only focusing on watching them converse and thinking, "My boss said they would definitely attend this party. Damn it, they look like high-ranking officials. I can't distinguish them just by their appearance." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, making Jae-ha look back in surprise. "Look, that's the princess of the English royal family." And just like that, he successfully took the opportunity to follow them. "Great, that will make my search easier." Meanwhile, they are competing to introduce themselves. I should introduce myself, so First, I can follow these people. After walking for a while, his eyes caught the Princess of England, Ari, and her uncle, Hano. He secretly rejoiced. So they are today's target. While focusing, a lewd laugh suddenly rang out, surprising Jae-ha again. Who do we have here? What met Jae-ha's eyes then was the group of officials he had encountered before. The one in the middle sneered and spoke. "Isn't that the self-proclaimed skill recovery guy, Jae-ha?" Jae-ha cursed under his breath. Those bastards, despite those guys continuously uttering unpleasant words, aimed directly at him like, what is he doing here? Or is he all alone? He secretly wondered. Aren't these the officials I saw at the White House? Damn it, just me. But that's a whole gang. At this point, Jae-ha's eyebrows unconsciously furrowed, his face full of tension, but he still tried to reassure himself. No need to worry. They wouldn't dare do anything to me at this party. Those jerks survive on reputation. Quickly regaining his composure, he crossed his arms and retorted loudly, "Oh yes, it's me. Am I not even allowed to attend the party?" That guy pressed on. "Just because you beat us last time, you've become so arrogant now?" Amidst the crowded banquet, a pair of feet slowly approached, their owner speaking sternly as they walked. "We can't let you ruin this. You better get out." It turned out to be Julian. Looking fierce, he announced loudly, "This is our business venue." Seeing him, everyone was stunned. Julian Sonny is here. Standing amidst the staff, Julian proudly stretched out his arms and said mockingly, "Jae-ha, it's been a while, hasn't it? Yaha, why don't you greet me? There are quite a few alumni here." Seeing his appearance, Jae-ha suddenly froze. He thought nervously, "Come to think of it, there are some familiar faces here. All people who buried Jin Richard when I was still a student." Now that Jae-ha saw those people, he immediately remembered Richard. He quickly realized, now I understand. That group is their official group, but Jae-ha couldn't do anything. He stood still, looking at them with hatred. Putting Jin Richard in prison doesn't seem to be enough to end everything. Suddenly, a provocative voice rang out. "Why do you look so scared? Aren't you happy to see me again?" Julian witnessed this scene, grinning from ear to ear. He raised his head proudly and said, "If you're not happy to see me again, let's end this conversation here. It's time for you to leave." As soon as he finished speaking, Jae-ha immediately glared and loudly retorted, "You have no right to tell me to leave. I came here to do my business. Suddenly, his eyes turned strangely cold. Julian said quietly, I guess you're very complacent. This time he stuck his nose in the air again, the smile still on his face. Julian conceded. Okay, I'll give you $100,000 later. As soon as Jin Hinuk heard this, he panicked. What? He continued. I don't think that's a lot of money, is it? Dahyu couldn't believe it, immediately opened his eyes wide and blurted out, Chiff, are you going to give money to that bastard? Just to get him out of here? Julian was still amused. Is it difficult to find a place for your familiar customers in the future? I can give you some spare change. Suddenly, the smile from before suddenly turned sinister. His expression darkened, and his eyes were cold. For him, $1,000 is a lot of money. But for me, it's not even money. Don't let your ego get in the way, take that money, and get out of here now. Suddenly, Jay spoke up in a mocking tone, causing all three to freeze. What? Only $1,000? Surprised, Deuce quickly reconfirmed what he had just heard. What did you just say? He continued casually. Do you know how much my annual salary is? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately raised his head proudly. That's $30,000! $30,000! The staff were shocked when they learned of his base salary. Are you crazy? Don't lie, how much money does Du Hoan have? Deforay replied. Of course, it's very unbelievable. Suddenly he stopped, only forcing a smile and responding awkwardly. Believe it or not, that's your business. I'm done. I'm leaving. But, in his heart he whispered worriedly. I only added a few numbers. But more accurately, only the captain is the one who gives me that much. After speaking, Jihad decisively turned around and walked away quickly. He thought to himself, I have to run now. Ignoring Julian's angry command. Hey Roseha, you stop right there. Leaving Julian burning with anger at this time, he gritted his teeth and scolded. That bastard, I'm sure he's lying to us. The subordinate behind him added. I guess he has a lot of money. I think so. Suddenly, night fell, but the shouting in the villa continued. Shut up, yes! He remembered in France, when Ling Mo was suppressed by countless streams of light at the Tower of Arrogance. Du Hoan was in a tense situation, holding the hilt of his sword tightly, his eyes cold and ready to fight. Decisively, he delivered a blow that caught his opponent off guard, and they screamed in pain as they were hit. Immediately afterwards, Du Hoan continued to strike another blow at the other guy, so quickly that he barely had time to cry out. When he was done, he stood silently, observing the opponents he had just defeated. Du Hoan solemnly announced, Give up, and return to your position. I am your new master. Looking down at his feet, 2 items appeared, smoldering with cold smoke. Du Hoan said, It's difficult to be one step ahead of them. Suddenly, Du Ho came up right behind him, and smiled and praised. In some cases, we did pretty well. Du Hoan turned around and replied, That's right. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly a strange group of people appeared opposite him, glaring and loudly asking, What's all the noise about? Don't you know there are neighbors next door? Du Hoan was stunned to see another army appear. He smiled wryly and said, Damn, that's another army. Julian frowned and replied, It doesn't look like a neighborhood apartment. That army rushed towards the 3 of them. Du Hoan quickly warned, We can't let it attack. He cursed inwardly. What? Damn, they want to hit us. Suddenly, countless gun muzzles shot them down at the same time. A familiar warning voice rang out. Stop! Those bastards are ours! As soon as Du Hoan heard this, he immediately recognized it. He glanced back and muttered, What? Napoleon? Slowly, step by step, he walked towards him sternly. But MacNihan did not say a word. Du Hoan seemed surprised, nonchalantly questioning Napoleon. You guys are still following me? You're here? He coldly replied, I will never give up. As soon as he finished speaking, Napoleon frowned, his sharp eyes looking at him as he spoke. We decided we will kill you first, then become the master of this tomb. This will end this struggle. Hearing that, Du Hoan suddenly grinned, his face full of provocation. He said, I won't be able to escape. At this moment, worried about him, Shu A warned, Be careful, Captain. Du Hoan remained nonchalant. Don't worry, if you're thinking about it, he's aware of it too. Suddenly, Du Hoan pulled out a strange blue liquid. He loudly announced, Bean Thogon, a cursed solution. Now I will show you the horror of a plague. His smile became even more sinister. Du Hoan snapped open the lid of the bottle and said, And that is Napoleon, which will definitely be something aimed at the stomach. As soon as Napoleon heard that, he was shocked. He yelled, What the hell are you doing? Stop it now! But without hesitation, he decisively splashed the liquid towards Napoleon's army. The liquid splattered, causing members of Napoleon's army who couldn't escape to be engulfed. After splashing the liquid on Napoleon's army, Du Hoan was able to know information about him. Apparently, Napoleon's power is due to his reputation and only means that we are dealing with a new relic foundation. Unconsciously he thought of Ramesses and Xiang Yu. Du Hoan immediately calculated how to respond. However, now it's best to preserve my strength to deal with the others. There are still 2 outstanding people here that I know of. Suddenly, Du Hoan pulled out another vial of liquid. Surrounded by green lightning, he smiled triumphantly, thinking to himself, "That's why I have no other choice but to use this trick. Alright, it's my turn now." He quickly had to use this solution to restrain Napoleon's army. But unexpectedly, after escaping from his solution, Napoleon's army only felt disgust. "What is this smell? It's so disgusting." Tui. Immediately, Napoleon ran over to scold Du Hoan with a slimy body. He grimaced. "So dirty. I still don't understand how you can use it. Do you think you can do that again? Get ready." Still maintaining his smug smile, controlling the floating vial of liquid, he said provokingly, "Of course not. Once is enough. As long as it's worth it for you, no need for more." Hearing that, Napoleon couldn't help but feel surprised mixed with anger. He frowned, speechless with anger. "Du Hoan, you—" Suddenly, Napoleon's stomach rumbled loudly. His eyes widened in surprise. Two soldiers in the army saw his pale face and worried. "Are you feeling all right? Your complexion." Napoleon was helpless. "What's wrong with me? Sour? Why is it suddenly like this?" Witnessing Napoleon in such a situation, Du Hoan just casually turned to Julian with a smug smile. "It's just as I thought. He's absorbing the drug, right?" Napoleon said his stomach is very bad. Julian said tensely, "It must be wreaking havoc in his stomach." Hearing that, Du Hoan suddenly froze a bit. He awkwardly explained, "I'll just take it as a good sign, and he must not be the real Napoleon, or that's just a story of Napoleon's tomb." Julian just sighed wearily. "Yes, I understand. Suddenly, a very loud noise rang out, causing the surrounding rocks to fall. While the three were surprised, a majestic voice announced, "This case seems to be Du Hoan's new trouble. It turned out to be Xiang Yu." With a frowning face, he waved his hand and loudly introduced, "Everyone, Xiang Yu has arrived." Facing the two armies in front of him, Xiang Yu kept criticizing Napoleon. "Napoleon, you messy bum, you sneaked out first again, and look what you look like now." Napoleon, looking ugly, unconsciously widened his eyes. He gasped and said, "That's because you guys didn't pay attention to us. Don't know whether to go or stay. Why don't you think it's your fault? You only know how to fight and don't care about anything." As soon as Napoleon finished speaking, Xiang Yu laughed loudly. He mockingly suggested, "What you said sounds pretty good. Even when your butt is fighting each other? Interesting, huh? The best thing is, right? Now can we play this game?" On this side, Du Hoan could only smile awkwardly helplessly. He continued to declare war. "Okay, now I have to face Shoen and fight him once. I don't think this will be an equal match, right?" He heard this and cursed secretly. Damn it! Not at all fond of Xiang Yu's idea. Napoleon could only grit his teeth and glare at him and continue. "I don't think so. This is a match to catch a fugitive. Well, I want him first. It won't be a problem." While Du Hoan was still listening silently, Xiang Yu continued to announce, "Okay, then it will be our turn." Shu A, frantically worried, reported to him, "Captain, they are about to attack us." Beyond everyone's expectations, Du Hoan suddenly raised his hands to the sky. He loudly surrendered. "Stop! Surrender! I beg for mercy!" Seeing that, Napoleon couldn't help but be stunned. He hurriedly wondered, "What? What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly surrendering? I choose to be on your side." Du Hoan looks at the rope that has been tied tightly to his two hands. Du Hoan smiled meaningfully and said, "What do you mean? I don't think we will win, so if we join forces, and then carry out a concentrated attack. What do you think?" "Look, I've also tied my own hands." Xiang Yu was extremely happy to witness this. He was self-satisfied at the moment, laughing for a while and speaking, "He's so smart, he even knows who he's standing in front of. Don't let him trick you. How do we know he's not lying?" However, at this moment Du Hoan showed a sinister smile. He softly said, "By the way, I have a question. If the two sides fight, who will be the winner?" "Sorry. Is my question a bit obvious?" Du Hoan looked straight at Xiang Yu and continued to mock him. "Of course the winner will be Napoleon Bonaparte." Xiang Yu, whose eyes were wide with fury, clenched his fist and shouted, "What?" Xiang Yu was beside himself with rage, and he continually hurled insults. "You scoundrels! Do you think I'll lose to them? Shut up, don't be stupid. Don't let him provoke you. It's just his trick." Hearing him, Napoleon ground his teeth in anger. Unfazed, Du Hoan, though his hands were bound, pointed toward him, chuckled, and replied, "Interesting, but from what I heard, it seems my information was wrong, and it looks like there's no one here like Xiang Yu. In that case, if they were in the same place, Josephine would love Xiang Yu more than Napoleon." Reaching the peak of his fury, Napoleon immediately screamed and scolded him. What are you talking about? Du Hoan, Josephine couldn't possibly love him when he's like a joke." Not only that, but Xiang Yu on this side was also boiling with rage. His killing intent flared, and he bellowed, "What? A joke? This is what you chose, you dog." Napoleon quickly pointed aggressively at Xiang Yu, announcing to his troops, "Declare, I am no longer holding back from him in this battle." Xiang Yu was equally unyielding, and he and his army swiftly charged forward. "Then fine, come on, attack." And in a matter of seconds, Both sides of the Death Alliance became adversaries,
fiercely clashing with each other. Meanwhile, the two leaders of the armies were about to face each other one-on-one. Seeing this, Du Hoan was delighted. So those fools have started fighting each other. It's just as I expected.
Without hesitation, Xiang Yu quickly unleashed a decisive slash toward his opponent. Napoleon was not to be outdone, his eyes sharp. He fired a powerful shot at him. He continued to think to himself, now I know they are not only still in a competitive relationship. A second later, Xiang Yu launched another powerful strike. Seeing this, Du Hoan came up with a plan. We should seize the opportunity. It's perfect, isn't it? Suddenly, he pulled out a sword, his eyes turning sharp, and he loudly declared, I just told you that you are a joke, don't you understand? Unyielding, Xiang Yu also rushed forward with his sword, and he defiantly retorted, why bother understanding? All I need is to just be. If I can write my name, it's enough. Don't you all know that you are just deceiving yourselves? And as their two blows continuously clashed, so fast that only blinding streaks of light could be seen, everyone was startled.
What is wrong with you? Suddenly, the system displayed messages. The tombs will be destroyed by the battle power of the relics. Xiang Yu's and Napoleon's subordinates can no longer withstand it.
And then a terrifying explosion erupted fiercely, stunning the armies on both sides. Du Hoan thought to himself, all right, now they are fighting each other, and their power is weakening. If I ultimately defeat the two of them, both will be mine. Suddenly, they were astonished to see themselves gradually disappearing, which was all part of his plan. Neither side realized they were vanishing. The aftershock of the explosion was so great that the three of them were a little worried. Du Hoan contemplated. I decided to attack both sides, and I just saw the opportunity, but perhaps they were a step too slow. Because right when both were still furious, someone was already standing there. You bastard! Suddenly, that person raised their hand toward Napoleon and Xiang Yu, their hands surrounded by lightning bolts. Have you been standing here this whole time?
In a few seconds, a blow flew straight into the intersection of the two swords, stunning the two men, who held their heads.
A blinding light enveloped the two of them. A voice announced, I think this is enough here. Nothing else is needed.
In an instant, Napoleon's and Xiang Yu's swords fell to the ground, accompanied by painful groans.
My God!
And astonishingly, the one who delivered the finishing blow was Ramesses.
Ramesses appeared and struck the final blow. Du Hoan thought to himself, I knew something was going to happen.
Standing in front of him, Du Hoan gently picked up the two swords. Seeing this, Ramesses casually stated, Well, Du Hoan, you've been hiding like a little mouse. It's ironic that I found out slower than those two. Glancing around, his mighty army had surrounded the area. Ramesses chuckled and declared, But now, I won't let you leave here even a single step.
Unflustered, Du Hoan looked at him, smiled calmly, and replied, I don't need you to worry either. This time, just let me handle it alone. But after a few seconds of hesitation, he continued to speak mockingly, taunting him. But what should I do now? I have quite a few Egyptian relics.
Suddenly, Du Hoan's voice grew loud and aggressive, and he called out to his relics. Come out! The hyena, Sekhmet, Anubis, and Osiris appeared one after another. Contrary to the cool appearance moments ago, it now gently wagged its tail.
The three of them gently walked up to Du Hoan, their small stature making him slightly bewildered. What the heck? Talk about a grand entrance. As soon as they heard his disparaging remark, the trio immediately transformed, exaggerating their features and scolding with grumpy faces. Damn it, that's annoying. Seeing this, Du Hoan was taken aback. What the heck are those things? Perfect. That's enough for now.
Smugly, he touched the lightning's calf, thick as a pillar, and self-satisfiedly announced, So what are you thinking? They're all my henchmen. He smirked, and started showing off the 3 sacred relics he possessed. You can't possibly resist the will of heaven. Do you understand that? Suddenly, Ramesses gritted his teeth, frowning as he stared intently at him. He was furious. You should also remember that it depends on who they are. And I'm not as stupid as you think. Hearing this, Du Hoan's face suddenly fell. He cursed inwardly, Damn it! Whew! But outwardly tried to appear calm. It's not like that. Hesitating for a moment, Du Hoan finally played his trump card, Tho. He loudly exclaimed, Hey, you guys should come out too! Instantly, it transformed into a gigantic form, incredibly muscular. Thon spoke. The power is flowing into me. Du Hoan was smug. Well, what do you think of this guy? Let me introduce you. This is the wisdom rabbit, Tho. Suddenly, Rames, with a nonchalant demeanor, looked at him with a questioning frown. So what do you want me to do now? What about the sun god? Do you have one? Hearing this, he was dumbfounded. What did you say? Looking at the sacred relics Du Hoan had just summoned, Ramesses began to point out the flaws of each one. Hey, you know what I'm getting at, right? Birdman, then lightning. He's someone who knows nothing but fighting. And even Anubis. He's just a dog, nothing more, so he only knows how to do trivial things. Finally, there's Osiris. And one thing you need to know is that a wise king turns into a dog after death. Hearing this, it frowned. What? Not done gloating yet? He still smugly chuckled, and continued with a taunting tone. I can't wait to see how terrified you'll look. As soon as he finished speaking,
The 4 sacred relics immediately rushed in front of him. Fuong angrily asked, You're gonna do that? With a nonchalant attitude, Ramas replied, That's right, I will. Suddenly, his face changed. His eyes looked at them with a cold gaze. His body was covered in lightning. Ramesses said in a deep voice, If you want to depose me, then bring the sun god here, and then we'll talk. Without me, I can do it myself. Before Du Hoqing could react, a stone head suddenly emerged from the ground. Seeing this, the army panicked. Wait, that's my achievement. The stone figures stood up one by one, tall and imposing, incredibly. Ramesses loudly and self-importantly declared, I am the strongest. Seconds later, the giant stone figure's huge foot began to move, causing the army to not have time to escape. Facing this force, Du Hoen's sacred relics, Ramesses said loudly, Gods or whatever, bring them here now. The giant that Ramesses had transformed into raised his hand high, preparing to punch down. He declared to everyone, I am the strongest. Its stone fist punched straight towards Selet, but Selet quickly dodged the blow. Set's eyes looked at the giant with murderous intent for daring to attack him. You bastard! Set quickly retaliated against the giant's attack. He punched the giant straight in the body. Set continued to punch the giant, causing the giant to shatter into pieces instantly. Are you crazy? Do you two want to die? In Set's eyes now filled with hatred, he glanced at Du Hoen and pleaded with him. Master, I'm going to kill this guy. Do you have any objections? Tell me. Osiris, upon hearing that Set wanted to end his life, immediately vied with Set to take the guy's life. No, I'll kill him. Get out of the way. A wise king becomes a dog after death. How dare you say that? Anubis on this side also joined the fight to be the one to kill the guy. His body was burning with anger, refuting the two of them. No, let me! You two are too much. Let's see if you still act like that after I deal with you. The three of them kept fighting with each other, unwilling to yield, causing Du Hoen to be amazed when he saw it. He didn't expect them to be like this. Shut up, I'll do it, let me. The food in my mouth, I said let me do it. They all have motivation. At this time he also came up with an idea for the three of them so they wouldn't have to fight anymore. Why are you guys fighting? All three of you can go at the same time. When he heard that opinion of his, Julian immediately questioned. What? You're planning to use all 3 sacred relics at once? If I release the sacred relics when it's hot like this, wouldn't they be stronger? He quickly warned Du Hoen. If you let the 3 sacred relics do that. Idiot, that's not the problem. How many times have I told you, you could die if you overuse them? Du Hoen only listened to those advices like the wind passing by his ears, sighing lightly. He seemed very confident this time. It's fine, that won't happen right now, you're crazy. The sacred relics, upon receiving orders from Du Hoen, immediately took action. All 3 were very excited. Alright then, swallow them up, you're all dead. Ramesses, upon learning that you intend to use all 3 relics against him, isn't scared. He immediately summons reinforcements, drawing upon his own weapon. Guess I'll have to call in backup. Ramesses II wields absolute power. All the relics within Oman's tomb are gathered under his authority. He quickly summons a horde of people. They charge towards you, screaming. He commands them, kill those humans! Sua, seeing the size of the approaching crowd, warns Du Hoen. But you remain nonchalantly, arms crossed, waiting for them. You seem to greatly underestimate them. More relics are on their way. It'll be easier for us to go if we're not all crowded in one place. These are 3 new generation relics. Just think of the backlash you'll face if you overuse these 3 new relics. Anubis strikes first, punching the ground, and sending the approaching group flying. Next, Chief uses his power, conjuring winds to blow the crowd away. Those earthen figures now crumble into ash. Osiris, who hasn't acted yet, watches everyone else handle the crowd, and an idea sparks in his mind. Thinking it over, Anubis comes forward to Osiris and makes a suggestion. Now that we're together, we can perform a combined attack. If it's a combined attack, the light of the 2 relics is directed towards Tho. He's awkwardly scratching his head in the distance. They notice. Look, there's a scribe over there. We can experiment a bit. I get it, I have an idea. System panels appear before Du Hoen's eyes. The system panels also inform him of a few things. You can use a combined skill with the 4 relics. Afterlife trial is ready. Oh, the system after the update also informed him. Now he understood the ritual. Afterlife trial, a ritual that ancient Egyptians believed they would undergo after death. Anubis's judgment is also based on this. A scale is on there with a heart on it, and on the other side a feather. One side of the scale is the heart of the dead, and on the other is the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of justice. A monster has appeared wanting to devour the heart inside. If the heart is heavier than the feather, it means they have committed many sins in this world. The monster will then devour the heart. The soul that has lost its heart cannot go to the afterlife. It will wander in this world forever. Osiris also takes on a very important role in the underworld. Osiris, king of the underworld, will be the one to judge the trial. Tho is the one who specializes in recording the historical process here, the god of wisdom, Tho the scribe.
Even Anubis plays an important role in the reincarnation process, and Anubis, the god of death, plays the role of guide to death. The system panels full of information on the 4 relics have given Duhoen an idea. Right now we have a collection of death-dealing butchers. Clearly, the afterlife trial has become a special skill to attack enemies. Suddenly looking up at Anubis and Osiris above, he instructs them. I don't know exactly what it is, but should we try it out? Good thinking, master. The eyes of the 3 relics, when looking at Ramesses' group, are precisely the gaze of a sure death. Begin! Ramesses' subordinates are quickly seized by the energy of the 3 relics. Eat it! The group, when invaded by the energy of the 3 relics, are immediately horrified. I can't see anything. Is this an illusion? Something strange is appearing before my eyes. A scale immediately appears before the group. They proclaim to the people below, from now on, we will judge your sins. But even at this point, the group still struggles to justify themselves. Why are you putting us on trial? We haven't even died yet. Shut up. That's up to us. Another relic appears, its foot stomping on the ground, instantly shattering it. The monster roars loudly. Condemn them all. You are clearly guilty. Ramesses, seeing everything, is furious and curses the relics. You bastards, what do you think you're doing? Ramesses II. Anubis stands up to criticize him for the wrong things he has done. Even if you say you have great power, it's really nothing in the face of death. The monster is throwing Ramesses' subordinates everywhere. Anubis also doesn't give him a way out, it suggests. I want you to surrender quietly and apologize for offending us. But he doesn't accept that, immediately retorting. How ridiculous. Do you really think you're a god? Even now he still wants to manipulate Anubis' psychology, but he's not easily fooled. Aren't you and I in the same group? This guy is still stubborn. Anubis' eyes are blazing with anger, lightning bolts appearing around his eyes. Then, we have to hit him more. The system message popped up again. The relics being punished by the judgment are beginning to be destroyed. The relics cannot withstand it, and have now surrendered. The relics that annihilated Ramesses in an instant. Quote. Duhoen looked at the remains on the ground, only to sneer at him. Look at this, all the relics are eventually crumbling. Ramesses too will soon be like this. Julian was very worried about Duhoen's condition at this moment. He kept asking him, that's good, but are you sure you're okay? I think you're using a lot of energy. It can still hold. I like the fact that it works. The ground in this city is starting to rumble. The system also reported the situation to him. All the relics have been destroyed, and the shape of the tomb can no longer be maintained. Hearing this, he understood. Meaning, does that mean Ramesses II has lost too? Damn it. How infuriating. The tower where everyone is standing has begun to collapse. The tower is about to collapse. Duhoen used his power, wanting to restore this place, turn it into a trap. What a difficult request. I'll make this tower as if it hadn't been excavated before, and use it to catch a few more fools. His eyes were unwavering, very determined. Restore the tomb! The tower is protected in a sphere. It is slowly restoring its original form. It seems he used a lot of energy to be able to restore this. He was panting with sweat dripping down his face. To restore this great tomb, after using all 4 of the best new system relics, his energy must have started to run out. After a while of restoration, this tower finally returned to its original form. At least the collapse can finally be stopped. Now, let's go get the loot. There are a lot of useful things on the ground right now for both him and the 3 relics. Many small items were also brought out. That's right, in the end, those 3 relics are the only things I can really use. Duhoen hugged those items tightly, delighted to have obtained them. Achievements. However, we can process them into products or use them when tomb raiding. Stop exploring relics. Duhoen turned around with a haggard face and dark circles under his eyes. Shua immediately reminded him. Your face is so pale and all you can think about is achievements. Seriously. You need to rest a bit. Now that we're done, I'm gonna rest for a long time. Suddenly, Duhoen's eyes widened, as if he had sensed something. He hugged the items, immediately stood up, turned around and looked outside, wondering to the other 2. Can you guys feel the energy of the relic? Or is it just me? It's not just you who can feel it. Du Luyen felt the same thing as Duhoen. So all the other artifacts have appeared right now, right? I can feel it upstairs. Duhoen hugged the items in his arms and ran away. But from behind, Julian's reminder echoed. I have to go. You'll get in trouble if you don't rest soon. At a magnificent castle with sparkling lights shining outside, Jae-Hang quickly hid in a storage room. He was panting as he looked out the door. It seemed like he had been chased for a long time, so now he was exhausted, starting to breathe heavily. He looked out the door, hoping. Those employees or something are such a pain that I almost can't escape them. They probably won't find me here, right? In an old room, some items here were left messy. Looking around here, he was unwilling, unable to believe that he had to create his divine artifact in a warehouse like this. I thought if it was a luxurious mansion, the warehouse would also be luxurious. Jae-Ha immediately summoned his item. Come out, Ravan XY. Looking at the book in front of him, an idea sprang to his mind. Now, I should create a fake before I forget, shouldn't I?
although I don't even know if it will work. Jae-ha recalled seeing Ari and Hank talking together at the party earlier. Just now, among the British royal family members. That guy? I need to create a copy of him to convince the Princess of England. A perfect plan was created by Jae-ha. He controlled the hanky puppet in his hand to act according to his will. No matter how stupid this plan is, if it's a family member persuading you, could you refuse? He also knew why those people were chasing him right now. That's why I kept staring at his face and outfit but got interrupted by that bastard. Who did I think it was? It seems Jae-ha is about to create something new, and crackling noises sounded. But it's okay, I've already memorized some of it. Let's start. A servant approached Julian's group. That person bowed and reported the new information. He's not there either. Damn it. Julian deduced that Jae-ha hadn't actually run away, but was hiding inside the castle. Surely no one has left here because all exits are blocked. That means Joseja is somewhere inside. He ordered his subordinates. Don't be lazy, keep searching. Yes. Very quickly, JHA created a copy of Han with perfect accuracy. Looking at the copy he made, he also felt great. Not too bad, right? It seems his plan doesn't stop there. JH grinned, preparing to carry out his next plan. Now, let's move on to the next step. Han and his 2 bodyguards walked down the hallway. The 2 bodyguards stood guard outside the restroom, only Hank went inside. Jae-ha was already hiding in the restroom, waiting for him to come in. He gently pushed the door open to check the situation outside. Ja commanded his power. Now devour him. Just as Hanky turned his head back, he witnessed the scene before his eyes. What? Jaha launched the bag to capture Hankyo. Even he didn't expect the bag to be so effective. Got ya! This relic is so convenient. Jaha smiled triumphantly, tossing the bag in his hand. Lua lent me this Magoon film bag. Isn't it just as useful as the Ghost Van Gogh painting? The 2 bodyguards outside, hearing the commotion inside, immediately rushed in, shouting, Your Highness! Jaha quickly hid behind the door when he saw the 2 bodyguards enter, questioning him. What are you doing to the prince? Even he himself didn't expect the 2 bodyguards to enter so quickly. He immediately threw the bag, ordering it to devour them. The bag quickly swallowed the 2 bodyguards, but inside, the 2 bodyguards were still trying to escape. Phew, I forgot about the bodyguards. Ja returned to his calm demeanor, with a smug smile. But I've captured the British prince. Stay put in there. Now he's preparing to carry out his plan while I talk to the princess. Ari was standing alone when she suddenly heard a call. Princess! Jae-ha and the copy he created came to Ari's face. When she saw him, she immediately asked, Hello, your uncle. Do you know him? The Han KY clone next to him also spoke up to explain for him. And he wants to make a deal with you. With me? What deal? JH began negotiating with Ari, and in his heart, he also breathed a sigh of relief. I want to buy back the 6 relics that the princess is holding. She didn't notice, right? He glanced at the clone next to him, thinking, the guy next to me is her fake uncle. He offered a very generous offer. The Han KY clone persuaded his niece for him. While the 3 were talking, a guard recognized him. Although I don't plan to sell the relics today, let's listen to what he has to say first. The guard immediately reported the situation to his superior. I found Roseha. It's that guy, that bastard. When did he get here? But currently, Den is talking to the British princess, making it difficult for them to approach. Damn it, he's close to the British royalty. It's hard to get him out of there. Damn it. The female guard immediately ordered her subordinates. Go inform the boss. Okay. Over here, when Ari heard Jae-ha wanted to buy back the relics, she expressed, I really like those relics. I didn't intend to sell them from the beginning. But then she had the intention of selling them to him. In Jean, says Hart, when he heard that, he was very happy. But hearing you say that, I'm a little moved. Hanky's clone continued to manipulate Ari's psychology. Right? Now that you've played with them enough, you can sell them and buy more relics that you like. Ari was a little hesitant at this time, and pondered, should I? Suddenly, the lights in the castle flickered and went out. Jae-ha and the clone he created looked around when everything was dark, and questioned, what's going on? What suddenly happened? All the lights are off. Everyone in the room, noticing the lights go out, started murmuring in confusion. What's going on? Did the power go out? Watch your step. Let's just wait, the lights should be back on soon. A sudden flash of light appeared, quickly darting through the darkened room. Everyone who saw it was surprised, glancing around. Oh my god, what was that? Did someone fall? Slashes were continuously unleashed, blood splattering everywhere, and now everyone realized it was terrorists. Ja, seeing this, was immediately frightened, not knowing what just happened. Run! What's suddenly going on? A foot slowly stepped forward, reassuring everyone. Please, everyone, stay calm, we'll get caught up in this mess. A small light bulb floated in the air, immediately illuminating the room. Julian turned his head and ordered his henchmen. Quickly, use any artifacts that can emit light. Understood, sir. Items capable of lighting up were produced, illuminating the room. Julian, holding a handkerchief cast, stood in the center and announced to everyone. Everyone, please calm down. We don't know who they are, but we will definitely catch them. He was furious that they targeted this place. Several royals of high rank are here. They've picked the wrong people to mess with. As the lights came on, a dead body lying in a pool of blood was seen by everyone. Someone shouted, "Your Highness, he's dead!" Julian, seeing that someone had died, muttered under his breath, "Wasn't he royalty? What's going on?" Jay at this moment could only follow everyone else, scratching his head in confusion, not understanding what was happening. What? Did someone die? Not a royal, right? Seriously. These strange things keep happening. Ari, as if seeing something, immediately screamed in horror. "Uncle, is anyone else hurt?" Even Hanky's replica had been killed. Jaha, seeing death before him, was unwilling. "That fake I painstakingly created. Seriously, when did it get hit? My plan will fall apart." Ari immediately ran to Hankyo's body, wailing, "Uncle, wake up!" G, facing the body, finally remembered. "Huh? Now that I think about it, didn't I save this guy's life?" Uncle, his head was now in a mess, not knowing what to do. "This thing won't work anymore. Should I say I saved him?" Cracks are appearing on Hanky's replica, and this fake prince is about to break, isn't he? He guessed what was about to happen and called out to Ari. "Either way, I'm going to get caught. Uncle, princess." He immediately explained to Ari, "Don't worry, your uncle isn't dead." "What? What do you mean? Just what I said." Jaha opened his pocket dimension to bring the other three out. "Here, let's go." Uncle. Hanyo and his two bodyguards were freed, but he was really bursting for the toilet. "I'm in a hurry, but where's the bathroom?" Uncle Hankyo looked around at everyone, and he immediately became flustered. "What's going on? We're back in the hall. What happened? Why is it such a mess, Uncle?" "How so?" A giggle rang out, breaking the atmosphere. "It's simple." Jaha at this moment found a reason to cover up his crime. He immediately explained to everyone, "I knew all this would happen, and made a fake replica of your uncle. Sorry, but I had to lie to get out of this." JH gave a confident smile and loudly and clearly declared, "I predicted everything, so I replaced your uncle with a fake." Hankyo couldn't believe what he had just heard, and asked blankly, "So you tried to save me, not kidnap me?" Jay replied cheerfully, "Of course, why would I kidnap you?" His voice rang out steadily in everyone's astonishment. "From the moment I entered this banquet hall, I felt a little suspicious. I knew someone was targeting some important people here." Every word spoken seemed to be piercing Julian's heart. "But I'm not good at fighting, I can't beat him. Instead, I tried to protect him in my own way." JH gave a triumphant smile. He said the crux of the matter. "And I made a fake to replace him." Jaha looked up at the corpse on the floor and continued to explain. "The body lying there is a fake. Soon everyone will be able to verify it." Just like he said, it only took a moment for everyone to be in awe. The corpse turned into plaster. Jaha secretly calculated the time in his head, preparing for his plan. "Alright, perfect timing." Thinking that, he confidently raised his voice. "See? Just like I said, right?" Suddenly, a blonde-haired friend who seemed confused hesitantly asked, "Sir, is the minister over there also a fake? And were 2 more people assassinated?" Jaha clenched his hands, lowered his head, avoided everyone's gaze, and replied, "No, creating fakes takes a lot of time. Something happened while I was making fakes for those 2. As soon as he finished speaking, he burst into tears, constantly blaming himself. "I feel terrible, what should I do?" Seeing this, the people around him began to comfort him. "Please calm down, sir, don't be so sad." Ja cried so hard that his whole body trembled, but in his head he was calculating, is this performance successful? It should be successful, just as Jaha wanted. Ari was truly moved by his act. "I can't find the words to express what I think when I think about those who are gone. But one thing is certain, you are our benefactor." Han stepped forward and took his hand to express his gratitude. "That's right, without you, I would have died." Hanyo held his hands tightly, constantly thanking him for what he had done. "Thank you so much." He couldn't hide his joy, but he still tried to control his facial muscles. In his heart he was bursting. "Success! Success!" Julian, who appeared from nowhere behind them, suddenly brushed it off and shouted, "No way, we're still watching him." And he didn't do what he said. He pointed at JHA, trying to expose the truth. "He's just trying to impersonate the prince. We will definitely check that." JHA was a little confused by what was happening in front of him. He reassured himself. "He dares to ruin my play? I can't be pushed away." Jaha tried to salvage the situation amidst the surrounding discussion. "It's impossible now that I've become a worthy hero." Thinking that, he decided to take a risk and spoke up. "He's lying." With the suspicion of the British princess, he asked Julian back, "Why are you still following me when everyone should be enjoying this party?" JHA was not afraid, and loudly asked in a mocking tone, "Sir, what are you planning?" Julian immediately felt guilty for being hit right on the mark, and stammered in response, "What?" He was so ashamed that he became angry and roared again as if afraid everyone wouldn't hear. "Are you trying to blame us?" Dia acted innocent, and replied in an extremely nonchalant voice, "I'm just telling the truth." He kept asking questions to corner Duo, determined not to let his prey escape. "Then let's talk about the truth. Who did you guys save? How dare you guys make such a fuss?" He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. His voice choked and he couldn't speak. "This guy?" Han Kyo seemed to understand everything, so he tried to politely drive him away. You need to leave here immediately. Don't harass my benefactor. Duan felt so humiliated that he could only stammer to explain. No, Your Highness. Everyone around seemed to be on Jafaha's side, and they all scolded. Don't mess with good people. Get out. How dare you do that to the person who saved the prince's life? Julian was completely defeated. He only dared to explain to the crowd in a low voice, that's not it. The others joined in to attack him with a suspicious voice. Don't tell me you guys caused this terrorist attack? In Jaha's heart he was extremely happy, because he was sure he had won. Won. After he left, Han Ky politely spoke up. Don't worry about them, and tell me what reward you want. He was surprised and couldn't believe what he was hearing, so he couldn't help but ask, Reward? The Duke's uncle smiled broadly and generously replied to that question. You saved my life. Of course there's no way I wouldn't repay you. Don't hesitate to say what you want. In Jaha's head, tens of thousands of gold coins and kim were running towards him. His eyes lit up, and he rejoiced. Anything? Oh my god, is it finally time to change my life? Jaha was stunned for a few minutes, then slapped himself hard to regain his composure. No. First, he cleared his throat and spoke. Then, he hesitated for a moment, and cautiously made his request. Could you sell me the relics that I said I wanted to buy? Ari smiled sweetly, and casually replied as if it were natural. Oh my god, of course! Jia couldn't believe his ears, his face full of joy, and asked again. Really? Ari remained the same as before, and gently replied, Of course. Is there anything else? She continued to make offers that left Jaha speechless. If it's achievements, I have a few more. What do you think? Do you want them? Or do you just need them? I would like to invite you to dine at the palace. What do you think? Suddenly, two journalists, who appeared out of nowhere, rushed to ask Jaha questions. R.O. Jaha, what do you think about becoming the benefactor of the British royal family? What method did you use to predict the terrorist attack? Please tell us. His eyes shone brightly, still in disbelief at what was happening before him. What's going on? I think I just got reborn. Cut to the Oman Tower, a massive tower shrouded in the hazy smoke of twilight. A group of people dressed in black from head to toe were chatting animatedly, finally reaching the top of the tower. I can smell the relic here. They stopped in front of a large door. The leader, Du Hoin, stated confidently, It's definitely behind this door. His eyes became crafty as he asked his two remaining teammates, Should we just open it? Julien placed his hand on Du Hoin's shoulder, adjusted his glasses menacingly and said, I'll open it. You just save your energy. It's pretty impressive that you can even stand here after using up so many low-tier relics. With that, Julien placed his hand crackling with lightning on the door. They waited for a moment, and then the door instantly exploded, shattering into 100 pieces. Du Hoin stood with his arms crossed amidst the thick smoke, and said with confidence, Easier than I thought. Loki was running away on horseback in the distance, amidst the voices of the three of them. I know it. Is that the thief we forgot about? Suddenly, a golden rope was thrown out, along with a command. Go, rope! The rope quickly wrapped around Loki, startling her into a loud scream. Let me go! Loki struggled incessantly, while the other three watched with the calm demeanor of spectators. Let me go! Damn it, wait, you're the one with the rope, right? Du Hoin calmly said to the one trying to escape from the rope. You're quite famous, little devil. He looked at Loki squirming on the floor, and couldn't help but advise. Where do you think you're going? Give up. As soon as the words left his mouth, Loki fell heavily to the ground. Julian helpfully introduced from behind. It's Loki's achievement. Du Hoin didn't understand, so he repeated the words from his employee's mouth. Loki? Julian understood his boss all too well, so he had to take on the task of explaining it to Du Hoin. She's a god-tier relic, and she's been hiding her aura. Loki was still struggling on the floor, constantly cursing. I told this thing to let me go, you idiot! Du Hoin was still clueless, still not understanding what was happening, and continued to ask, What's he doing here anyway? Just to introduce her, Loki is a troublemaker in Norse mythology. The story goes that he can shapeshift at will and can give birth to many monsters. Du Hoin pondered. Wait, if I remember correctly, this is a relic of... He tried to rummage through his memory to see what kind of people it was for. It's used by high-ranking members of Pandora, even though I've only met them as enemies. Du Hoin was still full of questions, constantly asking himself, could this relic be under someone else's control? Thinking this, Du Hoin couldn't help but admire the one who was constantly struggling on the floor. You learn fast, I'll admit. Loki paused for a moment, then disappeared with a taunt. How about this? The three of them shouted in surprise. She ran! She ran! She turned into a fly and then secretly rejoiced, cursing the three of them. Idiots! Loki nonchalantly flew in front of Du Hoin, unaware of the danger. I can escape just like this, even though it's pretty embarrassing. He immediately clapped his hands together. Loki was now squashed flat under Du Hoin's hand. He playfully asked, Where were you planning to go? Want to try the feeling of being destroyed? Loki was hurt, so she had to return to her original form. Her body was now covered in scratches. You? How did you know? Du Hoin answered clearly, as if he held the winning hand of this game. I already knew that you were very good at shapeshifting. You may be a human, but you're quite clever. He glared at the opposite side, pondered for a moment, and then asked, do you have an owner? Duhoen continued to explain his question in the face of Loki's wariness. Normally, relics will attack humans who invade their territory. But you tried to run away. He gave a contemptuous smile, as if he knew everything. Although Loki is very cunning, he's not greedy enough to do that. What are you doing here? Who sent you? A voice rang out, drawing Duho's attention away from Loki. Master, take! This has taken it away! It's the bag he's holding! I stole it from him! He blankly asked about the bag that the voice had just mentioned. Where is it? But anyway, I should see what he's trying to escape with, right? Loki was unwilling, determined to keep the item until the end, so she loudly scolded the person opposite her. Hey, don't touch my stuff! Duhoen ignored her words, flipped through the book while reading contracts? Written in hieroglyphs, ownership agreements, lists of tenants, and land records. He skimmed through a few pages, looked up at Loki, and gently asked, you think you can own this tower? Loki couldn't believe what she had just heard, and asked in panic, what? How can humans read our writing? Duhoen gave a cunning smile, his face now faintly revealing an uncontainable playfulness, and cheerfully replied, none of your business. What good are you? Give it to me. Loki maintained her stubbornness, and retorted with arrogance, why should I give it to you? Duhosen ignored her, gently calling out to the two companions who were preparing to attack the slaves. He paused for a moment, then continued his threat to Loki. Torture her until she vomits it out. As soon as he finished speaking, the two rushed forward, terrifying Loki. Are you guys debt collectors? Julian was the first to strike. As soon as he raised his hand, tens of thousands of electric sparks instantly appeared. Loki ran forward as fast as she could, trying to dodge the electric sparks that were chasing her. Out of nowhere, a rock appeared in the middle of the road, causing her to trip and fall. Loki tumbled forward several times, covering her entire body in scratches. But Loki still refused to give up, growling as she struggled to stand. Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror, followed by a powerful beam of light piercing through her body. Loki, covered in wounds and in pain, cursed at the three of them. You bastards, I'll show you my power. With that, she transformed into a huge, ferocious bear and asked, how's this? I'll end you all. Julian asked in surprise. She transformed? Seeing this, he became frightened, trembling as he called out, Duhoen! Duhoen, knowing his place, did his best to help. They tried their best, but it wasn't enough. He took something out of his pocket and held it up in the air, saying he would use it this time. Just to explain, what Duhoen took out was a fragment of Himdu that had been broken but was still usable. Especially in a situation like this. Because this is a consumable relic, I can use it immediately. On the other side, Julian was being chased by the ferocious Loki. Duhoen looked at the relic jar in his hand, and then looked at Loki, thinking to himself that she would definitely hate this relic the most. As soon as the relic flew over, Loki felt uncomfortable and stopped chasing. Her whole body ached, so she shook her head vigorously, expressing her body's rejection, wondering, what is this? The system was equally surprised by the action, so it popped up and asked Duhoen, isn't that Himdu? It smells like him? Loki, in agony, went crazy and shouted angrily, what did you throw at me? Seeing her like that, Duhoen was very pleased, thinking smugly, looks like it's working. Just to explain, Loki and Himdu weren't very amicable, because Loki kept vying for the opportunity to enter the gate guarded by Himdu. When Ragnarok, also known as the Apocalypse, occurred, their heads were stuck together until they died. Duhoen held up the relic bag with a mocking expression, explaining to her, this is a fragment of Himdu's relic. I can sprinkle this powder on you many times. He threw the scattered relic particles at Loki, saying, now, hand over control of the tower. She was in too much pain to bear it, not knowing what to do, so she had to fight back strongly. Stop it! Sua, seeing her boss acting like a child, could only mutter helplessly. He looks like he's performing an exorcism. Duhoen was so childish that he kept chasing Loki, thinking as he ran, once there's an exit. Then he tackled Loki hard, and a blue light immediately enveloped her. Loki was in terrible pain and didn't know what to do, so she had to humble herself and beg, it hurts! Stop! Sua, seeing her boss constantly chasing and tormenting Loki, asked helplessly, what is boss doing? Loki had to give in. Finally, Loki signed the contract transferring ownership of the tower to him. He had become the owner of this tower. Duhoen triumphantly opened the book with a smug smile, saying to himself, let's see, can I use it? Loki on the other side spoke up as she pretended to be nice, saying, I'll teach you how to use it, human. Loki looked at Duhoen with hateful eyes, cursing in her heart. I don't trust relics, especially you. Loki's eyes gradually sharpened, her mind filled with calculations. He's busy reading that book. Loki seemed to realize that a fat prey was sitting right in front of her. My chance. Thinking this, she transformed, causing smoke to envelop a corner of the room. This time, Loki transformed into a bird, looking more agile than before. Julian shouted when he saw this. She's transforming! He watched Loki fly away and cursed regretfully. Damn it! Dua seemed to remain calm, only saying sadly, she escaped again. She transforms quickly. Duhoen walked over from afar, nonchalantly reassuring the two of them. Forget her. I got what I needed. I don't care about those annoying things. Unlike the other two, he wasn't upset at all, and continued with a smug look. Now the tower belongs to me. Julian didn't understand what he was saying, so he asked, puzzled. Isn't it supposed to be destroyed after being conquered? Duhoen gestured with the book in his hand toward Julian, reminding him of a past memory. Do you remember the Royal Family Valley? I'm planning to turn this place into that. He seemed to be spacing out, not quite understanding Duhoen's words, so he asked again. You mean you're going to leave this tomb here like a husk? Jen remained patient with Julian's questions, explaining slowly. Pandora isn't easy to fool. They're quick to catch on. It only takes a few days of being deceived. The tower's main value is the contract book. According to the book, the tower's floors can be rented out to relics. I just need to release the relics I just caught, and have them rent a floor. He looked at the display showing the imprisoned relics, and cheerfully continued. Of course, that doesn't include Ramset, Napoleon, and Jiang Yu. I'll spend a lot of time making contracts with all of them, one by one, so it's better if I release them and collect rent. Duho looked at the people kneeling at his feet and loudly asked, Hey relics, I'm planning to let you go, so you can live freely again. One of the relics, still clueless, innocently asked, You're not going to make contracts? Standing high above them, Duhoen looked down with a bored expression and scoffed. Why would I make contracts with relics like you? Besides, now the tower is mine, so you'll have to pay rent to me. Duhoen smiled with satisfaction at what was happening, raising his hand. Just so you know, the rent is going up to 50 million a month. The relics, faces full of frustration, whined and protested together. That's not fair, but he didn't bother to pay attention to them, simply saying, If you don't like it, I'll suck you back into the painting. Duhoen paused for a moment, then continued with undisguised joy. I'm not letting you off the hook, so pay this month's rent now. The people below began to murmur amongst themselves. One relic scolded another. What's wrong with you? Julian, seeing the relic so miserable, felt equally helpless. Almost forgetting that he was the king of swindlers, Duho ignored them all, playfully bragging about his accomplishments. I fixed this almost collapsing building, so just consider that a renovation fee. The relics, both surprised and impressed, asked in unison, Really? The three of them happily left in the twilight. Duhoen walked ahead, secretly sighing in relief. Finally, they stayed as tenants. Afterward, they decided to leave the tomb. Regarding the tomb being destroyed after conquest, he ordered Ramses to keep it intact. They easily left the tomb. Duhoen, leading the way, couldn't hide his happiness, muttering to himself, Finally, everything is done. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Everything seemed to be spinning before his eyes. Duhoen closed his eyes slightly to regain his balance. But it didn't work. He turned to look at Julian and Sua, and saw their terrified faces screaming, Boss! As the scream ended, Duhoen collapsed. He lay sprawled on the cold ground, but Duhoen didn't faint. He still wore a strange smile. Suddenly, everything was spinning. Did he use too much energy? Julian stood beside him, helplessly folding his arms. He asked in a bored tone, I was wondering why you haven't fainted yet, especially after using those god-tier relics to rebuild the tomb and deal with Loki. Julian looked at Duhoen, who was lying on the ground with a helpless smile, and said, You're really something. I'll find a place to stay overnight, so just sleep. In the end, Duhofen was helped by his two subordinates. It seemed he had overdone it, but it didn't matter anymore, because Duhoen had successfully conquered. Thinking this, he fell asleep. Julian turned to talk to the only girl in the group. Good job, Sua? He hesitated for a moment, then invited the beautiful girl. Want to grab a bite? Sua was also quite hungry, so she immediately responded. Dozens of ideas popped into her head. Sounds good, what should we eat? Duho, lying on the side, heard about food, and immediately ordered. Pizza! Julian knew his duty well, so he could only helplessly obey. I'll buy it for you. Julian and Sua immediately moved to a nearby pizza shop. He sat on a chair in the restaurant, constantly grumbling. Why is the pizza shop so close to the hotel? Sua, sitting across from him, seeing his displeasure, spoke up to comfort him. If you want something else, I can buy it first. Julian finished a mouthful of water, then hesitantly revealed the truth in his heart. I'm okay with pizza. I'm just a little worried. She didn't understand what he was talking about, so she blurted out a question. He pondered for a moment, then honestly confided. About the boss, he pushed himself too hard today. The question is, how long will it take to recover? Last time, he slept for a whole week. Julian continued, to Sua's shock, bewilderment, and surprise. It'll probably take quite a while before we get back to New York. She didn't know what to say, so she just politely replied,
I haven't thought about that yet.
Sua was still curious and asked, "But boss is stronger than before, right?" Julian wasn't sure either, so he replied vaguely, "Just then, the pizza arrived. I wasn't sure if the pizza was here yet." The two took the pizza and returned to the hotel. Julian opened the door and called out, "Your pizza's here!"
The response they got was a messy room, and Du Huan was nowhere to be seen. Julian wondered, where did he go?
Sua had been with him the whole time, so she was just as clueless. "Don't tell me." She thought for a moment and voiced her guess. "He's been kidnapped?" Julian, strangely, found this reasonable. He chimed in, "That makes sense." They searched for a while but couldn't find him anywhere, so Sua confirmed, "He's really gone. No one's in the bathroom." Julian looked worried about his boss, annoyed and wondering, who did this? Where did they take him? Suddenly, he heard a faint voice from outside. "Hey!" They both ran to the window and looked down, hearing some commotion below. "Look at him, what are you doing?" They were surprised by what they saw. They said in unison, "Boss Du Hoan is wildly slashing at a tree down there." Someone boldly asked,
"Hey, what are you doing with that sword in broad daylight?"
A strange blue flame emanated from his eyes. Du Hoan smiled eerily and replied, "Can't you see? I'm chopping this thing." The other person could only helplessly answer vaguely, "Is that so?" Julian and Sua were still dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening to their boss. After waiting for a while until they both calmed down, Julian finally yelled to stop him. "He's gone!" In everyone's eyes, Julian didn't care. He was furious, and blurted out, "Damn it, where is he?" As for Sua, she was apologetic, and bowed deeply.
"We're very sorry for chopping the tree without permission."
A look of determination immediately appeared on Sua's face, and she affirmed to him, "I'll find him." "Okay." Then she quickly summoned the assassin artifact Moonjud to find the captain. Judo quickly turned around, dashing forward with a determined expression. "Understood. I'll go immediately." Not long after, Sua and Julian were hurrying away when they overheard some voices that caught their attention. "Sir, did you hear what happened?" "No, I'm very confused too." The two stopped abruptly, silently observing the two people in front of them. "A young man came and tried to buy everything in the shop. I don't know what he's doing." At this time, Sua stood next to him, looking pensive for a moment before hesitantly saying, "I guess they're talking about the boss." Julian immediately replied, "We have to get him back. I don't know what else he'll do." Then the two hurried after Sua's artifact again. As he ran, he exclaimed, "If I used as much energy as the boss, I would have fallen into a deep sleep already. The complicated risks, plus the little stamina left, will bury his body even deeper." Before long, the two arrived in front of a bar, from which came the slurred voices of people who were drunk. "This guy's buying for all of us. Free drinks," Julian helplessly uttered. "He's going to use up all the money." Suddenly, the moon assassin slipped into an alleyway. The two seemed sure that he was in that alley. Sua and Julian quickly appeared and looked inside. In there, they caught sight of a very familiar group of people. Before them was the scene of Du Hoan, standing majestically among a crowd of people lying sprawled on the ground. The two stammered softly, "Boss, what are you doing? And what did you do to these people?" At this time, Du Hoan, his face covered in sweat, grinned and turned around, saying triumphantly, "They said they were the local gangsters and we caused trouble for a street vendor, so I taught them a lesson." Julian looked helplessly at him in front. He gently praised, "Well done. Now, let's go back to the hotel? How will you recover if you keep running around wasting energy?" Du Hoan immediately panicked, shouting as if afraid they wouldn't hear, "No, I know what I need to do." Du's whole body immediately erupted with a fierce energy. He tightly furrowed his brows and angrily said to the girl standing next to him, "Yul, I'm tired of trying to persuade you, so I'm just going to beat you up and drag you back." Witnessing this scene, Sua next to him was a little worried. "Like that, isn't that a bit much?" Taking advantage of the fact that he was focused on her words, Du Hoan had already lifted his foot and ran quickly towards him at some point. In an instant, he was in front of Julian and extended his hand forward. With a straight uppercut from below to the chin, he didn't expect it, and took the full blow. Du Hoan's pupils contracted instantly, his eyes fixed on Julian. His hand clenched into a fist, just like that. A punch straight into his stomach. Just looking at it is enough to feel the pain. Instantly, blood spurted from Julian's mouth, and his eyes rolled back. Julian lost his footing and collapsed backward, his back scraping roughly against the ground. In his eyes, Du Hoan looked no different from a devil. Along with Sua's comment, "I guess it wasn't easy." Even though he lost his mind, he still fought well. Julian, flattened on the ground, managed to stammer, But I have a plan." Under her attentive gaze, he questioned himself. "The risk is just that he'll waste money and get into a bit of a scuffle, but it's not too big. Should we just leave him be?" Julian, sprawled on the ground, his glasses glinting, suggested, "Just keep an eye on him and let him burn through his energy." Sua, not paying much attention to the man on the floor, casually replied, "Makes sense. All right, let's do it." Just then, Du Hoan's frantic scream echoed, freezing them both in their tracks. "Something's burning. I told you to only take half a dose," a voice called out. "Boss!" But he was completely out of his mind, single-mindedly running forward with the fire in his hands. "Don't stop me! Money means nothing! Burn, baby, burn!" Sua, behind him, exclaimed helplessly. "That's both dangerous and wasteful." At this point, Julian's spirit crumbled. He clutched his head in frustration. Forget the plan, he's gone crazy. Sua quickly added, "Let's catch him." So the two of them abandoned their plan. But even then, it was still difficult to catch Sewin. They had tried many times and still failed. They remained patient until the problem solver arrived. It was unknown how long it had been, but now Jen had been restrained and was lying neatly in one place. His whole body was surrounded by white restraints, and the problem solver was Chloe. She stood akimbo, looking at the troublemaker in front of her, and hesitantly said, "Well, anyway, for now." Turning to Sua and Julian, who both seemed drained of all life because of him, Chloe gently asked, "Shouldn't you two be taken care of first?" Julian suddenly lowered his head to the ground, only able to reply listlessly, "I had to try to stop him from doing crazy things." Sua, beside him, wearily added, "Chloe, you should have come sooner." She replied, "I came as soon as I got the call." Afterward, Chloe crossed her arms and approached Duhoen, who was lying motionless on the ground. "I can give you two some nutritional supplements after I give him some." Just then, he groggily opened his eyes. The two, upon seeing this, exclaimed, "Boss, you're awake?" Duhoen looked around at himself in bewilderment, dreamily wondering, "What's this? Songbird relic?" Duhoen raised his hand to rub his head, which was throbbing with pain, and couldn't help but wonder, what happened? Chloe immediately rushed to his side. "Don't you remember? They said you went crazy because of the relic's backlash." Under Duhoen's blank and bewildered expression, she continued to rattle off all the embarrassing things he had done. "They also said you spent a ton of money doing weird things. Do you want to hear more?" He replied without hesitation, "No." Then Chloe turned her gaze to the two slumped figures sitting despondently. But they tried their best to make sure nothing too serious happened. Duhoen casually remarked, "Glad they're okay. But what's wrong with them?" She replied helplessly, "They just came back from a visit with the Grim Reaper." Afterward, Chloe explained and presented about his rampage. "I've neutralized all the side effects of the relic in you with Songbird, so you should be fine." Duhoen then wondered, "Now that I think about it, shouldn't you be in New York? Why are you here?" She was surprised by this question, her eyes widening, but then she replied, "I booked a flight as soon as the vice captain called me, and when I got here you were like a ticking time bomb." The two then stood up. Chloe looked at Duhoen worriedly, unable to resist the urge to advise, "Don't push yourself so hard. Next time, you should think more carefully." But his smile still looked cunning as he said, "I can just do it if I want, because I have you, right?" Annoyed and displeased, Chloe retorted, "You want to get hit?" Then Duhoen turned his head to the side, inwardly thinking, "Damn it. Is the type of relic I used different from before? The side effects are so different that it's quite difficult to adapt." The image of a glowing box slowly appeared in Duhoen's memory. Before, only some parts of the archaeological relic had side effects. Like the archaeologist relic brought knowledge, the side effect was only a craving for knowledge. Then he remembered reading books under the light. "That's why I didn't get enough rest in my past life, because of that side effect. Usually, I would bury myself in books and haul ass to knowledge festivals. Having more knowledge is one thing, but it would be better to know what the side effects of the relic are." Suddenly, Chloe, who had been behind him all this time, spoke up with a concerned voice. "So, are you done here?" Duhoen immediately replied, "We'll be back right away." He turned his gaze to her and questioned, "Is everything okay? How's Erin?" Chloe crossed her arms in front of her chest and answered his question. "She's fine. Did you receive her help?" After hearing that, Duhoen smiled wryly, still holding the soda can tightly. He said, "Oh, really? Thanks to her, I escaped the Exploration King." Suddenly, he asked a question that made Chloe jump. "How about Jeha? Is he back yet?" A second later, the girl immediately replied, to Duhoen's confusion, "Maybe you haven't checked the news because you've been in the tomb all this time." The boy suddenly blurted out, "Is something going on?" Chloe seriously picked up her phone and stared intently at it. "Jeha is no joke now. He's famous." Right on the phone screen was the news article related to, "Take a look." As soon as he saw it, the boy was stunned on the spot, still unable to process. What is this? What kind of headline is this? Jeha has become the benefactor of the British royal family? The two gaunt, dried-up corpses, hearing this, also became nosy, and sat up with their gossip bug. Chloe continued. There was a terrorist incident at the relic exhibition, where Jean saved the life of the British prince. Then she slowly walked closer, quickly tapping a few times on the phone screen. "That's why he's become very famous. Look, there are many headlines about him." In a television video, Jeha was sitting, smiling, and giving an interview. Not just newspapers but news too. He's been interviewed everywhere. He's practically a celebrity now. She stared at Duhoen, listening to him say everything. Furthermore, Bandora promoted him to the King of Opportunities. As soon as he heard it, he was utterly surprised and turned up the volume. What? King of Opportunities? Unable to accept what he had just heard, Duhoan uttered in astonishment. This idiot. What is he doing when I assigned him a mission?
Suddenly, the previous memory between him and Genha flooded back into his subconscious.
Sua, who had just woken up, immediately started talking. Didn't you assign him the mission to buy a relic in the United Kingdom? Duhokan confirmed. That's why I sent him to the exhibition. But then he felt a bit puzzled again, rushing to reassure himself. But if you look at it another way, this news is good, right? Now that they recognize him, it will be easier to acquire the relic there.
Suddenly Chloe spoke in a serious tone, and he attentively turned to listen. I personally think the British royal family won't let him leave. They said they would repay their benefactor. I also don't think he would ever refuse their kind intentions.
The two people who had their life force drained were also focused on listening to the situation. He could ask the British royal family to arrange a luxury hotel, couldn't he? I think it's possible. Because the most recent article mentioned something like that. The article appeared, and Genha was also receiving many new invitations. Many articles mentioned him as having a lucky break. Moreover, he was also proposed a job for hire. Duhoan could not contain his shock, immediately exclaiming, Damn it, why did he do it without telling me? Julian looked at him helplessly and expressed his own thoughts. I think he might just run away with this opportunity. Then he said a sentence that momentarily turned Duhoan into the villain. Think about the things you made him do. The boy immediately dodged and tried to make excuses. It's just because I wanted him to improve his skills. He looked at the boy with a judging gaze. That's what you said. Duhoan then clenched his teeth, his eyes looking into the distance, his expression slightly gloomy. Che, well, let's go check it out then. He secretly wondered. Jeha, are you really planning to run away from me? He kept muttering endless lamentations. 1 second with that good deal? But now I want to rest. Hearing that, the man just gave a faint smile and happily replied, If you still intend to, just contact me. They were overjoyed. Really? Then I will definitely contact you again. After hanging up, his mouth immediately curled into a smile of amusement mixed with a bit of arrogance. Gosh, the more famous I get, the more people want to hire me. It's quite bothersome but also very fun, isn't it? Then, Genha reached for the expensive glass of red wine on the table. Now is not the time to talk about work. Relaxing is most important. How often does one get the chance to relax in a luxury hotel?
He sat cross-legged, leisurely enjoying every drop of wine in the lavish room, and the costs were all paid by the royal family.
How nice. Should I order more food and play some games? As he slowly stood up, the phone on the table rang once again. As soon as he picked it up, he expressed his confusion with an exclamation. What is this? Ah, it must be another recruitment call. I'm getting a little tired of this. Just like that, he picked up the phone with confidence, holding the glass of red wine in his hand.
Hello, I don't know what kind of job you're planning to propose, but I'm busy right now. Please call back later.
Not stopping there, Jean even put on a condescending expression. Also, just so you know, you have a lot of competitors, so I will consider your salary and conditions. Understood? But he had no idea that the person on the other end was Duhoan, whose face was dreadfully darkened, and just like that, a slow voice hissed through the phone, shocking Genha out of his wits. Really? You'd fly to France if the salary and conditions were right? The glass of red wine he was holding immediately fell heavily to the floor and shattered.
Standing next to the red wine flowing on the floor, Jen's legs unconsciously trembled non-stop. This voice. Boss, why are you using a different number?
And as Duhoan stood in the spacious area, he declared, I used a different number to test you, but sadly, I still have to propose your salary and conditions. The deer, frightened, stuttered, No, boss, I was just kidding.
Tears streaming down his face, he frantically begged. I turned down all the job offers people made. I swear. Duhoan immediately exposed him. Don't play dumb and try to deceive me. I know you still want to save money and run away from me, but you still have an excuse. That's just how you feel.
Another word turned Jahan's face pale. Hey, what about the relics I ordered? Relics. On the other end of the line, Jae hastily replied without a second's delay. They're done. I fixed them all. I even managed to get more relics from your royal family. Sua and Chloe stared blankly at the scene before them. Duhoan continued to question. If that's the case, why aren't you back yet? Are you waiting to be punished? On the other end, he frantically begged. Have mercy. Please have mercy on me. Jaha slumped to the floor as he listened to the voice on the other end. If the business there is finished, come back immediately. Where are you? Bro, you should have returned already. He didn't dare argue and immediately agreed. Yes, I'm coming back. I'll be back in half an hour. I'll explain. Okay. Afterwards, Duhoan stood in front of the three and said, It doesn't seem like he's going to run away. He just wants to have some fun over there. Duhoan glanced at Chloe and said, He'll be back soon. She immediately acted as if she understood. I understand. We will be together. Outside, a skyscraper painted the blue sky, and a voice echoed from inside the room. Exactly. Soon enough, Jean appeared in the room, whining and crying. As expected, Rose Jean came back not long after hanging up. He was terrified of being severely punished, so he immediately flew back to France. He knelt before Du Hoan, his voice trembling yet mixed with a touch of defiance. I wouldn't dare betray you. I was just enjoying life a bit too much after successfully completing the mission. Upon hearing this, Du Hoan became like a devil, fiercely glaring his sharp eyes downwards. What did you say? Successfully completed? Jinha immediately felt a bit intimidated. Boss, look at your eyes. Are you trying to glare me to death? His expression at this moment was exactly like that of a remorseful puppy. Of course, I want you to reflect on your mistakes. And I also think we'll gain quite a lot from this incident. Then Du Hoan flashed an utterly smug grin. Thanks to your fame, the Association of Relic Restorers has been disbanded. Relic Restorers. He picked up the phone, and on the screen was a news report. Because you received so many restoration invitations, the capabilities of those guys were called into question. Du Ho said to the perplexed boy. Out of jealousy, they might even sue you, but I'm sure they'll just be wasting their time. An illustrative image also appeared following Du Hoan's words. So here's the remaining benefit. When others want someone to restore a relic, they will have to give that person information about their relic. A mini Jinha version grinned smugly and ran off amidst the crowd's panic. You can pretend to agree, take the information, and run away. The information about the relics of other excavation teams will be in our hands. After hearing that, Zhen couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Du Ho immediately challenged. What do you mean? I've given you enough rest, and the boy playfully stuttered his reply. I'll do everything you ask. Du Honho sat seriously on the chair, looking like a king ordering his servant. That's good. Now, I want to see the relics you bought, bring them out. As soon as he received the order, Jin cheerfully took out a bag, from which streams of purple energy surged out. I put all of them in here. Soon, the relics appeared right here. They emitted a dazzling golden light. Du Hoan sat cross-legged, admiring this item. You got most of the relics I told you about. Deer beside him smiled brightly. Most of them? I got them without spending a single penny. Suddenly, Julian and Sua slowly walked to the two and questioned. Is that the relics? Which one are you aiming for? Sua widened her eyes, looking down. If you're looking for a powerful relic, then it must be the goddess Victoria's heel relic in the synthetic mythology, right? Suddenly, Du Hoan picked up something and answered, causing her to look at him in confusion. No, I'm not looking for relics like that. I don't want to buy relics used for fighting. Inside the box, when opened, a dazzling light flashed. This is Relic Grade A, the Manchu Han Imperial Feast of the Qing Dynasty. This relic has the ability to create the most delicious dishes in the world. He grinned smugly, while stroking his chin. In the past, the feast held by the Qing emperors was very extravagant and lasted for 3 days. Julian, beside him, upon hearing this, was so angry that he almost transformed into a beast. That relic is used for eating. Then they glanced at the goddess statue again. What about this? It looks like a god-tier relic. Is its rank high? Du Hoan quickly took it into his hands and replied, It's just an air purifier, for better sleep. Du Hoan then asked him in confusion, It can only do that? His whole body seemed to be on fire. Then why don't you just buy her an air purifier? However, he just smiled smugly, acting cool. Oh, this is very important. With it, I can sleep very well. Then Du Hoan turned to Julian and explained, What's wrong with you? I bought it with my own money. Because you keep buying relics that function like ordinary objects. Again, zoom in on the items on the ground. Along with that are Du Hoan's words that include everything. In an era full of relics like this, we must use them as ordinary items. Let me eat well and sleep well. At this moment, Chloe appeared like a goddess. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and suspiciously questioned, Boss, do you have insomnia? What are the symptoms? But before she could finish, Julian interrupted her. Wait, Chloe, there's something more important. How much have you spent? Hearing that, Du Hoan nonchalantly put on an innocent face. I don't know, but I gave JHA about 200 million to get there. Julian shouted in disbelief. 200 million? Are you crazy? JH immediately defended his generous boss. Don't worry, I didn't spend any of it. Images from his memories flooded back with his words. The princess gave it all to me. She said it was a reward for her benefactor. Even though they're super expensive, she's really nice. Then Du Hoan smirked triumphantly at him, full of provocation. See? I didn't even have to pay for these relics. This made Julian incredibly bitter. Che, I should have known. Of course, Mr. Useless got lucky. Not letting him relax for a moment, Du Hoan casually quipped, I wonder which relics I should buy with my unlimited funds next. This successfully made Julian's blood boil. You bastard! Scene change. At the Pandora headquarters, night had fallen over the towering building. Some rooms were still lit up. Inside the conference hall, 3 people stood straight back at the center. All eyes were on them. Murmurs, mixed with doubt and disbelief, constantly escaped.
Is it true that the Loki relic we sent to the Tomb of Self-Esteem has returned? Yes. Not to mention it's half destroyed.
Amidst the focused gaze of everyone, questions continue to be raised.
So, that tomb now belongs to Xiao Du Hoen? You said you'd protect that place.
At that moment, a pair of determined feet took a step forward under the barrage of questioning. Out of the 7 tombs around the world, 5 already belonged to him. What's wrong with you? He stood tall and majestic, looking at the crowd. Calm down, stop arguing. Aren't you all leaders of Pandora? The 2 people above, upon seeing this person, were immediately shocked and surprised. Welcome, Chairman Rose Chai. Rotai proudly flashed a smile full of meaning and arrogance. If I'm having a problem, then we'll find a solution together. Remember that again. Some people still had many questions they wanted answered. But isn't the situation dire? It's 5 out of 7 tombs. He casually put his hands in his pockets, his voice firm and resolute. I will take the remaining 2. No matter what, one of us is an undefeated leader. Elsewhere, a parrot perched on a metal bar, its eyes flashing a golden light. He continued to speak. I'll play all my remaining cards this time. I might even participate myself. The bird, with its golden eyes, seemed to listen intently. If we just acquire the Emperor's disc that will appear this time, I can fix all the mistakes from before. An image of a ferocious beast appeared, because it possessed a very different power. That power could greatly enhance the strength, physique, and mind of its possessor. Rotai, standing before the crowd, continued to elaborate on his thoughts. No matter how strong Xiao Du Hoen is, it will be difficult for him to deal with the powerful people who have made contracts. That's why we should focus on this issue.
Someone else raised their own question. But didn't you also say that you would refresh the king system designated by Pandora? He immediately agreed decisively.
Exactly. With an expressionless face, Ridia began a long speech. There are already 4 members who have been granted the title of king in Pandora, starting with Sewen, the king of thieves.
He stood below, his mouth not stopping for a second.
And Sewen's subordinate, who just received the title of king of opportunity, and his best friend, the king of bankruptcy. And finally, Julian, the king of strategy, who has been appearing with him recently. Vai unconsciously grinned widely. Occupying 4 out of the 15 king positions, even if they acquire the power I just mentioned, we still outnumber them. His expression at this moment was like a predatory beast. And we can gradually add more kings here. The hall buzzed with voices. You want to increase the number of kings here? Didn't you say before that there would only be 15 kings? Isn't Pandora's system decision absolute? Prometheus smirked, explaining. The Pandora system only selects 15 kings corresponding to that amount of power. But because of Suen's appearance, the situation has changed.
We must try to increase the number of kings on our side. The group controlling the Pandora system will be responsible for this.
The hall responded in unison. Understood, he spoke, expressing. Then I hope everyone can do their best in each of their missions. All right, let's start working. The hall was once again filled with chatter. Come on, don't give up yet. We have Prometheus planning ahead for us. There's nothing to worry about. A majestic eagle suddenly appeared, flapping its wings around. It landed on Prometheus' shoulder. He leisurely left. Ivy suddenly chased after him, calling out loudly. Wait! Prometheus turned his head slowly, asking in a deep voice. Evok Feller, what is it? What do you want to ask?
She spoke frankly. You said before that you would remove some of the tombs among the 7, and we would try to stimulate it by adding more kings. Does that mean you will take action directly?
Although you've only stood by until now, have you changed your mind? Prometheus readily admitted. You could say that. I can't let someone like Hoenn possess that power. The power I've wanted to talk about all this time is hereditary. It can't be taken lightly. Our people must have it, he declared with determination. Ivy stammered in bewilderment. Okay. Prometheus suddenly spoke, requesting a favor. Since you've followed me until now, allow me to ask for your help, she exclaimed in surprise.
Help? He instructed sternly. Starting now, I'll be quite busy. I want you to lead Pandora well while I'm away. Since the hall just now was full of arrogant fools, let them know that you will be in command.
Ivy looked up in a panic, thinking to herself. He's revealing his true form.
Prometheus suddenly transformed into the muscular true form of a god.
Rose, I know. He's Prometheus, the Greek god regarded as the symbol of courage, wisdom, and sacrifice for humanity. Prometheus questioned. Why aren't you answering me? Akai Vai regained her composure and exclaimed, Ah yes, I will fulfill your request well. You won't need to worry about Pandora. He praised with satisfaction. Good, I hope everyone is as obedient as you. She immediately replied.
Thank you. Prometheus left a message.
Then I'll leave everything to you. And then suddenly disappeared in a whirlwind. Ivy stood there blankly, watching intently. She said, Be careful. Scene changed to Jua's bedroom, the man on the TV demanded with a displeased expression. So they want you to use your prophetic relics more often, he exclaimed in shock. More often? Wait, didn't he give you one? Sleeping while using relics doesn't mean I'm not exhausted. After using them, I usually go back to sleep to avoid getting exhausted. You want me to live like that every day, just lying in bed all day? I'll die of boredom. Shua was furious at this point, but the man didn't intend to let him off the hook, replying, however, you have to do it. Pandora is in an emergency state since Duhoen took over the Tomb of Pride, and your leader hasn't contacted you yet? Since you're also part of the executive board, do your job. Also, you're a king. The king of destiny. Shua stood up helplessly, saying, okay, I understand. He tells me I'll extend my prophecy time. Happy now? In return, if I get sick, you'll be responsible. The man replied with satisfaction. All right. Then the man ended the call, and Shua cursed in frustration. It's all because of that crazy Duhoen. There was a knock on the door of the room. It seemed someone had arrived. The assistant suddenly opened the door and announced, Boss Sua, you have a visitor. It's Jiang Chen from Azure Dragon. He stood there dumbfounded, not knowing why he was there. Outside in the waiting room, Jiang Chen was already sitting silently, waiting. As Rosua walked out, he greeted, Hello, Rosua. He slumped into a chair with an annoyed look and asked, What do you want? The assistant immediately explained, Didn't I send a king seeker to warn you? Shua retorted, but that bastard Xian Duhoen still escaped and took the Tomb of Pride. Jiang Chen then spoke. That's why I've come here to see you. This time, I need to be better prepared to deal with him. Sua angrily replied. It's useless. The information about Shoen has not appeared in my prophecy. No matter how many times I've tried, the result is the same. Is he using a holy relic for 24/7 protection? Jiang Chen hummed in response. He wondered, why don't you try to foresee my future instead? Sua flinched upon hearing that. Jiang Chen put forward his idea. That Sei Duhoen guy. I assume he has a protective holy relic to prevent you from seeing his future, but if you try to prophesy the future of someone else, you might encounter him again in the future. Based on that deduction, wouldn't he indirectly appear in that prophecy? Sua stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, That makes sense. I did see him appear in the Tomb of Pride before. At that time, I was trying to get a prophecy for my team. When I tried to look into his future, I couldn't see anything. But he appeared in someone else's prophecy. But in the future, if you don't come into contact with him, I might not get any information about him at all. Is that okay? I won't give you a refund, you know. Jiang Chen quickly affirmed. No problem. I have a feeling that he and I are about to meet. According to him, the expression on his face has been strange since the first time we met. As if he was thinking about something while looking at my face. At first I thought it was normal, but the more I searched for information about him, the more clearly strange that expression of his seemed. Sua burst out laughing. An oddball like him is bound to have a strange expression. Well, it's fine since you said okay. But I'm getting a little worried that my work time at Pandora is increasing. How much are you going to pay me? I have to know to decide whether to accept or not. Jiang Chen quickly reached out to open his briefcase, replying, I brought more money than usual. The briefcase opened, and dazzling stacks of cash were tightly packed inside. Sua exclaimed excitedly. He stood up, closed the briefcase, and said with satisfaction, All right, this is enough. Pleasure doing business with you. Sua saw him off and instructed, Come back here tomorrow, and I will let you know the results then. Jiang Chen politely said, All right, thank you. Sua returned to his room, looking at the basin in front of him with excitement. Well then, let's get to work. He stepped into another world, where tiny fragments of fluorescence were falling down. Sua stopped in front of a thick mattress placed in the middle of the large room. He climbed all the way onto the mattress, covered his feet, and muttered to himself, I can foresee Seo Duhoen's future through other people. I don't know who will be involved with him, but right now, let's see how many times Seo Duhoen will appear in Jiang Chen's future. He had entered the dream world. Sua looked around and exclaimed, Another prophetic dream. Why does it look so terrifying? Blood. A strange, dark mark appeared beneath his feet, resembling dried blood. Sua lamented, This is insane. This place is full of corpses. They are all members of the Blue Dragon excavation team. That is, Seo Duhoen. He caught sight of Duhoen pressing his foot down on Jiang Chen's neck. Sua mumbled, And the person being stepped on by him is Jiang Chen. Duhoen coldly uttered 3 words. Traitor. Jiang Chen struggled in despair. Let go of me. He gripped the phone in his hand tightly as if trying to restrain his hatred. Duhoen looked at Jiang Chen with murderous eyes, and slowly spoke each word. My family died because of you. I will make you pay. Gasping for breath, he desperately tried to deny it, saying, What the hell is this? I don't understand. I didn't do it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. Jiang Chen squeezed Duhoen's ankle tightly, foam spilling from his mouth, his life force slowly draining. Jiang Chen suddenly went mad and laughed loudly, asking, You knew about it already, didn't you? Duhoen's eyes widened, immediately becoming stunned and confused by the words he just heard from his mouth. After saying that, Jiang Chen's body also lost all strength, and his hands slumped to the ground. Shua panicked, his mind in turmoil. This is insane. He's dead. Does this prophecy mean Jiang Chen will die at Xiao Duhoen's hands? Duhoen muttered irritably. That's not what's bothering me. He gritted his teeth, asserting, I don't have time for this. He mumbled as he walked. I need to find my friends. Root Shua stared blankly at Du Hoen's direction. He turned pale, thinking, can he see me? No way, my body can't move. Du Hoen's face was filled with suppressed frustration. He walked right through Root Shua's body, giving him a jolt. Root Shua jolted awake in bed, his face pale and drenched in sweat, gasping for air. He breathed a sigh of relief, then exclaimed, the prophecy's over. He really scared me. Damn it though. I guess I got some useful information. I gotta write it down. Then Root Shua pulled out his phone, tapping away as he wiped off his sweat. It was now morning. At his place, Jiang Chen had arrived as promised. He asked with a grimace and a displeased tone, so? Root Shua, with dark circles under his eyes, tiredly replied, I tried to have a prophecy about it last night. He immediately asked anxiously, what did you see? He pointed at Jiang Chen's face, saying that he would first be killed by that Xiao Du Hoyen guy. He flinched, his mouth agape. Root Shua continued the story. No, more like all the Azure Dragon members would be killed by him. Jiang Chen incredulously retorted. No way, how could that be? He closed his eyes helplessly, saying, don't ask me. I don't know anything. I just say what I dreamed. But you, he continued, did you do anything to make him resent you? Jiang Chen frowned, thinking seriously, and Root Shua blurted out, he said you killed his whole family. He urgently and hastily denied. I never did that. According to the information we've gathered, wasn't he supposed to have no family? Root Shua pondered, stroking his chin. Thinking about it, he must have had a family once, but they disappeared because of you, right? Jiang Chen indignantly turned purple with anger, yelling, what are you talking about? I didn't do anything. Root Shua clicked his tongue in confusion. Then what's that about? The scene of Jiang Chen's neck being grabbed by an arm until he choked flashed in his mind, and he weakly uttered, I don't know. Du Hoen glared at him terrifyingly, filled with hatred. Root Shua fell into contemplation. What Xiao Du Hoen did must mean something. From his eyes, it didn't seem like he was lying. Jiang Chen, anxiously pacing back and forth, asked Root Shua, what should I do? Did you find his weakness or anything like that? He coldly replied, I found a few things, but not exactly about weaknesses. Jiang Chen exclaimed with delight. Really? What is it? He then recounted. When I faced him in the dream, I could read his mind. It's just information about a few people. I've recorded it here. He must be looking for these people. Jiang Chen asked in surprise. Looking for people? Xiao Du Hoen is famous for his talent in recruiting partners. Unknown names suddenly appear with impressive talents, like Jose Joja and even Julian. Root Shua handed him the phone, instructing, those are the names in his head. I think it would be better if you stayed away from these people. I just have a thought, but I'm curious how he found them. He probably has a relic that senses the energy of others. Jiang Chen stared thoughtfully at the phone, muttering, this person, Root Shua, asked in surprise, do you know someone? He immediately denied, no it's not. Jiang Chen suddenly smirked mysteriously. I think there's someone who can do something about this. Scene changes to the apartment where Du Hoen is. It's now dusk, and the TV is showing a fight scene between the main character and the demons. Du Hoen sprawled on the sofa, munching on a box of popcorn, muttering, this movie, a horror film, is full of comedy? Well, at least it makes the movie more interesting. Sua suddenly approached, announcing, boss, Edward's calling. He casually responded, really? Put him through. Du Hoen answered the phone, greeting Edward. The voice on the other end said, Director, why didn't you pick up my call? He cheerfully explained, I was watching a movie. Edward continued to inquire, are you resting? Du Hoen replied, I just got out of the dungeon so I need to recharge. He happily exclaimed, resting is very important. He started to get to the main point. So what's up? Edward announced. There's something you need to know. Du Hoen continued, I guess it's nothing good, huh? He asked curiously, how did you know? He leisurely ate popcorn and replied, if it were something good you wouldn't be upset that I didn't answer the phone. What is it? Edward said. Actually, the problem isn't too big yet, but recently, the number of negative reviews for our products has been increasing. Du Hoen exclaimed in surprise. Negative reviews? He immediately replied, you can see them online. There are many on our site. It's not like there weren't any before, but we should still investigate this more thoroughly. There are many strange negative reviews today. Many customers are leaving reviews with quite negative words, like wanting to 1v1 Yasu 300 times. Du Hoen speculated. Could there be something wrong with our product? A manufacturing defect? Edward immediately retorted. If that were the case, I would have taken care of it already. There's nothing wrong with the product, he asked, puzzled. Then why are they doing this? He seriously replied. That's what I wanted to report to you. Boss, you have a lot of enemies, right? Du Hoen frowned, muttering, enemies? He spoke up. All right, I'll have everyone look into it. Edward said with delight. That's great, thank you. I'll wait for the results. Du Hoen cheerfully instructed. I'm counting on you for the rest. After hanging up, he immediately called Sua. What is it? Du Hoan spoke up, asking for a favor. It's nothing. Can you call everyone here? Sua happily agreed, very quickly. Everyone in the crew had arrived. After hearing his explanation, Jae exclaimed in surprise, "Negative reviews!" Du Hoan announced without hesitation, "That's right, there are many negative reviews about the products that are being sold, and those that are being sold." He gaped, unable to believe his ears. Julian turned to request, "Investigate it." Jae immediately brushed it off, making excuses. "I'm busy restoring holy relics." Du Hoan seriously ordered, "You have to do it." He suddenly fell into contemplation. Not only the other members, but he himself had been quite negligent. Has my sensitivity decreased after what happened in the dungeon? Anyway, the investigation has begun. But Du Hoan was sitting and reading a book when suddenly there was a call. "Boss, look at this." He curiously looked up. Chloe spoke up, reporting, "I discovered that the customers who left the negative reviews are in the same group." Du Hoan asked in confusion. "What do you mean?" She immediately explained. "They leave the same reviews everywhere." She immediately made a guess. "I guess the culprits aren't just a few people but quite a lot. I'll hunt them down." He sighed, exclaiming, "Maybe you're right. Who do you think these guys are?" Chloe said confidently. "Although I don't know who they are, but daring to mess with our company's business." Du Hoan smiled with interest, ordering, "Drag them out and slaughter them one by one." In the morning at Du Hoan's apartment complex, his voice rang out, "I found the first guy. The one behind it all. They intentionally left bad reviews on our product." Sua immediately questioned, "Who did it?" Du Hoan smiled with amusement and announced, "We will find them. I've listed a few suspicious organizations. Bandora, Azure Dragon, Rockefeller, King of Destiny, Jin Richard." Dee was dumbfounded, asking helplessly, "How many enemies do you have?" Du Hoan spoke up. "First, let's discuss Azure Dragon." Chloe agreed immediately. Jae was ignored, hesitating and fidgeting resentfully. He was puzzled by the issue. "Wait, why are we starting with them?" Du Hoan explained coldly, "We must suspect those least likely to do this first." He muttered a curse under his breath. "What kind of thinking is that?" Du Hoan began to present. "Their chairman is currently ill, and they also just lost in seizing the Proud Tomb." Someone questioned, "According to what you said, aren't they the least likely to do this?" Du Hoan replied cheerfully, "Even so, they are still capable." Ja retorted irritably, "It seems like you dropped your brain somewhere." "I feel sorry for Azure Dragon." Julian agreed. "Makes sense. So let's start with Azure Dragon," he exclaimed in surprise. "You're supposed to be the most rational one here. Why do you agree with him?" Chloe crossed her arms, smirking and expressing, "I also agree with the boss." Jae stood behind, mouth agape, head spinning. Julian seriously reminded, Okay, he still won't stop questioning. "No. Do all of you have a grudge against Azure Dragon?" Sua ignored it and stated, "That's good. I also agree with the boss." Jae exclaimed desperately, "Okay, I'll follow you guys." At the Azure Dragon headquarters, a voice came from inside. "Wake up, you!" Jiang Chen startled and sat up, stammering, "Director?" Sung, with a cold expression, shouted loudly, "You dare to doze off at work, must be nice." Jiang Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He scratched his head blankly and replied, "Sorry, I've been a bit busy lately, so I'm sleep deprived." He continued to reprimand, "While I'm busy thinking about the new project, you should be helping me, but I can't find you anywhere. Where have you been?" Jiang Chen tried to explain, "I just wanted to help the company in a different way." Seung helplessly held out a stack of papers and instructed, sighing, "All right, then help me with this." Jiang Chen immediately asked, "What is it?" He crossed his arms, smirking and saying, "It's a plan to attack Du Hoan. This will greatly affect their revenue, and by the time they realize it, it will be too late." Jiang Chen carefully read the plan and exclaimed, "Great idea!" Seung frowned and reminded, "Can you react with more enthusiasm?" He blanked out, quickly replying, "Sorry, because I'm also working on something else." Seung seriously questioned, "What are you doing? You can't even help me with this?" Jiang Chen exclaimed with interest, "This is really a great idea. This is a plan that I created from information I received from the King of Destiny." Seung then asked, "What did he say?" He walked over while looking at his phone and said, "The prophecy says that Sewon is looking for some people, one of whom has a very flammable name." He held up his phone and introduced, "His name is I.M. Hain. He lives in a small butcher shop." Seung took the phone and looked at the person's photo and commented, "But he doesn't look strong." Jiang Chen spoke up, "That's right, but think about it. Before meeting Sewon, we didn't even know who Jose Erja was. Why can Duan choose such talented teammates? I'm sure this guy is just like his teammates. If we let this guy meet Scene, he may be a burden to us in the future." Seung wondered, "But how do we do it?" Jiang Chen yelled in his face, "I've analyzed it and found that he has plenty of weaknesses. The thing is, I plan to stuff him in the refrigerator. What do you think?" Seung then replied, "All right, continue doing it." Jiang Chen smiled brightly and said, "Really?
All in.
Can you give me those who are good at manipulating evidence, or illusionary relics? Seung exclaimed in surprise. Illusionary relics? He frowned and reminded. Those are all important people. They must be very busy. Jiang Chen still persuaded. But I need them. That way the success rate will be higher. This can be considered an investment, right? Seung reluctantly agreed. Okay, but make sure this plan is effective. With that, he turned and left. Jiang Chen cheerfully affirmed in a loud voice. You don't need to worry. Night had fallen on the crowded neighborhood, with lights still on in a few rooms. At Hin's butcher shop, a voice from inside called out, Thank you for your patronage, and enjoy your meal. He was exhausted from working all day. Hin muttered with a smile. Looks like he's about to close up shop. Jiang Chen swaggered into the shop, followed by 2 bodyguards. Hin greeted him politely. Welcome, he said. A kilo of pork tenderloin. Hin asked, How would you like it cut? Jiang Chen replied, Up to you. He inquired, If anything goes, then how about cutting it into cubes? Jiang Chen smirked in agreement. As Hin was cutting the meat, he suddenly spoke up. Hey boss, do you sell rat meat here too? He suddenly grabbed a rat by the tail and held it up. Hin exclaimed in horror. No, how could there be a rat here? Jiang Chen started to play act, questioning him. How could you let rats run around in your shop? It looks like this place isn't very sanitary, he explained in confusion. That's impossible. I always pay attention to the cleanliness of the shop. Jiang Chen continued to pressure him. Want to deny it? What about those cockroaches on the wall? He was truly malicious, determined to ruin Hejin's shop. Jiang Chen pointed out more things. And those moldy mushrooms in the freezer? Somehow he managed to deceive Hein and create this scene. Jiang Chen diverted attention. That corner over there, isn't that a ghost? That ghost is even waving. His bewildered voice rose. Wait a minute. Jiang Chen loudly ordered. This is too much. Take him to the police. Hein exclaimed in injustice. That's absurd. How could there be a ghost in here? My shop has always been fine. Despite his explanations, the 2 bodyguards still suppressed and dragged Hin away. Jiang Chen smiled contentedly, thinking to himself, The shop is indeed fine, because everything is created by my schemes. He was secretly pleased. But you won't escape this. I will manipulate everything and turn illusion into reality. 3 more bodyguards appeared behind him. Jiang Chen then spoke up. Hey, you guys do your thing. One of them immediately replied, All right. He reminded them, manipulate all the evidence and witnesses so they give false testimony. They receive the order. Leave it to us. That evil image of them was captured in Chloe's binoculars from above. She frowned and exclaimed, Oh my God, isn't that him? Julian seriously asked, Are you sure? I never thought someone as talented as him would fall so easily. Chloe said, Team leader, we're too late, and I don't think we should use the relics in the middle of the city. Julian frowned and exclaimed, You're right, Chloe silently affirmed. Judging from that face and figure, where is Changlong taking him? Julian pulled out his phone and said, Call the boss first. She then spoke up. That's right. At a high-end restaurant in New York, a voice came from inside. Try this. It's the most famous dessert here. Du Hoan smiled helplessly, lamenting. Irin, I'm gonna get fat from all this stuff. She gently reminded him. You better eat it all. I know you haven't been eating well since you went to the tomb. Du Hoan's phone suddenly rang. The boy said, Wait a moment, I have a call. Du Hoan picked up the phone. Hello? A voice came from the other end. Boss, I've found Ginyan. His face immediately turned astonished and stunned. Du Hoan asked again in surprise. Really? You found Gillian? Julian confirmed over the phone. Yes, he opened a butcher shop in Korea. We accidentally found him, he added. Jiang Chen is here too. He met him and suddenly took him away, Du Hoan exclaimed, confused. What? Wait. Jiang Chen took Jian? Already? Du Hoan's voice trailed off, helpless. Yeah, we don't know what's going on either. Are we going to rescue him? Du Hoan answered firmly. Yes. From now on, track them and get as much information as possible. I'll be there soon. Julian agreed. Chloe spoke up. We're going to rescue him, right? He mentioned the boss is coming too, she added. What about our investigation then? Chloe inquired further, to which Julian calmly replied. What about the bad reviews? We have to put that aside for now. On the street, Irin asked curiously. What's going on? Who's Gian? Du Hoan explained gently. He's an old teammate of mine. He's being held captive by the enemy right now, so I have to go back to Korea to save him. Irin lowered his head, lost in thought. I actually can't believe Julian got captured. He's a skilled fighter with the Asura relic. Gian is a hunter on Du Hoan's team. He's been through countless battles and fought many opponents. How could someone as strong as him be caught so easily by some jerk? Does he not use his relic? He opened a shop, so maybe he's back to living a normal life now. Then, with doubt, he wondered, but something's really strange. How could Jiang Chen find Jian? He doesn't even know he exists. And how did Jiang Chen know Jian knew me? Or is all of this just a coincidence? No matter how I think about it, I can't find an answer. All I need to do is find the answer. In the criminal interrogation room, Hines pleaded, "Detective, I really don't know anything." The detective dismissed his pleas. "Stop talking nonsense. Just answer my questions," Hines confessed honestly. "After they came to my shop, strange things suddenly started happening." The detective sighed and scolded. "Didn't you hear? The hygiene of your shop is no longer important right now." Hines' voice faltered. Then, the detective stated bluntly, 3 corpses were found in the store's warehouse." Hines shouted in disbelief. "What? What do you mean?" He was so agitated that he jumped up from his chair. The detective quickly reminded him, "Please sit down. We have all the evidence to prove it. Don't even think about denying it. You thought you wouldn't get caught after doing those things?" Images of Jiang Chen and his bodyguards flashed through Hines' mind, and he exclaimed, feeling wronged, "It's all his fault. Why would he do this to me?" Hines went crazy and rushed towards the door, the detective urgently calling out, "Are you running away? Get him! Stop him!" He was restrained by 2 police officers. Hines struggled. "Let me go, I'm innocent. It's all that guy's fault. Bring him here now." He was forced face down on the ground but still struggled to explain. "I've never committed a crime in my life. Please, believe me." At the Blue Dragon headquarters courtroom, a voice from within declared, "It's done. He's been arrested and will face the harshest penalty." Jiang Chen reported to Seong World, "The person I hired forged a lot of fake evidence. We will hypnotize the memories of neighbors and those around him, so they can be our witnesses. At the same time, we have also bribed the judge and lawyers, so the trial will end soon." Seong World looked tense and spoke. "Everything is going too smoothly." "Too smoothly? Don't you think?" Jiang Chen paused, confused. Sheng looked at the profile on the table and asked, "Are you sure this guy's potential is high?" Jiang Chen immediately replied, "Here. He appeared in the Destiny King's prophecy, so there's a high chance he is," Seong Quan said helplessly. "All right. Make sure you complete this well," Jiang Chen responded. "Leave it to me." It was now evening at Du Hoen's apartment complex, and Du asked, "So what information did you guys gather?" Julian quickly recounted, "Not much. But the people around Gillian disappeared overnight and the area is too quiet." Du Hoen sighed and expressed his opinion. "Blue Dragon must have done this. If they want to, there's nothing they can't hide." Julian agreed. Chloe held the paper in her hand and reported, "We only gathered some general information about Jin. His name is I.M. Hijin, and he's running a business at a meat shop." She wondered, "Is that his real name?" Du Hoen replied, "I guess so." Chloe continued, "He works alone and has a daughter named Imsua." Du Hoen exclaimed in surprise, "He has a daughter? Is she still alive?" Chloe immediately confirmed, "Yes, but I think she's sick. She's been in the hospital recently." Julian stroked his chin thoughtfully and stated, "The first time I met him, his daughter had already passed away." Chloe spoke up, "You're right." Du Hoen recounted. Before joining Azure Dragon, Gian was heartbroken, holding his little daughter and crying miserably. He said, "He lost his daughter in the middle of a war. It drove him to despair. I fueled his desire for revenge. It wasn't the best way, but still, Gian was a very experienced hunter. He suddenly fell into thought, but now his daughter is still alive. And she's been sick recently." Du Hoen asked, "Could Azure Dragon have used his daughter to pressure him?" Julian exclaimed, "That makes sense." Chloe added, "I haven't seen Jian use a relic. That must be the reason." Du Hoen muttered, "Is that so?" Dahang blankly raised his hand and said, "Hey, am I the only one who doesn't understand what you guys are talking about? Who is this Jian guy, and what does he actually do? Why are you guys acting like you've known him for a long time? And why don't I know anything about him?" a voice replied. "He's a potential teammate of ours." He expressed in confusion. "I've thought about it a lot, but what reason would he have to work with us?" Du Hoen reminded. "You don't need to know the reason. Besides, isn't this a good thing for you? You'll have a junior." Dahang immediately exclaimed excitedly, "A junior!" He sulked, suddenly realizing something was wrong and spoke up. "No. Wait." Dia wailed in lament. "Aren't I the oldest one here? And why does everyone treat me like this?" Du Hoen scolded helplessly. "Since when did you become such an idiot?" He grinned mischievously. "Maybe you'll be treated like a senior this time." Dahang muttered, "I guess that's impossible. Besides, a lot of information about Gian has been collected and compiled. According to the investigation, he lost his wife, and his daughter was sick. He went through a difficult life. After the relic transformed this world into a giant battlefield, he was a soldier, and used the name Guinean. He was famous for his incredible physique, and his ability to use relics in combat. But Gian lost his daughter, and became a member of Team 13. The team Du Hoen commands." Du Hoen mused, "A painful past. We all have our stories." Du Hoen softly reported, "We're still missing information." Du Hoen gave the task. "All right, go gather information about him, then let's discuss it together. I think we need help." Julian exclaimed curiously. "From who?" He replied, I'll call Zhang Ji-u. He's a detective. This is perfect for him, Julian remarked with interest. Good idea. Du-hoon excitedly dialed the phone and spoke up. Alright, should I call him now? The phone suddenly vibrated strongly, startling him, and he cursed instinctively. Du-hoon looked at the phone in confusion, wondering, Du-gae? Why is she suddenly calling me? He politely answered and greeted her. She enthusiastically spoke up. Du-hoon, I heard you're in Korea, Du-hoon asked. How did you know that? Are you a stalker? Du-gae confidently admitted. Of course, I'm the leader of the SU fan club. She asked him. It's been a long time since you've been here. Would you like to hold a fan meeting? Du-hoon refused annoyedly. Not even if I die am I going to hold a fan meeting. I'm not here to play around. Du-hoon whined and scolded him. You cheapskate. Do you think you can easily suppress the fan club members' desire to meet their idol? You can't contain their fanaticism, Du-hoon exclaimed annoyed. Desire? Fanatic? She asked back with great suspicion. What are you talking about? What do you mean fanatic? Why me? Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind, and he froze, frowning, thinking to himself. Wait, you fanatic. Then, Du-hoon cracked a sly smile, muttering, I have a plan. That evening at Du-hoon's apartment he announced, Du-ca, listen to me. Now that I think about it, a fan meeting sounds good. The person on the other end of the line excitedly exclaimed, Really? See? I told you. Du-hoon replied. There's just one minor problem. Du-ah hastily asked. What is it? He explained. Some people keep leaving bad comments on my company's products. I think they're doing it on purpose. I've been so worried about it that I can't eat or sleep. Chloe and Julian thought helplessly. Here we go again. Such a drama queen. Du-ca furiously exclaimed. What? Who would do such a terrible thing? Du-hoon chuckled to himself. Just as I thought. She snapped. Send those products to me and Linv. We'll give them 5-star reviews. If you allow it. He feigned calmness and replied. Is that so? I'm very grateful. I'll send them to you right away. Du-hoon muttered smugly. Why didn't I think of that sooner? Du-sawet anxiously ran over and asked, What did they say? He immediately recounted. She said she'll order the fan club members to leave good comments. We'll use the same method as the enemy. Julian questioned. But that doesn't solve anything. Du-hoon replied. That's right, but it will definitely help. Right now, we need to focus on Gian. So we have to put that issue on hold for a bit. Their comments can prevent bad things from happening. Chloe agreed, saying, That makes sense. Alright, he reminded everyone. It's time to move. Gather as much information as possible. We have to prepare for this rescue plan very carefully. Julian replied. Okay. That evening at Du-hoon's apartment, a voice on the other end of the phone said, Hello, Du-hoon. He didn't hesitate and said, It's been a while. Can I ask you for a favor? John Ji-yu, while looking after his young child, asked, What is it? Du-hoon honestly explained, I'm looking for someone named I.M. Hin. He was kidnapped and disappeared a few days ago. He happily accepted. Okay. I'll inquire about him. Du-hoon immediately said, Thank you. He hung up, smiling excitedly. All right. I'll start the investigation. Du-hoon's group began gathering information to rescue Jian. Now they started keeping an eye on the hospital, where Jian's daughter, Sua, was being treated. Luckily, Sang-long hadn't done anything to the child yet, but Sua was his biggest weakness, so Du-hoon had to make sure she was protected first. Chloe volunteered to do that part, since she was a doctor. So it seemed like she was worried about the child's condition. While the others focused on tracking down Jian's whereabouts, they had to be vigilant, because it was possible that Sang-long's members were still keeping an eye on Jian's shop. There was nothing odd that Gian had left at the shop, except for some relics with weak energy. Du-hoon stroked his chin thoughtfully. That's strange. Hey Crow, did you find anything? So you didn't find anything? It replied. All traces of Jisayan have disappeared, as if he was erased. The one who did this is quite impressive, he thought disappointedly. So you didn't find anything? Du-hoon asked. What about his belongings? I can use them with the map relic to find him. Sua firmly stated, If I had them, I would definitely keep them safe. He gritted his teeth and angrily exclaimed, So there's nothing, huh? Du-hoon thought to himself, I didn't expect them to be this thorough. I wonder if Gian is safe. The phone in his hand suddenly rang. Hedu said, It's Zhang Ji-yu. He wondered curiously. He wants to meet. Did he find something? Hegu excitedly asked Jian Ji-yu. Did you find something? He affirmed. That's right, he's being arrested. You exclaimed in surprise. Arrested? Zhonggu asked. Is he a criminal? Is he your enemy? Du-hoon quickly denied. A criminal? Not at all. He frowned and asked again. Really? But I received information that he is a murderer. So is the information wrong then? You immediately defended him. A person like him would never kill anyone. JGU expressed his confusion. There's something strange here. If he were actually a killer,
people would usually hide the evidence very well. Furthermore, people say he has killed 3 people already, but there aren't any newspaper articles about this case. Even news about murder or disappearances are not in the papers. Du Hoen angrily slammed the table, growling. This case is probably fake, he muttered.
Jiang Chen, so you did this to catch John? John Ji-yu spoke up. I've gathered all the information and sent it to you in a file. Du Hoen quickly stood up. Thank you, and sorry, but I'm busy. I'm leaving now. He sat there, bewildered, looking thoughtfully after his younger brother's retreating figure. Back at his apartment building, Du Hoen announced to everyone. I met with Jong-gu, and I have the answer now. Gingen is locked up in jail. They must have intended for him to rot in there. But I'm glad, because I was worried they intended to kill him. No matter how rotten Thousand Dragons is, they won't harm an innocent person.
Julian asked,
So are we going to break into the prison and save him?
Du Hoen replied, That's the easiest way.
But I think confronting them is more fun. They exclaimed in surprise. Confront them? He laid out his plan. We will prove Jian is innocent, and that Thousand Dragons fabricated evidence to frame him. What do you all think? Chloe spoke up. We will turn the tables to corner Thousand Dragons.
Du Hoen smiled and continued. Exactly. We will save Gian and attack Thousand Dragons. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Julian said coldly. Is that so?
Du Hoen explained. It means you need to work harder, Mr. Lawyer. He asked back, startled. Me? Du Hoen said. That was your college major, wasn't it? Julian immediately replied. You're right, but I've been robbing graves, so I'm no longer working in the legal field. You still wouldn't let up and said, You have a law degree, so you're the most suitable one. Get your butt up and do it. Moreover, most of this fight is about artifacts. It's a battle between Thousand Dragons, artifacts that fake evidence, and your Ruliang artifact. But I guess there are very few clues left in the shop now. The post-production team utilized the evidence to their advantage and eliminated the unfavorable things, Julian said thoughtfully. Post-production team? Are they here? Du Hoen immediately spoke. Who else? To hide the crimes they commit during the process of taking and stealing others' artifacts. Every excavation team includes players who use artifacts specializing in illusion and manipulation. In the case of Thousand Dragons, they call it the post-production team.
Thousand Dragons uses all kinds of evidence that benefit them,
especially when the law enforcement units don't know much about artifacts yet. Their work will be simpler, and the situation will be as they wish. But if Du Hoen's group interferes, the situation can be reversed. Du Hoen smiled cunningly and ordered, Mr. Lawyer, since you understand the problem now, let's get right to work while it's hot. He irritably turned his back and walked away.
Transition scene at the city police headquarters, where Gian is being held.
The lawyer rested his chin on his hand, tiredly reading the paper and asking, What does that mean? Artifacts? Hain, with a heavy heart, honestly replied, That's right. Perhaps that guy used an artifact or something to fake the bodies. The lawyer questioned him back. Sure, let's assume so. So how are you going to prove it? Hay urgently pleaded. You have to help me. I mean, you're my lawyer, right? The lawyer replied nonchalantly. I don't know. I'm not even an artifact user. How can I help you? If the situation continues like this, you will have to face a worse prison sentence. The evidence in your shop is very clear, you know? Hain's sunken eyes screamed in despair. It's a sham, he cursed. Utterly useless. Even though he's my lawyer, he has no intention of helping me. The lawyer kept repeating. So I ask again, can you prove it? There's no hope left. Hajin suddenly slammed his hand down on the table with force, as if wanting to explode all the pent-up frustration in his heart. The lawyer angrily jumped to his feet, questioning, What do you think you're doing? Jin hunched over the table, trembling, thinking, What's happening? Is this the end for me? He gritted his teeth, his mind in a whirl, not knowing what to do. Hein desperately screamed inwardly, Is this the end of my life? The lawyer quickly spoke, trying to calm him. Mr. I. M. Hein, calm down. He suddenly whipped his head to the side, looking bewildered with a contorted face. Du Hoen, in disguise, kicked open the door, proclaiming, You think he can stay calm in a situation like this? Julian followed behind him. The lawyer exclaimed in shock. Who are you people? Du Hoen confidently stood before him, introducing himself. I am Hein's lawyer. The lawyer jerked back, protesting. What are you talking about? I'm his lawyer. He casually dismissed it. Truth be told, you're not really his lawyer. You're not doing anything for him. Du Hoen questioned. Tell the truth. How much did Shanglong give you? The lawyer hastily denied it. What are you talking about? I didn't receive a single penny. Hein looked up in astonishment. Du Hoen took out his trump card, saying with a menacing tone, Don't lie, come in here and repent. The lawyer was sucked in, screaming miserably. He turned to Hein, speaking. All right. Now, he said in a panic. Wait, excuse me, who are you? Du Hoen cheerfully replied. I told you, I'm your lawyer, though I'm more like a partner than a new lawyer. Julian pushed up his glasses, saying in a low voice, It's a pleasure to meet you, I am Hej Jin. He awkwardly replied, Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you both, but I didn't request a change of lawyers, so how are you my lawyers? Du Hoen said, From what you just saw, shouldn't you want to change? Hein confusedly asked. Yes, but aren't you his accomplices? Or will I have to pay extra for this service? He explained with a smile. No need, it's just a special service for you. After hearing about Mr. I am Hein's situation, I deeply sympathize with you and want to help you, he exclaimed with delight. You believe me? Du Hoan immediately affirmed. Of course. He glanced at Julian and suggested, now please tell us the details of what happened that day. I will defend you. Hajin clenched his trembling hands. Thank you so much. I don't know if I can ever repay you. He was so happy that tears welled up in his eyes. Du Hoan suddenly spoke. I've already received it. Hein's mouth dropped open in surprise. He continued excitedly. I guess you must have saved a lot of strange people in your past life. They obtained the necessary information from Jian and returned after encouraging him. Even though they came across as suspicious, and the situation was a bit strange for a normal person like him, he was still grateful to them. His personality was very different from what Du Hoan knew. He cheerfully sighed in relief. I'm glad Jian is okay. Du Ho was puzzled. Wasn't he a little down? Du Hoan retorted. If we win the case, his spirits will return to normal. Devo immediately inquired. How did it go? The disguise went well, right? He replied with a smile. Everything is fine. Dee suddenly smirked with self-satisfaction. But of course, I did it. Du Hoan's phone in his back pocket suddenly received a call. He quickly answered, saying cheerfully, Hello, Edward. What's up? The other end of the line immediately responded. Director, our products are receiving positive comments again, even better than before. Did you handle it? Du Hoan exclaimed. Even better? He thought helplessly. I guess you went a bit too far? Du Hoan instructed. I haven't completely resolved it yet. This is just a temporary solution, so please be careful. W agreed without hesitation. Julian spoke up. A temporary solution for those nasty comments, right? He reaffirmed to them. For now, let's just focus on preparing for the trial. He sighed in relief. Good. At the Thusong Long headquarters court, a voice from within boomed. What the hell is going on? Why are there so many positive comments? Aren't those people I hired doing anything? The report says they are still working as usual. But suddenly there are too many positive comments, so their comments are getting buried. C panicked and yelled, How could this be? He immediately ordered them to hire more people quickly. Hire more! The assistant hurriedly replied, Yes, I will tell them. After receiving the order, the assistant left. Jiang Chen glanced at them. Xiong spoke up. More people. Jiang Chen, what about your plan? He calmly replied, Yes, everything is fine. I have prepared everything, including the trial, so I can help you. Xiong W's voice deepened. Good, help me. The situation isn't looking good, so do it now. Jiang Tran agreed without hesitation. All right, leave it to me. He leisurely walked out of the director's office and met the assistant, standing anxiously in front. The assistant called out, Vice Director Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, but I can't connect with the lawyer. He jumped and exclaimed, What? Why? The assistant replied, I can't connect with I am Hain's lawyer either. Jiang Chen angrily gritted his teeth. The assistant softly asked, Do you think something's wrong? Jiang Chen pondered. No, it can't be. He's probably busy. He reluctantly picked up the phone to call. Jiang Chen thought to himself, There can't be a problem. It can't be. His spirit seemed to collapse. He didn't want to believe what was happening. Du Hoan's thoughts surfaced. Gian's trial date is approaching. Even if there won't be any issues in preparing the documents, it will be helpful to us. Because we have Julian's amazing abilities, he might get tired from using too many Julian relics. But we have no other choice, because time is limited. A few days before the trial, unusual activities were detected. Thusong Long realized that Jian's lawyer had been replaced. They worked hard to find the lawyer who had taken their place. But of course, it was useless. Julian used the fake identity that Jen had gave him. We must be wary of Thuong Long, because they have realized that their plan is about to fail. That's also why we have to prepare for Thuong Long's sudden moves. We have moved baby SUA to a safer hospital. Chloe has also decided to protect SUA at the new hospital. Du Hoan gently held the baby in his arms and said, Sleep well. He happily turned to instruct. Let's continue. Chloe replied, Yes. Recently I've been thinking about a new treatment for her. I just need a little more time. This time I will cure her, he reassured. You have plenty of time, so just make sure you can cure her. In the meantime, we'll take care of the trial and free him. Du Ho turned to remind Daha. All right, let's go. There's still a lot to do. He tiredly sighed and complained. Can't the work lighten up a bit? A hand clenched tightly, slammed hard on the table, and a shout erupted. What the hell is this? Zhang Tran strained his voice and scolded his subordinates. You can't find information on one person? The assistant fearfully replied in a trembling voice. It seems he's not very famous. But isn't that a good thing? Because he's not famous, he probably isn't very talented. Jiang Chen angrily scolded. That's why it's even more suspicious. I think he's switching sides to defend I am Hain, so he's ignoring our calls. Find out what he's doing, the assistant confusedly exclaimed. But the trial is tomorrow. Jiang Chen shouted in his face. So what? We have to try until the end. The assistant fearfully hurried away to carry out the assigned task, adding, All right, spare me. Jiang Chen stood up, his body trembling as he muttered, Damn it, I'm getting pressured at the last minute. That guy doesn't make any sense. Maybe he's just a rookie and doesn't have any information yet. He prayed silently. Please. Just please. Today is the day the trial is being held at the court where Henjin is being judged. The door to the room was suddenly opened by Jiang Chen. His mood was as tangled as a ball of yarn. Jiang Chen froze, his face turning pale as he witnessed what was unfolding before his eyes. He panicked when he saw that Julian was the new defense attorney for Hin. Jiang Chen's thoughts were in disarray. The king of strategy. Why is he here? An intense energy emanated from the audience area. He irritably gritted his teeth and turned his head. A familiar face appeared in the row below to watch the trial. It was Du Hoan. He radiated a powerful energy. Jiang Chen wondered in confusion. Du Hoan? No way! Why is he here? My plan is ruined. His face darkened, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Jiang Chen was quite shocked by Julian's appearance as Hin's defense attorney. Judging from his reaction, the fact that he didn't know about Du Hoan's intervention seems to be in your favor. The scene flashed back to Hej Jin, utterly shocked and disbelieving at seeing them before his eyes. That expression is quite interesting, isn't it? It seems he never thought Du Hoan could interfere. At this moment, the panel of judges was all present, ready for an important trial. The gavel was immediately struck decisively. The trial officially began. The prosecutor charged Hin with a series of acts that he had supposedly committed. But it was all false. They accused him of murder and concealing numerous corpses. They also said that Hin didn't care about the food safety and hygiene of his shop and poisoned the meat he sold. Looking at those piles of charges, Hin was truly being turned into a real criminal, and he was threatened no matter how much he claimed he was innocent. But Hee-jin no longer had to worry about this, as an unexpected hand was placed on his shoulder. Hin now has the best lawyer in the world taking care of it. Julian's gaze at him seemed to reassure him. The prosecutor announced, The defendant has denied the execution of these charges. The judge adjusted his glasses and said, You have the right to prove this with evidence. Two prosecutors took turns presenting. With notes on the interrogation of the defendant, I have also interviewed witnesses near his area who witnessed the defendant's crimes and the autopsy reports. The judge calmly asked, Does the defendant have any evidence to refute the accusations? Julian immediately spoke on his behalf. I do. If others use sacred relics, they can create corpses, and they can also change the conditions in the shop to make them look like what the prosecutor said. With the increasing number of sacred relic users, the prosecutor should ensure that the evidence is not a product of the sacred relics. If not, then I will dismiss all charges here. Julian uttered a convincing string of words. The prosecutors on the other side were restless, hastily rebutting. I object. This lawyer is trying to bring irrelevant sacred relics into this trial, and I'm sure that will destroy the fairness of the trial. The judge asked again, Can you defend your testimony with the involvement of sacred relics? Julian affirmed firmly, I can. The secretary listened seriously, recording every word. Julian spoke decisively. The evidence of their involvement is very clear. Signs of sacred relic usage can be found outside the defendant's butcher shop. Several sacred relic users have confirmed this. I can request one of the relic users to be a witness for the defendant. Du Hoan whispered with satisfaction. Very well. He continued his defense. And if you allow it, I can use my relic to trace the signs of the illusion relic usage I mentioned earlier. I am a relic user authorized by Pandora, an international organization that controls its usage. I can prove my affiliation and authorization by Pandora. Pandora's endorsement is widely known as a formidable defense. Julian's words were powerful enough to shift the courtroom's atmosphere. The judges began arguing amongst themselves. Will they listen to Julian? Will they consider the intervention of the relic in this trial, or will this matter become crucial for the trial? This is one of those unpredictable cases, since we don't know how the judges will decide. Relics haven't been integrated into this world for long, so there's a high chance there aren't any laws regarding cases involving relics. In the worst-case scenario, this trial will continue without any mention of relics. All the defenses they prepared will be meaningless. If such a situation arises, there will be no other way but to force Jiang Chen to plead guilty. That's why Du Hoan is participating in this trial. But he still hopes the trial will end peacefully. That would be best for everyone. After a while, the judges finally finished their arguments. Du Hoan focused on what he was about to say. He tensely furrowed his brow, anxiously waiting for a very important decision. Du Hoan thought to himself, he will start making a ruling on the lawyer's defense regarding the intervention of the relic in this trial. We accept. As soon as this sentence was uttered, Julian and Du Ho couldn't hide their satisfied expressions. As for Jiang Chen, his face immediately turned pale, his mouth sputtering incoherently. What? Jiang Chen jumped up, shouting in disbelief. That's absurd! The judge sternly ordered, Sit down! He turned back to the main issue. The defendant may proceed with evidence in the event of relic intervention, and the request to appoint a relic user as a witness and have them assess will be denied. Instead, we will invite another relic expert to listen to their opinion on this matter. Du Hofen smiled excitedly, thinking, they have their own experts for cases like these? They're not as bad as I thought. The judge spoke up. There is too much evidence for us to examine. I will end today's trial here and examine them on another day. That day, Hin scratched his neck in confusion, turning to ask Julian, what's going on? I don't understand. He explained. The judges haven't ruled yet, but judging by this direction it seems they're leaning towards our side. Even if it's a bit difficult, please be patient. Hein uttered in confusion, thank you. The courtroom doors were opened. Almost everyone had exited. Jiang Chen stood huddled in a corner, bitterly looking at his phone and cursing, damn it, they're ruining my plan. He suddenly laughed sinisterly. You think this will help you? I still have other plans. Jiang Chen's assistant at the company received a phone call and answered, hello, Vice President. He frantically ordered over the phone, all of you, go kidnap. I'm a Hen's daughter now. The assistant was stunned and asked back, what? Jiang Chen yelled even louder, I have to take her as a hostage. Don't talk so much. Go kidnap her. The assistant fearfully replied, okay, I understand. Hanging up, he immediately announced, the Vice President has ordered us to kidnap I am Hecarin's daughter. Here, sit in the back and read the information sheet in your hand. The kid's name is Emu, 4 years old. The assistant smiled wickedly, saying, she's only 4 years old. It'll be easy to kidnap her. Let's finish this quickly. Before any problems arise, they went straight to Exon Hospital where she was being treated. A group of people stepped inside in unison, giving others a feeling of power. The nurses and patients next to them couldn't help but freeze, their mouths agape. They opened the door and barged straight into the hospital room, looking for the nameplate, IMSUA. They stared at the peacefully sleeping girl on the bed and said, that's his daughter, grab her. The assistant reached behind Shue's head, speaking softly, okay, little one. He suddenly looked shocked, stammering, what? The assistant held the tiny child, trembling, shouting, why is she so heavy? He suddenly noticed that one side of her cheek was gray like cement, and some fingertips on her hand were broken off. The two subordinates behind him stammered, what is this? There are cracks on her face like a statue. The subordinate's face turned pale, his mouth agape in utter bewilderment. He hurriedly shouted, it's a fake! Razasia used this trick during the attack on Prince Ian before. The secretary anxiously said, a fake? The statue was glowing strangely. A shocking explosion erupted from the patient room, accompanied by agonizing screams. Jiang Chen's subordinates angrily shouted, the kid exploded, damn it, it's a fake! Du Hoen's divine rope suddenly emerged, snaking around a few times, aiming at them. It flew over and wrapped around them, one of them confusedly exclaiming, what is this? This rope suddenly appeared from that fake body. The other two were already tightly bound by the rope, only able to utter muffled sounds. The rope floated contentedly, observing them struggling helplessly. Looking at its handiwork of 3 cocoons hanging upside down from the ceiling, it calmly introduced itself. Master has ordered me to capture the people who came here. The people who came here. The rope urgently requested Shua beside it to deal with them. She crossed her arms, thoughtfully looking up at them, shifted to a parking lot, one of which was Jiang Chen's car. He sat in the car, opening his phone, and anxiously muttering, my henchmen? Are they done yet? After receiving a call from Jiang Chen, they immediately answered, bewildered. Deputy Director, SUA grabbed the minion's phone, causing him to cry and plead, save us! It's a trap! We've all been captured. Deputy Director Jiang Chen frantically yelled, what do you mean, a trap? Who set the trap for you? Du Hoen suddenly appeared from nowhere, pressing his face against the car window and flashing a chilling smile. He suddenly swung his hand, landing a punch that pierced through the window, flying straight into Jiang Chen's face, making him jump back. Du Hoen peered through the hole he had just created, saying in a haunting voice, let's talk. Jiang Chen was stunned, his face paling, his body trembling in fear as he uttered, Du Hoxian, and was immediately grabbed by the collar. Du Hoen forcefully pulled him out of the car through the opening. He asked, missed me? Du Hoen gritted his teeth. I thought you learned your lesson, but you still dare to play these tricks? You failed again, just like before. Jiang Chen lay slumped on the ground, bitterly punching the ground, questioning, you bastard, you knew my plan. Du Ho flashed a grotesque smile, gently requesting, answer me first. How did you know about Gian, and why did you want to trap him? Jiang Chen confusingly asked, Gian, what do you mean? He said sternly, I mean Ian. Why are you trying to imprison an innocent person? And why try so hard? He angrily shouted. What do you know? Jiang Zheng turned around in surprise, and Du Hoyan looked at him coldly, replying, of course it's necessary. I'm not in a good mood right now. Du Hoan's expression suddenly became terrifying. It seems you know something you shouldn't. An explosion erupted from the parking lot, causing pedestrians to panic and flee. Jiang Chen escaped looking disheveled, exclaiming in a panic, this is insane! Julian and Du Hoan suddenly appeared out of nowhere, blocking his path. He advised, you think you can escape? Give up, you're facing 2 kings. Tell the truth. How do you know about Jian? Du Hochen stared at Jiang Chen with threatening eyes. Still unaware, he loudly retorted, "Don't be ridiculous, why would I tell you?" He immediately spoke up. "Then don't blame me for tearing you apart, you brought this on yourself."
Jiang Chen charged forward, attacking Du Huoyan with all his might, but he simply and easily blocked it with his hand. Du Huoyan began to gather power in his clenched fist, and swung it.
Without mercy, he retaliated with a devastating punch. Jiang Chen froze, coughing up blood. Du Huoyan wasn't finished. He continued to gather momentum, and charged again. This time, it was an elbow, and he took the full brunt of it without being able to react.
Fresh blood splattered, accompanied by a broken tooth. Jiang Chen's piercing scream rang out.
After a few continuous blows from Du Huoyan, he finally opened his mouth.
Jiang Chen's face was bruised and battered, and he pleaded, "Stop, I'll talk."
He immediately stopped, and he began to confess. "The Destiny King told me." Du Huoyan exclaimed in surprise. "The Destiny King?"
Jiang Zheng weakly replied.
"He said you might come looking for I am Hain, and told me to try and prevent you two from meeting."
He suddenly fell into thought.
"The Destiny King, I see. He has a sacred relic that can predict the future. It seems he saw me and Gillian in the future. He's been quiet all this time. I thought he'd given up. You'll be my next prey." Du Huoyan smiled and cracked his knuckles, asking, "Now that I have what I need, what should I do with you?" "I just had an idea. I think it would be interesting to turn your own plan back on you." Jiang Chen raised his hands in confusion, stammering, "Wait, what are you going to do?" Before he could figure out what was happening, handcuffs were already on him. Du Huoyan calmly replied, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, jail time for jail time." Jiang Chen angrily shouted, "No, how can you imprison me?" He coldly retorted, "Then how could you imprison Jian? You committed the crime of falsifying reports." He unwillingly continued to scream, "Damn it, let me go." Du Huoyan smiled and said, "Thank you for helping Jian Jiyu." He quickly replied, "It was nothing." He walked down the street while announcing, "All right, the problem is solved. Now I should focus on Jian." Julian affirmed, "The battle is over. I will win." Du Huoyan continued, "Are you sure?" Okay, they returned. After resolving the issue, the prosecutors could not produce evidence that no sacred relic was used in this case.
If Shanglong continues to force the issue, they could fabricate evidence. Jiang Chen, who is being arrested, will not be able to react in time.
At this time, the trial was held at the court where the final verdict for Hin's case was delivered. The judge, holding the paper in his hand, said solemnly, "I have reached a decision. Everyone, please rise. Allow me to explain the reasoning behind this decision. Firstly, the evidence provided by the prosecutor is strong enough to convict the defendant on multiple charges. However, the defense attorney has proven that all the evidence was fabricated through the abuse of sacred artifacts, and has provided ample evidence to support that claim. After reviewing the interference of sacred artifacts in this case, we invited experts on sacred artifacts to investigate the evidence, and they all confirmed the attorney's defense and evidence to be true. As for the prosecutor, they have yet to provide any additional evidence to refute the defendant's claims. Therefore, the defendant's alleged criminal acts are unfounded. That is the final verdict of the jury. The defendant is found not guilty." As soon as these words were spoken, Hin regained his vitality, his eyes welling up with tears of joy. The gavel struck down decisively. The judge announced, "This court is adjourned." Emerging from the courtroom, Hin happily grasped Julian's hand.
"Thank you so much, sir. How can I ever repay this debt?"
he replied cheerfully. "It's nothing. You should thank him over there." Julian turned his gaze towards Du Huoyan, who was approaching. He exclaimed excitedly,
"Hey, how does freedom feel?"
Hindain replied, immediately filled with emotion, "Thank you so much. My daughter is seriously ill, so I was very worried about what would happen to her if I went to prison. I will dedicate my life to repaying you." Okay, he hurriedly reminded him. "I know you have a lot you want to say, but perhaps you should speak with them first." With those words, Hein froze, bewildered. A swarm of reporters suddenly descended, flashes going off incessantly. "I am Heijin. You were falsely accused. Please share your thoughts. How are you feeling?" He stood rooted to the spot, staring at the scene before him.
They shoved microphones into his face.
Hein stammered, flustered.
Well, Julian questioned, confused. "What is this? Why did you contact the reporters?"
Du Huoyan explained calmly.
"The Sangryong group was involved in this, and we need to bring it to the public's attention.
With this, they will suffer 3 times the damage," the news reported. A high-ranking official of the Sangryong group has been arrested for intentionally framing an innocent civilian. Jiang Chen attempted to falsely accuse the citizen of murder. The citizen, named I am Hin, was charged and arrested several days ago. Fortunately, he was released today. Hein has a daughter who is recovering in the hospital. He broke down in tears at the thought of never seeing her face again.
Once this truth was exposed to the public, criticism of the Sangryong group surged like a tidal wave. Not only in Korea, but people in other countries began to boycott them as well.
Kwei Seung, the director of the Sangryong group, has declined to comment on the vice director of the corporation. Kwei Seung remains tight-lipped about clarifying the events that are unfolding. In the next news segment of the day, Du Hoan, who was watching the news on his phone, exclaimed with satisfaction. Very good, excellent.
Chairman K1 will probably have a seizure in his bed, Julian lamented helplessly. That's too much, he suddenly asked.
What if they retaliate in secret? Du Hoan immediately reassured. Why are you worried about that? Gian is on our side now.
No crazy person would dare to touch us, right?
Julian asked, tense. He confidently asserted, I won't let anyone lay a finger on Gian. If necessary, I'll even hire bodyguards. We earn a lot, after all. I will set aside some of it. Sua asked curiously. Instead of hiring bodyguards, why don't you invite Gian to join us? Du Hoan explained thoughtfully. I've been planning it, but I don't think it's the right time yet. It's better not to tamper with his memories. Dana sat quietly in a corner, eating a chicken leg, getting it all over his face. He suddenly spoke up. His memories? They shouldn't be tampered with. Have you known him for a long time? Was his past very dark? Du Hoan coldly reminded. Your glass is empty. Daha was startled, his face blank. Let's... Dong Than called out. Celebrate! He picked up his glass of beer, bewildered, and exclaimed. What is it? Du questioned, fuming. Do you think you can fool me? What are you hiding? Du Hoan glanced away, annoyed. He suddenly stood up, shouting, Are you all hiding something, aren't you? You all look suspicious. Sua intentionally kept pouring Genha drinks, saying, Just a little more, and you won't feel a thing. He angrily yelled, Lua, why are you getting me drunk on purpose? Are you trying to kill me? She immediately retorted. How could a little more kill you? Genha helplessly cried out, Stop! Du Hoan sat to the side, swirling his beer, watching the spectacle. Suddenly, a voice called out, Boss! Du Hoan immediately turned his attention to the source of the sound. Chloe slowly approached, saying, So, here's everyone. He greeted her in return. Oh? Du Hoan curiously asked, Why do you look so drained? Chloe tiredly replied, Because of that research. But I have an answer now. About curing Sua. Everyone's eyes focused on her. Du Hoan couldn't hide the joy on his face and exclaimed, Really? Chloe calmly replied, But she still needs surgery. After she said that, the whole group shared a happy and cheerful mood. Chloe had managed to find a way to treat Sua. According to her, Sua was only in the early stages of the relic syndrome. The early stages of relic syndrome are very dangerous. And what's more, patients show no symptoms when they are first affected. In the past, Xa's relic syndrome was incurable. But now it's different. They decided to announce this good news early in the morning. In the morning, at Hin's butcher shop, a voice rang out from inside. What? Really? Du Hoan reaffirmed, saying, In other words, we can cure her. Hein stared blankly, stammering, No way. But how? Even the doctors couldn't diagnose her. They said it was a rare disease and there was no cure. He happily explained. Your daughter has a disease called relic syndrome. Doctors who don't know much about relics wouldn't be able to diagnose it. Luckily, we have a doctor who knows how to use relics. Hein anxiously exclaimed. Then, he reassured him, We'll cure X for free. Hearing that, he was momentarily speechless. Hein suddenly knelt down. He couldn't stand still in the face of such a great favor. Hein bowed his head and loudly said, Thank you so much. Du Hoan was taken aback by this sudden action. He exclaimed, You're truly an angel sent by God. He awkwardly said, Why are you crying? Hein, overflowing with emotion, vowed, I will dedicate everything to you, even my life. Du Hoan helplessly responded, I just saved you. Why would you die? Get up. I only want one thing. He helped him up and looked at him with affectionate eyes. Hein resolutely yelled, Just say it. Du Hoan cheerfully said, All right. That's the spirit. Sign this. He unexpectedly pulled a contract out of his pocket and handed it to him. He took it, confused, and asked, A contract? Du Hoan gently suggested, Yes, from now on, we'll be working together. You don't need to worry. You can still work at your butcher shop, and I'll still operate with my group as usual. He frantically exclaimed, Then why sign a contract? Du Hoan desperately made up a reason. Just think of me as the kind of person who likes signing contracts. He started to manipulate. You don't want to sign it? This contract is mainly so we can buy meat at a discount. He suddenly enthusiastically responded, Buy it? I'll give it all to you. How much meat can you and your team eat? Du Hoan jokingly said. Then I'm out of here. He seriously persuaded. It's no problem. You won't lose anything or have to worry if you sign it. Hin then said, All right. And Jian joined their team. Afterwards, Chloe came to explain the treatment plan for Sua. Jian looked very worried when he heard the plan, but he had no other choice. It was the only way to cure his daughter. Sua was only 4 years old. She still had a future ahead of her. Chloe immediately went to treat Sua, saying it wouldn't take long. As soon as the relic syndrome was cured, the best doctors in the hospital immediately came to care for her. Hin, dressed neatly, sat waiting on the row of chairs, looking slightly anxious. He bowed his head, tense and with a troubled mind, unable to relax about his daughter's condition. Du Hoan, observing from behind, whispered to Julian, He still looks really worried. Even though he's sure everything will be fine, he's expressing normal concerns. His daughter's undergoing surgery, after all. Julian suddenly wondered. But are you really not going to restore his memories? If not, he won't go back to being the Jifunian he used to be. His past was full of turmoil. It's better if he doesn't know anything. Shua's fate back then was too terrible, forced to lie in a hospital bed until her death. Meanwhile, Xian had to throw himself into battle just to pay her hospital bills, right? Du Hoan smiled casually and replied, just let him live a happy and peaceful life. After all, he already agreed to help me in a different way. Julian exclaimed in surprise. Help? Du Hoan suddenly said something shocking. He's going to let me eat him. Julian challenged him, feeling helpless. Are you squeezing money out of him? Du Hoan grumbled annoyedly. Of course not. Why do you keep objecting so much? Julian didn't back down and retorted. A stupid decision. How can I not object? On the other side, Hein looked at his phone with a look of shock. He immediately stood up and hurriedly ran off. Du Hoan exclaimed, He's getting up. Is the surgery over? The old doctor, holding a list, asked, The guardian of patient I am Shua? Hin frantically answered, Yes. How did the surgery go? The doctor calmly announced. The surgery went very smoothly. There's nothing to worry about. Hin happily asked again, Really? The doctor confirmed, Yes. Now she needs rest and recovery. Hin hurriedly bowed 90 degrees and said, Thank you so much. The surgery concluded successfully. Now Shua will recover and be healthy. A child who had to experience a painful life and die no longer exists. Now, there's only her father's happiness. Thanks to the crow, many good things have happened. But this is probably the best. Du Hoan leaned back comfortably against the wall, humming while shaking his leg. Du Hoan looked at his phone, happily smiling as he muttered, Now, what's going on with him? At the hospital where Shua was being treated, Du Hokan received a call and answered. Hello, Dua. The person on the other end called out to him affectionately. Du Hoan, she announced, we've added comments about your company's products. Du Hoan happily said, Thank you. It really helps me a lot. Du suddenly spoke up. Sure, but I think we should stop that. His expression immediately turned confused. She explained. I don't see any more bad comments. Only positive comments from fan club members. I guess they've been overwhelmed. When Du Hoan looked at the website, it was indeed, like Du said, only good comments. Afterwards, I immediately called Edward. He said the storm of bad comments had stopped a few days ago. Du Hoan asked, puzzled. Why did they suddenly disappear like this? Edward replied on the other end. I don't know why either, but it's possible they've only stopped for a while. He then asked back, So does that mean it's over? He replied, Maybe. We're planning to keep an eye on it, so I'll let you know if they return. He complimented. Satisfied. Good, well done. Shua expressed her thoughts. Could the Azure Dragon be behind this? Like we thought, maybe because of yesterday's event, they had to stop the bad comments. Du Ho looked at her and sighed. He immediately took out his phone and said, Maybe. Anyway, let me call Dua and tell her. Du Hoan quickly opened his mouth. Hello, Dua. My company thinks the bad comments have stopped, so you can stop. Well done. Du happily and swiftly said, Okay, thank you. So when are we going to hold the fan meeting? Du Hoan on the other end was baffled. She continued to ask, What's wrong? You promised. You said you were worried about the bad comments. That's why we helped. Don't tell me you're going to treat everything like a joke. You wouldn't say that to repay the fan club members' help, would you? Right? He was already pale and sweating buckets. In a reckless confession, Du Hoan admitted bluntly. You guessed it, exactly. He immediately had to move the phone away from his ear because of Duka's ear-splitting scream. She cursed in frustration. You shouldn't have done that. I already told the entire fan club we'd hold a fan meeting. I told them we'd hold it after the hate comments died down. All the members worked so hard. Du Hoan lamented helplessly. Why did you tell them that? Du Ho replied, heartbroken. Because you said you'd hold a fan meeting. I did say that. Thinking about it, a fan meeting doesn't sound too bad. Of course, I would think you'd actually do it. She suddenly asked softly. Are you really busy? Du Hoan was silent, lost in thought. Du spoke seriously. If it goes on like this, no matter how much I try to convince them, they'll be so disappointed. Members might leave the fan club. I'll try to stop them. But if the number of members decreases, it'll be bad. We can't avoid it. Sua and Jaeha just stood there, eavesdropping on their conversation. Du Hoan fell into thought. I have to increase my popularity to increase the dominion of the relic. Adding fan club members is the easiest way to increase popularity. A fan meeting? Should I? His expression was tense, his mind wavering. Then Du Hoan suddenly spoke up. All right. Du asked, bewildered. Huh? What did you just say? He shouted into the phone, annoyed. I'll hold a fan meeting. She immediately exclaimed excitedly. Really? Du Hoan asked coldly. Time and location. Jaeha, stunned, couldn't stay still and exclaimed. Wait, did you just say fan meeting? Are you admitting it? Yes, I promised my fans, so I have to do it. Jaeha wondered. What kind of debt is that? Why are you paying it off with a fan meeting? Do you even know how to sing? Or dance?
Du-hoan gritted his teeth and said,
Is there even stuff like that?
He sighed, probing. Is it okay to perform using relics?
Jiha commented helplessly. What kind of fan meeting is this? Behind them, Sua lowered her head and said,
Chief Van Mitting, you'll have to stand among strangers and act cute, send hearts, and do cute poses.
Du-hoan asked again, dumbfounded. It has to be like that? After hearing Sua's words, he even thought about canceling it, but it was too late. Zuka was already announcing the fan meeting time.
Since he had already gone too far, Du-hoan decided to go all the way. He chose a corner where he could display his favorite relics.
I hope they like it. Du-hoan went to greet Dua, who stared blankly at him.
Du-hoan muttered to himself,
I hope this fan meeting goes smoothly. I have to wait a bit before going on stage. And when the fan meeting started, the stage lights turned on, shining directly on his face. The fans shouted enthusiastically, It's Star Du-hoan! Some even tearing up with emotion at meeting their idol. He awkwardly waved to his fans, screaming inwardly, Are there this many people? Du-hoan's expression suddenly became somber as he stared blankly at the audience below, thinking, Whoa, this is actually kind of fun. He immediately flashed an excited smile. The fans below were thrown into a frenzy. He's smiling!
The audience was very excited. Even the rope participated in the dance, humming and singing. And after Du-hoan performed the things he had prepared, during the program he just had to sit there, rest, and answer questions. Du had worked very hard to plan everything,
but the most exciting part was when Du-hoan showed them how to use relics. He picked up the microphone and asked for their opinion. Would you like to see what my latest relic can do? Du-hoan tiredly rubbed his neck and went backstage to rest for a while. Seeing this, Du-hoan encouraged him. Good job, cheer up. It's only a little longer until it's over. Jaeha excitedly held up Vu's paper and praised. You did even better than I thought. Du-hoan coldly affirmed. But there won't be a second time. The boy, tired, asked while drinking water. What else is there? Dugala immediately reported. The 3 puppy brothers, performance, the fan drawing section, and the photo op. They also sent a ton of stuff for me to use for the photo op. Ja exclaimed in astonishment. You have to wear all that? It doesn't suit you at all. Du smiled, persuading Du-hoan. You know they really hope you'll wear them, right? He took the pile of items to put them away, saying reluctantly, All right. Du happily cheered. Good luck. Du-hoan would never wear this kind of hat. But he wore it just to keep his fans. Since it was beneficial, Du-hoan also didn't get angry. The broadcast station immediately reported. Se Du-hoan, the leader of a famous excavation team, held a fan meeting in Seoul yesterday. The event was organized and attended by hundreds of fans. A fan's mesmerized voice cried out, Look how he's shaking! Ruchua, sitting in the living room and watching this shocking news, struggled and screamed loudly. See Du-hoan! That bastard, how is he still free? That Jiang Chen guy? He said he'd do something, but in the end, he went to prison. A total waste of my prophecy. The assistant suddenly walked in and announced, Mr. Hua Bandora and YCK Feller have arrived. She walked in with 2 bodyguards. Ivy's face contorted as she questioned, You're not kidding me, are you? Ruchua irritably vented his anger. Of course not. What are you doing here? Bothering me again? She calmly stated. I brought a relic that I think suits you. He exclaimed in surprise. What? Ivy reminded him. Be grateful. At least make me a cup of coffee. Ruchua brought out 2 cups of coffee and asked, What kind of relic is it? She haughtily replied. Ask the superfluous. It's a prophecy, of course. But it's not very stable yet, so we need a professional like you to use it. Ruchua gently requested. Let me see. Isovi quickly opened a suitcase and said, Here, it is. Inside, there was a camera emitting a lot of energy, along with a starfish, a disc, and a spoon. He sighed, picked up the camera to inspect it, and curiously asked, How do I use it? Holding the hot coffee cup in her hand, Ivy frowned and said, How to use it? You have to figure that out yourself, aren't you a native? She told Joshua, I can collect it, but can't use it. Prophecy relics are very special. He asked back in surprise, You collected it? Where did it come from? Ivy replied casually, Who cares? You just need to use it well. He leaned back in his chair and then continued. If used incorrectly, the relic might become unstable. Are you so foolish you don't know that? Ivy, enraged by embarrassment, shouted, What did you say? Ratsua continued. Moreover, it's quite unusual for you to bring a relic here. Avi continued. Rosai ordered me before leaving Pandora. He wants me to lead Pandora in his absence. I'm just doing the job he commanded. Hearing this, Jua's face became somewhat somber. He said nothing and began to ponder. Seeing him hesitate, Ivy said, All right, I understand. Thanks for the help. The more relics, the better. Ruchua placed a red, 5-pointed star on the table and added, But it would be better if you had more information about this relic. He explained to Iravi that, with it, the time I need to master this relic will be shorter. If there's no information, try using the Pandora system. Ivy took a sip from the coffee cup in her hand. I hadn't thought of that. Rochua was speechless. Next time remember to pay more attention. She put the coffee cup down, then said, "Alright, this time figure it out yourself. I'm leaving now, get to work." Unexpectedly, his teammate was so resolute. Rochua was a little dazed. "You're leaving?" Ivy quickly stood up. "My business here is finished, I'm off." Looking at her retreating figure, he was speechless. Oh my god, she just comes and goes as she pleases. Then he looked up at his messy desk. "Now let's try the new relic. First, the camera." Rochua immediately picked it up and took a few pictures. "I have to test it to see how it works." In less than 5 seconds, a white piece of paper appeared, surprising him. Since it's a relic, how did the picture come out right away? Holding the photo in his hand, Rochua couldn't help but be astonished. Wait a minute. In the photo, a couple was smiling happily together. Rochua wondered non-stop. What is this? I only took a picture of the living room. Feeling that this relic was starting to get interesting, Rochua had an idea. Then I'll try taking a few more pictures. Looking at the pile of completely unrelated photos on his desk, he was bewildered. What is this? It doesn't look right at all. Rochua began to think seriously. Or is this how it works? But after a moment, his eyes scanned a familiar photo. Isn't this Kra? Recalling this character, he had a slight recollection. Kira has been missing for a while now. I thought she was dead. But looking through the pile of photos once more, Rochua began to hypothesize. Is this a picture of the past? No. It's a prophecy relic. Evie can't be wrong. Pausing for a moment, his face suddenly darkened, and his eyes also became more fearful. No way. The scene shifts to Jean. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at the pile of gifts. That's so much. Jen was utterly terrified. From the boss's fans? Sua quickly interjected. Just get it done fast. Jen was a little puzzled. But shouldn't he look at them first? Sua immediately replied. Hin and the boss are busy right now. Noticing Jaeha's glittering, greedy eyes, Sua immediately exposed him. Since he's busy, we can take a few things. You wouldn't think that, would you? Having his secret exposed, Jin glared and shouted, What are you talking about? Did I ever think that? Sua glared at him. It's clearly printed on your forehead. With Zhao Min gone, now only Du Hoan and Hein were left. He looked at the sword in his hand, hesitating. Dear sir, I know how to use a meat cleaver, but this thing. Du Ho quickly interrupted. You don't need to say so much, just try it. This isn't an ordinary sword. It's a relic. As soon as he said that, Heijin's eyes immediately lit up, because the sword was emitting a pink internal force. Du Hoan looked at him with satisfaction. Now show me your dominance and swing it. Hin was puzzled. Dominance? He slammed his fist together as an answer. Like if you don't do what I say, I'll butcher you. Something like that. At the same time, Julian immediately approached him, glaring angrily at Du Hoan. Can't you explain it properly? Why do you want to teach him how to master the relic? You said you wanted him to live in peace. Suddenly being questioned like that, Du Hoan was a little startled. Then he whispered to Julian that, even if his memories didn't recover, doing this could still stimulate his relic-wielding skills. Anyway, knowing a little about how to use relics in this world is a good thing. As soon as he finished speaking, a sly glint appeared in Du Hoan's eyes. Come help me if you're so free. Du Ho was startled. It's not that simple. Boss Du Hoan. Looking over, Heijin said, Listen carefully. Even though relics are objects, they are actually living things. You have to pressure them, or trick them, into doing what you want. In your case, this relic will work well if you use it as motivation. You're very compatible with sharp object-type relics. Now, he started to provoke the warrior inside Hin. Think about what will happen if you don't know how to use the relic. If you could defeat the people who come to your store, then you wouldn't have been forced into prison. Du Hoan hypothesized. If we hadn't come, you might have rotted in prison. What guarantees something like that won't happen again? He told Heijin the reality that from now on the world would still be full of relics. Even as we speak, it's still spreading everywhere. Looking at him, he was serious, so it would be a big mistake if he didn't learn how to use it properly, right? It seemed that the unhappy past, and Du Hoan's persuasive words, made Hin waver. And after a while, he immediately said to him, I'll try. Hearing this, Du Hoan couldn't help but be satisfied. All right. Hein had only just seriously swung his sword into the air when a strong gust of wind blew by. Du Hoan spoke up. That's right, that's how you should use it. His eyes were filled with trust as he looked at his teammate. Shout it from the heart. You will obey me, and swing it as hard as you can. Encouraged by him, Hin seemed to gain 10 times more courage. He gritted his teeth and swung the sword with all his might, and immediately after, a whirlwind erupted, carrying a powerful surge of inner energy that scattered the earth and rocks below. This power caused Julian and Du Hoan to instinctively step back, yet Hin stood tall like a warrior, his sword resting on his shoulder. Now, Du Hoan could completely trust his teammate. He praised with satisfaction. That's right. Stepping onto the large rock in front of him, Du Hoan then said, Now, can you help me cut this rock in half? Julian was surprised. Where did you steal this relic from? Hein was skeptical. Can this sword really cut that big rock? Don't think like that, you can do anything with a relic. He continued, even if that sword isn't a high-level relic, I'm sure you can cut this. Hin didn't seem to believe it much, but he had no choice but to listen. I understand. Du Hoan spoke up. Get started. Gripping the sword tightly in his hand, Hin used all his strength, gritting his teeth to gather his inner energy. Just like that, the sharp sword decisively and smoothly slashed into the large rock. Julian stared blankly at this. No way, he actually did it. He paused for a moment, then said, no, but he really did cut it in half. Du Hoan was happy. For your first time, that's good. You can learn to master relics because you have the talent for it. With a proud look on his face, he said again, come practice with me whenever you're free. I'll try to train you as much as I can before I go to America. Suddenly praised and applauded like this, Hein blushed. Thank you, sir, I'll do my best. Du Hoan couldn't hide his satisfaction. Good. A few days later, whenever he was free, Du Hoan taught Heejin how to use the relic. To him, he used to be the best hunter they had, so Hin learned very quickly. Watching Heejin seriously learn, he secretly wondered to himself, can they trust Heejin's help? Switching scenes to Joshua, who was cheering happily. Now I understand. When the people in these pictures see these pictures, they will experience the things inside the picture. The things you experience when you see this picture are moments that will definitely happen in the future. But wait a minute, he sweated and clutched his head. No matter how much I look at it, there are too many impossible futures. What the hell is going on? Switching scenes to Pandora's headquarters. At this moment, one of Evie's subordinates immediately came in to inform, Sir Rockfair, Destiny King Joshua is here, holding a newspaper in his hand. She is updating the information daily. Hearing this name, Evie was a little surprised, because she didn't understand why he suddenly came to find her. Rosua? As soon as he entered the room, Rosua couldn't help but anxiously place the camera down hard and said loudly, look at it. He pointed to the camera. It's the relic you gave me. Something is wrong with the future it predicts. Then Rosua handed over Kray's picture. You know who this is, right? It's Kray. She's been missing for a long time. But in this picture, she looks carefree drinking alcohol. As Irvi picked up that picture, he handed over another picture. This one too. It's your brother, Austin. This is Pandora's headquarters. Even though you forced him to leave, right? She couldn't help but fall into contemplation. You're right, that's strange. Rosua was so anxious that he couldn't stand it. It's not just one or two pictures. Then he continued to take out another picture. Here, look. It seems to be Si Du Hoan's team, but Jiang Chen is also there. What's the meaning of this? They're fighting among themselves now. After laying out all my doubts in front of Evie, he continued. The photos are all similar, and the people in them can get a prediction like a hallucination when they look at it. I experimented with my subordinates. They all said meaningless things. They said it showed things that shouldn't happen. After that, I wasn't sure if this was a prophetic relic anymore. I thought I should confirm, so I came here to find you. Hearing this, Ivy immediately asked, this is a prophetic relic. Gur already confirmed it. Could it be you're using it wrong? Did they provide any explanation? Ivy quickly replied, it seems like they did. Pausing for a moment, she repeated the words she knew. This thing will show you hallucinations of a possible world. I remember it being something like that. Rachua started to ponder. Possible? But how could these future things happen? Without knowing what he was thinking, his face suddenly turned pale. Inwardly, he lamented. Oh no. Seeing Rachua not saying a word, he dashed out the door. Evie shouted after him, where are you going? At this moment, the atmosphere around was extremely quiet. Jiang Chen irritably covered his nose with one hand, waving the air with the other. I can't believe I have to clean the toilet myself. At the same time, the warden quickly entered to announce, Prisoner 1505, you have a visitor. Walking alongside the warden, Jiang Chen wondered to himself, who could it be? Unable to contain his curiosity, he peeked towards the door to see who came to find him today. Unexpectedly, the person who arrived greatly surprised Jiang Chen. His eyes were glazed over. Looking towards Rachua, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, you, the fated king. When only the two of them were sitting in the conversation room, Jiang Chen anxiously asked again, did you come to save me? Immediately, Rachua spoke up, let me make it clear. I'm a fake. Jiang Chen was bewildered. A fake? Rachua said irritably, you think I'd come to a place so far away? I hate leaving the house. Pausing for a moment, he continued, but if you ask me if I came to save you or not, just think of it that way. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Really? Rachua began to pretend to hesitate. I'll need your cooperation. But he immediately interrupted. I will. I'll help at all costs. Immediately after, Rachua pushed the photo of the entire Du Hoan's group together over. Looking at this photo, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Why am I in this picture with Se Du Hoan? Rachua asked back. Strange, right? And now he explains that the photo is from a relic. If you release a small amount of energy, you will experience the moment inside the picture. Immediately after, Rachua continued. Try releasing energy to see what happened. You just need to tell me. You're the only one I can rely on in this matter. In return, I'll try to set you free. Jiang Chen hesitated. Thank you. I'll try it right away.
Finishing his words, he tightly grasped the photo, then channeled his inner energy.
Remembering the photo of everyone smiling together, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. It looked strange. It must be in the Azure Dragon office, but why is he with me? Opening his eyes, he felt that he was getting closer to Du Hoen. This is so weird. Did I enter the picture?
Staring blankly at his hands, Jiang Chen was a little uneasy. But this isn't like a hallucination at all. It's like my memory.
At this time, Sua happily pulled Du Hoen's hand. Captain, take a picture. He was a little helpless. A picture? Why? Jiang Chen here was very surprised by the person standing in front of him. Say Du Hoen? Sua smiled brightly and said, today is your birthday, and it's been a long time since things have been so good. Jiang Chen even bought you a cake. He startled and thought to himself, a cake? I bought him a birthday cake? Did I really buy it? This is crazy. Du Hoen stepped forward. Taking a picture is fine. We're colleagues anyway. Jiang Chen was surprised. Colleagues? I remember that we were in the 13th excavation team, and Xiao Du Hoen was the captain. This is a team that will do anything to get their hands on the relic. Not many people know about us because we operate outside the law. But looking at these pictures, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel surprised. Why do I feel so uneasy? It feels like something's missing. At this moment, Du Hoen looked at him. What are you saying? You bought me the pastry. What are you waiting for? Let's take the picture. A sharp pain shot through him, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but clutch his head. The image of Tae Jun suddenly flashed in his mind, causing him to be stunned again. What the hell is going on? Returning to reality, Jiang Chen couldn't bear it anymore, collapsing to the ground, clutching his head. My head hurts so much. Root, Sua, noticing his reaction, couldn't help but become anxious. What's wrong? What did you see? Rolling on the ground, Jiang Chen said, I remember everything. I remember everything. My head feels like it's about to explode. Root Sua exclaimed. Wait, tell me everything. Root Sua tried to calm Jiang Chen down. Why are you with Xiao Hoen? What's the relationship between you two? Calm down and tell me. With a face covered in sweat, Jiang Chen wondered. This is definitely my memory, but that picture is from the future. How is that possible? Immediately after, Jiang Chen looked up. He, Xiao Du Hoen, used to be my teammate. Root Sua replied. I suspected as much from the picture, but I didn't believe it was true. So what happened? Jiang Chen continued. We were on the same team in Azure Dragon. Sweat trickled down his forehead, with a malicious look in his eyes. Jiang Chen murmured, I killed him. Remembering Turn's words from that day. Aren't you offended that you have to be Xiao Duen's subordinate? You deserve to be a king. He tempted Jiang Chen. I'll make sure you succeed, as long as you work with me. Tae Dun smirked. You have to be smart and seize your golden opportunity, Jiang Chen. Now, sweat pouring down constantly, with a face like he had seen a ghost, Jiang Chen repeated. I betrayed them. At the same time, Du Hoen suddenly appeared and kicked the door open. What do we have here? What interesting game are you guys playing? Not expecting him to be here, Root Sua was so startled that he stuttered. Xiao Du Hen, and behind Du Hoen were Sua, Jaeha, and Julian. Everyone stared at them with murderous expressions. Suddenly, Du Hoen aggressively stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Chen's collar, startling him. Julia's side wasn't any better. Julian grabbed him, and he yelled and struggled. Let me go! He angrily shouted, shut up and stay still, or you'll get struck by lightning in the head. Root Sua screamed, damn it, how did you know I was here? You bastards, you're so annoying. On the other side, Du Hoen coldly said to Jiang Chen, our business is done, but you think I'll let you live in peace? You think I'll let you rot in a closet like this? Root Sua tried to listen to their conversation. Du Hoen continued. At first, I thought Azure Dragon would try to save you, but I didn't expect to find you two here. Du Hoen continued. Thanks to that, I've decided I'm going to request your transfer to a special facility for relic users. Of course, before that, you two will be interrogated. Tell me what you're doing. With incredibly determined eyes, Root Sua resisted inwardly. You think I'll tell you? But of course, Julien didn't give him a chance to retort. Keep freezing this bastard with ice. But at this moment, in front of them wasn't Jua but someone else. Julien scorned. Same old trick. He uses a dead person's body to create a temporary copy for himself. Du Hoen smiled slyly. It doesn't matter. We can extract information from this guy. He coldly looked at Jiang Chen. I guess you found out something you shouldn't have. Do you remember who I am now? Sweat poured down his face. Jiang Chen stammered. Boss, one sentence is enough to admit everything. Du Hoen's face darkened. Yeah, that's what you used to call me. Immediately after, he clenched his fist, channeling inner energy. Let's see how much you remember. And just like that, Jiang Chen's face became like a ball being mercilessly punched. All the resentment from the previous life surged forth, and Jiang Chen was sent flying. But it seemed Du Hoen didn't intend to let him off the hook. His eyes remained incredibly cold. He walked over, his foot stomping heavily on Jiang Chen's face. From now on, answer correctly. Before Jaha and Sua's bewildered gazes,
Du Hoan asked loudly. You were a king before. What was your title?
With weak breaths and a strained voice, Jiang Chen replied, the Sun King. Du Hoan was satisfied. That's right, seems like you remember well.
Come to think of it, he had obtained the Apollo relic, the sun god in Greek mythology. That's why he was promoted to king, with the title of Sun King. But Jiang Chen's body was ruined after abusing the Apollo relic. It also made him unable to use relics from grade C and above. That's why he became a supporter in Zhuan's excavation team. Jiang Chen wasn't given many opportunities, so perhaps that's why he was quite resentful. He gritted his teeth and continued. Second question. What relic does King Qi Thuong possess, and which tomb did he get it from? Jiang Chen couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, he asked with difficulty. King Qi Thuong?
The tomb. Du Hoan increased the pressure on his foot. Don't pretend you don't know. Jiang Chen shouted. I really don't know.
Beaten to the point where he couldn't help but shed tears, Jiang Chen confessed. I don't know.
Looking at his appearance, he thought to himself. It seems like he really doesn't know.
His memories have only recovered a little, but it seems they haven't fully recovered yet. He doesn't know anything about anyone besides himself.
Thinking of this, he slowly released his foot from Jiang Chen. Looking at him lying on the ground, Du Hoan was extremely pleased. This news is pretty good.
Seeing the group photo on the ground, Du Hoan picked it up.
The Destiny King. This must be his. What relic is he using? Julian stepped forward. Well, although I'll investigate that soon, should we just leave him alone?
Du Hoan asked back.
What do you mean? Julian continued. He's too bound by the past. If we let him live, he'll continue to hinder us in the future.
De Hang was startled when he heard this.
What? You mean we should kill him?
Sua also agreed with this opinion.
In this case, it makes sense. De was horrified. Sua? You too?
Looking at Jiang Chen lying on the ground, Dehaha said again.
No, we don't need to kill him. He's already imprisoned anyway. He puffed out his cheeks and pouted. And if you guys tell me to fake him in 5 minutes, I'll refuse right away. I won't do it.
With his eyes tightly closed and his body aching, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. That voice? He looked towards Dia, then screamed,
The Cheat King, you bastard!
Immediately, Jiang Chen's body was like it had a motor attached.
He stood up and lunged forward, yelling, You traitor! Du Hoan quickly blocked him. Why can't you stay down? Want me to kick you a few more times?
Daha was startled.
What's wrong? Jiang Chen screamed. Let me go! You think I'm the only one who betrayed him? He betrayed him too. If you want to kill me, kill him too.
Da flinched.
What are you saying?
But at this moment, Jiang Chen was like a madman. He kept lunging forward, wanting to grab and kill him, unable to remain calm any longer.
Du Hoan glared irritably, clenching his fist. A punch landed, causing Jiang Chen to spit out blood. He didn't expect to be punched so hard. Looking at the traitor, Du Hoan growled in annoyance.
I told you to stay there, you bastard!
Julian chimed in. Wait, he betrayed us too? Dia blinked in confusion. Huh? He tried to defend himself. Do you all really believe him? I'm disappointed in you guys.
Jae-han tried to explain.
Honestly, I don't even understand what you guys are talking about. When did I betray you?
Julian continued. I thought what Jiang Chen said was complete nonsense, but I guess we still have to check.
Deha, feeling extremely wronged, started crying. No, why? At the same time, Guard Kan walked in. What the hell is going on? Seeing them, Du Hoan felt a surge of anxiety. Crap, the guards are here. Looking at Julian, he whispered. We need to get out of here before things get worse. Julian was surprised. What? What about Jiang Chen? You don't care? Worry about him later. Looking at the person beaten to a pulp on the ground, Du Hoan added, He's not going anywhere anyway. Immediately after, Du Hoan ushered his teammates out the door, then smiled brightly at the two prison guards. You wouldn't recognize us. We're from a different unit. We're leaving now. Good luck.
As soon as Du Hoan got back to his place, he immediately wrote a letter transferring Jiang Chen to a place that specializes in imprisoning criminals who abuse relics.
While typing the letter, he smiled with satisfaction. He should have gone there from the start. At that moment, Julian and the others walked in. Boss, let's talk. Why aren't we returning his memories?
Julian said worriedly. What Jiang Chen said back then, I think we should just ignore it. If his memories are restored, we might be able to find out if he's a traitor or not.
Du Hoan replied. I don't think he's a traitor, Julian retorted. Can you prove it? He said in a deep voice. He wasn't even with us at the time. Now that I think about it, our relics weren't fully restored either.
Du Hoan said. Jiang Chen was the one who told me not to bring Deyahaha along, and as for the relics not being fully restored, isn't he always like that?
Du Hoan declared. That's why I don't want to return his memories. He doesn't take anything seriously. If we return the Cheat King's memories to him, he'll just become an uncontrollable wild beast again. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out, silencing everyone in the room. Seriously? Dia burst through the door, yelling, Are you guys talking about me? Julian stammered. It's not like that. Come here. Dia burst into tears like a child. Isn't it? I heard everything. Betraying or something. Clenching his trembling fist, resentfully. So you guys believe that jerk? I'm really disappointed. And you guys keep talking about things I don't understand. Sua, seeing him losing control, spoke up. Hey, calm down.
Jae-hae, determined to make a scene, cried even louder. You think I can stay calm in a situation like this?
Immediately after, he sobbed, and immediately took out Moonin's tears from his pocket.
Looking at the item in Daebae's hand,
Du-hoon was a little startled, even shocked. He hurriedly reached into his pocket. Du-hoon grew more anxious. How did Moonin's tear end up in his hands?
Dae was causing chaos. Everyone becomes strange after using this thing.
Do you think I don't notice? I do notice.
What he said was so true that all three of them were speechless.
But seconds later, they all nearly froze.
Du-hoon thought anxiously,
no way!
Then he quickly lunged over. Hey Roseha, give it back! But it seemed like it was too late. The Moonin relic had been opened and used by Dae.
Jae-ha slowly opened the Moonin-colored relic vial. His face now looked blank. Julian was also taken aback.
Rizej, stop that idiot! But of course, no one could stop it in time. And now, the Moonin relic has begun to affect Haba.
That light made it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. Everyone used their hands to shield their eyes to avoid being blinded by it. Du-hoon tried to squint his eyes open, his heart silently crying out,
damn it, he used it.
Now, JH is kneeling on the ground, clutching his head, screaming, making Julian worry.
Razdaha.
Tears streamed down like rain, and sweat uncontrollably poured down his face.
Seeing everyone enjoying themselves,
Jin silently said to himself, this is a memory. That's right, it's my memory.
Seeing a bunch of relics rushing back into his head,
Diwali was surprised. All this felt very strange.
Just like Jiang Chen, the image of that Kun guy suddenly appeared in his head with a sly smile.
Finally unable to hold it in, he vomited right on the spot.
It seems that JHA was the one most severely affected by the Moonin relic among everyone. The group crowded around, looking at Jae-hae lying on the ground.
Chloe worried. He passed out. Down there, Jean's eyes became vacant. Looking at his face now, it was as if he was completely caught off guard. Chloe was horrified. This reaction is a bit scary. Was I like this before? Julian explained. Everyone has different reactions. Looking at Jae-ha, Julian speculated that it seemed like he was suffering a lot because of the difference between the dominance of his current physique compared to the past.
Du-ho picked up the Moonin relic. I didn't expect him to go so far as to steal Moonin's tear,
but Du-hoon felt a little relieved. If he stole it, he can use it whenever he wants. Luckily, he used it right in front of our eyes. Sua felt uneasy. Maybe I was a little careless when talking about Daha's past life, Julian continued. That's right, since he's the only one without memories, he'll definitely keep thinking about it. We really underestimated the cheating king. Du-hoon patted Julian on the shoulder and said, now my work has increased because he used the relic. Then Du-hoon casually left. Chloe, let him go to you. She was startled and shouted, you're leaving him to me? Du-hoon said again, well, you're the doctor. Chloe annoyed. At least clean up this vomit first. Sua grumbled. Julian, clean it up and hand him over to Chloe. Julian helplessly. Okay. But no one saw Du-hoon's worried face as he turned away. And so, everyone began the task of taking care of that troublesome Jinha. And the first slave didn't wake up as quickly as everyone thought. Although it seems like it will take a long time, he will recover on his own if left alone. But they can't just wait and watch. Scene change. At Hein's shop, he was surprised. What? You're going to America? Hearing this decision, he was a little puzzled. Why so suddenly? Du-hoon continued. There are many things I need to do, and I have to go there to complete them. And there's someone I want to meet. Speaking of this, a sly smile suddenly appeared on his face, and Du-hoon didn't forget to instruct. Even though I'm going to America, you still have to practice with the relic. Hin immediately replied, of course, I will continue to practice. He recounted his training process. Actually, sometimes I even practice using the relic while working, and the two had a joyful laugh. Hin asked again, when will I see you again? Du-hoon continued, we'll probably see each other a lot, because I'll be traveling back and forth between Korea and America. Alright, goodbye. He had just walked out the door when Hin called after him. Wait, take the beef with you. But Du-hoon refused. No need, that's too much. And just like that, they immediately went to America. Du-hoon couldn't leave Jin in Korea, so he had to put him in the Van Gogh relic and bring him along. Du-ho thought he would give him time to recover, which is why Du-hoon wanted to get to America as soon as possible.
And because he really wanted to meet the King of Destiny, Du-hoon didn't know how much he had heard from Jiang Chen.
But what was certain was that he would hinder them, because now he had begun to grasp some information about the previous life of Ju-hoon's group. Deep inside, he was secretly urging, I can't let this go on. This time I'll finish him off.
Very quickly, they were all in New York, a luxurious and magnificent city.
Before long, Sua came to report, Boss, we've found the King of Destiny. Hearing this, Du-hoon was very pleased. He looked at her with a smug smile. Good. Let's both go to Julian's machine room. Sua continued. It seems he's moved to a mansion or something. As soon as he saw him, Julian said, You're here? Du-hoon stepped forward. I heard you guys found him. Julian replied, yes, he's somewhere nearby. His hands quickly typing on the keyboard, he wondered, when do we leave? Duhoen lazily replied, don't worry, I'll go myself. Julian was surprised. You're going? Why? Duhoen replied. You guys have to stay here. Remembering his number one slave, Du Hoi, once Jen Ha wakes up, he'll need someone to explain the situation and adapt to his old memories. You guys have to do that. Julian couldn't help but worry. Will everything be alright? I thought security there would be very tight. Duhoen replied, I just need to bring a few relics. Just do your job well here. Julian frowned and said, we have to explain the situation to someone who might have been a traitor? Duhoen asked back, what do you mean by traitor? Pausing for a moment, looking at everyone's uneasy faces, Duhoen casually continued, I don't think he is, so just explain when he wakes up. Got it? Then I'll be back soon. Julian was surprised. You're leaving right away? But now Duhoen didn't say anything and directly turned around and left. Julian grumbled. Yeah, that's him. Dusk was falling. At this time, at a large, magnificent mansion. Root Sua frowned, his face showing fatigue. Damn it, I'm so tired. At the same time, an employee came up to advise, Mr. Root Sua, please rest a bit. You should take care of your health more. Root Sua worriedly asked, are you sure I'll be safe from Duhoen if I go to sleep? He immediately replied, security in this area is perfect, sir. What's the point of coming this far if you can't rest peacefully? Although he heard this, he was still a little uneasy in his heart. Root Sua silently thought for a long time, but after all, he was only human, and he couldn't take it anymore. All right, I'll go rest for a bit, keep an eye out. Meanwhile, outside, Duhoen had finally arrived. He looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim, that's one expensive-looking mansion. He looked through his binoculars and surveyed the area. The security is tight, too. There are cameras everywhere. King of Destiny? Looks like you realize you're being watched, huh? Right after observing for a while, he asked himself, what should I do with this kind of security? Duhoen was a little regretful. If Jae-ha were here, it would be much easier. If there's no other way, then... Pausing for a moment, thinking something he didn't understand, Duhoen took out a sword from the relic painting. He channeled his inner energy, his aura blazing as he looked at the mansion in front of him. Destroy it then! Inside, Root Sua pulled down his cat sleeping mask and breathed a sigh. Great. It's been a while since I've had a comfortable sleep. Just as he finished speaking, a massive explosion erupted, engulfing the area in smoke and fire, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Instinctively, Rachua shot up, yelling, what the hell is going on? At the same moment, a frantic employee rushed in to report, Mr. Rachua, it's Seo Duhaeon. Rachua, enraged, hurled a pillow at him, shouting, you said security was tight, damn it! The guard stammered, unable to speak. He was clearly in a difficult position, but continued, this place is very secure, I can guarantee it. But then, after a pause, the guard continued, Seo Duhaeon, that bastard, he just barged straight in and attacked. Seo Duhaeon. Rachua couldn't help but roar, you think I'll let you get away with this? You want to fight? Is that it? But by this time, Duhaeon had already charged inside. Overwhelmed with rage, Rachua yelled, you son of a bitch, I accept your challenge. He roared like a wounded beast. You think I ran away because I couldn't beat you? Have it your way. Rachua had never lost his composure like this before. His eyes were bloodshot with fury, and the veins on his body were bulging. Rachua ordered, everyone, prepare to fight! Recalling his past, he remembered the day Jiang Chen came to find him. Hey Jay, let's talk, shall we? At the time, Jay was completely surprised. What's up? Jiang Chen smiled brightly. I need some data from Glory's medical records. Can you get it for me? Jae-ha was a bit lazy, so he casually said, do it yourself, why ask me? Jiang Chen cut to the chase. You're good at theft and robbery, aren't you? Jay was surprised, and retorted, you want me to steal data from our own team? Are you kidding me? Jiang Chen began to sweet-talk him. Just hear me out. If everything goes smoothly, our team's reputation will soar, and we won't have to do any more grave robbing, he advised in a low voice. This time will be unlike the missions you usually do. Consider it a test for our excavation team, Jiang Chen reasoned. The higher-ups want to conduct a test to challenge our ability to adapt to unpredictable situations, so they need data on our team's health and capabilities. If the test results are good, we'll become the official excavation team, and will receive more funding, and our income will also increase. Saying this, he became excited. Jae-ha, don't you want to see the new world after all these years of living in the shadows? But contrary to Jiang Chen's expectations, Jae-ha casually said, I don't really care. But then, Jae-ha thought, is he really being sincere? He always complains about the unfair profit sharing. But after that, Jae-ha reluctantly agreed. All right, I'll get it for you. Jiang Chen successfully tricked Jay, and he happily said, thanks. Jay worriedly added, but you have to use the data for the team's benefit, okay? Memories flooded back, and now he gradually remembered. That's right, I remember this. I stole the members, data from Chloe's desk and gave it to Jiang Chen. Little did he know this was the most fatal mistake of JH's life. And then, the day before the members entered the tomb, they argued about the missing information. The sacred artifact was thrown down, along with the shout, "Damn it, it wasn't me. I always prioritize the team's interests. Why does everyone keep blaming me?" Jae-ha gritted his teeth and yelled, "Go ahead, try entering the tomb with those sacred artifacts that I haven't finished repairing. Then you'll know how important I am to this team." Recalling how he turned and left after a heated argument. "Everyone blamed me for stealing the data, so I got angry and didn't completely repair the team's sacred artifacts. What have I done?" His face was now pale as he recalled those painful memories. "I really am a bastard." In the end, the members and the tomb that day died. Immediately after receiving the news, everyone had died. Jie angrily went to find Jiang Chen. Looking at the treacherous man in front of him, Jae-ha burst out, "You said it was a test, so how did they die in that test?" Yet Jiang Chen replied with a nonchalant face, "They were just unlucky. Who knows what will happen in those tombs? Calm down and let go." Not long after, Jae-hae learned the truth. That mission was designed to slaughter the members, and you helped them slaughter your own teammates. That day, he would always remember the rain pouring down like tears. It seemed to echo Daha's own sorrow. Unable to control his emotions, he tripped and fell on the street. Daha's spirit collapsed. He was so helpless that he couldn't even get up. Daha angrily blamed himself. Damn it, God damn it. Tears mingled with the rain as Jiha remembered his teammates and blamed himself immensely. The dream, carrying painful memories, came rushing back, startling him awake. JH opened his eyes. Before him now, faint light streamed through the window into the breezy room. Daya dazedly sat up, looking around. This place, is this my room in the US? How long have I been unconscious? The pain still spreading through his brain made him involuntarily squint. My head hurts too much. At the same time, he heard people's voices coming from afar, making him flinch slightly. Chloe said worriedly, "Even so, why let him go in there alone?" Julian helplessly replied, "He insisted." Jaha didn't dare face everyone, so he pretended to be asleep. Sua then said, "I'm also quite worried about him because he's fighting the King of Fate, one of Pandora's main players. It probably won't be easy for him to take him down on his own." Chloe asked in surprise, "So are you two planning to go help?" Sua explained, "He ordered us to come back here and take care of Rose Daha." Chloe wondered incessantly, "Why order all three of us to leave him alone?" Sua looked at Jay. "Well, he told us to explain the situation to him when he woke up." Chloe looked over at Julian, and she said, "I can do it myself, Vice Captain. What should we do?" Seeing the two girls looking at him with such eager expressions, Julian pondered for a moment. He thought for a while and then said, "We probably should do that. I'm feeling quite uneasy too." Chloe smiled brightly at him with a determined look. "Just go. Just leave me with him." Julian sighed. "All right." Watching Sua and Julian prepare to leave, Chloe was also a little worried and hesitant. "Be careful." After the two had left, Chloe was a little bored. "What should I do now?" "Make some coffee." Jaha peeked at her. He closed his eyes, secretly calculating. "There's only one person watching me. I'll find an opportunity to escape." The reason Jaha wanted to leave was because he was thinking, "There's something I need to do. Quickly make a hot cup of coffee." Then Chloe immediately returned to Jaha's room. Seeing that Dia still showed no sign of opening his eyes, Chloe sighed. He's still not awake. Then she placed the cup of coffee on the table. "I've cleaned the room and made you coffee. And you still won't wake up?" At the same time, suddenly a sound of violent vomiting rang out, startling her. Chloe immediately ran to the bedside. "Rosie-ha, you're awake." Jaha stammered. I'm nauseous. The bathroom." Chloe followed anxiously. "Are you okay? Do you need me to pat your back?" Jaha stopped her. "I'm fine. I can go to the bathroom myself. And she will be trapped here alone." "So you say that?" Chloe was momentarily dumbfounded. Jaha turned back to look at his teammate one last time, as if saying goodbye. "It was nice to see you again." Waiting until Chloe regained her senses, she immediately shouted, "Wait! Rose-ha, you!" But it seemed everything was too late. The door slammed shut, and he just disappeared like that. Chloe frantically rattled the doorknob. "Damn it! He locked me in with a relic!" Chloe tried to pound hard on the door, knocking. "Hey, Rose-ha, open up! How long have you been awake?" "Hosea, open the door." On this side, he casually walked away, leaving her to scream endlessly. Hosea held his head. "Sorry, but you'll have to stay there for a while. I need to meet the boss." Dia was a bit surprised. "But that's weird. I was sure they died in that incident. How are they still alive?" Inside the room, Chloe angrily exclaimed, "Damn it, how could I be so careless?" She now paced around the room. "I can't let this happen. It's a bit of a bother, but I have to ask them for help." Rummaging through the desk, she still couldn't find the item. Chloe was panicking. "My phone, I left it here." Her cursing echoed through the entire compound. "Rose-ha, you bastard. Did you take my phone too?" Chloe started feeling uneasy. "So this is why the boss ordered the three of us to track him?" This is a huge problem.
Recalling the faces of her teammates who were on their way to help Duhoen, Chloe was now confused. I have to quickly report this to them. Her face couldn't help but show endless worry. What should I do?
I guess I'll just have to break the door down. On this side, Duhoen was fighting Huga's bodyguards alone. Although he was indeed strong, one person against a crowd meant his strength was somewhat weakened. Duque wiped the sweat from his mouth. Then he continued to advance inside, unable to suppress his disgust. There's so much trash around here and I've cleaned it all up too. Next, he raised his hand to the button. If I'm a guest, I should ring the doorbell, shouldn't I? Inside, Rosua heard the doorbell and grew more frantic. What is it?
The security staff quickly reported. That noise seems to be Duhoen ringing the doorbell.
Rosua was now extremely worried. He's so confident he even rings the doorbell? Is he crazy? Outside, he was like a pervert breaking into someone's house. Why aren't you guys coming out to welcome a visiting guest?
Still seeing no one open the door, Duhoen continuously pressed the bell.
If it had a mouth, it would definitely be cursing him. At the same time, a voice came through the walkie-talkie. Why are you here?
Duhoen calmly replied,
I want to meet the King of Destiny. Hearing him say that, the security staff surprisingly asked back, What did you say? On the camera, Duhoen casually rested his chin and assessed. This house is quite big, it's hard to find. Tell him to come out here, I have something to say. The house won't collapse, we can just talk peacefully. Kill two birds with one stone, just come out and talk. Hearing these words from him, Rosua was so angry he gritted his teeth.
That bastard, he's so arrogant.
Outside, the security staff replied. Lord Rosua does not want to speak with you. He became impatient, immediately let out a sigh, and feigned reluctance. Then I'll have to do things the hard way. Right after that, Duhoen summoned Set out here. The dog was still engrossed in hugging a box of fried chicken, completely unaware, constantly being summoned while eating. Set was a little annoyed. Why did you call me out, master? Duhoen ordered, Cast a sandstorm around this mansion. As soon as the master finished speaking, it glared, focusing its inner power, and casually replied, Simple enough. And just like that, with Selit's power, a huge sandstorm immediately swept right into Josua's mansion. Inside, everyone was wide-eyed in astonishment, as the building shook violently without stopping. Rosua jumped up and screamed, What is it? The staff was terrified. One of them shouted, It's a sandstorm! But it was too late.
The interior furnishings were now collapsing due to the sand. The damage seemed to be extremely severe. Rosua clenched his teeth in fury. Damn it, my mansion!
The security staff urgently asked, What should we do? Rosua could no longer remain calm. He gritted his teeth. How can he use a relic like that in a place that's not even a tomb? With no other option, Josua commanded his subordinates to use all the holy relic assistance from Pandora right away. He seemed utterly bewildered. Use up all the defensive and offensive relics? He won't dare do anything then. At the same moment, the system issued a warning. The enemy is using a weather prediction relic. The sandstorm has been suppressed. The boss was utterly surprised. What? The wind movement is weakened. I guess they're using a relic similar to mine. Duhoen calculated. Looks like it's a rare item. Your attack might be blocked by that weather prediction relic. Seeing the clear sky, the people in the mansion couldn't help but feel triumphant. Success! The sandstorm has stopped.
Seizing the opportunity, Josua shouted madly, Now it's our turn to counterattack. Use that relic.
Just as Josua finished speaking, behind Duhoen, dozens of heavy footsteps were rushing towards him, and this is exactly the group of soldiers that Rosua summoned from his relic. Looking towards him and Set, they shouted crazily, Kill those heretics! Duhoen stood up straight, assessing the situation. Damn it. In those outfits, they must be the Crusader army.
Set was a little worried. The Crusader army? Speaking of this army, at the end of the 11th century, there was an event known as the Reconquest of the Holy Land of Jerusalem. Knights and royalty of Western Europe stirred up war until they crossed the Eastern Mediterranean, and they were called the Crusaders. The Crusaders built states on the lands they went to, but in the end, they all collapsed. But he didn't seem confused at all. Alright, it's the type of warrior achievement they have an incredible collection of, but I don't have to worry because I have good stuff too. Immediately, not willing to lose, Duhoen also summoned his relic. Hegemon King of Western Shu, this is the relic of Xiangyu. Holding the Dao in his hand, he was extremely satisfied. The power of this relic is capable of splitting mountains. The energy within it can cover the entire world. Madly swinging the Dao down, Duhoen exclaimed excitedly, I just got this recently. Let's see how amazing this achievement is. Just placing the handle of the Dao on the ground caused the earth and rocks to be blasted away relentlessly. The soldiers were now unable to stand firmly. They panicked and said to each other, What is this? Now looking at the rubble in front of him, he was somewhat smug. Useful, isn't it? I like it. Looking at the weapon in his hand again, Duhoen had an idea. But it's too big, I need to change it a bit. Not understanding what he wanted to do, Xiangyu was a little startled. What? He roared in anger. How dare you change my form? Who do you think you are? Duhoen said calmly, Shut up. I am your master.
You must do everything I say. Du Hoyan further explained. How can you show off your massive size in this form? Dual daggers like these are very popular these days. Now the army was no longer careless. Looking at him, they shouted a warning to each other. He's coming. Prepare to fight. He's strong. Is this going to be okay? Ignoring the crowd rushing at him, he stood alone with dual daggers in his hands. The relics said to each other, Cheer up, this is war. Switching the scene to Chloe, she finally managed to break down the door. She quickly walked out, unable to stop herself from grumbling. I really didn't want to break the door, but there was no other way. He escaped. Chloe was now extremely anxious. I have to find everyone and tell them he's escaped. On Sua and Julian's side, both of them were now driving to Du Hoan's place to support him. At the same time, Sua's phone rang. She answered the phone in surprise. Chloe is calling me. Sua became vigilant. What's wrong, Chloe? On the other end of the line, Chloe said hastily, There's been a problem. Rosea has disappeared. Hearing this, Sua couldn't help but shout, What? Then she turned it up and said to Julian, Team leader, listen to this, Chloe. Explain. Hosea has escaped, Chloe reported back. It seems he woke up a while ago, but he was pretending to be unconscious to find a chance to escape. He locked me in the room and took my phone, so I couldn't report to everyone right away. Based on Chloe's words, Ku guessed that he must have fully recovered his memories. Julian irritably said, Damn it. Dua then asked, Do you know where he went? Chloe was surprised. Are you asking me? Of course not. Julian gritted his teeth. That bastard. He really is a traitor. No wonder he chose to run. Sua worriedly said, Don't tell me, Sua urgently said. I'll use my relic to find him. Stop the car somewhere safe. Julian immediately agreed. All right, Chloe carefully said again. Please be careful. He locked me in the room with a relic. I had to break the door to get out. Now he can utilize his past life's abilities. His chances of escaping are very high. After hearing the whole story from Chloe, Sua quickly told her, Understood. After the car was parked, Sua quickly summoned her relic. She commanded, Judo, gather the spirits and search. Judo quickly replied, Okay, I will find him. Sua added, I'll also use other tracking relics to find and locate him. Julian was pleased. Good job, drink up. Seeing the soda can being tossed to her, Sua quickly reached out and caught it. Thanks. She hesitated and asked, Are you sure he's a traitor? The boss said he wasn't. Julian immediately replied, Look at him running away, it's very suspicious. If he's not a traitor, why would he run? Who knows? On the other side, a pair of feet were frantically running like the wind. His face was covered in sweat, and he had just woken up, running for his life to find Hen. Julian and Sua had stopped the car in the parking lot. He leaned against the car, leisurely waiting. When seeing a beam of light flash by, Julian immediately announced, Judo is back. Judo found him. Judo immediately reported, He's in downtown New York. Hearing that, Julian sighed and asked, Now do we have to go back to the hideout? She only said after hearing that, There's no choice, let's go. As he prepared to leave, Sua called him back. Team leader, she worriedly reminded. Once we find Ha, we better clear up any misunderstandings first. Don't you think so? Julian walked away without looking back, his tone somewhat indifferent. Why should we? Do you think I'll kill him as soon as I see him? Sua, sweating, replied. I feel like you will. He didn't look at her and just instructed, You have to act fast, even if you only get a glimpse of him. Don't let your guard down even for a moment, and give him a chance. Not only that, Julian added, Remember, he's now the king of cheats. Hearing that, Sua didn't dare say anything more. She could only suppress the discomfort in her heart, and replied with a short sentence, I understand. Following Judo's guidance, Sua and Julian weaved through the crowd, running in a certain direction. Their footsteps gradually slowed, attentively observing the passing people as if searching for a familiar figure. Exhausted after running a distance, she wiped her sweat while observing her surroundings and said, Right here. Judo saw Josea around here. Julian immediately replied, I understand. I can feel the energy around his relic somewhere nearby. Suddenly, they saw a very familiar figure running past on the other side of the street. He immediately recognized that person, and hurriedly shouted to inform, Over there, follow him quickly! Julian stared at JHA's running figure, not forgetting to direct him to run into that alley. Sua and Julian put all their strength into chasing after him. He didn't forget to threaten him. Jay, stop, if you keep running, I'll really see you as a traitor. Seeing that it had no effect, Julian immediately cursed, You bastard! And also focused his energy to attack JHA. Seeing that, she hurriedly stopped the team leader, if you use it. He didn't care, only wanting to catch the person running ahead, immediately launching an attack in that direction and yelling, I must catch him! From his palm, a burst of power was released, striking Jae and causing him pain, making him stumble and fall. Jae lay face down on the ground, his body emitting black smoke, his clothes also scorched. Taking advantage of that, Julian immediately sped up, reaching him in just 2 or 3 steps. He lunged forward, grabbing Jaeha's shirt, yelling incessantly, Gotcha!
Julian pressed him hard against the ground, grinding his teeth in anger. "You think you can escape me?" Only to see his entire body emitting a stream of black energy, he turned his head and smiled mockingly at him. "As expected of the deputy leader, you're really good." Then suddenly he said, "But you've been tricked." Hearing that, Julian's eyes widened in shock. After saying that, Jae-hye laughed triumphantly. Then his body suddenly exploded, blood splattering out abruptly, causing him to quickly shield himself. Sua, who had finally caught up, saw this and asked suspiciously, "His body exploded?" Julian, now realizing what had happened, clicked his tongue and explained, "It was a fake." He looked at his blood-stained hand, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Damn it." Since regaining his memories, his abilities have become much more complicated. Sua, who was behind, suddenly called out, "Deputy leader, look over here." Seeing a book on the ground emitting light, Sua immediately exclaimed, "It's the sacred relic, Ravan." He was extremely wary of why it was here. Julian picked up the book and deduced, "That must be why I could sense Rei's sacred relic's energy." She asked suspiciously again, "But isn't that Jae-ha's main sacred relic?" The two immediately discussed. Sua rested her chin on her hand, offering her opinion. "He abandoned the sacred relic that helps him create perfect copies just to trick us. Isn't that a bit of a loss?" After examining the book, he was astonished. He even gave up ownership of it. Sua also exclaimed in surprise, "What is it?" She was extremely confused by Jae-ha's actions. That's weird. If he really wanted to trick us, he should have prepared a better plan. Julian didn't pay any attention to it. His eyes were cold and his tone indifferent. "It doesn't matter. Without this sacred relic, he won't be able to trick me like this anymore. I just need to catch him next time we meet." Sua agreed with his words. She didn't pay attention anymore and asked, "Right so." As she was speaking, a shout from behind interrupted her. Over here, at the end of the alley, a group of police officers stood ready with weapons. They pointed their guns at the two of them and ordered, "Hands up! You two are under arrest." Sua was immediately panicked, her tone also weak. "Is there a misunderstanding?" The police continued to yell at them. "Don't try to deny it." The police pointed to the bloodstains on Julian's clothes and said, "The blood on your body proves everything." The police immediately concluded, "The murderer, put your hands up now." The two of them now understood that they had fallen for Jae-hae's trap. They turned to look at the person lying on the ground and cursed, "Damn it." Julian frowned and muttered, "So that's why he made a copy that looked exactly like himself? He planned to get the police's attention in order to hold us back." They were blocked by the police at both ends. Sua asked him anxiously, "What do we do? Should we take them down?" Julian was also very confused in this situation, and immediately stopped her. "Damn it, no way, just go and try to explain." They immediately raised their hands in surrender, while explaining, "If we can prove that this corpse is fake, we can resolve this peacefully." Meanwhile, on an airplane, Jae-ha thought to himself, "I'm sure the police are holding them back right now." He sat cross-legged on the chair, muttering triumphantly, "Hopefully Julian will sleep well in jail, because it's very difficult to prove that the corpse is fake." Jae-ha laughed triumphantly to himself. "But Julian will definitely do it, although it will take a while." The pilot's announcement came over the plane's speakers, interrupting his train of thought. "Good afternoon, passengers. This is your captain speaking. We will be landing at Florida Airport soon." Jae-ha looked out the airplane window, his eyes staring blankly into the distance as he calculated, "Now I'll get to meet the boss again." Cut to Du-Harion's battle. A sudden explosion occurred, shattering a corner of the mansion, causing smoke to rise in thick clouds. He was currently focused on his own fierce battle. But Du-hwan, straightforward and relaxed, smiled triumphantly. Jae-ha had arrived at the mansion, his footsteps revealing his anxiety. Seeing the ruined state of the house, he was extremely worried, thinking, "Why is everything so chaotic?" Jae-hae quickly ran over. Seeing countless people lying scattered on the ground, he looked around with a worried tone. Did the boss do all this? As he approached the source of the sound, Jae-hae pressed himself against the corner of the wall, peering slightly inside to observe. Seeing the scene inside, his eyes suddenly widened, unable to believe the sight unfolded. Du-hoan was in the center of the fight, his movements incredibly fierce, batting away everyone who tried to rush him. Rut-shua saw this and was utterly panicked. "The Crusaders have reached their limit, damn it, use something else. Are there any other useful holy relics?" Meanwhile, Du-hoan slashed at a soldier. The powerful blow made it cry out in pain. Suddenly, the soldier slowly faded away. Its figure became flickering and indistinct, and he was also stunned by this sudden situation. Rut-shua saw the soldiers continuously disappearing, and he let out a confused cry, "What is this?" When he saw the fallen soldiers also vanish, Rut-shua couldn't help but speculate. Are the Crusaders giving up? Du-hoan also witnessed this scene, and he smiled with amusement. Seems like it. They can't take any more either. Alright, now I'll just say this as he turned to walk towards the house behind them. How about a little tour of the house? Rut-shua couldn't believe it, and yelled angrily, "What did you say? He went inside the house?" The people sitting at the controls hastily advised,
The Crusaders couldn't stop Seo Duhoen. You should run, sir. He didn't agree, grinding his teeth and saying, he'll hunt me down till the end. Where can I run now? The others were also sweating profusely. There's no other way, sir. You should surrender and escape, sir. Rut Shua brought his hands up to cover his face, thinking, am I being kicked out of my own house? Suddenly a sound echoed from afar. He dropped his hands from his face in alarm, his eyes wide with astonishment. Rut Shua yelled in doubt. What's that noise? The subordinate replied, trembling. Seo Duhoen? He's looking at your destructive actions through the surveillance camera, the subordinate explained. He's destroying everything inside the house. Hearing this, he couldn't keep his calm and cursed. That bastard! He's wrecking my expensive collections. Rut Shua yelled towards the surveillance camera, trying to stop him. Stop it, you devil! Duhoen's extremely wicked smile was his reply. He smashed the furnishings in the house while provoking, let's see how long you can hide. Duhoen held the weapon in his hand, looking incredibly arrogant as he yelled, show yourself, Destiny King! If you don't come out, I'll flatten this place. Seeing no response, he immediately shouldered his weapon and walked forward, muttering to himself again. What? Think I can't do it? The moment Duhoen set his foot down, it was as if he had activated a hidden mechanism. The spot where he stepped sank down. Immediately after, an extremely massive explosion occurred right where Duhoen had been standing. Rut Shua observed from afar, now extremely worried, and asked himself, did it work? All that was seen was Duhoen's figure, shielding himself with his barrier, slowly emerging as the smoke gradually cleared. His eyes were sharp as he looked around. Seeing that the explosion hadn't injured him, Rut Shua yelled in anger, damn it, he still blocked it! Oh my god! While he still observed his surroundings with complete calmness, Duhoen continued to walk forward, constantly muttering, what lunatic would put bombs in his own house? This made Jae-ha behind him feel utterly speechless. He pressed close to the wall, his eyes focused intently on the observation, while inwardly exclaiming, the boss is amazing! Meanwhile, in the house's monitoring room, the subordinates were desperately pleading. You really need to run and hide, sir. We can't hold him any longer. Hearing these words, Rut Shua clicked his tongue softly. Then he made a decision. All right, let's get out of here. Then he pushed the door open and stepped out. But unexpectedly, the area in front of the door was sealed off by dense golden ropes, blocking all their exits, and he cried out in surprise. What the hell is this? Rut Shua's whole face crumpled, the fear impossible to hide as he mumbled. Golden rope is Seo Duhoen's relic. He's looking for us. He immediately instructed. Be careful. I don't think we should touch it. Hearing this, they also raised their guard and replied, yes. Rut Shua's body seemed to tense up. As he tried to squeeze through the gaps between them, he gritted his teeth and asked himself, how am I supposed to get out of here? Suddenly, the tip of a rope came close to his ear, saying excitedly, heard it! Heard it! This sudden voice startled Root Sua, causing him to fall backward onto the ground. He was utterly terrified by it. The rope covered in teeth also immediately began to move. The group of people were utterly bewildered by the rope's movement. Root Sua, still sitting on the ground, clenched his fist and angrily shouted, damn it, he found it. He knows where I am. The rope quickly found Duhoen, nudging his leg and calling out, Master, master! It excitedly reported, I found the bad guys. I found them. Hearing this, he let out a soft, oh. The rope immediately gestured downwards, announcing, they're in the basement. Here, here. Hearing this, Duhoen grinned with amusement. All right, good job. I should go meet them right away, shouldn't I? Meanwhile, the rope relentlessly threatened the group, and one of them launched an attack on it. The blade immediately collided with the rope's head, causing it to scream in pain, but it didn't give up and counterattacked. Immediately after, it whipped hard at the person, shouting, that hurts, that hurts! The four of them hurriedly huddled together, Root Sua anxiously ordering, damn it, can't cut it. Be alert, if he catches us, we're done for. Suddenly, debris from above kept falling, and the loud noise made him exclaim in confusion, what's that noise? Only to see a crack suddenly appear on the ceiling and spread rapidly, and he couldn't react in time. Root Sua gritted his teeth to keep calm, but his eyes were wide with horror at this moment. Immediately after, the ceiling collapsed, and debris rained down on them. Screams of pain echoed continuously. After a while, the smoke gradually dissipated, and the hacking coughs resounded from difficulty breathing. Root Sua clutched his head, injured from being hit by a rock, and wondered in confusion, what's happening? Not giving Root Sua time to react, a stick suddenly slammed down in front of him, shattering the debris. Duhoen landed from above, standing in front of Root Sua, and said with an arrogant smile, long time no see, King of Fate. He couldn't believe it, and stammered, you. He immediately ordered the rope next to him, tie them up. The rope, it immediately responded respectfully, I'll tie you guys up. Tie you guys up? Hearing Duhoen's arrogant words, the group immediately trembled with fear, but in the blink of an eye, the rope had successfully tied them all up tightly. Root Sua, still stubbornly struggling. Let me go, he threatened calmly. What's the point of resisting when you can't win? The house is already ruined. Duhoen even teased him. Just consider it the price of resisting, right? But you know, Destroying just the house isn't enough, right? His eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said with a mocking smile, "You've crossed the line." Then he ordered, "Rope, take these guys out of this room." It responded very actively, Okay, clean up, then quickly dragged them across the ground. The rope excitedly dragged its spoils, singing merrily. Deha, hiding in a corner, witnessed everything. He wondered in confusion and doubt. What's going on? Is it over? Then he looked at Duhoen and calculated, No way, the rope suddenly released them. I'll approach him when he's done. Deha kept thinking, my appearance won't interrupt his work. He didn't realize the rope had approached him. It poked his neck, asking curiously, Why are you here? What's going on? The sudden appearance startled Jae-ha, causing him to scream loudly and fall to the ground in surprise. The rope, oblivious to his panic, enthusiastically directed, Masters, this way, this way! He immediately became flustered, quietly trying to stop it. Don't say anything! Seeing this strange reaction, the rope was utterly confused. It quickly moved closer, saying with great curiosity, What are you saying? Suspicious. So suspicious. Immediately after, the rope stretched out, wanting to tie up Jae-ha. Come here, but he quickly escaped, hurriedly trying to run away. This action made the rope exclaim, He escaped! It shook its body in confusion, wondering, was he always this fast? Strange, very strange. Meanwhile, Joshua was still tightly bound. Duhoen immediately said, I'm taking off the gag, now talk. The rope immediately loosened as he said. He coughed laboriously. He immediately questioned, How much do you know about me? He immediately denied it. I don't know anything about you. Duhoen didn't believe these words at all. He took out a photo and tapped it against Joshua's head. Bullshit. Then how did you find the lair? He held the photo in front of his face, probing. This photo was created from a relic. Is it related or not? Duhoen also threatened. Think carefully, you can't hide the truth about something like this. Seeing this, Joshua gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, Joshua thought, sweating. What should I say to get out of this situation? How much does he already know? Seeing that he was still being stubborn, he lost his temper and kicked him. What takes you so long to think? Spit it out. Joshua was suddenly attacked and spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. Seeing that he was still stubborn, Duhoen immediately came up with another plan and gestured. This won't do, Rope. Let him down. You need to be punished a little to behave. But there was no response. He called out again, puzzled. Rope! At this moment the rope finally spoke. Oh, sorry, I was a little busy. Hearing this, he asked with great suspicion, What were you busy with? It excitedly reported. I caught him. Followed by an unpleasant curse. Damn it! Dia yelled as the rope dragged him. Let me go! I'll come on my own! But it didn't pay attention, and excitedly said, Let's go! He angrily shouted, If I had a relic, you'd be done for! Jay cried out in pain when the rope violently threw him down at his feet. Duhoen! He was very suspicious when he saw him appear here. Jae-ha! He immediately knelt at his feet, stammering, Duhoen. Slightly frowned, then crossed his arms and questioned, Why are you here? Where is everyone else? Seeing his attitude, Jae-ha was worried, but still hesitated to answer. They're at home. A silence suddenly fell between the two of them immediately after he said those words. Suddenly, a dazzling light emanated from him. Jay hurriedly raised his hand to shield his eyes. Duhoen had placed his weapon against his neck, his tone extremely angry. I have a question for you. Why are you here when they're at home? Why are you trying to deceive me like this? He asked angrily and made a guess. I'm asking you, why did you run away? Are you really a traitor? Answer honestly. You know what will happen if you lie, right? I won't forgive you if my friends die because of you. Hearing these words, Jae-ha was very shocked but couldn't say a word. He was still kneeling on the ground, lowering his head to admit his crime. Yes, I am a traitor. Because of me, both the boss and the other members died. Jae-ha also said, I came here to be killed by you. Boss Joshua, who was tied up on one side, was also speechless at this situation and thought, what the hell are they talking about? He noticed the power emanating from the sword placed on his neck and tried to stay calm. But before that, listen to me. I know some information that might be helpful to you. Hearing this, Duhoen withdrew the power from his weapon, indicating agreement. He sheathed his weapon, sighed, and agreed. All right, I'll listen. But Duhoen suddenly turned and glanced at the guy behind him, ordering, First, you need to get out of here! Rotsua, hearing this, frowned in suspicion. Huh? Fuh? He immediately asked, feigning innocence. I have to leave? Does that mean you're letting me go? Hearing that, he sighed, completely speechless. Are you kidding me? He then pulled out a relic, saying disdainfully, You're going to be my hostage for the rest of your life, you idiot. After that, he screamed in pain, but was still dragged into the relic by a powerful force. After dealing with Rotsua, Duhoen slowly signaled to Jaha, Now, should I listen to what you have to say? Speak. He remained kneeling on the ground, hesitantly replying, Yes. He frowned slightly, seemingly concerned as he instructed, First, you have to be careful of Pandora.
He suddenly interrupted, denying.
No! Du Hoan demanded sternly. Start from the beginning. I still don't understand why you betrayed us. Tell me everything. Then, Joseja began to confess everything in a trembling voice. He lowered his head to the ground, not daring to look him in the eye. There were two major mistakes he made that changed what happened during their final tomb exploration.
Du Hoan narrated to himself. First, he stole the team's member information and gave it to Jiang Chen. And second, he didn't recover our relic.
Careful!
Jaha slapped both hands hard on the ground, shouting in regret.
Everyone died, all because of me.
He slammed his head hard against the ground, his tone extremely serious.
Please forgive me, boss. I killed everyone.
Seeing that he still said nothing, Jaha spoke up again to explain. I didn't mean for things to turn out this way. But suddenly, Du Hoan was slightly startled by the scene before him, tears constantly falling. He suddenly said with remorse,
I'm sorry, please forgive me. He leaned his sword against the ground, pondering in silence. That's strange. Shouldn't his memories be fully restored? The old him would never cry in front of me.
Du Ho kept exclaiming inwardly.
Even though he respected me wholeheartedly, he still wouldn't do this. What's more, he's even willing to let me decide his fate.
His eyes were slightly indifferent, but he secretly judged.
If someone asked me if he betrayed us or not, I would say he's innocent.
Are you sure? Du Hoyan suddenly spoke up, presenting his argument. So, the issue is that you only did what Jiang Chen ordered, but you had no intention of harming us, right?
Deska, hearing this, could only stammer in response, yes.
But the rope, being extremely curious, asked, What are you two talking about? What are you saying?
He immediately covered his face, expressing, I'm not trying to use that as an excuse, because in the end, what I did led to everyone's death.
Du Hoyan took in all his actions and thought to himself, he's probably telling the truth. He meant well, and that's why he worked with Jiang Chen, but the result wasn't what he thought it would be. Recalling the image of him crying so miserably earlier, he became even more certain of his thoughts. From then on, he felt so guilty that it changed his personality.
And the death of his teammates made it impossible for him to live in peace. In many situations, he must have thought about his teammates and that guilt many times, causing him pressure.
When Daha collapsed on the ground from the shock,
Du Ho exclaimed, He's not evil. The teammates who went with me probably didn't realize this. But I'm sure he didn't die of old age. After thinking carefully, he asked curiously, So, what useful information do you have for me? He hesitated slightly before speaking. That. Debon's face suddenly wrinkled, his eyes shining with seriousness. Bandora is not just an organization with a common goal and a wise presence. I feel like their actions are all based on the interests of the relic.
Seeing that Du Hoan said nothing, he explained again.
I once investigated their origins to cause trouble for them, but I still haven't remembered everything. Suddenly, Dee had a new idea. They're trying to create a new relic. He then rested his chin and thought. Create a relic? Is that even possible? Even if they could, it would only be a fake relic. He thought of the pyramid in the desert. If you could get a relic without conquering the tomb, then very quickly there would be a lot of people using relics. Then he thought of the skyscraper, surrounded by wind and sand, and wondered in doubt. But why is Bandora doing this? What for? Du Hoan was very confused, and immediately turned to ask Zhenha.
Try to remember, what are they really trying to do? Seeing this, he immediately explained in a fluster, That, I'm trying to remember. He put his hands on his head, pretending to concentrate and mumbling, If the community finds out about this, Pandora's reputation will be ruined.
So, Shenglong is also plotting something. Hearing him talk about irrelevant things, Du Ho immediately got angry and shouted, Tell me the important information now. He then scratched his head and said, I'm sorry. He sighed helplessly. All right, how did you react after receiving that information? I can draw a conclusion from that. Hearing that, he frowned, biting his lip, unsure whether to tell the truth or not. The hand resting on Dahaha's thigh tensed up. He confessed, I don't know, I died while gathering information about that. Du Hen was utterly confused by these words. He asked, Died? What are you talking about? As if realizing something, his face darkened. Don't tell me. Followed by Daha, his emotionless face. He suddenly made a somewhat absurd guess. You self-destructed? Scene changed to another place. In the dim light of the space, in a small prison cell, Sua was sitting, lost in thought about something. A police officer suddenly came in, calling out, Miss Lisa, Sua, let's go. Outside the prison cell, Julian and Chloe were already waiting. She asked in a daze, Chloe, when did you arrive? She replied excitedly, Just now. Witnessing their disheveled state, she spoke apologetically. I asked you two to capture Rose Heha, and then I heard that you were both arrested. I don't know what to say. It's all my fault.
Chloe suddenly raised her voice. But now everyone is released, because I proved that the corpse was fake.
Recalling the corpse lying on the ground, Sua asked curiously, How did you do that? She naively explained, I didn't do anything. It suddenly turned into a stone statue. Julian then reached out to adjust his glasses, earnestly explaining, I thought I would be able to prove it quickly, but it was too late. My appraisal was wrong. Chloe immediately gave the order. Things didn't go exactly as planned, but now we can continue the search. After leaving the police station, SUA immediately called for her item. She replied respectfully, understood. Immediately afterwards, Judo flew off to carry out the mission. She spoke with certainty. This time, we'll catch him easily. Chloe, hearing this, was curious as to why the two were so sure. Julian then slowly explained. Because he no longer possesses the Reborn relic. He held up the book. He left it on the fake corpse and relinquished ownership. She immediately exclaimed in disbelief. What? Why would he do that? That's strange. Chloe frowned, wondering, how will he fight without his trump card? He wholeheartedly agreed, you're right. While the two of them were conversing, Sua's body suddenly radiated a strange power. Suddenly, as if something happened, her whole body froze, her eyes widening in utter surprise. She tentatively announced, I think I found him. She asked with some disbelief. Really? She immediately explained. I used the relic to search and immediately traced a signal. Great, where is he? Recalling the scene of that magnificent mansion, SUA made a guess. At the Fate King's mansion. As soon as she finished speaking, she shouted in shock. He's with the boss. Hearing Sua's words, Chloe couldn't believe it and had to ask again. Rosea is with the boss? She couldn't understand it and blurted out a series of questions. Why would he go find the boss after escaping from us? What is he planning to do? Julian immediately interrupted those questions, saying, whatever the reason, this is good. Now we know where he is, let's go. The two girls immediately replied respectfully, yes. Vice Captain. Scene changed back to Duhoen's side. He asked with great suspicion, don't tell me, you ended your own life? Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Jae-hae had to answer, yes, you're right. I deserve to suffer and die for doing those things. His eyes gradually became unfocused, his face blank. I deserve to die anyway. Suddenly, the rope shot out, delivering a hard slap to Ha-jin's face before he could react. Ha-jae covered his cheek, crying incessantly. Why did you hit me? Duhoen, however, was clearly amused and praised it. Well done. The rope also agreed. Right, he then mocked. Why did you choose such a stupid way to die? Ha-jin didn't bother to answer, letting out an arrogant HMPH. Duhoen immediately asked further. Is that all you wanted to say? The other man foolishly replied, yes. Then. But the reply was Duhoen's completely indifferent tone. Let's go out now, we're done here. Ha-jin panicked, calling after him. What? What about me? Duhoen said matter-of-factly. Of course you're coming with me. This idiot, do you want to sleep here? He couldn't believe it and immediately yelled out seriously, kill me, boss! But the response was a cold and blunt refusal, without any hesitation. No, Ha-jin could not accept this outcome. He desperately confessed his own faults. I am the traitor. Everyone died because of me. I am the one who should die. Duhoen didn't care, he replied calmly. Now is not the time for you to die. Why? Do you want to die again? The other man was utterly confused. What do you mean, not the time? Duhoen responded, sounding impatient. Really? It seems you don't know the current situation, do you? Haven't the other members explained it? He answered guiltily. I've been avoiding them. Hearing that, Duhoen didn't know what to say. Ha-jin was very curious. Now that I think about it, how did everyone come back to life? Even you. Duhoen denied that assumption. It's not coming back to life. Duhoen slowly explained. Rather, it's returning to 15 years before death. The reason you recovered your memories is due to the effect of the relic. Head walked behind, rubbing his head in disbelief. Is such a thing even possible? Duhoen said vaguely. I don't know. The point is, we've been given a second chance, so I want to utilize it as much as possible. Duhoen also instructed. And with your memories, you must know to be cautious of Pandora and Azure Dragon. We are no longer a part of them. As he walked out of the mansion, he announced, not only that, this time I will destroy them. I will ensure the world's ending is different from the previous life. Duhoen's voice continued to ring out. What do you think? Not gonna help me? You're more useful alive, you know? Hearing this, Ha-jin secretly broke out in an awkward sweat. He still couldn't accept such easy forgiveness, and asked again. But don't you mind? I caused everyone to die. To die? Duhoen suddenly stopped still. Without turning around, he spoke with understanding. I already knew you didn't mean to. Duhoen also affirmed. It's true that you unintentionally caused us to be killed, and I will never forget that. He also added. But now, that's not a reason to kill you. I've been thinking about the good things you can bring to us later. Ha-jin's eyes widened with every word Duhoen spoke. He was utterly astonished by these words. Duhoen continued. So I've decided to give you a chance. He further warned. Remember, the memory you experienced is completely different from the reality. So, what will you do? Seeing no reaction from him, Duhoen offered another option. If you don't want to help me and want to die instead, he drew the sword from his relic, speaking with a serious expression, then I can kill you right now. Having said that, he swung his sword and pointed it straight at Ha-Jin's eyes. The other man froze, his eyes wide in shock. Du Hoyan smiled with amusement, keeping the sword in position as he inquired, "Choose." Ha-Jin's body suddenly trembled violently. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his emotions, but Ha-Jin couldn't. Tears continuously streamed down. He pressed his lips together to stifle any sound. Ha-Jin braced himself, leaning forward slightly, his voice extremely sincere. "Boss, please." He quickly wiped his tears, but couldn't get rid of all of them. His voice slightly shaky. "Please, give me a chance." Seeing him like that, Du Hoyan was sure he had chosen the right person, and immediately flashed a satisfied smile. But he still wanted to tease him a little, immediately brandishing his sword and rushing forward. "What? Didn't hear me? Are you telling me to do it?" Seeing this, Jae-ha panicked and screamed, "Why? You said you wouldn't kill me." Seeing his reaction, he laughed with amusement. "Just kidding, you idiot." He immediately yelled back, dissatisfied, "I was so shocked." Du Hoyan didn't care at all, turned around and left, saying, "I'm hungry, let's go find something to eat." Hearing this, he immediately ran after him. "Yes, boss." Time passed, switching to a scene inside the city, in a fast food restaurant. Jae-ha's eyes sparkled, looking at the hamburger in front of him with great longing. "Enjoy your meal," Du Hoyan said with understanding. "How long has it been since you've had something to eat? You must be starving." He immediately cheered happily. "Super hungry." The door of the restaurant suddenly opened, and a person slowly walked in. Du Hoyan also noticed the person coming, but glanced at him indifferently from behind. Julian's terrifying voice rang out. "Found you." That sound made Jae-ha, who was so excited, freeze in place. The three of them had arrived. Sua asked worriedly, "Boss, are you okay? Did Jae-ha attack you?" He calmly crossed his arms and replied, "We're fine." Then he asked suspiciously, "Why are you all here?" Julian frowned, grinding his teeth in anger. "I'm here to catch you. How dare you trick me and run away?" Seeing his reaction, Jae-ha was drenched in cold sweat. He tried to force a smile at him. Julian unleashed power throughout his body, his tone full of threat. "If I stab you right now, blood will splatter everywhere, right?" He couldn't keep calm at this point, and screamed in fear. Du Hoyan hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. "What are you planning to do in someone else's shop? Calm down, the issue is resolved." He didn't feel that way at all, blurting out, "The issue is resolved?" He immediately explained, "It's true that he accidentally caused me to be killed during that conquest." Hearing these words, Julian became even angrier. The source of power exploded like a bomb as he roared. "Is that true? So that's why you ran away from me?" Jae-ha became even more frightened, tears streaming down his face as he hugged his head in remorse. I'm so sorry." Du Hoyan still spoke calmly. "Hey Julian, calm down. You can't destroy everything here. The important thing is that Jae-ha didn't do it on purpose." Then he made the final conclusion. "So, I decided to give him a chance." Julian was very unconvinced. "What? Why are you deciding on your own?" Seeing him lose his temper, he threatened in a low voice, "I'm your boss. Are you trying to argue with me?" The two girls standing outside were also very worried. Chloe gave a forced laugh. "This is bad." She immediately stepped forward to stand between the two. "You two stop! You tell Julian to calm down. But why are you so aggressive?" Chloe also looked at the people around them who were gossiping, and said worriedly, "Displaying power in a public place like this isn't good. The shop owner is about to cry." Chloe immediately glanced at Jae-ha and called out, "Keep a cool head. Let's hear Jae-ha explain." She also made an argument. "We all lost our lives in that conquest, so we all have the right to speak after hearing everything." Hearing this, Du Hoyan also agreed. "Yes, you're right. Tell them." Number 1 slave, hearing him call out, he looked back with an incredulous expression while still crying. He added, "This is your fault, because you ran away from them, making them think you were a traitor, so try to convince them." Hearing this, Jae-ha's face turned pale. He hesitated. "What if I can't do it?" The reply was an even more worrying answer from Du Hoyan. "Don't know." Switching to the hotel, they had changed locations so the other two could confide in each other. Jae-ha was kneeling in front of the three of them, Julian, looking very remorseful. He still looked serious, his eyes seeming to issue an order to him. "Now, let's hear your explanation." Jae-ha kept sweating, his face pale, and he stammered in response, "Okay." Jae-ha continued to kneel on the ground. So Jae-ha told them about the past again. This time, he told all the other members too. Du Hoyan stood outside observing, seeing everyone constantly frowning. Everyone seemed quite annoyed listening to him, which is understandable. Julian, without any hesitation, crossed his arms and questioned, "So that's the truth?" To summarize, he even brought up the things he'd done, making Jay's eyes widen in horror. "You stole our data and gave it to Jiang Chen." Julian gritted his teeth, unable to remain calm. He exuded an immense, angry power.
And you sloppily restored our relics to an incomplete state, didn't you?
Hearing that, Jay shuddered, hastily clasping his hands together in supplication. Please forgive me, I truly deserve to die.
He tensed up so much that his facial muscles bulged, roaring with fiery anger. If you really feel that way, I'll kill you right here. He could only regretfully say,
I'm sorry. Du Hohen also spoke up in support. It's true he gave him our information, but he was also tricked by Jiang Chen. He explained. Jiang Chen said he needed that information to test our capabilities for the tomb. Julian didn't fully believe it, immediately refuting. What if he's making up excuses to escape punishment? Seeing him blinded by anger, Du Hohen very cleverly intervened to mediate. You still think that even after he lived with such guilt that he tried to end his own life? What were his past misdeeds like? Surely you remember. He recalled the scene when he first met Jay again. But just recently he came to me asking to die, he exclaimed in utter shock. What? How is that possible? Sua from behind also spoke up to help. That's probably also why he left the Ra Van Si relic on the fake corpse.
Catching the key phrase, Du Hohen asked, grinding his teeth. He left the Ra Van Si relic? She truthfully replied, yes, that's right. But we took it back.
I never expected someone like Jay would do that. He could only sigh deeply. Right. Chloe also contributed to the reconciliation. He really did steal our data, but it's possible that data didn't have important information. Julian turned to ask, are you sure? She calmly analyzed. I remember everything I've done in the past thanks to that memory restoration relic. Du Hohen also affirmed. I know how Chloe works, so I'm still wondering about this. The data that Joseha stole probably didn't contain important information about our team. He inquired further. Then what about the relic restoration? He replied a bit indifferently. When did he ever restore them properly? Julian, though believing him, was still incredibly angry. He focused his power into his hand, wanting to strike him. You're right, that's why I'm so angry. Jay was utterly terrified. He hugged his head, trembling violently. I'm sorry, I won't do it again.
Seeing that he wasn't doing anything but staring at him, Du Hohen grinned teasingly.
What is it? He remembered the scene in the tomb, analyzing. Our relics didn't function well during that tomb raid. That was the main reason we died. And he also speculated. Even if we bring a lot of good relics, it's useless if they don't function properly, right? Julian didn't deny these speculations, calmly replying, that's right. Du Hohen then offered a suggestion. If you want to kill him, you should find someone who can restore them as well as he can first, he suspiciously asked. Then what's the point of asking? Julian then agreed. All right, but I'll be keeping an eye on you. Hearing that, Jay immediately looked bewildered. Sua from behind also spoke up. Me too. Chloe immediately added, me too. Receiving the acknowledgement of his three teammates, he was immediately moved to tears. Thank you everyone. Du Hohen stood aside, observing. Seeing that everything had fallen into his planned layout, he smirked triumphantly. Now that everyone has agreed, he dumped a pile of relics in front of him, ordering, back to work, shall we? Seeing the pile, he resentfully questioned, wait, why are there so many? He cheerfully explained. While you were unconscious, I tried out a lot of relics. After finishing assigning the task, Du Hohen immediately set a deadline. Have it fixed by tomorrow. Hearing that, Ha Jin immediately panicked and yelled, tomorrow? Du Hohen paid no mind and teased. What's wrong? You've slept so long you must be full of energy now, right? Stuff like this should be really simple for you, shouldn't it? Seeing his demeanor, he immediately stammered defensively. No, even if it's simple, it's a bit too much. Du Hohen then indifferently asked, what, can't you do it? Then he lifted his leg and began massaging it, threatening as he needed. If a leg gets severed without an anesthetic, it hurts a lot. I suddenly feel like trying out the trade on someone. Seeing that, Ha Jin hastily agreed. Okay, I'll do it. The two standing girls also broke out in a sweat at this scene. He narrated to himself. And that's how you, Roshiha, regained your memories, becoming better even though your personality used to be terrible. Du Hohen observed him, thinking. But because of the mistakes in his past life, he's changed for the better. He must have been under a lot of pressure to change his entire personality. Remembering the scene from the past, he sighed. He couldn't do anything about it either. He was the one who used the relic to restore his memories. Du Hohen, who was lying down scrolling on his phone, calculated inwardly. Anyway, everything's over. And now all that's left is for Julian to suddenly burst through the door. He shouted, extremely annoyed. Damn it, they're everywhere. After throwing the bag on the table, he explained. I can't even shop in peace anymore. Julian, recalling the scene from before, said. They're radiating a lot of killing intent from their bodies. It seems they're looking for the King of Destiny. Du Hohen calmly held up his phone, suggesting. Easy to understand. The news. It's all over the news now. An online news site posted an announcement. King of Destiny, Pandora's VIP, has disappeared. World leaders are panicking. Big reward for anyone who finds him. Julian also had his own deductions. The clients who previously gained huge benefits from his prophecies are going crazy. There are many top excavation teams, even world leaders. He thought for a moment, then turned to ask, if that's the case, it's only a matter of time before they find me. Why are you keeping him around?
Du Hoan remained very calm, searching for a tub of ice cream in the bag and handing it to him. He said confidently, of course, there's a reason, Kenshin. Let's go take a look. We've finished that thing.
After deciding, the two of them left the room. Their shadows were cast down the stairs by the light. They slowly walked to the door of a room. Du Hoan reached out and slowly opened the door. He led the way into the room. Julian, following behind, also asked curiously, what is it? Du Hoan slowly introduced. It's the Deali Shrine's achievement, where the King of Destiny collects prophecies. He then gestured. Now I will prophesy for myself. He was doubtful. I don't think all of us can use this relic. It must be based on compatibility. Du Hoan immediately explained. Of course. Only the owner of this relic can use it. Hearing that, Joshua immediately struggled to escape. He looked at him calculatingly. I'll use him to get the prophecies. He's so useful, isn't he? He looked at Joshua and said confidently. Many things have changed compared to the past, so now relying on memories alone won't predict the future. I can make up for that disadvantage with this guy. Chloe suddenly walked in, carrying a box, announcing, Boss, the item is ready. Hearing that, he calmly replied, Ah, good. Julian curiously inquired, What is it? After opening the box, she also screamed in fright.
Sleeping pills. He picked up a box and read with a bewildered expression. Instant sleep. I can't open my eyes anymore. Let's sleep together until we die. Is this medicine dangerous?
Du Hoan calmly stepped forward and gestured. The Del relic can only be activated when the user falls into a state of sleep, and he will obtain the prophecy in the form of a dream. Julian exclaimed in a panic. You're going to make him sleep? I think he'll die from a drug overdose before that, he still confidently asserted. I have the best doctor here. Don't worry about him dying, he won't even if he wants to. Chloe, listening, had to sweat profusely, sighing.
Sounds like a compliment.
But Jae suddenly came in carrying a box of stuff, asking, Boss, where do I put this pile of cameras?
He turned back suspiciously, asking, Cameras? What for? The reply was Du Hoan's mysterious tone. I have an interesting plan.
He immediately raised his voice, announcing his decision. I'm going to live stream the prophecies for the whole world to hear. Hearing this shocking news, Du couldn't help but exclaim, What? Du Hoan immediately explained. Of course, excluding important information. Only broadcasting uncertain information. He glanced at the sacred relic and made an assertion. Prophecies are definitely a hot topic. Content like this will attract viewers quickly.
After pouring the pills into a large bowl, Du Ho gave a wicked smile towards Rotai, threatening, I'm ready now. Shall we send you to Dreamland?
He immediately curled up, desperately wanting to avoid him in vain. At a towering skyscraper, an impatient shout echoed. Still haven't found him? The flustered subordinate explained. No, sir. We still haven't found his location, even though we've sent another search team.
Evie yelled in frustration.
Then why haven't you found him yet? The terrified subordinate quickly apologized. I apologize. She impatiently dismissed him. You're useless. Get out. The subordinate immediately bowed, stammering, Yes, ma'am. I am very sorry. Ivy looked at the published newspapers and cursed. Joshua, that idiot, a member of the Round Table getting kidnapped so easily. She rested her chin in her hand, muttering to herself, Must find Joshua before Rotai returns. Hiding too well. Suddenly, the man burst into the room, shouting incessantly, JCF Nim. The man held up his phone towards her, reporting, How did Du Ho appear on this show? Evie quickly retorted, What are you saying? In the video, Du Ho arrogantly said, Good evening, you good-for-nothings. She couldn't help but comment, What is he doing? His voice kept ringing out with a mocking tone. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. I'm pretty sure you'll like this show. Du Ho appeared confidently before the camera, announcing, This program is called The Future of Norodu. I suppose you all realize what this program is about, don't you? Following that introduction, the screen changed, introducing it as a prophecy program. Evie exclaimed in astonishment, What? The screen shifted to a mysterious orb. Du Hoan's voice echoed, You all must know about this. A few achievements with the ability to predict the future. He held up Shua's picture, introducing, Someone who can predict the future, using sacred relics to sell future information at exorbitant prices. That person is the Fate King. Du Ho sat extremely relaxed in front of the camera, introducing the main topic. After capturing him, we talked about a lot of things, and then decided to collaborate. Jae-ha stood behind the camera, seriously listening to him. I will announce all kinds of prophecies of the Fate King in this program. Stay tuned, because the first viewer will have many benefits. Du Hoan's eyes were as sharp as knives. His words seemed to stir up the excitement of the viewers.
This program will be broadcast for free, so all of you will receive this service for free. How about it?
Awesome, right? Privy was extremely tense listening to his words. And if you want, you can buy some of our company's products. We have a lot of interesting products. That's enough. See you in the main program. She gritted her teeth. A hiss escaped through her teeth. Stu-Hoen. Evie couldn't help but accidentally crush the phone in her hand, cursing, "You son of a bitch, Si-Hoen." Seeing that, the subordinate was very worried about his own phone. Meanwhile, his audience was excitedly discussing. "We can hear the fake king's prophecies for free. Awesome." They stared at their phones, exclaiming, "If used correctly, it will be very beneficial. I won't miss this show." Meanwhile, some people were worried. One ordered, "We have enough clues. Analyze that tape and find his location quickly." The subordinates quickly replied, "Yes, sir." They also kept discussing. "The Fate King's prophecy can only be ours. Everyone is looking for the Fate King now, we must hurry." They were frantically searching. "Find the Fate King's location quickly. We can't let the prophecy flow out." Du-Ho held up his phone, glanced at it, and smiled smugly. He glanced at the number of views, musing, "The program's advertisement just got posted, and it's already getting this much reaction." Seeing that positive reaction, he also understood. Of course, who wouldn't be interested in the Fate King's power? Ordinary people have no connection with sacred relics. They will definitely be interested. Then when he saw the people who disliked it, he also understood that on the contrary, those who used to profit from his prophecies were probably very angry and have started to find ways to stop this program. Du-Ho-Han was also very aware that they could investigate this tape to find his location, and they could also write spam comments about the prophecies being fake. In the space surrounded by the power of the sacred relic, he confidently asserted, "But it won't do any good." Du-Ho, looking at Josua sound asleep in bed, thought with certainty, "I predicted it. This program I arranged myself was designed not to reveal the location." Noticing the rebuttal comments in the video, he was sure those spam comments would disappear as soon as this program became a reality. Du-Hoen thought arrogantly, "Just wait. While they're doing that, they don't realize that they themselves are the ones most engrossed in this program." In this noisy world, he was certain that to make it happen, they'd have to watch the program, and then they'd become my loyal followers. A person moving down the street was also intently watching his video content. JHA appeared impeccably, introducing, "Hello everyone, welcome back to Nostradamus' future program. I'm the king of scams. Ah wait, I'm the MC for today's show." Iron also appeared beautifully on camera. "Hello, I'm Iron from the future, every day. Today I'll announce the details of the sports competition results." Then Du-Ho appeared, announcing, "Today's news will be news that everyone will love. I'll announce the stock market." In the video's comments section, the community became enthusiastic and frantic, and the number of replays was also very high. He calculated to himself, "I won't miss the opportunity to make money, but the money from advertising is also quite small, but every penny counts." Not only that, Du-Ho thought further, "But there's something even more interesting than money. I can confuse Pandora and the other excavation teams by announcing some fake prophecies to pique their interests, and then they'll eventually blame themselves for not reaping any rewards." But the feedback on the fake prophecies was quite negative. He confidently stood in front of the camera, directing public opinion. "Listen to me. Don't be angry because the prophecies didn't come true. These are all normal occurrences." Du-Hoen immediately dropped a bombshell. Because many people change their behavior after learning about the prophecy, the future foretold by the seer will be changed. That's a side effect of the seer. He smiled playfully, provoking, "If you don't want to say it like that, would you like me to only reveal prophecies to certain people? You don't want to, do you?" He thought with great satisfaction. But not long after, it'll go as I planned. Based on Du-Hoen's manipulation, countless people rushed to compete. According to Son Duen's prophecy, there's a high-level relic in that tomb. We must get it. Get rid of the people in the way. The news also had to announce, the scramble for ownership of the tomb in Jamaica is becoming increasingly tense, and the hatred between the excavation teams has increased to the point of creating many casualties. He smiled mockingly, cursing, "How foolish. I'm sure there will be bloodshed," Du-Hoen muttered to himself. It's so satisfying to watch them spinning around from false information. Starting this project was definitely the right thing to do. He suddenly stopped, pausing before the boundary to enter the relic. He made a decision. Alright, now Du-Hoen advances with excitement. Let's hear some interesting prophecies. Josua had woken up at this point. He kept backing away in terror. "What are you saying?" His eyes suddenly sharpened, his tone also full of coldness. "No way, you just fell asleep." "Okay, tell me the location of the next 7 tombs." He immediately trembled, hastily explaining, "I don't know, I didn't dream of anything like that." Du-Hoen made a noise. "Then other information will do." Following that, the figures of the relics gradually appeared. They slowly surrounded the bed he was lying on. Du-Hoen slowly spoke, giving the order. "Everything from tombs to relics. You know what will happen if you provide cheap information, right?" The tone was uttered gently but contained his coercion. "Tell me everything." The more he spoke, the more terrified Josua became. His face turned pale. He definitely has a lot of valuable information. Cut to another scene. A hand slams heavily on the table, angrily yelling, "What are you guys doing?" Boim, chairing the meeting, kept scolding his subordinates. "Why aren't you saving the King of Destiny? You're being played by Seo Duhoen." He kept complaining. All the prophecies he's saying aren't completely true. If it keeps going like this, we'll just keep messing up. He immediately made a request. "My excavation team must gather and save the King of Destiny." Another person also spoke in agreement. "You're right." Suddenly, a hand slowly raised, expressing, "Then, I have an idea." Sujun immediately suggested, "How about we raise funds and send a request? We'll assemble a team to crush Shoen's excavation team." Boin asked in surprise, "Is there really a team that capable?" Sujun calmly replied, "I'd wager there's probably only one." He recalled the arrogant demeanor of those people, slowly introducing, "They are the Aftermath Disposal Team." Boim was utterly astonished to hear that name. The Aftermath Disposal Team? Not them. He immediately voiced his doubts. "The team that's willing to attack other teams for money? Are you trying to ruin our team or what?" Sujun calmly explained, "It's true they're very good at ruining other excavation teams, so I understand why you're opposed. But we have no other choice now." He remembered the cunning of that group, his tone even more certain, affirming their ability to eliminate any team. "So now we have to put our pride aside and hand Su Hoen's team over to them to deal with." Someone immediately expressed their opinion. "I have no problem with it." Another immediately offered their opinion. "The question now is, which team will help them destroy Sao Duendi?" The group began to discuss noisily. "I don't know much about their strength. They might destroy us instead." Seeing this, Suzun made a suggestion. "Then how about asking Pandora to handle it?" Boim also agreed with his words. "Yes, we can do that." Scene changes to a modern room. A deep voice sounded. "I've heard about the increasing requests to capture Duhoen. Say Duhoen is indeed an interesting man. Can't let others catch him." Hook Duke Hei, holding a glass of wine, muttered, "He's mine. I must tame him to be my dog." He suddenly called Igalia. At the call, he immediately responded respectfully, "Yes." He ordered to bring Seo Duhoyen and his subordinates here. "Don't forget to erase their memories and use him smartly." Haiyu asked in a very commanding tone, "Can you do it?" Ilya still respectfully affirmed, "Certainly." Scene changes to a high-end apartment building in the bright sunshine of a new day. Duhoen gathered everyone together to announce, "The number of enemies hunting me is increasing." Julian replied with a matter-of-fact expression, "Of course." He angrily pointed at him, grumbling, "And you're acting all innocent?" He immediately spread his arms out, smiling kindly. "Well, the benefits I reap aren't small either." Duhoen also ordered, "From now on, we must be more careful. Use some defensive relics to be prepared." Then turning to ask Julian, "Where's slave number 1? Aren't you guys keeping an eye on him?" He replied, "He's holding some fortune-telling events today." In front of the camera, Jaehei is busy at work. Meanwhile, he and Julian constantly doubted. "Is that okay?" He replied indifferently. "Anyway, I've returned his strength and memories to him." Seeing his lively expression, Duhoen agreed. "You're right. So now he's the most unpredictable person here. I'll also continue to monitor him after he's done." After finishing work, Dokium politely praised, "Well done." Jaha also followed suit, saying, "Okay, I'll head out first. Great job today." He muttered, utterly confused. No matter how closely he looks, he's really strange. Du Ki-sung immediately turned to ask Sheng-u, "Hey, don't you think he's changed? The more I look at him, the smarter he seems." Zeung-u thought in silence after hearing him. "He used to look like a complete idiot." Zeung-yu closed the box while refuting. "But he's very smart. I mean, he's very good at using relics." Du Kiam wondered curiously, "What's the reason?" He immediately stopped him, signaling, "Clean up quickly. This is harder than farming." Du Kiam immediately picked up a broom to sweep, replying, "Yes." After changing his clothes and leaving the place, Daha sighed in exasperation. "I'm so tired. Damn it, this job is even harder than before." He walked and complained. "But I'm at fault, how can I complain?" Suddenly, as if realizing something, his body froze. His eyes widened in shock. A guy suddenly appeared from behind. The guy held a gun pointed at him, shouting, "Farewell, Rosaha." Without any hesitation, the guy fired the gun, aimed at his back, shooting extremely decisively. Another guy suddenly ran up. "Did we get him?" The other muttered blankly. "He disappeared. How?" After the smoke cleared, his figure had completely disappeared, shocking those guys. A voice full of disdain from Janao rang out, "You think that kind of attack can kill me?" Then, a potted plant fell from above, taking the brunt of his sudden assault, successfully hitting the target. The pot smashed heavily onto the guy's head, making him spit out a mouthful of saliva. Seeing his teammate collapse, the remaining man immediately pointed upward, threatening, "You damn arrogant king, just you wait." Ja, looking completely at ease, stood by the window. He sneered, You think I'll wait for you? Go home, wash your face, sleep, and then dream, you idiot. After finishing the job, he walked down the stairs, muttering in awe.
They've been so brazen lately. They don't even care where they are or who they might harm.
But he quickly threw the thought to the back of his mind. No matter what happened, the boss could handle it.
Jean said to himself again. Even though I still have to step in sometimes, I need to move faster.
While walking, he suddenly froze, as if he had heard a suspicious sound approaching. He instantly became alert, observing his surroundings with extreme vigilance. But there was no one behind him. Jean muttered suspiciously. What was that? Did I just sense something?
He anxiously glanced around in all directions and then reassured himself. Just a feeling? Maybe I'm more sensitive because so many people are chasing me.
Then he continued walking forward, telling himself that he really needed to move fast. But as he approached a hat lying on the ground, the hat suddenly emitted a powerful energy source. A giant snake unexpectedly appeared behind Jump. He immediately felt the danger right behind his back. Genha quickly turned around, saw the ferocious creature, and screamed in terror, "What is that?" Not giving him any more time to react, the giant snake opened its mouth, accompanied by an extremely powerful suction force that gave the prey no chance to escape. Jean stared at it in disbelief, his eyes flashing with horror as he cursed, "Damn it!" But then the snake successfully swallowed its prey whole. After that, Is slowly approached from a distance. He offered a nonchalant comment. He's simply the first prey. He stood boldly in front of the giant snake, his voice utterly arrogant as he declared,
I will deal with each member of yours, and then finally you cowardly duho.
Time gradually passed. As twilight descended, the flickering lights of individual rooms were turned on. In one room, a voice full of impatience and anxiety rang out, "What is it?" Duhoan was on the phone, asking, "Did he go somewhere else?"
The subordinates on the other end respectfully replied, "Yes, boss."
He worriedly chastised, "I told you not to let him leave on his own will." Sua walked in, saw this, and immediately asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Julian quickly explained, "We can't find Roseha. He must have finished filming that program by now." After asking for information, he politely said, "All right, good job." The bewildered subordinates replied, "Yes, boss." The conversation ended. Duhoan worriedly mumbled, "Jeha, where did you go?" Julian immediately stepped up to propose, "Do you want us to go look for him?" Remembering Sua's strength, he suggested, "If we use the tracking achievement, it will be quick." He was still slightly hesitant. "That's true, but I'm not sure if that's the right decision." She immediately committed, "I can find him, just need to be a little careful." Seeing his teammate was also worried, Duhoan immediately conceded, "All right, go find him. If you notice anything strange, report it to me right away." At this moment, Jean was inside the giant snake's stomach. He clutched his body, constantly shouting, "It's so slimy, and the smell is weird too." He was completely bewildered, continuously spitting out questions. "What was that just now? A snake? Am I in a snake's belly?" Suddenly, he let out a horrified shriek. After falling onto a flat area, Jeha held his head, repeatedly complaining, "The inside of a snake's belly is that big?" This smell, he even consoled himself. "But at least I can still breathe, not bad." He didn't realize a dark shadow was approaching from behind. A long trunk suddenly landed on Draha's head, stopping him mid-sentence. "I thought I'd be crushed to bits inside here." Startled, Dha slowly turned his head to glance behind him, his voice hesitant and fearful. "What's this?" All he saw was a huge elephant behind him. It let out an enormous roar, simultaneously raising a foot, wanting to crush the person beneath it. He immediately gaped in disbelief at the sight before him. Jae-ha quickly jumped to his feet, dodging the unexpected attack from the huge elephant. He immediately retracted his leg and ran as fast as he could, wanting to get far away from the elephant, unable to control his constant scream. Daya saw a hole in the snake's stomach. Without hesitation, he stuck his head inside, yelling, "Run! I have to escape from here! How can there be an elephant inside here? This is crazy." He gritted his teeth, bracing his body to avoid falling, his eyes full of determination as he declared, "I'd rather be stuck here." He kept muttering, "It's a bit cramped, but surely it can't attack me like this, right?" Following that was movement in the snake's abdomen. As Jae-ha climbed, the giant snake's body bulged out at that spot. Just as he was about to reach the mouth, he suddenly slipped and fell. The hole also moved, and fell down below. Jae-ha's hand slipped along with the mucus on the stomach wall, making it impossible for him to escape. He yelled out in utter despair, "Damn it." Jaha slid back down to the original position with the mucus. All his efforts were wasted. After falling, he instantly froze in fear of the elephant beside him. Jaha hurriedly stood up straight and bowed, pleading, "Sorry for causing a ruckus. I'm just an ordinary germ. Please don't kill me." He shut his eyes tight, not daring to look, his tone extremely humble. "I'll just sit quietly in a corner here." The elephant didn't seem to understand, but it still placed its trunk on his head. Dha panicked and shouted, "I don't like it when people attack me like this." "Stop it," he worriedly thought. "What should I do? No, but first of all, Why is there an elephant in a place like this? Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Jaha's eyes widened in surprise.
He remembered a very familiar image. A snake swallowing an elephant. It's the Little Prince.
Accordingly, the story went like this. Once upon a time, there was a boy who drew a snake swallowing an elephant, but the adults didn't recognize it and said that the drawing was nothing special.
The story changed, and he gave up his dream of becoming an artist and became a pilot. When he was stranded in a desert, he met the Little Prince.
Jaha was deep in thought, unaware that the elephant's trunk was constantly groping his head. When he was stranded in a desert, he met the Little Prince. He slowly pieced the details together, and it took the shape of a large snake, while the enemy only saw it as an ordinary hat. That's why I was captured so easily. Jaha was worried about his teammates. This might put everyone in danger. Meanwhile, Julian and Sua were also anxiously searching for him. They arrived at the location where Jaha had disappeared. He immediately asked, "Is it here?" Sua also looked around, searching, and replied, "Yes." The two hurried down the road, and she pointed ahead, announcing, "He was right here before." Suddenly, something mysterious appeared, blocking their path. A surge of power instantly spread throughout the space. The giant snake, in a cloaked state, opened its mouth wide and successfully swallowed Julian whole. Seeing this, she frantically called out, "Team leader!" Sua didn't see the snake, only saw him suddenly disappear, and immediately exclaimed, "Oh my God, his body vanished." She immediately felt the power emanating from the snake. Even though she couldn't see it, she felt like there was something right in front of her. Sua observed the scene before her but couldn't see anything, anxiously thinking, "But I can't see." She immediately took decisive action, summoning her relic to shield Judo in front of her. But then Sua muttered, "It won't work. How can I fight an invisible opponent?" Sua felt utterly helpless, unable to do anything. She gritted her teeth in anger. A surprise occurred when the snake lunged to attack. Even though she couldn't see it, she still managed to evade successfully. Ilya, hiding in the corner, was also astonished by this sight. He exclaimed, "What luck!" Then he appeared, blocking her escape route, arrogantly declaring, "But I won't let you get away!" Sua couldn't believe Ilya's appearance. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Seeing her strange reaction, he suspiciously asked, "You recognize me?" But before she could answer, the giant snake caught up. It opened its sharp mouth towards her, intending a swift attack, and then it successfully bit Sua, witnessed by Ya. Seeing this, he calmly accepted the truth and muttered, "Recognizing me is useless anyway. Your memories will all be manipulated." He flashed a complacent smile and exclaimed, "How easy! I'll use this method to catch them all." When he saw his subordinates approaching, Ilya immediately ordered, "Now only the doctor, that girl, and Seo Duhoen are left. They'll all be caught like this." He smirked maliciously. With more than half the team gone, it'll be easier to trap him now. His subordinates respectfully agreed. "Yes, Captain Ilya." Meanwhile, inside the large snake's stomach, sounds continued to echo. That a pile of mucus dragged a person down to where Jaha was standing. He curiously glanced in that direction. When he saw Julian struggling as he fell, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Julian, were you swallowed too?" Jaha immediately appeared anxious. "How did you get swallowed too? Why didn't you use your relic to get out?" Julian, after getting up, mocked him. "You were swallowed first, and you're so talkative." He pointed at him reproachfully. "I went looking for you, and now I've been swallowed like this." Hearing this, Ja immediately clutched his head in regret. Really, I didn't expect things would turn out this way. Not long after, the stomach continued to drop something down again, successfully interrupting their argument. Sua exclaimed in confusion, "Where is this?" Seeing this, Ja shouted even louder, "Damn it! Sua got swallowed by this snake too." She quickly regained her composure and immediately approached Jaha to ask, "Why are you here, Ja?" Then appeared annoyed and exclaimed, "Looks like the whole group will get swallowed up." Sua recalled the scene from before and made a judgment. "I think a large snake swallowed me whole." Julian also confirmed, "Yes, when I was swallowed, I also saw a large snake." She immediately questioned, "But why couldn't I see it before I was swallowed?" While speaking, she suddenly stopped in surprise. Sua pointed towards the elephant in the distance and shouted, "What the heck? An elephant?" Hearing this, Jaha calmly introduced, "It lives here. Thankfully, it doesn't attack us." He appeared very knowledgeable, saying, "Just let it stand here, and we can work too." Sua looked at the enormous animal and was speechless with him. "Are you sure?" Julian also chimed in, "Maybe we can trust it. What else can we do besides destroying this relic now?" Hearing him speak, she remembered the main issue. "That's right. We need to act quickly to inform the boss about the person behind this." When Sua said the name Ya, he was extremely shocked, unable to believe what he was hearing. "Jaha?" he asked blankly. "Ilya? You mean team member Ilya Wolf?" She immediately affirmed, "Yes, he blocked me. I saw his face.
After speaking, she appeared thoughtful and speculated. Actually, I've always been looking for him. It seems like no matter how I searched, I couldn't find him. I didn't expect to meet this way. Julian, after regaining his composure, ordered, Ilya isn't weak. He could harm the boss. We really need to act fast. The more he spoke, the greater the power within him grew, to the point it radiated outward, causing Do to tremble in fear. He hesitantly inquired, What are you planning to do? He explained briefly, I must break out of here. Julien placed his hand on the wall of the stomach, calculating. I'll use the fifth sense relic to break through the snake's body. He couldn't help but try to stop it. Wait! The giant snake seemed to sense something too. Though still holding its head high, it was somewhat suspicious. Inside its stomach, Julien immediately wanted to power up his attack. Not enough? Then, more power. Do immediately grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. Hey, stop! He had run out of patience and snapped, What do you mean, stop? Do you want to live with that elephant forever? He quickly explained. That's not it, if you recklessly attack like that. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, causing the two arguing to turn and look. The elephant had charged between them, stomping its foot fiercely. Julien angrily cursed. There, I knew it! Hey, you idiot, you said the elephant wouldn't attack! His scolding echoed non-stop inside the giant snake's belly. If I don't stay still, it won't run away. It could also feel their presence inside its stomach, and sweat poured down like a waterfall from anxiety. Ilya didn't realize this at all. He signaled, All right, I've surrounded the area. Now, we just need to lure them here. He smiled confidently, with a hint of smugness as he said, Can't wait to see how you'll be, Sao Duhoen? In the flickering lights of the magnificent building, a very secret operation was unfolding on its rooftop. Ilya was ordering one of his underlings to observe something through long-range binoculars. He impatiently asked if Duhoen had left the building yet. The subordinate hurriedly replied, No, sir. Duhoen hasn't appeared yet. The subordinate also reported, This situation has made it impossible for him to move freely because he's under such close surveillance. Ilya suddenly turned and left, leaving the order. Keep an eye on him. He might come out tonight. I'll go back and rest first. The subordinates blankly replied, Yes, sir. Time passed to the next day, and warm sunlight shone on everything, welcoming a new day. Ilya was now extremely angry, yelling incomprehensibly. He still hasn't come out? The subordinates hurriedly explained, Not a single hair has been seen yet, sir. Hearing this, he couldn't help but exclaim, My people disappear, and he's still relaxing like this? He rested his hand on his chin, wondering, Should I call him? The subordinates all spoke in agreement, Yes, sir, we were thinking about that too. Switching scenes to Duhoen's side. He was leisurely watching the news when his phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and read the name, Julian. Chloe, who had just entered, urged him, Team leader, answer it, she said anxiously. SUA, and the team leader went out yesterday and still haven't returned. I don't know what happened. He immediately answered the phone, asking, Where are you? Over the phone line, Ilya's somewhat arrogant voice rang out. Shoen, he announced without hesitation. Forgive me, but I'm holding your people. Ilya also made a demand. If you want to save them, come to the intersection right now. Hearing these words, Duhoen couldn't keep his composure and stood up abruptly. You're holding my people captive? Chloe Ye, seeing this, was also shocked and exclaimed, What? He asked suspiciously. You caught them that easily? He said with a triumphant look. Yes, so? Don't believe me? Duhoen began to get serious, his tone becoming somewhat cold. I don't know who you are, but tell my people, the ones you're holding captive. His voice still rang out steadily, announcing, They're fired. Hearing this, he couldn't believe it, and his eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, inside the giant snake's stomach, a thrilling chase was unfolding. Jiha was being closely pursued by the elephant. Julian, standing outside, was also furious. He focused his power in his palm, gritting his teeth and threatening, Get lost! Seeing that it wouldn't back down, he immediately unleashed the energy in his hand towards it. The elephant, struck by the attack, roared in pain. SUA suddenly spoke to him. Team leader, I can hear what they're saying outside. Julian thought he had misheard, and quickly asked, What? What? She slowly repeated the words she'd heard. That Duhoen, their captain, said, I don't know who you are, but tell my people, the ones you're holding captive. The moment his voice is heard, they're fired. All three inside wore expressions of utter disbelief. Ilya outside was yelling into the phone. What did you say? They're all right here. Duho calmly replied. Yes, fire them all. They're hostages now, right? That means they failed the mission I gave them, so I'm firing them. Then he politely announced, hanging up now. Seeing his action, Ilya, in disbelief, wanted to stop him. Hey, wait! Ilya couldn't contain his anger and yelled, What the hell is wrong with this guy? Meanwhile, the three inside the snake were constantly badmouthing him. Jaha incredulously cursed, How petty, does he think we want to get captured? SUA guessed helplessly. He probably does think that, Julian affirmed. No way. Maybe Duhoen believes we can escape on our own. Even so, he clenched his fist tightly, grinding his teeth in anger.
But he shouldn't have done that. Taking advantage of their distraction, the elephant approached Julian from behind and attacked. But he dodged it. He also snapped irritably, "You're going too far! Aren't you tired of this? I'm really going to attack you now!" Then he unleashed a shock of electricity directly at the elephant, leaving it no way to escape. This also caused the electricity to spread throughout the giant snake's body, causing it to explode. Ilya, unable to foresee what would happen, struggled to dodge the debris flying from the explosion. Seeing the three people unharmed before him, he exclaimed in shock. "What? How did they escape my relic?" Ilya repeatedly asked. "Did you destroy my relic?" Sua said with some hesitation. "Guess so." He panicked and repeatedly ordered his subordinates behind him, "Attack them! Capture them again!" Julian quickly got into a fighting stance and immediately commanded, "Spread out quickly, everyone can handle themselves, right?" Jaha regained his confidence, summoning his own relic as he replied, "Of course, you guys only get this far. I'll smash you guys like I smashed that damn snake." Sua also quickly joined in, summoning her relic. Judo Ilya still couldn't accept this reality. He kept frowning and muttering, "My damn plan." As if he thought of something, his eyes suddenly turned sharp, his tone containing a threat. "No, it's not over yet. Now, I just need to put everything back on track." But before he could stabilize himself, a subordinate was blasted away and landed in front of him. Ilya quickly dodged to the side. Seeing this, Julian immediately showed regret. Too bad. But Julian immediately unleashed another attack. "I'll give you one more chance, okay?" He couldn't help but curse. "You bastard!" Julian immediately threatened. "I don't know what you're planning, but when we get out of here, your whole plan will be ruined." He also taunted, "Don't hide behind your soldiers anymore." Ilya frowned in anger. "What? Hide behind my soldiers?" But he didn't have time to rest. A sudden noise from behind startled him. Ilya's subordinates were struggling against Judo's attacks. They screamed in panic, "We can't attack him! I think he's a ghost! Don't we have any exorcists?" Sua was also gaining the upper hand. The soldiers grimaced and cried out, "My relic isn't working! Damn it, what did you do?" Ilya took all these scenes into his eyes. He glanced at the people and cursed, "These bastards!" Immediately after that, a surge of power quickly spread out, enveloping the space around him, causing Julian to take a step back. Ilya immediately ordered, "Appear!" From under his feet, a head suddenly emerged, and then a colossal monster with immense power emerged behind him. Julian was utterly astonished as he recognized its origin. "Demon relic? Seems like you're ready for a fight, huh?" Hearing these words, Ilya flashed a sinister smile, as if he had a perfect plan. No, he even introduced it with a superior air. "Gap isn't a demon for fighting, but for preparing something better." Hearing this, Julian immediately became flustered, speculating wildly. "Damn it, are you choosing to run away?" On Jeha's side, the severely injured subordinate in front of him suddenly began to open his eyes. Sua was no exception. She hurriedly reported, "Team leader, they're disappearing." Julian still exclaimed in astonishment. They used a demon relic to escape. She immediately stepped forward, offering, "Should I go after them?" He suddenly said, "I think we should report to the boss first." Hearing this, Jaha immediately interjected, looking annoyed. "Yes, let's report to him, and ask about the dismissal too." She also added, "That's right, about that too." He agreed, responding, "All right." After reaching a consensus, the three of them returned to Duhoan to report the situation. He seemed extremely amused when he heard about the mastermind of the recent plan, Ilya Volkanov. He immediately commented, "So he came personally? Good, no need to search arduously. I'll meet him again anyway." Julian had already anticipated his reaction, asking, "I knew it. You're planning to make him a teammate, aren't you?" Duhoan honestly admitted, "Of course, he's our old teammate." Hearing this, he asked in disbelief, "Are you sure? I don't know why, but I'm a bit unsure about him." He didn't explain, but suddenly called out, "Julian!" Duhoan wore an excited smile as he recalled Ilya's image. He reminded them again, "Have you forgotten what kind of relic he uses?" Duhoan recalled the past, when they secretly raided other people's tombs together, which is why the Azure Dragon's Excavation Team 13 was known as a gang of thieves. When mentioning Ilya, he remarked, Ilya was a member of that group. Due to his flexible nature, he was often assigned many tasks. Also, remember that he has a relic called the Forbidden Book of Lemelton of Solomon. That relic allows its owner to summon 72 demons, and whatever they needed to hide or escape from the tombs, they often took advantage of the demons' abilities. In Duhoan's memory, besides directly participating in the tomb-conquering process, Ilya also undertook many other important tasks as the aftermath handler. In situations where the owners of the tombs they conquered condemned them, they would constantly shout, "That tomb is definitely ours," Julian frantically advised. "Please calm down. According to the group's rules, they will have to deal with that matter as well." Usually, Julian, who worked as a lawyer, would handle that. But if even he couldn't handle it, Ilya would appear and intervene. He calmly said, "Sir, look at me," the outraged owner exclaimed. "What?
Who are you? He would use his eyes. Light would emanate according to the power being wielded, and then Ilya would manipulate their memories and make them forget about it.
After escaping the memories of the past, Duhoen calmly reminded Julian, Julian, have you forgotten what kind of relic he uses? He then explained in great detail. It's Freud's relic, the Austrian psychiatrist and psychologist who founded psychoanalysis. Duhoen glanced at the vial in his hand and then analyzed. That relic allows him to control his own memories. That means the Munin's tear might not work on him. Even so, he confidently declared, even so, I still want to try. After hearing and seeing his expression, Julian casually accepted, I understand, but he still had to ask for details. Then what will you do if he can't join the team? The response was a non-committal answer from him. I don't know, Duhoen indifferently replied.
Perhaps we can do something with the Code of Hammurabi. Jaha immediately frowned, not believing he could use the Code of Hammurabi to sign a slave contract with him.
He said in the same tone, yes, but now is not the time to talk about this. Sua immediately stepped forward and asked, should we hunt him down? Duhoen immediately smirked, excitedly affirming, we must find him. Scene changed to Ilya. He has teleported the group to the rooftop of some building. Seeing his subordinates lying scattered on the ground, a representative comes forward to report, some of our men are injured. He immediately sucks in a breath and orders,
hurry and get the injured treated.
Suddenly, another man rushes over, his tone extremely urgent. Captain, several people using relics are approaching us. That man also makes a guess. I think it's Duhoen's group. Hearing that, Ilya immediately panics. What? He can't help but scold. They're so persistent. Then immediately commands the group, separate some people from the main team. He also explains. That way, they'll have a harder time finding me. The subordinate respectfully replies, yes, Captain. Scene changed to Duhoen's group. They are following Sua's guidance, rushing to Ilya's location. While running, she suddenly stops dead in her tracks, uttering a sound of confusion, then immediately turns to report to the captain. Suddenly, their presence is fading. Duhoen immediately guesses. They realized we're chasing them? He grits his teeth in anger. Maybe they have a relic that interferes with detection relics. Julian then speaks up. What do we do now? Sua also explains. It's not that I can't sense their location, but that they're quickly scattering. I think we should split up too. Hearing that, Duhoen immediately comes up with a new plan and orders. Alright, let's split up. Julian goes with Chloe. Then looking at the remaining two, he commands, Sua, you go with Jaha, and Sua, remember to constantly update the team with their location. But then realizing something, she asks in doubt. Wait, are you going alone? Duhoen confidently declares, I'm strong enough to go alone. After splitting up, he also tells them, if you find Ilya, report to me immediately. Receiving Julian's firm response, alright, he immediately signals, split up and go. After separating, Duhoen immediately moves to the tops of the buildings. When his vision is clear, he mutters to himself, calculating, let's see. One foot kicks off this building, the other launches him, flying to another building, searching as he runs. Sua said he's nearby. Suddenly, Duhoen's eyes stop at one point, as if he has found his prey. He looks at the group struggling to escape below, excitedly exclaiming, bingo! Duhoen stares intently at Ilya's figure, muttering a few words nostalgically as if greeting him. Long time no see. A subordinate suddenly glances up and frantically calls out, Captain Ilya, look! Only to see Duhoen has summoned a sword and jumped from above, plunging the sword downwards. The people below, although frightened, quickly dodge his surprise attack. After landing, Duhoen leaves the sword behind, quickly approaching the group. The subordinate calls out in fear. Duhoen? He very calmly greets. Where do you think you're going, good boys? He looks at them and laughs gleefully. You think you can fool us? It's useless, you can't escape me. Duhoen summons another weapon, his aura radiating powerfully like a general in wartime. He confidently declares, even if you made our team struggle a bit, I alone am more than enough to deal with you all. Then immediately, wielding his weapon, he rushes forward, shouting valiantly, come here! Duhoen, with incredible speed, strikes one of Ilya's subordinates. That man immediately feels, this is insane, he's very, very strong. No wonder he's confident enough to fight us alone. Ilya doesn't stand still and wait for death. He immediately summons his relic. Appear, Floros! He orders the monster that just appeared. Burn the enemies in front of you to ashes. Immediately after, a sudden explosion appears in the middle of their group, blasting everything around. The subordinates, surrounded by fire, scream in pain. It's too hot! I'm going to die! Seeing this, Ilya angrily scolds. Hey, why are you burning my people? Are you doing this on purpose? The monster can't speak, but only waves its hand to indicate that it didn't do it. And then Duhoen, standing tall with his monster behind him, provoked, I have a fire attribute relic too. The words he spat out were a stark warning. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, fire for fire. Ilya hadn't expected the fight to go this way. He was so worried he was sweating bullets, but he couldn't give in that easily. Ilya declared defiantly, "Come on, let's see which one's stronger." Then the two monsters charged at each other. On his end, Duhoen confidently stated, "Now, I'm coming to play with you." Seeing him attack with a weapon, Ilya couldn't believe it, thinking to himself, both relics are so powerful, but how can he use them all at once? He frowned, wondering, is he really that strong? Or is he just not bothered by the backlash from overusing his relics? He's crazy! Ilya could also see the bloodlust in his eyes, and anxiously thought, if we just keep going head-to-head like this, I'll lose. I have to do something. While struggling to dodge Duhoen's relentless attacks, he calculated how to counterattack. There's no choice but to manipulate his memories. First, I have to make him show an opening by pretending to get hit. Taking advantage of Ilya's distraction, he immediately launched a direct hit that Ilya couldn't dodge. Ilya was hit, immediately propelled backward by a strong force. He screamed out in pain. Duhoen immediately pointed the sharp tip of his weapon at his face, declaring arrogantly, "You lost! You were threatening me, huh? Don't move if you don't want to bleed. You're still too weak, idiot!" Ilya, exhausted after the fight, still angrily snapped, You monster!" Even while repeatedly telling himself, I have to stay calm, pretend to give up. Duhoen approached without suspicion, complaining, "How dare you challenge me? Haven't you heard about my power?" At this moment he was constantly shouting in his mind, come here. While he smiled kindly. If I were you, I wouldn't start a war so carelessly. Ilya kept thinking a little bit more. And then, due to unconsciousness and carelessness, Duhoen quickly approached where he was lying. Then, when he was within range of the manipulation technique, he immediately thought, now. Then, his eyes glowed with golden light. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Ilya stood up straight, staring into Duhoen's eyes to manipulate his mind. Knowing him very well, he immediately recognized the technique. Even so, he was already hit, so he couldn't help but curse. You bastard! Duhoen suddenly felt uncomfortable, quickly covering his eyes. Ilya seized the chance to jump up. A bright golden energy covered his eyes. At this moment, Ilya assumed that he had a good chance of winning. Gotcha! No one can stop me. He successfully used the relic on Duhoen, gleefully saying, no matter how strong you are, the moment your memories are manipulated, the battle will end. Seeing Duhoen painfully clutching his head, Ilya narrowed his eyes and declared, I will change all your memories, turn you into our ally. He was about to ramble on, start! Before he could finish, a sudden, thunderous blow struck Ilya right in the face. Duhoen gritted his teeth, using almost all of his strength to swing his spear hard, knocking Ilya's face to the side. His body staggered, falling headfirst to the ground, and the pain struck again. Duhoen clutched one eye, his breath heavy, struggling to speak. You want to change my memories, damn it my head? Ilya refused to give up, enduring the pain on the side of his face, and shouted back, burn him! Duhoen froze. He immediately looked up, only to see a bundle of torches rushing down. The next second, the flames burst fiercely. A thunderous explosion blasted Duhoen backward. His whole body was scratched, and he fell to the ground. Ilya slowly approached. You really are. I was quite surprised that you could still move even after I started manipulating your memories. His face turned ferocious. But I should thank you too. Thanks to that punch just now, I know how much I need to alter your memories. The yellow energy in Ilya's eyes intensified, he murmured. Phase 1 is complete. I'll move on to Phase 2. A sharp pain shot straight into Duhoen's brain. He struggled to keep his eyes open to stay awake. Damn it. The system window updated. A manipulative power is invading your mind. Your memories have been altered. The things you once knew are starting to change. Duhoen began to vaguely see himself as a child. The moment he fell and scraped his knee. At that time, someone said gently to Han Duhoen, Are you okay? Jian Ji-yu looked worried. You just fell, didn't you? At that moment, he replied, I'm fine. The image of the other person's gentle smile was deeply imprinted in Duhoen's mind. Really? You've grown up. But, at this very moment, that person's face is gradually distorting. He exclaimed angrily, Damn it! The Jian Ji-yu in my memory, he's starting to change. Duhoen naturally couldn't let that happen. He struggled, resisting fiercely. Ilya panicked. What is this? I've only altered a little bit of his memory, but he's defending. He's really strong. He thought to himself, it will take me a very long time if I want to change all of his memories. Ilya continued to forcefully control Duhoen. He secretly felt lucky. Even so, he can't move. I just need to try a little harder and be a little more patient. Scene changed to the street outside. Tall buildings reaching towards the sun. Chloe followed closely behind Julian, suddenly noticing something. Hey, Vice Captain! They accidentally ran into Sua's group. Julian waved hello. Lua Joseja. We meet again. He recounted the situation. Duhoen called me and said he had found Ilya. He wants me to go to him. Sua nodded in confirmation. That's right. She looked doubtful. But something has happened since then. His energy is becoming increasingly unstable. Saying this, Du couldn't help but feel uneasy. Something must have happened. Julian sighed. Just as I expected, I shouldn't have let him go alone. Chloe was anxiously worried. She said, I heard that the frost relic can destabilize the target's energy. This statement directly reinforced the anxiety in Julian's heart. What? Sua immediately became anxious. If that's the case, then this is a disaster. Julian nodded in agreement. Yes, we should hurry. Scene changed to Do-hoen's side. His memories are gradually becoming chaotic. He saw a strange face calling his name. Damn it, he's Gun-hyuk Do-gu-gu-gu-gu-gu. Do-hoen thought to himself that this was bad. He's planning to turn An Jeon-ji-yu into this guy? If so, I'll mistakenly think of him as my benefactor. A brief introduction. Gun-hyuk Doon-gae. Their surnames are both Gun, but he has no blood relation to Gun Taejun. They are only half-brothers. From what Do-hoen knew, he liked to hide behind the screen and manipulate everything for personal gain, rather than appear in front of everyone. Most of the members of the Azure Dragon Aftermath handling team were trained by Gun-hyuk Do. He speculated. It seems that Ilya has become his subordinate again. The familiar faces in Do-hoen's memory gradually became blurred. He was shocked. Wait, he's already started changing everyone's faces? Do-hoen gritted his teeth, glaring wide-eyed, not allowing himself to succumb. You bastard, I can't give up! Ilya also stubbornly refused to give in. He muttered. A little more. Just a little more. Just then, an angry voice suddenly rang out. Stop! The sound of hurried footsteps echoed closer and closer. Ilya saw Julian and Sua running over and panicked. Crap! He hurriedly ordered the nearby subordinates. Everyone, block them! The people were bewildered and replied, Ah, right. Julian's eyes flashed with a cold light. He took a fighting stance, yelling, Get lost! With a single strike, those blocking their way were immediately swept aside. They groaned in pain. Ilya roared angrily. Are you kidding me? You're down with just one hit? The henchman stammered in explanation. We were all defeated by Si-hoen before. Ilya cursed irritably. Damn it, you bunch of useless guys. In the next second, a lightning-fast and precise roundhouse kick landed squarely on his face. Ilya didn't have time to react. Sua rushed forward like the wind, launching a kick that sent him flying. Ilya went flying backward, his body falling heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. Sua anxiously asked about Do-hoen's condition. Captain, are you okay? Try to stay with us. Julian quickly ran over. How is he? Sua shook her head. I don't know, but I think he's still conscious, she reminded. Capture Ilya first, the other immediately agreed. Okay, leave it to me. Ya suddenly charged in, pouncing towards Ilya. Damn it, how dare you throw me into the snake's belly? At the same time, Do-hoen groggily opened his eyes, his dry lips slightly moving. He struggled to sit up, bringing a hand to his forehead. What happened? Sua supported him, anxiously asking, Captain, are you okay? Julian got straight to the point. Do you recognize us? Do-hoen replied. Of course. Hearing this, Julian breathed a sigh of relief. That's a relief. Do-hoen frowned deeply. It has to be a relief. My memories are being manipulated, he confessed. He almost changed everything. Sua frantically waved her hand in front of Do-hoen's face. Captain! The other gritted his teeth and muttered, What a nightmare! The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, jumping to his feet and launching a kick straight at that bastard Ilya's face. Jaha stood to the side, watching Do-hoen's frenzied appearance with goosebumps. He relentlessly pummeled Ikalia, growling, You dare manipulate my memories? I'm going to destroy your memories. I'm going to crush your head. Julian couldn't bear to watch anymore. Hey, okay, he's going to die. Didn't you say you wanted him as a teammate? Do-hoen retorted testily. He deserves to be punished for that crazy stunt. He almost changed Irin's face into the chairman's. His words in a moment of lost composure stunned everyone. He almost made me go out and sleep in the same bed with the chairman. It's disgusting. Should I butcher him here? Julian's face stiffened, and it took him a long time to say, No, we have to stop him. Chloe chuckled awkwardly. Are you sure? Ilya on the other side was still getting beat up. Juliet anxiously advised. Hey, calm down. Do-hoen roared furiously. Let me go, I have to chop off his head. His outburst was temporarily stopped by Julian's intervention. Finally, the team's aftermath specialist, Ilya Volg, was captured. Not long after, only helpless mumbling echoed in the alley. Ilya was bound tightly with rope, his mouth gagged so he could only make fragmented, unclear sounds. Do-hoen looked at him, irritably ruffling his hair. You really drove me crazy, my head is still buzzing. Chloe seriously suggested. Maybe it's because your memory was just manipulated. Do you need treatment? What about medicine? The other shook his head slightly. Ah, no, probably not, Do-hoen said. You guys blocked the memory manipulation process before it was actually changed. The false memories he injected into my head are gradually disappearing too, and that's why I have a headache. He sighed. Chloe directly took out the medicine, once again inquiring. Here, do you want painkillers? Do-hoen flatly refused. No need, it'll go away soon. He slowly walked in front of Ilya. But, let's move on to the next step. Sua was curious. Are you going to use the memory relic? Du Hoan didn't deny it, just nodded slightly. Yes. He muttered. I don't know if it will work, but I'll still try. Ilya struggled continuously as he saw the other approaching closer and closer. Sensing the danger, Ilya's eyes narrowed, but he could only struggle in helplessness. A drop of liquid slowly fell, and a faint, hazy light shimmered around. Ilya's mind gradually became blurry, with the sound of breaking objects ringing in his ears. He suddenly saw Taejun's face, instantly falling into confusion. What is this? Other fragments of memory slowly emerged, including images of Julian's group. Ilya silently exclaimed, I remember, I used to work with them. Right after, Du Hoan's face flashed through his mind. Ilya murmured to himself, That's right, it's Ciel Du Hoan, our captain. The dormant stream of memories gradually appeared in his head. We used to conquer dungeons together every day. That's right, in that dungeon. Ilya suddenly recalled the moment back then, his own panicked voice echoing in his ears. This place is weird, we have to get out of here. He remembered discussing it with Du Hoan and his teammates. My holy relics aren't working properly, I can't do anything. At that time, Du Hoan replied, Then we should leave here, gather information, and come back. Ilya frowned and grumbled. Okay, but honestly, I don't want to come back. The whole group left, with Du Hoan leading the way. He reminded everyone, stay alert. After walking for a while, Ilya suddenly heard a strange noise approaching. Cracks abruptly appeared on the floor beneath his feet. They spread rapidly at a terrifying speed. The next second, Ilya lost his balance and fell straight down. The others worriedly yelled, The floor is collapsing! Damn it, Ilya! Ilya! He kept falling into the deep pit, with only the sound of everyone's helpless cries in his ears. Ilya? He tried to summon his holy relic. Damn it! Appear now, my demon, quickly save me! Ilya's voice became increasingly frantic. Hurry up and come out! Quickly save me! I don't want to die here! The memory chain broke off, and he saw a stream of red energy engulfing his body. The next second, his own piercing scream rang out, and Ilya's entire face was smeared with blood. Returning to the present moment, Du Hoan was intently observing Ilya's reaction. Chloe muttered, I think the holy relic is working. Du Hoan seemed to agree, nodding slightly. Yes. He carefully observed the expression of the person in front of him. That's the kind of expression people have when they witness their own death. Besides, Ilya's death was also very gruesome. Du Hoan shared. I still remember it. He fell into a trap pit, and the inside of the pit was full of fog. Even though it was foggy, I could still see Ilya's body in tiny pieces. Just then, Ilya's eyes suddenly rolled back, and the rope, startled, immediately loosened its bind. What is it? What is it? It quickly reported. Master, he fainted. He fainted. Du Hoan slightly frowned. His physique is a bit poor, so fainting is to be expected. Julian interjected. His memory relic is working very well. Maybe this time the Ilya we know will return? Du Hoan couldn't confirm. I don't know yet. He offered a speculation. There's a chance Ilya's personality will change like that. And if it turns out negative, it might cause more trouble than Dha. Saying that, Du Hoan turned around, intending to leave. Therefore, you should keep an eye on him this time. Let's head home. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, making his footsteps halt. Stop! Hukdu approached with his subordinates. What's going on here? Du Hoan calmly greeted. Commander Hai Yu Si-du, you arrived faster than I expected. The other party was surprised. You know me? What? Du Hoan? He curled his lip into a sneer, speaking slowly. Of course, I know you very well in fact. Hai Yu Si-du smiled, his tone carrying a hidden threat. Is that so? If that's the case, then you should know what you're about to face. You and your people won't escape from here. He swept his gaze around. Is it because you injured my people, and even tried to take Ilya away? Hukdu exclaimed. Honestly, I didn't think Ilya would fail, but that just makes things more interesting. He let out a remark. You guys are pretty skilled, aren't you? Having subordinates like this must be useful. Du Hoan didn't bother arguing with his opponent, turning back to warn. Everyone, prepare for battle. The person next to him immediately agreed. Okay. He looked straight into Hukdu's eyes, boldly declaring, Why don't you try it? Try if you can. His face instantly darkened, and he smiled as he ordered his subordinates. Attack! The people behind him replied in unison. Yes, sir. Those present immediately activated their energy, and both sides lunged into the fight, attacking. Julian swung his arm, and a powerful surge of energy immediately shot straight forward. The opponent quickly leaned back to dodge. In a flash, he appeared right behind Julian, flashing a provocative smile. Where are you attacking? He was startled, spinning around to strike his opponent. The floor in front of him was crushed, and rock fragments flew everywhere. The dense smoke slowly dispersed, but no one was in sight. Julian was astonished. He dodged it? What special relic did he use to evade the attack? In a nearby corner, Judo was focusing on confronting another person. Her hand was suddenly wrapped in blue glowing energy streams, and Judo froze in shock. Sua lightly noticed the problem. The attack bounced back? It seems like that side's relic is tough to deal with. Chloe stood to the side observing the situation, unable to suppress her anxiety. They are not amateurs, and furthermore, they are equipped with very difficult relics to counter. Du Hoen muttered. That guy has always been like this, always equipping his soldiers with troublesome relics. Hai Hook Du walked leisurely to stand in front of him. Hey, what's up, Du Hoen? Since we're both captains, shouldn't we fight each other? He sneered. Let's see how strong you are. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Hoen felt a figure flickering around him. The system window warned. Assassin relic is trying to target you. The next second, a squad of masked people rushed towards Du Hoen in a wave. Their short daggers didn't even have time to touch him before they were swatted away by a single move. Du Hoen swung his sword, perfectly taking care of the person in front of him. The strike was incredibly decisive. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, a highly confident smile on his face. It's useless, Du Hoen stated. No matter how fast your assassins are, they can't match this Hua Rang sword. Hook Du stood behind the assassin relics, letting out an appreciative laugh. Quite interesting, he mumbled. If that's the case, I just need to increase their number, right? As soon as the words left his mouth, countless assassins appeared, surrounding Du Hoen. An assassin lunged forward, closing in on Du Hoen, the cold, sharp blade pointed directly at him. Du Hoen spun around in an instant, swinging his sword to draw a decisive line of slash, coldly taking the opponent's head. Each subsequent sword strike aimed accurately at vital points. He took them down one by one. Du Hoen grabbed an assassin by the collar and lifted him, curving his lips as he glanced at Hook Du Hoen. Do you understand? Quantity means nothing. He looked deeply at Du Hoen, crossed his arms, and smiled with crinkling eyes. As countless more assassins appeared behind him, he tightened his grip on the sword hilt, frowning slightly. More? Oh fine, you are just wasting your power, but I am not. Within Du Hoen's sight, two assassins were leaping and rushing towards him. He suddenly felt his vision blur, and the assassins' movements seemed to become erratic. Reacting slower than usual, Du Hoen swung his sword, knocking away the assassin in front of him. But immediately after, a lightning-fast attack struck Du Hoen's arm, spraying fresh blood. Clutching his arm, he gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it! Hai Du chuckled mockingly. Hurt, are we? Du Hoen thought grimly. This isn't good. What's going on? My body isn't moving how I want it to? Hook Shu laughed triumphantly. What's wrong? Weren't you the one calling it useless? Now you're the one who doesn't understand, he revealed. This assassin relic is one of my favorites. I love the ability to summon assassins. But what the opponent slowly uttered next shocked Jen. They all have the ability to cause hallucinations. Finally, he understood the reason for the abnormalities he was experiencing. Damn it, so that's it! As Du Hoen knew, the assassins were members of the medieval Nizari Ismaili state. They were notorious for their frequent assassination of their enemies. There are basically many theories about the origin of the name assassin. A popular theory is that assassin comes from hashishin, meaning hashish users. Marco Polo and others claim that the assassins regularly used hashish to induce a euphoric, trance-like state that stimulated their spirits and eliminated moral qualms about murder. However, because Marco Polo's account isn't recorded in Ismaili sources, its authenticity remains dubious. It must be known that after using hashish, the stimulant, it is said that they can kill anyone without minding their own lives. Hai Dung stated. If you fight these assassins, you'll soon be infiltrated by hallucinations. His tone was gleeful. There's something you don't know. The more you kill them, the stronger the hallucinatory effects get. Hai Du smirked. And the result is, as you can see. Du Hoen staggered, grinding his teeth as he cursed. Damn it, why are you so nice? The opponent, with a face full of sarcasm, replied with a smile. Thanks for the compliment. In the very next second, the number of assassins surrounding Du Hoen increased. Hai Du smiled faintly. This time, I've summoned even more assassins. Let's see how long you can hold out. He spoke lightly but with cutting sarcasm. Try your best to fight. The assassins swung their blades towards Du Hoen. He hurriedly leaned to dodge. Each slash came down relentlessly. He could only raise his sword to parry. Seeing this scene, Hulakshu mused. Changing your fighting style, are we? He clicked his tongue in mock sympathy, but stalling or dodging won't change anything. Rope, who was monitoring Du Hoen's condition, revealed a look of doubt. That's strange. That's strange. It had to keep watch on Ye. But it couldn't help but worry. Master looks exhausted, doesn't look like the usual master, doesn't look like master. Rope hesitated for a moment. What should I do? What should I do? Master ordered me to look after this guy. Within its line of sight, Du Hoen was struggling to fend off the attacks of the assassins. At the critical moment, he suddenly tripped, his body instantly losing balance. Du Hoen couldn't react in time. Falling backward, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Damn it. Rope, seeing this scene, panicked and rushed out. Master, no. Rope rushed in front of Du Hoen, lashing out at the assassin's body. Get out, get out! Du Hoen reminded. Hey, Rope, I gave you a task. It replied, I can't just leave you. just leave you.
Afraid of being dismissed, Rope hastily assured, "Don't worry, I'll bind them tightly, very tightly."
At the same time, no one noticed Ilya, who had been lying unconscious in a corner, suddenly groggily opened her eyes. With Rope being so stubborn, Du Hoen had no choice but to compromise. "All right, let's take care of all of them," it responded excitedly. "Okay. In the next second, Du Hoen simultaneously summoned all the relics. "Come on out, let's clear this up quickly." Hai Yu Du was horrified. "You're crazy. You're planning to use all the relics at once with that body?" he scoffed. "Gotta conserve my strength somehow, you idiot." All right, I'm getting serious now." Just as Du Hoen was about to charge, the commotion behind him froze him in his tracks. A blinding surge of energy erupted, leaving the assassins dumbfounded. Ilya broke free from his restraints and summoned his relic. Du Hoen was stunned. Solomon's demon Ilya, he snapped out of it fast. Bound by the ropes, Hyukdu writhed wildly. Let me go! Ilya's lips curled slightly, his eyes deep and unreadable. Then, a fierce blaze erupted, an overwhelming heat suddenly washing over them. Du Hoen quickly retreated, annoyed, and shouted, "Hey, if you're gonna help me fight him, do it properly." At that moment, a desperate scream echoed. "Save me, Captain!" Du Hoen whipped around to see Jaha clutching his head and running for his life, screaming, "These monsters suddenly attacked me. Ilya didn't betray us, did he?" Julian looked strained. "Damn it, this is getting messier and messier. I got played. I don't think I can handle these demons." Nearby, Sua and Chloe weren't doing much better. She exclaimed urgently, "The enemies on this side are getting huge too. Damn it, do something." Seeing the chaos, Hyukdu chuckled with amusement. "I knew it. You actually succeeded," he sneered. "You thought Ilya would side with you? Too optimistic. Sometimes that leads to failure, but I'll let it slide this time." Hyukdu rambled on triumphantly. "Now, defeat them, and make them my subordinates." Just then, Ilya's subordinates cried out in panic. "Master, Chairman, there's a demon behind you." Hyukdu wasn't worried in the slightest. He slowly turned his head. "It's all right. It's Ilya's demon." But what happened next was beyond his expectations. Yuk's demon suddenly bit down hard on Hyukdu's arm. Fresh blood splattered across his face. Hyukdu froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. The demon gnashed its teeth, tearing at his arm. Hyukdu collapsed in agony. My arm, he demanded furiously. What's going on? Why are you attacking me?" Ilya replied calmly. "You're being attacked because you're too optimistic." Hyukdu couldn't believe his ears. "What?" Ilya smirked and said leisurely, "Sorry, Chairman, but you're not my master anymore." Du Hoen asked cautiously, Have your memories returned?" Ilya nodded slightly. "Yes, I remember everything, though it still feels a bit strange." Du Hoen smiled, listening silently as Ilya continued. "I was lying there thinking about whose side to take, but after a while there really wasn't any other choice, was there?" Jaha questioned in frustration. "Damn it, if your memories are back and you chose our side, then why did you attack me?" Ilya laughed nonchalantly. "I thought you knew why I pretended to side with him. It's how I cut off his arm, right?" Hyuk Dungdi, still unable to accept the truth, ground out each word through clenched teeth. "What have you done? Why are you attacking me?" Ilya, clutching his bandaged arm, furiously questioned. "Why are you attacking me? Why? Why did you betray me?" He growled out each word, filled with rage. "Why are you standing next to that Seo Du Hoen guy? What's going on?" Ilya raised an eyebrow and smirked. "I already told you, you're not my master anymore." He Wuxu gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his left arm, and roared, "Nonsense! Seo Du Hoen, what have you done?" He pressed him fiercely. "Did you use another memory-manipulating holy relic on Ilya? Du Hoen, is that what you think? Well, it's not entirely wrong, is it?" The youth's nonchalant attitude enraged He Wuxu. His eyes flashed with hatred. "Give him back!" The moment he finished speaking, a massive surge of energy immediately rushed toward Du Hoen. The youth entered a defensive stance, his eyes widening in surprise. Nero sounded amused. "This is the power of domination." Du Hoen frowned. "He's gone too far now," he offered a guess. "He is deploying his power of domination. Perhaps he's lost control because of Ilya." The next second, the corner of Du Hoen's lips curved slightly, and he murmured, looking down, "This is even better." The subordinate looked on in horror, stammering, President. Du Hoen calmly assessed. "Honestly, it would be hard to fight him with all his holy relics. It looks like he intends to defeat us with his raw power, without relying on his holy relics." Then he quickly made a decision. "Nero, Hammurabi, Anubis, return!" A fierce burst of energy erupted around Du Hoen. His eyes clearly revealed a maniacal glint. He boldly declared, "I am very confident when it comes to the power of domination." Nero shrugged and lamented. "Oh dear, those kind of boastful humans will regret it sooner or later. Why did he call us out if he was going to do that?" He Wuxu and Du Hoen faced off, neither willing to yield.
The energy from both sides, power of domination, fiercely clashed in the air. Seeing this, Julian was both worried and annoyed. That idiot, does he want to pass out for another week or something? Using all his strength like that?
A subordinate on Hee Wook-soo's side couldn't endure the intense pressure and collapsed, spitting up blood. His comrades panicked. "Hey man, wake up!" The commotion immediately drew Julian's attention. He thought to himself, at least it causes a lot of damage to the opponent. And perhaps Du Hoen will also suffer a lot of damage after this. In the center of the battle, Du Hoen focused intensely, his eyes wide, and carrying a chilling look. Hee Wook-soo's whole body trembled violently. He was still speechless. "This is ridiculous! He has such a huge source of power?" Hee Wook-soo's pupils contracted. He fell into a panic. This is nothing like the information Pandora provided. How is this possible? Du Hoen calmly spoke. "Because I have always hidden my true strength." Well, everyone has to keep their ace up their sleeve against their enemy, right? He raised an eyebrow and sneered. "Now you understand, don't you? You made me fight this seriously." Du Hoen's tone was full of pity. He sighed. "You should have attacked with the holy relic, just like before." The next moment, Du Hoen released more energy. The power of domination on both sides collided even more violently, shaking the entire surrounding area. Hee Wook-soo's subordinates standing outside were also affected, struggling to brace themselves to avoid being thrown back. Julian's group also couldn't avoid the fallout. Even Jae was pushed backward, letting out a loud yell. The result was clear. Hee Wook-soo was overwhelmed by Du Hoen's power, flying far away and crashing heavily into the wall. He struggled to sit up amidst the chaotic rubble. Du Hoen slowly walked towards him. "How about that?" The corner of his mouth curved slightly. Du Hoen burst into laughter, uttering a taunt. "You lost, didn't you?" Ilya witnessed this scene and was taken aback. "What the heck? The captain's strength." He swallowed hard. "The captain is that strong? Good. It looks like the problem is solved." Hee Wook-soo's condition was not good. He coughed so violently that he spat blood but still growled a curse. "Damn it." Hee Wook-soo vented his anger on his subordinates, yelling loudly, "What are you doing? Catch him quickly." However, his subordinates were all lying sprawling on the ground. Du Hoen mocked. "You idiots. All useless underlings. Now I'm free to deal with you." He leisurely approached Hee Wook-soo. "Shall we finish this?" The latter panicked and backed away. "Hey, stop! What are you going to do?" Du Hoen summoned a holy relic and snorted coldly. "I won't let you escape." Right after, he curled his lips into a slight smile. "Now, Horus, send him to hell," it respectfully replied. "Understood, master." The next second, the ground beneath Hayuke-soo's feet collapsed, and he screamed in panic. No, Hayuke-soo can't accept this. This is ridiculous, it makes no sense. After releasing so many dominant powers, how can you still use a relic? Orisis dragged his whole body down, sneering. "That's called a difference in class, old man. Accept it." Hayuke-soo cursed. "Damn it." The very moment he was most desperate, a rope suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Hayuke-soo eagerly grabbed it like a lifeline. A rope? A rope? Little did he know it was Du Hoen's command. "Strip him clean of his relic. A rope! A rope!" Hayuke-soo yelled, furious. The next sequence was as follows. Hayuke-soo's relic was then taken by the rope, and he was dragged down to hell. Du Hoen thought to himself. After he reached his destination, the gates of hell closed once more. A very happily ever after, wouldn't you say? Daya walked over to him, looking bewildered. "Huh? It's over? If he was dragged to hell, does that mean he's dead?" Du Hoen explained. "No, I just sent him to another world called hell." He mentioned that Orisis would ensure his safety. "Jae? In that case, no problem." He was a little curious. "But why didn't you do things the usual way?" Du Hoen smiled and replied, "Dragging him back to hell was the best choice." As he said this, his body suddenly swayed. "And I think I've also reached my limit enduring the side effects of the assassin's relic." Chloe anxiously cried out, "Captain!" She quickly ran to Du Hoen's side. "Sit down, let me use the medical relic." A moment later he smiled and praised. "Ilya, well done, you played a crucial role, didn't you? You confused him." Du Hoen commented. "Plus, you self-inflicted wounds on Hayuke-soo, which made it easier to take him down." The other person remained silent for a long time, eventually deciding to ask for clarity. "I want to ask you a few things," Du Hoen calmly continued. "I know. You want to ask why I'm alive when I was clearly dead, right? And why everyone else seems fine?" Ilya was taken aback. "How did you know?" Du Hoen shrugged. "Well, everyone asks that when they first recover their memories," he explained. "In short, we went back to the past, but we didn't bring our bodies, only our memories." Ilya blankly sought confirmation from Julian. "The past?" The other party nodded slightly. Ilya fell into confusion. How could that happen? Du Hoen offered his speculation. "I think it was caused by a relic," he chuckled. However, we are in a state where we have the knowledge of the future about 10 years later, and we can use it to take revenge on Chairman Cohen. So far, things are going very smoothly. Du-Hoen's next sentence went straight to Ilya's question, and you probably also want to ask why we're not infiltrating Cheongyang as before and destroying it from the inside, right? He casually uttered a blunt phrase. Because I don't like it. Ilya was speechless and sighed softly. You weren't planning on giving me an option to refuse joining, were you? He could only accept the current reality. Alright, I was just asking out of curiosity. I don't think it's a problem. Julian brightened up. Looks like the team is reunited, huh? Jay happily cheered. Yeah, you're right. Sua was just as joyful. We just need to find 3 more people to complete the team. A voice cut in. Excluding Jiang Che, that is. Leave that traitor out, Ilya inquired. Did everyone find Gian yet? Sua replied happily. We found him, but he can't come here right now. Du-Hoen slowly stood up. Now that everything is done here, he enthusiastically proposed. Let's have a party. Let's gather and celebrate. Chloe rubbed her chin and mumbled. Gathering, huh? I don't know why, but I haven't heard that word in a long time. Sua curved her lips into a slight smile. We've found many more members now, after all. Jay excitedly skipped. Alright, let's go. I'm starving. Julian, standing next to him, gently rubbed his stomach in agreement. Indeed. Ilya heard this and felt apologetic. Sorry for the trouble, though. Du-Hoen shouted. Alright, let's go. The group happily replied. Yes, Captain. Cut to a short while later. The table was laden with all sorts of food, looking incredibly appetizing. The karaoke remote was placed not far from the food and drinks area. Jae-hae grabbed the mic and went wild with the song. He's already done 2 performances. When Jae-hae finished a song, Julian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Done. That was good. After the passionate performance, Jay joyfully spun around. Thank you all very much. Music suddenly blared, and he asked blankly, What is this? Who put this song on? Du-Hoen raised his hand with a smile. Ah. That would be me. Jay was startled. Huh? You want to sing ballads? The other party answered calmly. I usually sing ballads when taking a break. Hand over the mic quickly. It's not just any ballad, it's a masterpiece. DHA wearily walked back to the seating area. Chloe found it funny. Take a break, or you'll lose your voice. He nodded. Okay, I'm done. He plopped down and grabbed a can of soda. Time to relax and cool my throat. Jae-ha suddenly noticed a stack of documents under the chair and picked it up. Curious. What's this? After looking through it, he handed it to Ilya, who was busy eating. Here, it's yours. He took it blankly and flipped through the pages. What is it? Jae-ha chuckled. It says it's a contract. Ilya glanced over at Du-Hoen. He was still passionately belting out. My eyes are blurred with mascara. Jae-ha kindly explained. You have to sign that contract to join the team. Ilya seriously read through it, the contents causing his eyes to widen in horror. Ilya frantically sought confirmation from JHA. Wait, something's weird about the contract, right? Who would ever sign a contract like this? Julian, who had been silently sitting next to him, chimed in. I'm not too keen on the contents either, but I couldn't refuse. Achilea was shocked. Even you sign this? Sua spoke up. I think the captain's doing this because he was betrayed in the past. Koei agreed. It's more like protecting us than forcing us, and it's for the team's best interest. Ilya hesitated. Maybe that's the good side, but Du-Hoen suddenly interjected. We've always been together, even on that final conquest. He said that it pained him to see his members die one by one. The main reason I'm doing this is to alleviate everyone's worries. Du-Hoen slowly uttered each word. It's all for our team. Mostly, he urged, holding the mic. Ilya, that's the main reason. Now, read it carefully and sign it. Ilya froze. Sign this contract? But all the contents are ridiculous. I have to work but can't quit, can't change jobs. This is practically a slave contract. Du-Hoen retorted. But I'm responsible for your salary and ensuring your safety. Ilya jumped up, agitated. How can you be so sure? Jaha grabbed his hand, chuckling persuasively. Don't overthink it. Just read it and sign it. It's not too bad anyway. Faced with his urging, why are you freaking out? DHA grinned gleefully. Finally, this slave's not alone anymore. Ilya struggled in vain. Hey, let me go! Cut to somewhere. The still surface of the water stretching to the horizon. Deep beneath the ocean lay an ancient architecture, schools of fish swimming playfully nearby. In the quiet hallway of this place, the sound of strong footsteps echoed even more distinctly. A robust man slowly walked in, a majestic falcon perched on his shoulder. The large door opened, and he walked to the center of the room before him. The man spoke up. I have news, something I want to tell you. The floor rumbled, sharp rocks jutted out, and an angry voice boomed. Who dares to profane the sacred hall? The massive rocks surrounded the man, but he calmly replied, It's me, Prometheus. Tired of playing leader already? Hearing this, the mysterious voice suddenly softened, asking cautiously, What is it? Prometheus cut to the chase. I want to tell you all something. I must expose the king's mausoleum family to the entire world.
Two figures stood tall on a rock, responding in a deep voice. Indeed, leaving the king's positions vacant will cause major problems. I must choose humans capable of participating, and make them take the king's positions, Fox advised. Sooner or later, I will open the entrance to my abode. Don't be too hasty, my brother. Prometheus continued to explain. Today, I'm here to ask you to delay the schedule a bit. He snapped. What? Prometheus quickly reassured him. Don't worry, let me explain. The other impatiently urged. Hurry up, he emphasized. We all know the King's Museum has a great reputation in the holy relic community. Therefore, I cannot allow anyone to seize that position. Prometheus launched into a long speech. Isn't that precisely why we're fighting to be chosen as we see fit? But before doing that, I must attend to the most basic issues. He analyzed meticulously. I need to know that my choice will be very strong. But what if they turn around and destroy me? Wouldn't it be better if I screened humanity first, so they don't harm me? Two and Phonics listened silently as the other explained. That is exactly what I and my people are doing. But because of the shortage of humans I deem worthy, we cannot keep up with the schedule. Prometheus concluded. That's why I'm telling you to postpone the entire schedule. Hearing this, he clicked his tongue in disdain. He boldly declared, We don't care what happens there. We will only do what we must. His tone was extremely confident. Besides, we are the most dangerous holy relics. What can insignificant humans do against us? Prometheus tried to persuade. Calm down, you'll have to delay a bit. The other directly interrupted. We can't wait any longer. Prometheus lowered his eyes, hesitating for a long time. I didn't want to tell you this because I'm a little worried, he revealed. But right now, there's a human who, in my opinion, is truly not worthy of entering the king's mausoleum. Perhaps you will change your mind after hearing about him. He pondered and agreed. All right, I'll listen. Prometheus breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. The other urged. Good, speak. He immediately blurted out a name. He is Du Hoan. He is. No one knows the story. Then the scene shifts to the building where Du Hoan frequents. It is daytime. He slowly walked in, pushing the door handle, his expression indifferent as usual. Du Hoan reminded the person behind him. Come on in. Ilya followed closely beside him, curiously looking around. What a boring place. Du Hoan was surprised. Don't you know what we're hiding here? The other asked blankly. What are you hiding here? Du Hoan revealed. This is where the destined king is imprisoned. It's also where the event broadcasts are held. After finishing the introduction, he kicked Joshua, who was still half asleep. Wake up! He sat up abruptly, a little surprised to see Du Hoan's appearance. What? Du Hoan? He didn't bother to answer, instructing the person next to him. All right, Ilya, your first job is to take care of this guy, Du Hoan explained in detail. Manipulate his memories, and make sure he comes over to our side. Ilya was a little worried. My first job is to manipulate the memories of a king? Isn't that too difficult? The other reminded him. Forgot about the contract already? It had to do with what happened that day. Finally, Ilya stamped it. Du Hoan encouraged. Besides, you almost manipulated my memories anyway. Though it was very difficult, Ilya immediately perked up again. All right, I'll give it a try, he said first. But it might take a while. Du Hoan replied casually. It's fine, I'm not in a rush. The next second, Ilya slowly walked up to Joshua. Okay, I'll do it. He immediately became alert. What are you doing? Stop! Ilya squeezed Joshua's chin hard, forcing him to look up. He coldly shouted, Shut up! Ilya's eyes flashed with golden energy. He began activating his manipulation skill. Can you see me? Du Hoan silently observed the entire process, thinking. If I can get the King of Destiny on my side, I can exploit him more effectively. He calculated in his mind. I won't have to force him to talk about the prophecy he dreamed of. Signing a contract will get it right away. The more Du Hoan thought about it, the more excited he became. More importantly, through the prophecy in his dream, I can decide what to do next. The corner of his lips curved up, his heart filled with excitement. I really can't wait! And the process continued. As Ilya said, manipulating memories would take a lot of time. Du Hoan thought to himself. It looks complicated, but it's quite natural. Meanwhile, he was playing a game. The sound in the room suddenly stopped, and Du Hoan looked up. He confirmed with the person opposite him. Is it done? Ilya, with a weary look, replied, Yes, I'm so tired. He reported the situation. He's in a coma. When he wakes up, he'll be on our side. I've turned you into a colleague and teammate who's been working with him for 30 years. Du Hoan was a little worried. But I'm not 30 years old yet. Does that make sense? Ilya teased. When you're with someone you like, time seems to stand still. The other person retorted, What does that have to do with anything? I don't like him at all. Ilya changed the subject. Why pay attention to such trivial details? It's not that important. I've manipulated his memories perfectly. You can use him now. Du Hoan had to let him off with a compliment. Good. After all,
Even though Ilya's explanation was a bit strange, the key thing is that the King of Destiny has been manipulated. Not long after, Sua arrived, followed by Julian. "We're here, boss." Sua was surprised to see the person in front of her. "Irene, you're here too?" The other person greeted her with a smile. "Hello, Sua," she explained. "I heard you guys are going to broadcast that prophecy." Sua nodded. "Oh, right, I also heard that there will be more work from now on." Duhoan happened to appear, waving hello. "Everyone's here." Duho nodded slightly in response. "Captain," the other person said, "I'm actually tapping into a prophecy. Follow me." A moment later, Joshua appeared before everyone in a worn-out state. "Boss is back?" He glanced at the people present. "Hello, everyone," Julian hesitantly said. "Is this okay?" He frowned slightly. "He looks like a robot." Ilya tiredly replied, "I don't care what you say." Duhoden chuckled and said, "Well, he only needs to give accurate prophecies. And I've heard some pretty interesting things from him." He urged the other person. "Now let's hear the most important part. Now, Joshua. The first question, when and where will the 7 tombs appear?" But Joshua insisted they wouldn't appear at all. Duhoan was slightly stunned. "What?" The other person slowly continued. "Besides the 7 tombs, something else will appear, a tomb even more important." He seemed doubtful. "More important?" Joshua's answer shocked Duhonan. "It's the royal mausoleum, where the family heirlooms rest." He asked incredulously. "The royal mausoleum? So, the prophecy you told me last time was fake?" Duhoan angrily questioned. "This is different from what you said when I told you to provide the information you knew about the sacred sites and relics. You bastard," he muttered. "I didn't think there was such a thing. Tell me more." Joshua mechanically said, "The one who obtains the family heirloom will become the true king." Duhoan gradually lost patience. "I know that stuff. Tell me more important information." The other person said that he could choose one of the treasures, but among those treasures, the treasure in the shape of a raven is the most valuable. Duhoan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "A raven?" "Among the existing sacred sites, it's a coincidence that the most valuable thing is in the shape of a raven." He continued to press. "Okay, then where is that tomb?" Joshua immediately replied, "In the Pacific Ocean. The coordinates are..." Quote. Duhoan had obtained the information. The location of the royal family's tomb is in the Pacific Ocean. To get there, I need to be near South Korea. I should wait there, but I need to take care of this first. Irin, as the cheerful announcer, begins. "Hello everyone, let's start with today's prophecy news." Duhoan watches the process, thinking to himself that he's holding a lot of interesting prophecies, and that he can create fake prophecies. His prophecy broadcast quickly attracts everyone's attention. Everyone believes it wholeheartedly. The location of the next 7 tombs is in Iceland, and something will appear in Chile. Duhoan smugly thinks. "I've spread the most effective prophecies to divide the enemies, and I let the King of Fate reveal the Iceland and Chile prophecies himself. Thanks to that, the credibility of these fake prophecies has increased." Duhoan is very satisfied with the effect of his plan, which is confusing the enemies. And he's preparing for the trip little by little. Meanwhile, in a skyscraper, an angry voice resounds. "What the hell is Raunu think?" Ivy grits her teeth, annoyedly muttering. "Why did he show his face on that ridiculous prophecy broadcast? What does that do for Pandora?" Her subordinate cautiously reports. According to the prophecy broadcast, the King of Fate used his prophetic power and realized he should trust Seo Duhoan. Ivy interrupts him, slamming her fist on the table in anger. "Why would he do that?" she orders. "Quickly, find his location and bring him here." "What are you waiting for?" The person opposite stammers. "We don't have any results yet." Ivy frowns. "Damn it, something's not right. His actions are too strange. How could he become friends with Seo Duhoan?" A possibility suddenly occurs to her. Could what he said be fake? A voice echoes in Ivy's ear. Something must have happened. She flinches in shock, widening her eyes to observe the surroundings. Immediately afterwards, the entire room suddenly shakes. Ivy keenly recognizes this earthquake. Something dawns on her, and she quickly jumps up and runs in one direction. "Don't tell me it can't be." Only when she reaches a room does Ivy slow her pace. The sight before her stuns her. Prometheus suddenly appears at this place. Ivy thinks, "Damn it." But outwardly she calls out his name happily. "Prometheus." She looks up, hesitatingly saying, "You're back?" Prometheus replies coldly, "Yes." Ivy cautiously asks, "Did you complete your task?" He pauses for a moment. "No problem." He furrows his brow slightly. "I was just a little annoyed that the holy relics were too stubborn. I couldn't delay the schedule as I wanted." The next moment, Prometheus's voice softens slightly. But in the end, it was postponed. Ivy replies with a smile. "That's good." He asks, "Heh, is there a problem here?" She flinches, stammering, unable to speak. Prometheus's face suddenly darkens, and he snorts coldly. "It seems like there is." Ivy's entire body stiffens, and she stammers, begging, "Forgive me. Please forgive me. Prometheus furrows his brow and says in a low voice, Tell me what happened. Ivy obediently recounts. Rao started having trouble when Seo Du-hoen destroyed his house and kidnapped him.
She doesn't dare to omit any details. Not long after that, he contacted me, saying that he had been captured and would try to trick Seo Du-hoen.
Ivy's tone is sincere. I told him to come back, but he said no. Romitius says coldly, You've caused a big problem. She lowers her head in fear. I'm sorry, sir. He snorts coldly. From now on, I'll fix it. From the beginning, I didn't expect anything from humanity like you. Then, Prometheus leisurely leaves. Just because humans are all incompetent and selfish. He walks past Ivy, leaving behind a reminder. Start working. I have a lot to do. As the two stepped out into the hallway, an urgent voice reached them. Mr. J.F. Noticing Prometheus, the employee hurriedly greeted him. Hello, Chief Rosechai. He got straight to the point. What's the situation? Report to me. The person delivered the news. We've located Swen's whereabouts. Ivy felt like she'd been struck by lightning, panic rising within her. Damn it, I couldn't find him when I was searching. If I'd found him sooner, I could have reported it to Mr. Ri and proved my usefulness. Prometheus nodded. Very good. Is the fated king there as well? The person honestly reported. Yes, sir. We've confirmed it. He immediately commanded. Excellent. Send in the entire elite squad. A sharp glint flashed in Prometheus's eyes. He made his decision. I'll use this as an excuse to completely destroy Seo Du-hoen. I'll kick him off the throne at any cost. Not long after, a stern voice echoed at the building identified as Du-hoen's residence. Everyone, listen to my orders. Hurried footsteps filled the path as they passed the word. Our opponent this time is Swen, a notoriously ruthless man. We must protect the fated king above all else. Be prepared to sacrifice yourselves to protect him. The leader issued the command. Use the sacred relics to their full potential. The elite soldiers behind him responded in unison. Yes, sir. Reaching the front of the building, the group began their operation. The order was given. Surround the building! Prepare to breach! A moment later, they stood on the high-rise building opposite, confidently shouting, We have Shoen's headquarters surrounded. Hearing this, the remaining troops rushed inside, relaying the message. We're entering now. The tightly shut door was then forced open with overwhelming force. The ones who had just entered the building saw them waiting and shouted a warning. There they are. Only then did Du-hoen speak with a disdainful tone. How did you guys find this place? Kill them all. A second later, the two sides clashed. A melee broke out on the spot. One of those who had just charged into the building put all his strength into swinging his blade towards him. Die. After seeing the deep gash in Du-hoen's chest, he thought, did he get hit? That was easy? Before he could even question it, he was directly turned into stone. Seeing this, the group huddled together to see what had happened and exclaimed, Huh? What's this? It's a fake. On the other side, the others were encountering similar petrification as Du-hoen. They angrily cursed. They're all fakes. A moment later, after the anger had subsided, they began to worry again. How are we supposed to report this to our superiors? The scene shifted to Prometheus. At this moment, he frowned with indescribable seriousness. Standing before him now was Ivy, who was also in a state of tension and impasse. Just then, Prometheus casually put his hands in his pockets and asked, They're fakes? Not daring to lie, she could only hesitantly answer, according to the report, yes. Hearing this, he blurted out, We have to go check. She muttered to herself helplessly, He always says that after hearing a report. So afterwards, Ivy said, Forgive me, sir. Ivy calmly continued, Yes, but I have another matter. Prometheus wasn't very pleased, and frowned as he asked, Another matter? Ivy pondered for a moment before speaking. According to the report, they found dozens of Seo Du-hoen's and his companions in just one day. He angrily gritted his teeth and cursed, Seo Du-hoen, he's toying with me. After a moment, Prometheus had calmed down and analyzed. He's using fake bodies to distract me, she casually retorted. But that doesn't mean we can't catch the real one. One of them will be real. Suddenly, he ordered, Call the excavation team to work with me. Afterwards, Prometheus coldly added, Anyone can check if he's real or fake. Even someone with low combat power can do it. Hearing this, Ivy replied comfortably, Yes, I can do that. A second later, he suddenly switched to a confident expression, saying, Bandora is the world's largest sacred relic organization and fan club. We have a lot of soldiers. Scene changes to another location. A rejecting voice suddenly rings out, I'm sorry, I don't think we can do it. After refusing, Boehm explained, We're looking for a crypt that's called the Fate King. Yeah, it's pretty far from here. Suzun also bluntly refused for the same reason. We are too far away from that. What should we do? Isn't it because there's a prophecy that the crypt will appear here? In another development, the phone rings continuously, but the cheers drown out the ringing. Destroy them! Outside, the group of people carrying shields and swords fiercely proclaimed, This crypt is ours. We've already set up camp, can't you see? Who is that guy? Get out of here if you don't want to die in the crypt. After hearing the report, Ivy couldn't hold back her anger and slammed her hand on the table, asking, "What?" She furiously burst out. "A few excavation teams that I contacted are too far away to help, and the others are in the crypt so they can't answer the phone? And half of them are dying in the power struggle to conquer the crypt?" Finally, Evie snapped. "So there are only a few excavation teams that meet my requirements?" The secretary was extremely anxious when she saw her anger. I'm sorry, we tried our best." Evie slumped down, tired, wondering, "Damn it, why are there so many problems? It's just a human. Why is it so difficult to deal with?" A moment later, she coldly ordered again. "Keep reporting. Prepare all the excavation teams that Pandora has. This is an emergency. Put everything else aside. Order them to hunt down Duhoen." The scene shifts again to the hospital. An announcement rings out. "Chairman, we have a call from Pandora," Seun carefully reported. "They want us to help them catch Duhoen." Tae Dun then regretfully replied, "I can't help them now." He lay on the hospital bed, quietly analyzing. "The losses our excavation team suffered from the previous event were too severe, and my current body also cannot avoid the attack of a strange relic." Benjani heard this and said, "I'm here. You will recover soon." Turin immediately replied, "It's good to hear that. I never thought Queen Merchant Benjani would cooperate with me." Saying that, he said with a wish, "I wish you had come sooner, and not that woman named Chloe." Benjani politely continued, "Please forgive me. This time I am here to take responsibility for that matter," she asked softly, causing Turin to ponder. "Will you keep your promise?" In the end, he still replied, "Of course." Benjani happily bowed her head after hearing that. "Thank you, sir." In another development, the sound of horses' hooves continuously echoed along with someone's desperate scream. Jaha, sitting on horseback, shouted in panic, "Save me! I'm going to fall!" Just as Ilya passed by, he casually said, "Just fall. Then I'll pick you up again." He angrily scolded, "Hey, if I fall at this speed, I'll die." Unexpectedly, Ilya carelessly replied, "Then I'll pick up the corpse." Jaha helplessly scolded, "You're crazy." At that time, they were roaming the Pacific Ocean. Duhoen heard this and comforted, "Calm down. Try to endure it a little longer. We'll be back to Korea soon." Saying that, he glanced at the demon next to him. "Thanks to the demon in Solomon's forbidden book, Lemelon, we can get there faster than by plane." It was praised, and happily replied, "That's right, boss." Then the demon friendly said to Jaha, "If you're bored, I'll tell the imp to accompany you for fun." But he flatly refused. "I don't need it." As expected, before long, Duhoen's group arrived in Seun. In the room, Duhoen suddenly wondered, as usual, "But why is even Ilya lying in a pile like that?" He replied, "I was drained of energy by that relic." Seeing this, Duhoen reminded, "From now on, try to train to increase your stamina." Irin suggested, "You can use my private plane." But he quickly refused. "No need. Using the demon relic is faster and also makes it harder for others to find." After that, she could only reluctantly reply, "Yes." While Irene was muttering to herself, "I'm so useless." Quote, Duhoen said calmly, "Someone is calling." As soon as he answered the phone, he joked, "Hello, our reliable spy." But the other person was not as happy. "Hey, why did you bring my sister with you?" Duhoen replied aggrievedly, "Irin just insisted on coming along. What could I do?" Ricky irritably scolded, "You should have refused? Why didn't you?" Then he changed the subject. "But forget it, what's the matter? You didn't call me just to ask about Irin, did you?" He replied, "Pandora is hunting your original bodies one by one. They're even recruiting more soldiers to hunt you down, but it's no use." Ricky analyzed thoroughly. "They're expecting there to be a real version among all the fake versions that are also fake. I don't think they'll stop until they wipe out all these clones." After listening, Duhoen asked, "So does that mean they won't directly bother us for now?" He answered frankly, "Yes." Then he concluded, "All right, keep monitoring Pandora's movements." Ricky, still wanting to get something off his chest, said, "I know, but quickly tell my sister." After hanging up, Duhoen happily said, "These fake versions are really useful. Is that so?" Jaha replied with a bright face, "That's good. Then it was worth all the effort I put in." But then he frowned and said, "Nah, if I didn't try, I'd be in trouble. I worked so hard for them, look how dark my circles are." Jaha was vehemently justifying himself. "I guess that's why it was so hard to ride that demon horse. It's just because I'm tired." Then Ilya uttered a single word, "creation." The two immediately started bickering. "What's that supposed to mean? Have you ever done anything as difficult as what I did?" "You jerk, of course I have. You think summoning those demons is easy?" Duhoen couldn't take it anymore and said, "Enough." Seeing them stop, he continued, "You both did a great job. Jaha created so many clones, and Ilya helped us get here." So Duhoen said in a mysterious tone, "Let's begin the restoration." Ilya asked, confused, "Restoration? As soon as the words left his mouth, he shouted, "Open the door! Dua!" Immediately, Hin entered, greeting, "Captain, it's been too long." Du Hoyen said delightedly, "How about some meat to replenish our energy?" When I called Jian, he said he'd bring over the best cuts. Jaha cheered joyfully. "Meat is life. Meat!" While Ilya commented, "You're so simple-minded." The sizzling sound of cooking meat continuously echoed, and the smell of grilled meat filled the room. Wherever the aroma reached, the faces of everyone lit up visibly. Ilya saw Jiha eating like his life depended on it, and couldn't help but warn, "You idiot, it's still alive." Before long, Du Hoyen leaned back comfortably and exclaimed, "I'm so full." Seeing this, Hin said, "You're full? Then let's stop." Voices continued to chime in. "Anyone want rice?" Me. Outside, Du Hoyen suddenly said, "Thank you. Thanks to you, the members got to eat delicious meat." He politely replied, "If I knew the group had more members, I would have brought more." He chuckled and continued, "What are you saying? There's still plenty." Hainan asked happily, "Really?" A moment later, Du Hoyen asked with concern, "But how's Sua doing? And your business too?" He answered, "Everything is fine, of course." Hin added, "Sua has recovered, and she's gradually regaining her spirits." Hearing that, he exclaimed, "That's great." After a while, he suddenly said, "Oh, and I've gotten used to using the relic." Du Hoyen nodded. "That's good news. Let's see how much you've improved." He said excitedly, "Sounds good. I'm a bit full. Some exercise would be good." A moment later, Hein's voice rang out, "Sorry, boss. I want to see how you've developed. How about a match?" He nonchalantly replied, "Of course, a match is the most effective." Then Du Hoyen handed him a weapon. "Here, try this." Hin confirmed in a panic, "Isn't this too dangerous?" Du Hoyen didn't answer, but only said, "I'm sure you can control it." But he was quite hesitant, still frowning and explaining, "I usually use dagger-type relics. I'm more confident with them because I also often use daggers for cutting meat." Unexpectedly, Du Hoyen only said leisurely, "Daggers are swords. They're just different sizes." "That's right. It's been a while since I fought. Let's warm up a bit." He was still bewildered and wondering about warming up when he suddenly rushed forward. An attack was launched immediately after. Luckily, Hin was quick enough to block it. Du Hoyen unleashed a barrage of techniques, keeping him struggling to defend. Right after, he spoke up again. "See? You can hold it. You can do it, right?" Hein, hearing this, replied, "I'll try." A spark of excitement flashed in Du Hoyen's eyes as he continued his assault. The sparring match grew even more intense, as Du Hoyen offered more serious reminders. The two exchanged blows repeatedly, and at first glance, Du Hoyen seemed to have the upper hand. Faced with his continuous attacks, Hin began to unleash his inner power. Du Hoyen noticed it too. He's starting to balance the fight, even if he's fighting on instinct alone. When he swung back in a counterattack, he even wondered in surprise, "He can dodge and counterattack?" Before long, they were locked in a stalemate again, only their expressions were quite different. In the end, it was Du Hoyen who swung his sword, ending this brief tug-of-war. As soon as they separated, he exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing! You're amazing!" As if feeling it wasn't enough, Du Hoyen added, "It's not easy to use a relic you've never used before. Just as I thought, you have high dominance." After saying that, he couldn't help but marvel. "You were born with a talent that everyone craves. You possess high dominance and incredible physical strength." Hin then asked blankly, "Dominance? What's that?" Du Hoyen explained. "To put it simply, you're good at using that relic." He responded with an indifferent sound. A second later, he suddenly said, "If you practice diligently, you'll become very good soon. I brought a lot of relics for you to practice with." Du Hoyen handed him the pile of weapons and said, "Here, practice until you can use all of these relics." Hin confirmed in a daze, "All of these?" After he received the pile of weapons, he continued, "Oh, there's also something that will help you." Du Hoyen rummaged around for a stack of photos, then handed them to him. "Here you go," Hejin asked, puzzled. "What's this? Photo ID?" He replied, "That's also a relic. If you exude a little dominance, you'll be able to sense everything that's happening inside that photo. It'll help you practice close combat." After being able to use the King of Destiny at will, Du Hoyen tried to figure out how to make the most of every relic. He thought it could help Hejin practice with the camera that takes pictures of the world in the past. He can feel the situation inside the picture, so it will be very effective for training. Unlike the moon and tear, which would bring his memories back completely, this won't. It will only bring back experiences from battles. A moment later, Du Hoyen suggested, "Try one." Hin immediately concentrated his power and replied, "Yes." A second after opening his eyes, everything in front of him had changed 180 degrees. Hein, preparing to fight, wondered, "Do I have to fight this many people?" He looked around and thought confusedly, "Wait a minute though, this feels so real, everything feels so real. Relics can really do anything." Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed them coming. Without thinking, he immediately launched a counterattack.
After that, Hin casually added a kick to the guy's shield.
After dealing with the vanguard attacker, Hin switched to another one.
Seeing this, they shouted,
"He's a monster! Prepare the long-range relics! Fire!" As soon as the words were spoken, countless sharp weapons flew towards Heijin. But he had already detected it.
Hin hesitated and wondered, "Damn, should I dodge? No, I want to dodge, but why can't I move?"
Before he could even understand what was happening, he was hit by several attacks from them. A flicker of doubt arose in Hein's mind. What is this? It looks like a movie. Is this even real? Immediately after, the pain attacked, making him scream endlessly.
After who knows how long, Hin wearily groaned, "My head." Du Hoan, seeing this, spoke up. "Ah, you're awake. Your headache won't last long." He replied with skepticism, "Is that so?" Then, the young man seriously asked, "What do you think? That kind of training will be useful, right?"
He honestly admitted, "That's right. I've understood the effective steps and how to use the relics. Everything feels so real."
Du Hoan,
hearing this, happily instructed, "Just use them to learn. Same with the remaining panels. That's enough for today, well done."
Hein reluctantly replied,
"Yes." But in his heart, he wondered, should I ask the team leader before trying another panel? They don't seem like normal simulations. Everything is very real. I clearly feel what's inside the panels. Hein looked at the panels and was deep in thought. But they're too real. As if they had actually happened. Or is it true what the team leader said? That I'm very good at using relics.
Scene change. A cheerful greeting suddenly rang out. "Team leader, you're back," Shua questioned. "You're back late. Was something wrong?" Du Hoan casually replied, "It's nothing. I just helped him a bit."
Immediately after, Osiris transmitted a message into Du Hoan's ear. "Master, its eyes are bloodshot, and its attitude isn't friendly at all. Isn't this too much?" Seeing this, the young man asked Osiris with confusion, "What's wrong? Complaining about something?" It replied, "Of course." Osiris irritably transmitted, "What the hell did you tell me to seal? He's stronger and more stubborn than I thought. If you want to discipline him, aren't there places like that in the human world too? Hurry and take him there." Hearing this, the young man wondered, is that old guy still throwing a tantrum in there? What has he done? It ground its teeth and explained, "He's really getting on my nerves. It feels like I accidentally ate dung." The scene suddenly shifted to a vast and desolate desert. The relics growled to each other. "Go! Make him sink into eternal silence." The other person calmly said, "These zombies keep popping up out of nowhere, huh? Alright, if you want it, you got it." After saying that, Hai Wook-du lamented again. "It's still a bit troublesome though. I should find a way out as soon as possible." He aimed his gun at them and muttered to himself, "There are still many relics to deal with, but I can't keep doing this forever." Continuous rounds of bullets were fired, piercing straight through the heads and shields of the relics. On the other side, Osiris grumbled angrily, "Damn it, look what he's doing to me." The young man looked at it and commented, "You look bad." Then, Du Hoan decided, "Alright, from now on, Jay will recover you every day." Only then did it calm down and comply. That's right. Just when he thought everything was done, the young man spoke up again. "I'll remind him later, and I have this plan for you."
In the vast desert, Wook-du was exhausted but still had to continuously shoot forward. Some relics fell instantly,
but the rest quickly rushed towards him and attacked. Just then a demon suddenly appeared, and he spoke up with a hint of suspicion. After realizing what it was, Hai Wook-du happily cheered, "It's the demon from Ya's relic. He sent the demon to save me." The more he spoke, the more confident he became. Right, how could he betray me? Maybe he's pretending to be Seo Du Hoan's accomplice to save me. A second later, the demon suddenly flew away with a broken wing, forcing Hai Wook-du to struggle to chase after it.
"Hey, you demon! I'm here, take me with you, fly slower!" Hikshu's exhausted panting echoed through the space. He stubbornly continued to chase.
"That's right, you damn demon. I can't die here." Suddenly, the demon in front emitted a strange light. Even its wings disappeared right after.
Seeing it transform into something, Hikshu muttered to himself,
"It's changing form?" He was overjoyed, thinking that the scroll contained a way out of here. Unexpectedly, the content in the scroll was just one line. "You fell for that? What an idiot." After reading it, Hyakushu immediately realized he'd been tricked, and he angrily shouted, "Du Hoan, you bastard!" On the other side, Du Hoan guessed as much and was gleeful. That old man must be so pissed. Aya helplessly said, "He's already locked up and you're still teasing him." Then, he said, "He'll definitely keep rioting. Jehei, remember to restore Osiris and double-check the team's relics." A spark of excitement flashed in Du Hoan's eyes as he said, "The royal tomb will definitely be difficult. I have to prepare." Aya, though tired, obediently replied,
"Yes, I'm so tired."
Then, he turned to Sua and said, "We'll leave after we're done here. Everyone quickly finish everything." She listened attentively and replied, "Yes." All preparations for conquering the royal tomb began in earnest. While the members were doing their jobs, Du Hoan checked on Pandora's status. They were always trying to hunt him down but kept failing. Because of that, they didn't care about anything besides Du-hoen. Everything was going according to plan. At this rate, he could leisurely seize the royal tomb. On Hejin's side, he gently murmured, "Sleep well, my dear." Then, Hin took out the stack of photos Du-hoen gave him earlier. "Now that everything's done, let's continue." He spread some of the photos on the floor and sat down, hesitating. Which one should I try this time? This one then. As Hein picked it up, a mysterious energy surrounded him. "Let's fight." As soon as he entered the illusion, he heard the other person say, "You're a famous hunter. Show me what you're capable of." Hin warily stared ahead and replied, "Yes." He prepared to attack while thinking, "A one-on-one fight? This opponent looks strong." After rushing forward, Hin couldn't help but exclaim, "Still, so real." By this time, the opponent had condensed a small fireball in his palm, preparing to launch it forward. Hein suddenly thought, "Not like a simulation, it's like I'm watching a scene." Every attack is launched with a thought, and after watching it, I remember it very clearly. Meanwhile, Hin thought it was as if he had experienced it himself. But there's nothing wrong with this relic, because according to the captain, it works like this. On the other side, he arrogantly asked Hin, "Can you withstand this?" He didn't answer but sighed inwardly. "But it still confuses me." Hejin, hiding behind a sturdy shield, analyzed the situation. "When I'm in this scene, I always try to move my body, but my body doesn't move the way I want it to. It's like it decides on its own." He thought more and more. "Even now when I think that blocking this attack is very dangerous, I've tried to suppress it. It feels like my memory, otherwise, how could this scene be so detailed?" Finally, Hejin angrily gritted his teeth and denied, "But I never wanted to do these things." As he finished speaking, he raised his hand, preparing for another attack. While striking, Hejin wondered, "Is this a fake memory? Did the captain create it for me to experience a combat environment without going to the actual battlefield?" Meanwhile, the other guy was struggling to face the power of his attack. Hejin's only remaining thought was, "I don't know anymore." Then, he suddenly exclaimed, "My head hurts!" Hein helplessly supported his forehead. "I really don't understand. Is this a memory scene of mine?" he muttered. "Let's try another panel. Maybe there will be signs of this strange phenomenon in the other panels." In it, Hin shouted in panic, "Captain, I'll take care of this. Everyone, run!" Suspicion rose again. I called him Captain, S.E.U. Hen, but then Hin quickly retorted, "Why does the captain's face look like that?" Even so, he warned, "Hey, be careful, they're coming." Afterwards, Hin, while blocking the attack, thought, "It's nothing, just a combat scene. Maybe there will be another scene with clues?" After returning, he immediately pulled out another panel and said, "Let's try another one." The familiar fighting scene reappeared, forcing Hejin to act again. Another panel! But he persisted in changing to another panel, but this time it was still the same violent attribute as the previous one. Hin thought to himself, "One more." However, this panel was no different from the previous ones. Just as he muttered to himself, "One more," a voice suddenly rang out, "Calm down, my friend." Hejin looked in surprise towards the voice that had just spoken and wondered, "What is it?" The crow coldly continued, "Don't push yourself too hard, your mind will explode. He'll be very sad if that happens to you." Hein, seeing this, was extremely puzzled. A crow? Is it part of this scene? But it doesn't seem like it. As if something was telling him, Hejin stared intently at his hands, which were gradually fading away. He immediately asked angrily, "What are you doing?" The crow calmly replied, "Saving your life. Don't try to dive too deep." Immediately afterwards, Hin was knocked out of the illusion and returned to reality. At that time, his eyes were no longer clear. However, Hin was still surrounded by a purple force. Soon after, his body could no longer bear it, and he collapsed completely. While Hejin fell, time continued to pass, and soon it was morning. When Hejin woke up, he saw Sua calling out in panic, "Dad! Daddy!" At this time, he replied, "Sua. What's wrong? Is it morning already?" The little girl innocently asked, "Did you oversleep, Dad?" Hejin admitted, "I guess so." Then, he muttered, "Something definitely happened yesterday, but why can't I remember anything?" In another development, the phone rang suddenly. The caller was none other than Hin. Du-hoen, seeing this, answered the phone. "Oh, hello. What's up?" He went straight to the point. "Captain, can I ask you something?" He replied casually. "Go ahead and ask." Hin then spoke his mind. "The image relic you gave me to practice with." Du-hoen was stunned when he heard him ask, "Could it be my memory?" After hearing it, he denied, "No, it's all a dream." But Hejin still didn't give up. "I just feel it's too detailed for a normal dream," Du-hoen affirmed. "No matter how detailed it is, it's just an illusion." In the end, he emphasized, "It's nothing important. Just continue using it to practice using the relic." Right after, he hung up, ending their conversation. Du-hoen, shaken, muttered to himself, "Damn it, that was scary. How did he know?" Just then, Julian appeared, looking at him quizzically. "What's wrong?" Du-hoen bluntly said, "Hejin called me. He thought the photos were his memories, so he asked me about it. Then I told him it was just a dreamscape, and advised him to keep training. Hearing that, he said, "I know you're trying to restore his abilities, but this method is too distracting," he immediately retorted. I thought he wouldn't care, but how did he think those were memories? Julian pondered, then replied seriously, "Maybe something happened to him, and the relic often creates that kind of feeling." He paused, then asked, "So, what are you going to do? Deal with that first?" "I came to tell you that we're ready to go." Duhoen immediately denied. "No, we have to get to the catacomb quickly." Julian then asked, "There's still some time until it appears, right?" After that, he said, "I'll go check it out, the sooner the better." Hearing that, he nodded and replied, "Yeah, I thought you'd say that." A moment later, Duhoen spoke again. "So, is everyone ready? Let's go!" A flash of excitement crossed his eyes as he said, "We'll go to the royal tomb appearance location. Let's take a look beforehand." Switching scenes, Heron was still extremely troubled. Just a dreamscape? Seeing it from a first-person perspective makes it feel too real. In the end, he had to pull himself together. "I have to work. If I want to keep training today, I have to work well." Hein entered the store and told himself, "Get to work." But when he started working, he sighed inwardly. "I can't concentrate. This is troublesome." Hin thought anxiously. "I have to be careful. I have to remember what the captain told me. It's just a very realistic dreamscape." He thought he just needed to focus on learning how to use the relic and not think about anything else. In another place, aggressive sounds kept ringing out. "This catacomb is ours! Kill him! Take all the relics! You don't mind fighting alone, do you?" Hein in the dreamscape simply said, "You think so?" The other person was provoked by his words and charged straight at Hegjian without a second thought. A fist was thrown, but it was too slow, so he easily dodged it. Immediately after, Hegjian activated his assassin mode. His eyes turned blood red and filled with murderous intent. Hein landed a straight uppercut, sending the other guy flying out of the fight in an instant. After throwing the finishing punch, he suddenly realized what it was. A second later, Hein stood tall, constantly thinking. The feeling is very different from using a normal relic. This is indeed a new lesson. Hegjian looked at the scene before him and exclaimed, "Damn it, there was something very new about this fight scene. I have to try it again." Thinking that, he threw a punch at his opponent. He didn't have time to dodge, so he got to enjoy the full force of the punch. In a corner that no one paid attention to, a crow stood there. No one knew how long it had been there. Its eyes glowed as if it was controlling something in Hin's dreamscape. After coming out of the illusion, he clutched his head and complained, "My head hurts again, but just one more." Then, Heffron suddenly felt that after using this photo, a lot of knowledge suddenly appeared in his head in a short period of time. He thought he could apply it to his real world. But then a question flashed through Hein's head. "My real world? But this is just a very detailed dreamscape. But is that really the case?" Just then the crow spoke, stopping him. "I told you not to try to defile your mind. Why didn't you listen to my warning?" Hein blankly replied, "No, I'm just practicing." The sharp-eyed crow responded, "You may fool yourself, but you can't fool me." After saying that, it added, "You say you're practicing, but a corner of your mind still doubts. Is this just a dream, or is it your memory?" Humans truly never shake off their curiosity. The grumpy crow said, "I can't always watch over and protect you, because we have to focus on the king's mausoleum now." Finally, it concluded, "Do you want to know the truth, even if it will cause you great pain?" Hein, how could he pass up this chance? He immediately replied, "I want to know." It casually replied, "All right." A mysterious light flashed in its eyes. "I'll let you know." The scene shifted again to the Pacific Ocean. A new day was beginning. An annoyed sound came from the small boat. "Damn it, there's nothing here," Julian leisurely replied. "Of course, the mausoleum hasn't appeared yet." But Duhoen denied it. "No, I mean there aren't any islands around here." A second later, he began calculating. "If there were, we could create a base and set traps for anyone who comes near." Hearing this, he exclaimed, "You're really a bastard." But Duhoen didn't agree with this remark, thinking strategically, it's very righteous. "So, what do we do?" Julian thought with a glance. "But it's not legal." He wondered to himself. Either go back to the nearest port, or continue sunbathing here. Suddenly, a wave crashed, causing the boat floating on the sea to shake. Facing the fury of the sea, they could only stand still and exclaim, "The waves are huge." However, conversations continued to be heard. "The sea is lighting up." "What? Is it a sign of the mausoleum appearing?" A voice suddenly appeared in Duhoen's head. "The presence of the emperor is gradually being revealed." He wondered, "What's happening?" Duhoen quickly denied it. "Is the king's mausoleum appearing? It's not time yet." In another development, Hefamete suggested, "We should open the tomb." But Phoenix stopped him. "Wait, we promised Prometheus about delaying the appearance of this tomb." At that moment, the nine-tailed fox also spoke up. "We've been gone for a while now. Indirectly speaking, we've kept our word, even if it's just a few days and not weeks. But a human like this only appears once in 100 years. It immediately chimed in. "You're right, with our abilities, opening it now wouldn't be a problem." Then he proudly said, "Anyway, why do I need to listen to him? The nine-tailed fox agreed. Yes, yes. Phoenix was gradually convinced after hearing that. Alright, let's open it. He immediately took responsibility. Okay, I'll switch the scene to Duho inside. Someone suddenly shouted. The sea is lighting up. Jay immediately ran over and asked, Captain, is that a sign of the tomb appearing? But then he was mercilessly denied. No way. At that moment, the voice rang out in Duhoen's head again. The Emperor's mausoleum is gradually appearing, followed by warnings from the system, detecting a strong energy source approaching. At that moment, he wondered suspiciously, is it really appearing? Duhoen added to himself, according to Joshua, it's still quite a while away. Meanwhile, the members were struggling immensely. Hold on tight, this is crazy. However, the huge rocks in front of them still left them speechless. There's a rock rising above the sea. Someone suddenly wondered, isn't that too big for a rock? Then someone replied, it's an island, it's an island, it's the king's mausoleum. Duhoen widened his eyes. What's going on? You said we were just going to scout today. Duhoen dismissively replied, well, maybe the sacred relic in the royal tomb is calling us. Now that it's appeared, we have to go in. Idrin grimaced and exclaimed, oh God. Then he urged, with energy this strong, Pandora and her cronies are bound to find out soon. We have to get in there first. Duhoen smirked and announced, prepare to dock. The other members responded in turn, yes, understood. Before long, he had set foot on the island containing the royal tomb. Sua looked around and commented, more peaceful than I expected. Immediately after, he warned, there's no way it'll be peaceful, stay alert. After a few steps, a small creature suddenly appeared before Duhoen. He looked at the phenomenon before him and said, see? I told you, there's something in front of us. Then a voice suddenly rang out. O mighty ones who have set foot in the royal tomb, I shall test you to see if your strength is suitable for us. All of your sacred relics will be confiscated to assess your true abilities. After hearing the last sentence, Duhoen could no longer maintain his composure, and was instead filled with surprise. What? Over there, Jay, watching his body fade away, cried out, Captain, what's happening? Hearing that, he turned to call out her name, Ephraim. Ephraim also frantically responded. Duhoen, by this point, had figured it all out. Damn it, they're trying to separate us. By the time they realized it, it was already too late. Eventually, he was dumped in the middle of nowhere, completely alone. To make matters worse, they separated Duhoen from his items, which he found unacceptable. What? No! Duhoen stood up shakily and cursed, damn it, it's true, they're all gone. Immediately after, he denied it. There's only me left. He hesitated and replied, Silo. Silo happily confirmed, yes, yes, only me. The voice spoke again. We will only allow each of you to use one sacred relic. Duhoen angrily shouted, hey, if you're going to give one, at least give me one that's useful. He, who was happy a moment ago, suddenly felt extremely annoyed. Hey, do you think I'm useless? It immediately defended itself. I gave you the best sacred relic you can use. What? Then he asked curtly, what do you mean? Just then, the rope spoke up. Master, it is I. Duhoen glanced over and asked, the rope? After saying that, he wondered. He said one sacred relic, why are you here? But whatever, at least it's a useful sacred relic. The more Duhoen spoke, the more frustrated he became. I don't know how everyone else is doing, we've all been separated, and I can't find any sacred relics. Meanwhile, Saliori asked irritably, what is this? Why did you call me to this place? Are you kidding me? The goat immediately denied, I didn't call you. Why this stupid sacred relic? You should have given me Gadaven. Hearing that, he wondered, Galven, who's that? A new composer? Leaving him to only hold his ears and lament. Meanwhile, Dan wondered blankly, where am I? Where's Master? Suddenly, Aiken spoke up. No matter how you're perceived, it's true that you're the most suitable for me, she happily said. You're Duhoen's sacred relic? Let's work together. But Dan growled. You, she frankly exposed. You're the woman who dared to date Master and even look at him with lustful eyes. Irin immediately denied. I don't look at him like that. Finally, Dan concluded. Get lost, Master is mine, causing her to be stunned and ask, what? Dan proudly said. You dare steal him from me. One day I will absorb his power and regain my strength. In the end, she concluded, I won't let someone like you steal my beloved master. Who knew Irin would say that, making Dengji tilt her head in confusion. Can't let this stand, she said irritably. I didn't expect Duhoen's subordinates to think like this. I have to re-educate you. Dan bristled upon hearing this. What? You're going to teach me? Just try it. You don't have any relics left anyway, she retorted fiercely. I don't need relics. Ruling is enough. Dan froze for a moment, his face scrunching up like a gorilla. A second later, a shocking explosion resounded, shaking the entire area. Meanwhile, Julian hesitated, impressed. Headache. It's already hard enough using just one relic, he helplessly added. But of all people, it had to be you? Sao Bugak irritably questioned back. What do you mean? Damn it, after saying that, it added. You're unlucky then, trying to take advantage of me, huh? I won't do anything without payment. Do you have money? He then replied. You're not even my relic? Sao Bupodik answered again. I thought you didn't have any money. Nevertheless, Duen grabbed it and said, I really can't stand it anymore. Let's do this together. Relic? Sao Bujik yelled unhappily. Pay me first. Elsewhere, a panicked voice rang out. Director Prometheus, we're in big trouble. The employee reported hesitantly. A dungeon with immense power has been detected in the Pacific Ocean. I think it's the Tomb Lord. He paused, then finished. The board of directors is calling a meeting. Everyone wants an explanation for what's going on. Prometheus calmly replied. All right, I'll be right there. Keep working. But as soon as he left, he revealed his anger. Damn it. A second later, Prometheus, seething, wondered. They dare go back on their word? Soon after, the scene shifted to Pandora headquarters. Everyone was seated on the platform, waiting for something important. As Prometheus stepped in, the crowd buzzed. There he is! They repeatedly asked questions. Director Prometheus, what's happening? Weren't we expecting the Tomb Lord to appear in a few weeks? He coldly replied. I didn't think this would happen either. Now, we can only face it. Then Prometheus added. I've sent everyone to the Tomb Lord. To be honest, it won't be easy to enter. He confidently put his hands in his pockets and said. We've done a relic scan of the tomb area using Pandora's relics. I'll look at it and provide the best information to enter. Just then, IV appeared. Mr. Prometheus, we have the scan results, he ordered. Give it to me. Before handing it over, she hesitated. But the results are a bit... Prometheus snapped impatiently. What are you waiting for? Give it to me now, Ivy said. According to the scan results, S.U. Hen's excavation team is already at the Tomb Lord's tomb. Upon hearing this, he snatched the report from Ivy's hand. Give it here. After reading it, Prometheus said to those below, See? I have the scan results. Our response time is pretty fast, so you don't have to worry. Everyone below eagerly asked, What are the scan results? Tell us. Then he suddenly changed his tone and asked, By the way, speaking of this, does anyone have a long-range relic? At the Chinese excavation team's headquarters, someone exclaimed fiercely. This is truly a rare opportunity, the captain calmly analyzed. The Tomb Lord is quite close to our headquarters. No matter how fast Pandora is, they'll miss the Tomb Lord. Then he concluded, Send the excavators quickly. His subordinate replied, Okay, but the question is, how many people should we send? That tomb seems quite complex. The captain casually replied, Of course, I'll send the best excavators. And at that moment, a pair of long, slender legs gracefully entered. The captain continued, Professor Jin CHW will be joining us this time. Upon hearing this, they started discussing. Professor Jin CHW is coming with us? That's right. If that's the case, our chances of conquering the royal tomb will be even higher. Then Jae Gun smugly spoke up and assured. That's my intention too, everyone doesn't need to worry, just follow me. The woman smiled mysteriously and thought, Tomb King? I'll meet you there, right? Following Duhoan, the scene shifted to the island containing the Tomb King's tomb, which was covered in rays of light. Duhoan had only been walking for a moment before he started complaining. Damn it, it's so hot. Then he suddenly spoke up. I have to go this way, there's a trap over there. Rope heard this and replied, Okay, very good. Meanwhile, Duhofen thought all his relics were taken away, leaving only Rope and Silo, but the ability the crow gave him was still usable. Young Song Sai led the way, pointing, Look, there are many traps here, while thinking, Thanks to this, I've avoided some traps. Then Duhoan worried. But I don't know if the others are okay. Scarcely had he thought this when a scream echoed. I told you to stay away, damn it! Ilya brandished his silver axe, threatening the group in front of him. See this? Watch. I'll use this axe to take you all down. And it was a disastrous combination. Seeing that they weren't scared at all, he wondered, Hey, why are you guys still coming at me? Are you crazy? Even though Ilya kept yelling, the natives stubbornly kept charging forward. Hey, stop! He used all his strength to throw a punch. See this? I'm not easy to take down. Ilya cursed as he swung his silver axe down. A second later, his head was fine, but the clothing made from nature on his body was completely destroyed. A voice suddenly rang out. Hey, that's not cool. Ilya wasn't doing much better. He squeezed his eyes shut and groaned. Oh, my eyes. Ilya turned to run but didn't forget to complain. Why did his clothes disappear? What did you do? The axe denied it? Me? You did it. Then the axe added, My function is to destroy the enemy's property. Ilya grumbled unhappily. Damn it, stay away from me. On Jeha and Saliori's side, he was walking and tiredly complaining. It's so hot. Hearing this, the old man asked, Have you found the way out yet? Human. Jeha replied, Wait, we're not looking for a way out, we're looking for the other members. Hearing this, Saliori urged him, Hurry up, the temperature and humidity here are too high. This kind of environment is really not good. Then he snapped irritably, Shut up, damn it! While feeling annoyed, some strange noises rang out, and Jai Haha immediately raised his guard. What does that sound? He held his breath to sense the strange sound, and determined, it's getting closer and closer. When they saw their teammate's face, both Ja and Ilya were utterly terrified. After calming down, he finally spoke up and asked, why are you here? A second later, Ilya grabbed his arm and pleaded for help. Now is not the time to talk. You need to hide me. He hid behind Saliori and said enviously, you were assigned a relic that looks so strong. Damn it, why are you so lucky, huh? Jay, completely bewildered, wondered, what's going on? What's chasing you? Ilya immediately replied, look at them, he immediately screamed when he saw them. What are they? By then, Jay started to urge him. Hey, do something. Saliori, he replied flatly. Is that so? An idea suddenly flashed through his head. Might as well play some music or something, we've got a whole mob chasing us. Hearing that, Saliori wholeheartedly agreed. You're right, we must welcome them. Then, Daha kindly reminded, hey, cover your ears, Saliori cheerfully announced. Alright, listen up everyone, I'll play a song for you all. Who knows if the song was any good? All we know is that as soon as they heard it, they dropped their weapons and covered their ears. Aya couldn't help but scream, my ears hurt so bad, what kind of music is this? Daha confidently replied, at least we can still endure it. Seeing them flee one by one, Saliori asked unhappily, no, where are you going in the middle of my performance? After just a moment they were all gone. He grumbled in dissatisfaction. How rude! You're not allowed to leave, jeez! Meanwhile, Du Hoen, who was heading straight forward, suddenly noticed something ahead. He looked at what was in front of him, and thought to himself, there's a cave here. It must lead to the center of the island. Du Hoen lit a torch and muttered, I can feel a strong energy inside here. He took a step and carefully added, not just one, but many. As soon as Du Hoen said, it's making me feel uneasy, the unease became reality. He stepped into some kind of hole, and his whole body fell straight down below. Du Hoen angrily cursed himself inwardly. Damn it, a trap? How could I not notice it? As soon as he fell, the rope reached out, calling out repeatedly, Master! Du Hoen reached out one hand, and it immediately wrapped around his arm. His body, which had been helplessly drifting, was finally stopped. Du Hoen grabbed the rope and looked up at the top. Then he finally spoke his assessment. I couldn't detect this trap. There's probably more in there. A strange feeling suddenly flashed through Du Hoen's mind. Wait, why does that energy down there feel so familiar? His eyes darkened as he said, it's making me nauseous. After observing the bottom carefully, Du Hoen suddenly realized it was the final tomb. He cautiously thought, it's the energy from the tomb where I died. Du Hoen was trying to use his hands to quickly climb up. Finally, his efforts paid off. Du Hoen successfully climbed up. He didn't understand why his intuition was urging him on so much. What is this? Why can I sense the energy from the tomb where I died? Silo quickly spoke to check on Du Hoen and the current situation. Master, you don't seem well. Is something wrong? He immediately denied it. Nothing. I was just a little surprised to be caught in a trap. Du Hoen had a clear plan. Let's go, we should be more careful with these traps. He and the rope both obeyed his command. Yes, Du Hoen must be really careful with everything here. That way it will be easy for him to escape from the monsters in that tomb. Could they be here? Whatever it is, I need to be more careful from now on. Du Hoen immediately took out the lamp to light the way, along with Silo and the rope. What are you waiting for? Follow me quickly! They quickly followed. I'm here. You came here so fast! He quickly discovered a frozen lake. There's water like this in the mountains? Du Hoen couldn't understand all the paths here. The frozen relics kept wondering. What is this? I can't use my power. I can't even transform. Maybe it's because of the master of this tomb. How did he summon us here? They wanted to escape this place as soon as possible. They had been imprisoned for too long. I don't care, I just want him to release us. That's right, I want him to return us. Return us! Hai Tang appeared and told everyone to be quiet. He felt that it was too noisy. This is the royal mausoleum, a sacred ritual where family treasures choose a human to accompany them. Hai Tai commanded them to be silent. To lure the master here, you will have to stay here for a while so that we can test how great your master is. Shut up. Those relics still cannot understand it. All questions remain unanswered. If you want to see our master's abilities, then why lock us up here? Yes, let the master use us and show you his capabilities. How can this unreasonable confinement be accepted when they have done nothing wrong? That's right, only then will the master's potential be clearly seen. You should do that, because this isn't right. Haten furiously smashed everything. If you keep disobeying its rules, you wretched fools, this is an honor for all relics in this world. Don't you know how the world works? The relics kept asking nonsensical, baseless questions. Right now, we don't have a king. A king? What's that? Is it edible? Haitem felt like exploding inside. It was going to die of anger like this. It had been overly patient with them up until now, and now was the time to unleash its fury. How can you not know about the king? Haite had no choice but to explain for those relics to understand. Their constant questioning was confusing it. Kings are those related to the life, destruction, or formation of relics. Without a king, our relics are just ordinary antiques. Haiten let them know important information that wouldn't affect it. Currently, this position is vacant. The main pillar of this world has vanished. The relics continued to discuss the matter among themselves. What an interesting topic. Will that be a huge problem? I don't know. I guess the relics will be fine if those two guys still exist. They still hadn't stopped their questions, continuing to debate. When will we be released? Who are those two guys? Is it the spider and the giant? If this continues, the story will never reach its conclusion. They are both secretly playing the role of the king, even if they seem uninterested in the king. But I think the giants are all worried, and are finding their own king in their own way. High-Tech Wei was still waiting for a miracle to happen, hoping someone would appear as predicted. However, right now we need a king. It heard a noise from outside. Someone has appeared here. High-Tech could clearly feel everything. There was no mistake. What is it? Now is the moment it must focus completely, only then can it achieve its goal. Alright, it seems like the other contestants have arrived. Che was present at this place. The girl looked bewildered, not understanding what was going on. Che Quan looked around to see where this place was, having suddenly been brought here. This is me suddenly moving here. Did you just move me? The girl felt very strange, because her hand could no longer use power. Not me, check yourself. Che W quickly realized this bad situation. But there was no way to fix it. My ability is sealed. The girl realized this. You are right, this is quite inconvenient. The girl seemed slightly doubtful about this, having detected something unusual. I heard you are the supreme leader of the relics. How dare they do this to you? This is the ability of the family heirloom artifact. They are a bit special. Che Go. Nis' eyes widened in surprise as she looked up at the sky. Something made her panic. Yes, this is our test. The flame in the sky informed the girl of the situation. To let everyone know, we will only allow one person to use one random relic. This is the private rule in this world. Anyone who enters must comply. Until the test ends, we will keep your relics. If it is a parasitic type of relic, we will seal it. Che Wu genuinely did not want to do this. The girl also had curiosity. How annoying. So where is my relic? It is guiding the girl. Look beneath your feet. Che looked down at the thing beneath her feet. The girl still hadn't recognized it. This is Che Quan picking it up and examining it. This thing looks so tiny, it's not my relic. Is it even useful? But other than that, I think I've seen it somewhere before. Another person arrived in this forest. Nobody knows his true identity. That young man is Julian. He finally made it here. Julian heard a familiar voice, but he wasn't quite sure. That voice. Maybe a member of my team is there. Julian found two strangers talking to each other. Their faces weren't familiar at all. Why are we here? What just happened? The other person replied. I don't know. I was suddenly separated. Julian realized that they were not part of his group. They must be from another team. I didn't expect this to happen right after setting foot here. They are not in my group, are they? Julian easily figured out which group those two belonged to. He had been observing. It's not surprising if they are from the Chinese excavation team. China is nearby, so it's normal for their excavation team to arrive quickly. Julian turned to sound a book, understanding its current mood perfectly. Looks like they're in the same boat as you. They were suddenly split up, and each of them only got to take one relic. Spook, however, was looking in a completely different direction than Julian, taking a more positive view. Isn't this a chance to survive that opens up in adversity? What it said shocked Julian. That's too cruel. If we kill them, we'll get 2 new relics, he questioned. Seriously? You two are just going to argue in the middle of the day? With no end in sight? He continued. Your thinking is just like Duhoen's. It even asked back, huh? What did you say? You're the one who called me useless. That's why I'm trying to seem useful in front of you, even though you just see it as a joke. They felt the weather here was really hot. Okay, I don't want to argue anymore. Be quiet, and I'll figure out a way. Julian felt the situation was critical and needed to act immediately. If they have strong relics, then we're the ones who will lose. Spook was even more eager to carry out this task than him, putting on a tempting face. Do you want me to go see what relics they have? Since I'm small, this kind of thing is easy. Just give me money. Nothing's free in this world. Julian needed to think about this carefully. It wasn't a simple decision for him. I don't want to steal other people's relics, but I'm in a situation where I need to achieve something. Julian agreed to let Spook do whatever it had planned. Alright, go scout him out. Okay. Seabook quickly went to the two of them to investigate the situation. It was so small that they didn't notice. Where should I go? I think I should go that way. For some reason, a huge earthquake occurred, seemingly wanting to destroy everything. Julian heard this sound, and he immediately became alert. This explosion, what's happening? A corner of the forest had caught fire. Someone had set this place ablaze. What are you doing? Dan was frantically cursing. She seemed really angry. You possess this much dominance? You're using a hand, aren't you? Irene immediately denied this. She hadn't used any abilities at all. Of course not. This is the result of my training all this time. Irene was trying to subdue Dunji, trying to control her. So, obediently accept me as your temporary master. Say something. That fox. Dan tried to hold her body steady. She might fly away. Suddenly, a gust of wind came from somewhere. Someone must have caused it. The wind is too strong, I can't speak. The nine-tailed fox had arrived and happened to witness this scene. You're still stubborn, aren't you? The nine-tailed fox sat there silently. One would think it would rush in and stop them. I don't think so. But it didn't do anything. The nine-tailed fox just sat there and observed. Their battle caused a lot of leaves to fall, but Danji still refused to let Ifrin control her. She did everything she could. The anger on her face still hadn't subsided. Hatred from the bottom of her heart. Ifrin decided to signal a stop. If we keep fighting like this, the forest won't be able to handle it. I told you it was useless. But Danji seemed to be planning something. She wasn't one to give up easily. Just a few seconds later, an explosion occurred, almost causing Danji to lose her balance. Eren stood there proudly, watching her. Eren knew that Danji couldn't do anything to her. See, she wanted to hear Danji's decision again to see if she would change her mind. Now, say it again. What is your choice? Dan collapsed wearily. She didn't have the strength to answer that question. If you don't, I'll keep going until you change your mind. Upon hearing those words, Danji stood up. She decided to stop it. No, stop, I understand. I'll do it. I'll help you dig this tomb. Just don't attack me anymore. Eren was delighted with this decision. She had convinced Dan. You made the right choice. You should have done that from the beginning. She had to give in. You're really scary. The two of them will continue their journey together, as if they've decided not to fight anymore. All right, let's go. Suddenly, a voice rings out. Wait. Another being similar to Danji but with a different fur color. A fox. Are you a sacred treasure? The nine-tailed fox steps out and introduces itself to the two of them, whether they asked or not. Yes, I am one of the family heirlooms. I am a millennial nine-tailed fox. It quickly recognized Danji's identity. Guessing right away without hesitation, isn't that Danji beside her? Dan hasn't understood what's going on. Yes, do you know me? It's overjoyed to have found the person it was looking for. Oh my god, you're really the senior. The nine-tailed fox has a certain admiration for her, its eyes shining brightly. I'm so honored to meet you in person, senior. Truly honored. Instead of being happy, Danji feels even more anxious. She has a lot of worries in her heart. It's one of the fox sacred treasures? Did it see what just happened? Did it see me begging humans for my life? But out of politeness, she greets the other party cheerfully, as if they're getting to know each other. Yes, it's nice to meet you too. You've become a family heirloom already. You're amazing. It's very happy to be praised. Thank you, senior. Eren is still standing outside, observing this conversation. She doesn't want to get in the way. I came out of my dwelling because I sensed the senior's aura, but I didn't expect it to actually be you. I'm so glad to have met you and to be praised by you. Eren finds this conversation so interesting. It really piques one's curiosity. But I did overhear a few things. Danji is flustered when the nine-tailed fox mentions this. I heard about you apologizing and agreeing to help excavate the tomb. I can't keep calm. I knew it. It saw everything. No. Eren doesn't deny it, but completely affirms it. This is indeed the truth behind it. That's right. Since she's not mine, I just wanted to ask her to help for a bit. She completely confirms it. That's right, but wait, there was a bit of conflict before, that's why. Eren notices something strange, and immediately turns to look directly at Dan. Conflict, what is it? She starts avoiding eye contact of that. That's not what I meant, damn it, I have to say it. Dan starts getting even more frantic. Her plan has been ruined at this very moment. If I had my power, the result would have been different. If Du Hoan had given me that yang energy, my original power would have been restored. Eren is truly angry. It seems like you still haven't come to your senses. The nine-tailed fox stands outside, watching the two of them tearing each other apart because of its discovery. Irene decides that Danji can no longer be trusted. She's such a liar. After observing carefully, you are a human capable of defeating the senior. The nine-tailed fox happily nods and greets Imran. This is its true purpose. If that's the case, then I should follow you too. How about it? Shall we make a pact? Dan is furious at this. The nine-tailed fox actually stole her position. What are you saying? How can you be so easily swayed? The nine-tailed fox is trying to justify why it's cooperating with Imran. Don't you think that nine-tailed foxes like us should do this, senior? If you follow someone, I will follow them too. She can't understand what her fellow fox is thinking, being so childish. And I'm in a situation where I need to choose a human. I think she's a suitable candidate for the position of ruler. Irwin has been observing from the side all this time. She still can't draw any conclusions. What do you think? It offers an agreement that benefits both of them. If you agree, it will be very beneficial. If you make a pact with me, you'll have taken the first step on your journey to becoming a ruler. I can sense the great potential within you. Eren has to think about this very carefully. This isn't a joke. What should I do? We came here to find family heirlooms. So, should I accept this? Finally, she decides to agree, because there's nothing to lose. Alright, I'll make a pact with you. It has completed its plan. Well, what can Danji do, other than watch them make a pact together? I will treat you as my master. If you guys have decided, then go ahead. The two of them are talking happily, as if they've been close since the beginning. Now that I think about it, now that I have a family heirloom, Maybe I can relax a bit? At least it's positive, right? The time has come for Erin to begin her journey in this forest with the nine-tailed fox. They only just met. Alright, I'll start the process of creating the pact. It'll take some time. It and Erin are both flying up high. Both of them are performing the ritual that they have cooperated with, so be prepared. The bodies of the two people seem to have been absorbed energy, with boundless power. Returning to the cave, where Du-Hoan is still going in to explore the situation. He holds the torch and walks in, swaggering in a defensive posture. Du-Hoan can clearly feel the premonition in his heart never goes wrong. Du-Hoan thinks that he is almost at the place he needs to go, it's just that they haven't discovered it yet. He can feel the energy of a powerful sacred treasure in front of him. Careful now. The words had barely left my lips when a voice echoed from within the wall. I wonder who it is. You're quite clever. I like humans like you. The blue liquid is everywhere, and your foot is sinking in it. But I'm already among you. This one is deliberately trying to provoke Du-Hoan, making him want to meet. You're quite the sight. Not perfect, but very cute. Strange creatures are crawling towards where Du-Hoan is standing, but the rope is holding them back. You're pretty extraordinary. Human, how about we make a deal? Both the rope and Du-Hoan are confused. Neither can escape. Master, I'm surrounded. A giant, blue-skinned creature has arrived, its feet twice the size of a human. Why aren't you answering? It looks enormous, but its strength remains to be seen. You came here looking for a family treasure, right? Seeing you up close? You're quite adorable, aren't you? Du-Hoan already knew what this giant creature was. It's just that its body is a bit oversized. Who knew it was just a lizard? He quickly asks it questions, not wanting to miss this rare opportunity. Besides you, there are more than 10 treasures, right? I'll take my time looking, and then decide. The giant lizard wants to end things here. Why drag it out? Why are you making such a fuss? There's no guarantee the other family treasures will like you as much as I do. Du-Hoan calmly replies. Its appearance doesn't frighten him at all. So what? It's simply that I don't like you. This wounds its pride. What? The giant lizard's pride is hurt. This is the first time anyone has said that to it. What did you say? You don't like me? Even though I came here directly to offer you a contract. Du-Hoan smugly looks at its expression, which is truly laughable. Hey, you. I don't like you because you look down on me. The giant lizard continues to entice him. It hasn't given up on Jen. Okay, forget everything you just heard. I like you, let's make a deal. What do you think? Simple, right? He immediately refuses. But I don't like you. It wonders, what are you doing? He says what he dislikes. I don't like snakes. It's going crazy, because he keeps insisting even though it doesn't resemble a snake at all. Do I look like a snake to you? Can't you see these big feet? He calmly replies. Well, kind of. Its eyes have turned to anger. Du-Hoan knows no fear. This jerk, I can't take it anymore. The giant lizard decides to stick out its long tongue. Is it planning to wrap him up and swallow him whole? But before it can do anything, the rope teaches it a lesson. The rope stands firm on the cliff face. Even monsters can't do anything to it. It might look small, but it has enough strength to fight anything. The giant lizard is in pain and can't escape. This is what it chose for itself. Du-Hoan happily watches its tongue get tangled up, unable to do anything to him. Just as I thought, the rope is always reliable. The rope is overjoyed. I got praised again. The giant lizard still refuses to acknowledge the rope's talent, even showing disdain. You're quite confident, rope. I'll keep you here so you don't bother me. The rope is confused when it notices something strange. It wasn't vigilant enough. What's this? It's too sticky. I can't escape. The rope can't hold on to the cliff face anymore. The stickiness causes it to fly away. The rock above is also breaking apart from the monster's weight. The giant lizard swallows the rope whole. It will make the rope experience pain. Du-Hoan has recognized this dangerous situation and sees that it's not simple. Sticky? Looks like you're starting to use every trick in the book, huh? The giant lizard starts to gloat over its trick, giving a big smile. It's not a trick. It's a tactic. Its mouth is opening wide, big enough to swallow Du-Hoan's entire body. Now let's see if you can avoid the next blow. Crap! Its tongue rushes forward quickly, and Du-Hoan immediately dodges. This has driven the monster crazy, and so the lizard is eagerly biting at Du-Hoan's legs. He can't escape. Maybe these family treasures usually don't like humans because they're selfish. They're making Du-Hoan's head spin. He can't think straight. Gotcha! He tried to break free. What's this? Silo yells. Master! Silo seems to have witnessed something so shocking that he exclaimed, Look, the giant lizard has jumped up high. It's planning something. The giant lizard is cornering Du-Hoan, making it impossible for him to escape. You're too arrogant! I tried to be humble and suggested you sign a contract with me. No matter what Du-Hoan does, he can't budge it. It's even making an offer. But because I'm so kind, I'll give you another chance. Do you want to sign a contract with me now? Du-Hoan grits his teeth and replies. He doesn't want this to happen at all. I don't like crazy creatures like you. The crow appeared here again. Looks like you need my help again? The crow appeared right behind him during this dangerous situation. The crow is the one who has saved Du-Hoan countless times. The crow is the luck he has. I've come all the way here, you can't stop here. Were you wondering? The two are now facing each other. The crow is desperately protecting its master. The giant lizard was attacked unexpectedly and didn't even have time to react. It's in pain from the attack, but can't fight back against the crow. Back off! The giant lizard has started to fear this being. Its power is too terrifying. What the hell? Who are you? I didn't see him bring any other relics. The crow won't let it off so easily. It's been very lenient so far. I'm no one. Release the rope, how dare you! Du-hoan escapes and has to run quickly. He has to leave this place. Thanks to that crow, I was able to escape. What's this? There's even a guidance system here. Du-hoan feels a glimmer of hope. It's actually real. It's guiding me? He decides to follow the instructions. There's nothing left to lose, so I have no reason to refuse. I'll follow the crow's guidance now. Du-hoan walks for a long time and sees the rope following him. It has escaped. Right after, the rope follows me. It seems the crow saved it. The distance he's run so far is far, and all you can hear in the cave is heavy breathing. Du-hoan stops and wipes away his sweat. He's exhausted after the long trip. It seems like he's no longer being followed, so he can stop and breathe and walk slowly now. There's a fork in the road right ahead. Du-hoan is unsure which path to choose. He won't follow the guidance anymore. This time, he'll choose based on his intuition. I said no, this time I'll go to the right. Du-hoan keeps looking at the information boards above, making his head spin. Du-hoan won't listen to any guidance. He'll choose based on himself. No one's following me. I'll go my own way. I don't like going that way. As soon as he goes inside, he clearly feels the atmosphere here. It's really dark. It's humid and dark. I can feel the energy from those who admire me to death, and it's terrible. Du-hoan keeps choosing, according to his own thoughts, not following any guidance. This crow, I don't know. I don't care. I'll go to the right. The rope is surprised. We're going to the right? Ah, he senses something dangerous about to happen here. The rope following Du-hoan speaks up to warn him, hoping he'll stay safe. Master, it's an earthquake, Master. It's too dangerous. Too dangerous. Du-hoan isn't afraid of these challenges at all. They even excite him. Du-hoan sighs wearily. Even wanting to go his own way is difficult. You really are. I don't have any other choice. He has to go straight. Nothing bad will happen. I promise. Du-hoan arrives before a path. He doesn't know if he should enter or not. And then it switches to a different scene. A fierce battle is taking place here. Ilya is reminding Saliori. Meanwhile, Antai is still focused on fighting. They're falling! See, he's strong, right? Saliori still wants to tease more. Why are they fainting? I'm not done playing yet. But Jae-hae managed to stop it. Hey, stop! That's enough for the concert. Ilya listened to his analysis, and even he found it boring. I heard the temperature and humidity aren't good for instruments, so I should get out of here quickly. He had to admit he was a relic expert. Saliori confirmed it too. You're right. What are we waiting for? Hurry. Ilya quickly followed. Okay. He even asked for directions. Ilya doesn't really know this place. Do you know where I need to go? JHA doesn't know the way around here either, so we'll just have to search around. I don't know, we just need to wander around here, maybe we'll find the captain or someone, Ilya asked. What were you doing around here just now? He noticed something was different and immediately asked him. Oh, did you see anything? But Ilya felt everything was normal. I don't see anything. Ilya is sure that he would be more effective if he had an item with power. If I were given a more useful relic, I would have started digging already. The axe snapped back. What's wrong with me? Ilya had lost his joy. Too many worries came crashing down on him. Is there no chance for me? The three of them discovered an interesting place. In front of them was a cave. Look, there's a cave! As Ilya looked at this place, he felt very different, unlike when he was outside. I can feel the relic energy inside. Jae-hae felt the same way. Yes, should we go in? Jaha seemed to have noticed something, and his attitude changed. Wait, this is... Jaha finally recognized the power. There's no mistaking it. This is the energy of a relic I know. Ilya was surprised. What? He was completely sure about it. Jaha remembered it very clearly. Yes, there is a relic I used before I died. Yes, it's possible. Well, you were a king anyway. Ilya suddenly became suspicious of Jahan. He didn't believe him. You're a fake fire king, right? Wait a minute. Then why are you still confused about this tomb? If you once used a family heirloom, you should know how to conquer this tomb. He affirmed that it was completely different from before. JHA made it clear. To make him trust him more. Back then, there were no rules other than the fact that you could only bring one relic. This is completely different from my past life. Jaha carefully observed everything around the cave. It's no different at all. But from now on, I think everything will be the same, because I can feel the relic energy I used to use. This will be very useful in a situation like this. Ilya no longer had any doubts. He completely trusted him. If that's the case, let's go in. But wait, I need to do something first. The two of them just stood there, observing the cave. They were already speculating without even stepping inside. Looks interesting. CHW suddenly appeared on the branch of a tree. She made the conversation more interesting. Can I come with you? The two of them recognized Chugan's true identity. She was too familiar. She could actually climb such a big tree, and the distance from the ground was so far.
Chugan quickly jumped down. She didn't have anything to worry about. How do you think the world will leave such a big tomb alone? Chu confidently told the two of them. She completely believed in herself. Tomb raiders from all over the world will come here. Since my territory is nearby, I'll definitely get here before them. Jaeha really wanted to punch her. If she weren't a girl, he would have hit her. I can't believe I met this crazy woman, he guessed. It seems like she's like me, and all her relics have been confiscated. I have to fight. Anyway, we have the advantage in numbers. JHA decided not to attack, and would have Sori take care of this for him. Okay, Saliori, it's showtime. Play some music.
Saleri began the task. He focused on his work. A moment ago you told me to stop, and now you tell me to play. But that's alright, I'll make you dance. Che still hasn't made any new moves. The girl concentrated on observing what that thing was.
True's eyes were as if a lamp shone on them, glowing brightly. You will regret this decision.
Now the girl was forced to unleash her true power. They have underestimated her too much. The entire sky seemed to be infected with a magical power.
Chaegwon still had many interesting tricks, wanting to show both of them.
This power is truly too terrifying. It can blow others up. Jaeha recognized it instantly. He never got anything wrong. It was Julian's thunder relic. How did she get her hands on it?
She looked smugly at their frightened faces. It was truly contemptible.
You guys didn't even gauge your enemy's strength. Are you that dense? Ilya felt like life was truly unfair. Not fair at all. This is ridiculous. We only got stuck with useless relics. How does she have such a powerful one?
She even put on an act of disdain towards them. Her face made it clear. Guess you guys are just unlucky. Ja couldn't stand being patient any longer, so he came up with another way. Or maybe your family treasures just hate you? Saliori, teach her a lesson. Salieri received the order and went even more insane as he carried it out seriously.
She hasn't launched an attack yet. She won't stop so easily. I'll show you the difference between us. The moment Quan threw the relic, a section of the sky exploded. Just after a few short seconds, Ilya and Jaeha had to quickly flee the area, avoiding her attention. Saliori, he was the one in the most pain at this moment, enduring every direct hit. Chaewon was very happy to see Saliori in a struggling, difficult situation from which he couldn't escape. Because she had the advantage, the girl never stopped there, continuing to unleash an attack. The final blow. That power made the sky no longer clearly blue, it was all dazzling yellow. Yet another relic fell into this place. There are too many things left behind. Che began to give orders to the two of them. The girl wanted to achieve her goal. You two, take me to where the family heirloom artifact is. While the two of them were still bewildered about leading the way, the girl clearly explained every meaning in the sentence. Yes, I heard everything you said. You said you could find the family heirloom artifact if you entered the cave. The two of them couldn't let this happen. Che-go cannot take anything. I must claim them. Take me! The girl shouted furiously. She had been made to wait too long. Are you going to move quickly or not? Tell me. Jaha reluctantly obeyed. Okay, I understand. Ilya didn't know what to do next. What do I do? Deha next to him offered advice. You have to do what she says. For now, we have no choice. After walking for a while, they saw that it was all forest around them, unable to clearly determine the location. This place is too big. Sua was also present at this place. She began searching for everything around. Without a suitable relic, how can I conquer the tomb? No. I can't do it alone. I have to go find teammates.
Shua accidentally heard footsteps. Not knowing who was lurking around,
she began to become more defensive, having to observe everything very clearly. Who it was? That person was Julian. He happened to see her silhouette. Julian was surprised to see Sua, but still maintained a calm attitude. Vice Captain? He also recognized her. Is that you, Shua?
She could breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing too dangerous.
Thank heavens! I didn't even know how to find everyone. Julian had the same goal. Me too. Sua noticed the difference. Julian had a lot of stuff in his hands. But how do you have so many relics? Where did you get them? He looked at the objects in his hand. Ah, this is. Before Julian could even answer, Bu replied to Sua's words. We took it from another grave robber. He had to give real praise to Julian. This ability can't be underestimated. He's really good at looting. We just ambushed and knocked out those guys. He immediately ran out and took their relics. He felt goosebumps from those words. That's enough. Julian spoke the truth. I met the Chinese excavation team. Sua couldn't believe this truth. This made her wonder. What? No way! Julian had thoroughly researched this place. He wanted to grasp all the information. The energy of this tomb is radiating very strongly. The remaining teams probably already know about its appearance. Julian began to urge her. She and he had to cooperate together. We have to hurry. The number of opponents will gradually increase. She immediately agreed. Okay, let's go. But go where? He spoke his plan. I'm going to the place where I can feel A very large source of relic power.
I think everyone is looking for the family treasures, especially Du Hofen. She felt it was great.
That's one way to put it. Looks like an earthquake just happened here, and they didn't even get to finish their discussion. What's going on? When they looked, they saw a huge explosion had shattered the rock above. Look, at the top of that mountain! Sua looked up in astonishment. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. This isn't the energy of anything in this tomb. Why is this happening? In her heart, XA felt something very familiar, but she couldn't quite remember why it felt so familiar.
Switching to the scene on the other side, Du Hoyen was walking alone in the cave. He stopped abruptly, as if he had discovered something in front of him.
A magic circle unfolded before him. Du Hoyen couldn't quite make out what it was. What's this? A glyph? Du Hoyen and Rope had to stand there and observe carefully. He couldn't miss anything. It looked like it was sealed. Should I open it? The holy relic prompted him. Trust me. Put your hand on it. He decided to reach out and touch it. He couldn't wait any longer. I'll give it a try. Where did that gust of wind suddenly come from? Du Hoyen could feel it clearly. It was just like a whirlwind. He touched it directly without waiting.
Rocks and dirt flew around the area. Du Hoyen remained as serious as ever,
but his expression grew more surprised, as if something had changed. Wait, Du Hoyen has gone inside, just like he imagined. Is this really the tomb where I died?
The crow followed Du Hoyen,
explaining in detail things he couldn't yet understand. No, this isn't a great tomb, it's a space I created myself. The crow informed him of the current situation. It was ready. I'm ready to form a contract with you. While Du Hoyen still didn't understand what was happening, it was too complicated for him. What contract? The crow wouldn't explain anything clearly. In my opinion, the crow will be your guide. It understands this place better than anyone. I will give you power. I didn't intentionally hide anything from you, I just didn't have the chance. The crow announced the situation that he didn't know about. Du Hoyen had never seen it, even after being here so long.
I also hold the position of family heirloom.
Du Hoyen was even more surprised. He had experienced one shock after another. You're the family heirloom, he affirmed. Yes, the crow completely affirmed this. It didn't intend to hide anything from him. Even though I'm being held captive, my power as a family heirloom remains.
Du Hoyen gradually understood everything.
So that's the issue. Therefore, I still have the right to choose a master and prepare that person for the battle to take the throne. The crow was discussing in order to persuade Du Hofen. It knew he wouldn't easily agree. Now, sign the contract and become a candidate for the throne. He still couldn't fully understand the situation. He needed time to think. What is it saying? The crow is a family heirloom? What a coincidence. Du Hoyen had found this information. He suddenly realized something. The family heirloom in the shape of a crow would be the most valuable thing. Is that the crow family heirloom that the destined king spoke of? Du Hoyen remained standing still, not replying to the crow. I thought the other holy relic was in the shape of a crow. It was getting impatient. Why aren't you answering? We have to hurry. I can't hide this for too long because the seal has been broken. The crow was still trying to persuade him, hoping Du Hoyen would agree to this offer. If you delay, someone will come and interfere. He couldn't agree right away, but I have to consider carefully before forming a contract. I can only form a contract with one family heirloom, right? He decided to ask a few more questions because Du Hoyen still wasn't sure. I have so many things to ask. You have to answer everything accurately. Du Hoyen decided to ask each question one by one. The crow wouldn't be able to trick him.
I have so many questions, you have to answer accurately. Du Hoyen pointed directly at it. He was in a very serious state. I'll listen to your answers first, and then decide whether to make a contract or not. It thought he was making things more complicated.
The crow was ready for any questions that Du Hoyen wanted to ask, explaining in more detail. What do you want to ask? Du Hoyen felt confused because GWA had helped him so many times. Why did you save me from the start? Why do you always appear whenever I'm in danger? Du Hoyen worried that it wanted something from him. He didn't think things were that simple. Why would you go this far just to sign a contract with me? Are you planning to take advantage of me? GWA could only explain to Du Hoyen whether he believed it or not. I was sealed and asleep for a very long time. I accidentally saw you. And the reasons Du Hoyen listed weren't right at all. It just wanted to help. And when I saved you back then, it had nothing to do with now. Du Hoyen wondered. What? Then why did you save me? GWA had to say those reasons. These are the truths he needs to hear. I just wanted to move you somewhere else. Do you mind someone yelling near your sleeping place? It knew Du Hoyen's intentions clearly. GWA could easily understand it. You want to silence him, right? That's why I saved you. GWA also saw Du Hoyen's wide-open potential and inherent power within him. Moreover, your talent is quite interesting. I'm quite curious how far you'll go if given another chance. He finally received a worthy answer. Not as many questions as before. I guess that's what makes me interested. He didn't expect it to think like that. Is my life just entertainment for you? However, Du Hoyen still had one more question. It's not over yet, but I don't have the right to refuse anyway, since there's no other way. Then why do you save me every time I'm in trouble? GWA explained all the questions he had, It didn't want to hide anything. At first you disappointed me. It would be ridiculous to watch you die when I saved you. GWA realized the profound value from within Duhonin. Unlike what he showed, but one day he changed. He became stronger than I expected. It really admired this talent. Not everyone can possess it, and is not affected by any relics. Seeing you like that made me rethink. GWA once looked at Duhoin and thought for a long time. It chose him for a reason. Is this person suitable for the position of king? That's what I thought. GWA wanted to quickly complete everything. Time is running out. Now he understands. Let's make a contract. Become the king and change the world. He quite likes this. Quite interesting. Anyway, becoming a king has many benefits. There's no reason to refuse. In his heart, Duhoin didn't want this to happen so much. He just stood there making things difficult for it, as if to say, is it necessary to make a contract with you to become a king? GWA had to quickly explain. Duhoin's questions made it difficult to answer. No. I mean, I've been waiting here for a long time. Don't you feel sorry for me? He didn't think so at all. Pitiful? Not at all. Try to persuade me more. Duhoin was still not easily convinced. He wasn't sure in his heart. Try to find a reason why I should refuse those family heirlooms out there to sign a contract with you. It hesitated. He still hadn't stopped suspecting it, while GWA was sweating all over and still. You said you were locked up here? GWA confirmed this. Duhoin needed a worthy answer. He had to investigate everything about it. Why is that? Explain it. He himself was the one suspecting GWA. Doubts kept appearing. Do you think I'm stupid? What if the reason is because you attacked your own master and were locked up? If I told the whole story here, it would take too long. GWA wanted to finish quickly. Explaining why I was locked up would be a very long story, but it had to explain the reason for him to understand. Otherwise, Duhoin would keep asking. Basically, there are some major conflicts between the relics. Mostly because of that, I was locked up. But I can guarantee one thing. The crimes they commit will increase. The current situation is already bad. He temporarily accepted this reason. It seemed he trusted it more. You mean you were locked up for doing good? GWA sighed in relief. You could say that. GWA now suspected Duhoin in reverse. It didn't understand what he was thinking. What do you mean? Can't you explain more clearly? Duhoin had already investigated everything from before, but he still listened to it. I've heard everything carefully. I think signing a contract with you is quite risky. In his heart, Duhoin was constantly uneasy. He always felt unsafe. The fact that you're the only one locked up here is enough to make me feel uneasy. I have a feeling that if I sign a contract with you, I'll have to face all the family heirlooms in this tomb. He completely confirmed that GWA was the one who helped him, but that didn't mean he could trust it. Although now is not the time to think about the relationship with the family heirlooms. But if you have nothing else to say, I'm leaving. GWA tried to hold back. Hey! GWA tried to beg until the last moment. It's been locked up here for too long. I'm strong enough to defeat all the other family heirlooms. He coldly turned away. Try to prove it. Goat Rope and Silo, the two of them didn't say a word, just silently listened to the explanation. I can provide information about the other relics. Duhoin didn't care. I can find it myself. I can give you more skills. That's enough, Duhoin. I order you to wait a moment. GWA had to explain it no matter what. It decided to block his way out. Duhoin angrily turned around and blamed it again. He still couldn't get out yet. Why did you suddenly block the way? GWA still tried to persuade him. Listen to me. GWA had to admit all the dangers. If Duhoin chooses to sign this commitment, I admit that signing a contract with me will make many other relics hostile to him. Although my position as a family heirloom is not recognized because I am locked up, even making a contract with humans will be seen as rebellion. It's really looking forward to cooperating with Duhoin. It guarantees that it won't let any danger harm him, but a few things might happen since this is a rebellion. It commits to fulfilling those words. It never goes back on its word. If you sign a pact with me, I'll help you conquer all the other treasures, without exception. It will compensate for all the dangers that Duhoin has to go through. It only hopes you accept. Since I've already stirred things up, might as well make things bigger, right? Duhoin completely agrees to this. Then benefits will come to you. Okay, that's enough. It's happy that it finally got your acceptance. It's put in a lot of effort this whole time. Don't break your promise. It completely guarantees that its words will not be wrong in the slightest. You don't have to worry. Duhoin now has hope again. He doesn't have any more doubts. Scorpions appear again in the cave. They have terrifying weapons. They look so disgusting. Chaegun decides to face them. She is confident in her talent. I'll roast you all. Everything here is controlled by Kriwo. If she wants something, she has to have it. Chaewon can clearly smell their fragrance. She wants to eat them right away just by looking. How delicious. Jaeha and Illyria are still standing behind, watching her. The two of them don't dare get close. Even though I lured her into a trap, she's strong enough to break them. While they're talking, suddenly Chaegun turns around. All clean. Where do I go now? giving Jaeha a fright. That's right, next. Jaeha's guiding you? He had to comply under duress. But don't you know the way to avoid traps? Or is this entire tomb full of traps? He immediately replied, I only know one path.
He didn't think the path here was good at all. It was full of dark places. Moreover, do you think every room in the royal mausoleum is easy to pass through?
Kweon Woon turned away coldly. I've put all my trust in you. Do you know what happens if you lie? I will roast you alive. Jaeha was slightly afraid. Right, let's keep going. I only remember a few trap rooms. A huge earthquake occurred here, which was inevitable in the caves. But this magnitude was truly fierce, making it impossible for people to stand steady. What is this? An earthquake? Ilya simultaneously realized he remembered this place very clearly. Wait, this is the energy from that tomb. Jaeha didn't understand what he meant.
He remembered the horrifying moments he had to go through one by one.
It's the energy from the tomb that crushed my body, the last tomb our group conquered. Yuhain was sinking into a deep sleep. The crow was affecting him somehow. What? What is happening?
Kweon and Jaehae tried to quickly get out of here. This place is about to be destroyed by the earthquake. We have to leave. If we stay here, we'll be buried alive. Yes, I understand.
Jaeha found a safe exit for the three of them to avoid injury. That way! We have to go that way! Alright, both of you follow me. But Kweon Guan discovered that the two of them were running in a different direction. Only she was too trusting. You guys! Jaeha was the one who came up with this idea. He originally had a smart mind, so how could we pass up this opportunity? This is our only chance to escape from you. But their feet suddenly stopped. There's something dangerous. The expressions on both of their faces become panicked. They're about to encounter a bad situation. The two of them unfortunately encounter a deep pit that causes them to fall straight down. Both of them are submerged in the water, thinking they would escape easily. The water level here isn't considered too high. They can survive. Jaeha and Ashurya are considered lucky. The two of them weren't injured at all. Both of them have climbed onto the shore. Iya is tired and lies down to rest. Hey, wake up, it's lucky you fell into the water. He's talking without seeing him respond at all, feeling a little strange. Hey, you! Ilya immediately covered Jaeha's mouth. What's this? We can't let Kweon find out. I've already hidden from her. Don't give away our position. This was his plan, but Jaehae hasn't approved yet. I have to hurry. Can you move your leg? Jaehae was frustrated. Hey, how big do you think my wound is? He had to make the best use of time because we need to move fast. But the guy was still in pain. Slow down! This idiot! Ilya had no choice but to support the guy with his hand, because Jaehae was injured. It's still not slow enough. How about this? Where do we need to go? Hurry up and talk. Jaeha was the one guiding the way. He knew every shortcut and path, and he just had to lead the way. Kweon walked back to the spot where they fell. She wanted to confirm if they had truly fallen. Kweon looked straight down and saw nothing but water. What is this? There's water down there? They must still be alive. Their survival methods are no different from those of mice. The two of them had been traveling for quite a while, their bodies exhausted. Are we almost there? Jaehae immediately replied. Almost. Right up there. Look. This place is truly a beautiful wonder. Yet he's only discovering it now. Jaehae finally had time to introduce this relic to Ilya. The Phoenix Phonix, is it? The relic I used to use. Ilya had no energy left. He just wanted to rest. Alright, I'm gonna rest for a bit. You go make a contract with it. The guy complained, I'm the one who's injured. Why are you resting? Just as Jaehae was about to leave, he saw Kweon's figure. She could still find us. Is that so? Jaehae was startled when he saw her. How did you track us?
She saw the naivety in their eyes. This is too simple. You think you can hide from me? How optimistic of you.
Ilya signaled to Jaehae. He would try to hold Kweon off. Hey, quickly make a contract with that heirloom treasure. I'll try to hold her off. He also quickly ran away. Got it. Jaehae ran as fast as he could. He could not fail the grand sacrifice of his comrade. A heart-wrenching, touching act of sacrifice. Ilya was exhausted. And now I have to fight her? But it won't do any good. Kweon didn't care what he wanted to prevent. If she wanted it, she would have it. First, you have no way to stop me. Second, no matter how many hours you try to stall, it won't work. Jaehae ran incredibly fast with formidable speed. He utilized all the techniques in his body, according to our research group. Making a contract with the heirloom treasure would take a few minutes. Jaehae reached Phonix's location. He found it in no time. Your efforts mean nothing to me, because if he is attacked while making the contract, not only will the contract be voided, but he will also die. Jaehae immediately stated his desire. He didn't have much time left. I want to make a contract with you, Phonix. It looked straight into his eyes, its gaze filled with suspicion.
Jaehae, you're brave, daring to somehow attempt to form a contract with me.
Jaehae remained firm. Having reached this point, he had nothing left to live for.
I feel very strange. You look utterly ready to sign a contract with me. Fine, I'm interested in you.
Jaehae couldn't believe Phonix accepted so easily. He thought it would be difficult, yet they formed a contract right away. If that's the case, I should hurry, right? Ilya was still enduring the fight alone, accepting sacrifice for the greater good. Kweon Guan happily watched the sight. It only made her more amused. You look nothing more than a rat. Ilya tried to run as fast as possible to stop, but unfortunately, Ilya's foot tripped over a rock while he was trying to dodge an attack. He didn't complain at all. He had already chosen this path. Kweon decided she would deal with the two of them, but she didn't know he was changing. Well, you deserve to bow down like a rat on the ground. I'll roast you alive. After I get the heirloom treasure, you're dead for sure. Jaeha reached out his hand to stop her. He timely averted the bad situation. The treasure is mine. Kweon continued toward Jaehae. She kept mocking him. What's the use of lying? She even shamelessly proposed an even crazier condition. If you cooperate, I'll spare your life. Jaeha gave a wide smile. He didn't respond at all. She realized something strange about Dian's body, but it was too late this second. How are you still alive? Even after taking such a powerful blow, what happened? Phoenix explained on his behalf, as he had been given power by it. It's normal. I am Phoenix, after all, and whoever signs a contract with me will have an indestructible body. Jaehae seemed to have become a different person, his eyes being the most dangerous thing. Is it him? Haven't seen anything like this before, have you? Chaegon still couldn't believe this truth. Everything felt like a dream. No way the contract process could be that fast. What did you do? Deng said words that even she couldn't fully comprehend. I have never met this phoenix before. You made her even more confused. What are you saying? Jia had power within him, so he wouldn't fear anything. I don't know. I'm just sure that you can no longer use that holy relic to kill me. What are you going to do now? Che only knew to choose to use her ability. She had no retreat left. Che Quan tried her best to move away from him quickly, fearing what he might do. I'll have to try to find out. The cave once again experienced an earthquake, because it couldn't withstand the power. Haitena looked around. It had sensed it long before that this tomb would be destroyed. Haitena started to doubt the giant lizard again. What kind of humans enter this tomb? Neither of them trusted the other. Didn't you welcome them? The monsters noticed the bad situation, so they also appeared here. Everyone must move fast. This is an emergency. Something has happened. They had discovered where Quo was hiding. They just didn't know exactly where it was. The crow is hiding here. Even if it's locked up, the energy it experiences is still incredibly strong. Didn't you lock him in the dungeon? It locked Quo up a long time ago. Yes, his real body is still there. This place could no longer maintain its beautiful scenery. It was gradually being destroyed. But his filthy source of energy has covered this entire tomb. A part of our tomb has been destroyed. The monsters couldn't accept what Quo had done. They couldn't have guessed it. It seems he's making a contract with the powerful humans here. Unacceptable! Haite wanted everyone to agree with it, to find an essential solution together. So everyone agrees with me, right? Let's stop that crow. There was still no movement at the place where Quo was imprisoned, not a single sound emitted. Jen was still not awake. He was deeply immersed in sleep while it was observing him closely, ready to act if Duhoan made any strange moves. Its eyes couldn't remain calm when it saw them outside. Quan knew it was about to use its power again, but this would help it avoid disaster. They're here. Ha has gone inside and is wrecking everything. It wants to overturn this entire place. Haite began to shift to blaming the crow. It is the cause of everything. That crow, he even made a room for himself inside our tomb. It will search for Quo. Ace hiding place on its own, he must be nearby. Haven't all the rooms in this tomb been divided already? But I'm sure he's here. Qua in the room saw this scene and felt extremely agitated. I can't believe he dares to destroy this place. Does he think he owns this place or something? His eyes finally found what it wanted. Full of bravery, it saw Duhoan floating above, and Qua, having finally detected him up there. Qua had been restoring his power for him, but it wasn't time yet. Not yet. It will try to stop those people so that Duhoan can have the most peaceful time. Duhoan was still lost in his own world. He hadn't perceived the outside world yet. Just a little more. Qua wanted everything to end here, fearing that the other group would do something bad. Stop! He and the other creatures were scolding it. Crow is the reason. Did you think I wouldn't discover you here? How dare you steal our future master? Qua felt ridiculous. Master, didn't you have no intention of forming a contract with this person? What? It spoke out all its frustrations. Qua wanted to claim the upper hand for itself. You resented all his holy relics, made it difficult for him to excavate this tomb, and then gave strong holy relics to those you favored. Haite really wanted to teach it a lesson. The crow has already taken so much, that doesn't mean you have the right to interfere like this. The crow is trying to protect its reasoning, ignoring the words out there. I also have the right to vote because I am a family heirloom, and he has the right to become king. He couldn't keep calm anymore. It got even angrier. You're being imprisoned. What do you mean by heirloom? We have nothing more to say. If the crow didn't listen, then of course other strong measures had to be used to attack. Those monsters must eliminate the crow. Its explanation doesn't make any sense. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get close. Some kind of power was preventing them. The crow became more and more vigilant, trying not to let anyone get close. Where the crow was standing, It had created a protective circle strong enough to stop them. The crow now had to do two things at once. It had to protect Du Hoen's safety. Calm down, human. I will continue to form a contract with you and withstand their attacks. They were joining forces to upgrade their power and attack the crow to knock him down. The crow used all its strength to resist. It wouldn't give in easily. I will not give up. No way! Its power is so intense that people outside can't even touch it. He's too strong, I can't break through his defense. Haite and the other creatures were angry that they couldn't do anything. They wanted to attack the crow. A surge of power from somewhere continued to come, showing no signs of stopping. Haite tried to find its allies. You have to join forces. He's too strong. What is this? Where are my allies? It became even more panicked when some people had left. But they didn't give any warning. Some of them had formed contracts with humans. They had to go with their contractors, so they couldn't come here. Was Helite helpless? Hete even heard more surprising information. It became even more flustered. Also, their contractors are also Du Hoen's colleagues. It realized his true identity now. It hadn't paid attention until now. Wait, the one making a contract with the crow is also Jumen, right? The one that Prometheus warned us about? A big explosion started to appear again, because it was fighting the contract too aggressively. It could only watch as its place was destroyed without being able to do anything. Our grave can't withstand it. Dust and smoke flew everywhere in this place because of the earthquake's effects. Du Hoen finally awakened. His figure stood gallantly in the middle of the cave. Du Hoen had successfully restored his power, just waiting to use it. The contract is complete. Smoke still radiated from his hand. A strange feeling spread. I feel very strange. I can still feel the crow's energy. Du Hoen could feel that his power had been upgraded even more powerfully, like water and oil. My energy couldn't mix with it, but now I feel my power merging as one with it. Du Hoen was happy that he had finally cultivated successfully. Now he's not afraid of anything anymore. Now I can freely use the crow's power. Du Hoen was standing in front of the monsters. He didn't run away but faced them. Du Hoen decided to inform them about the situation. He didn't want to hide anything. I made a contract with a strange relic, because you guys are too picky. The giant rock monster became even more upset. It couldn't believe him anymore. What? You said you didn't want to make a contract with me. He agreed with this. Right, because I don't like snakes. It immediately retorted. I'm not a snake. Haite would never accept this absurd thing. It would never be able to acknowledge him. Listen, human. Even though you have made a contract with the crow, we still cannot accept you as a king. He explained more clearly. They are the ones who made these rules. After imprisoning the crow, we added another family heirloom in its place. We decided that we would choose our own master. The king must be chosen by them, and can't just be chosen randomly. Our master will be crowned king, and participate in the contest to choose a king. We can't possibly have 16 kings. That's impossible. They were trying to attack Du Hoen, but he didn't show any fear. You must pay the price for hindering our sacred ritual. We must eliminate you. The game participants were also brought here. They didn't understand what was happening. What is this? Where are we? I got teleported again. High-Tech is announcing this to everyone here. It has to get humanity on its side. Humans, your enemy, Du Hoen, is here. They all realize. That's right, it's Du Hoen. Haite is using the power of humans to attack him. I have returned the relics to you. Use them and punish him. The one who contributes the most will be given the opportunity to form a contract with the heirloom. Du Hoen's gaze remains steadfast, unwavering. Everyone sees this as beneficial, and it speaks the truth. Killing two birds with one stone, we can both kill Du Hoen and obtain the heirloom. All the humans are rushing towards Du Hoen, heeding the temptation. Finish him off quickly. Attack. Anyone who charges will face his wrath. They don't know his true power yet. You dare attack? Coincidentally, a surge of energy within his body is about to be unleashed. Who will be the first to taste it? Du Hoen will give them a surprise. Messing with him isn't easy. He can try using the dividends this contract brings. Du Hoen quickly spreads his wings. He was planning on keeping them hidden. Everyone is dumbfounded upon seeing this. Does this feel like a dream? What is that? Du Hoen will show them even more interesting things. He has power. This is the original power of the crow. Predator. Du Hoen can freely use it. He has nothing to worry about anymore. Now he can use this power as he pleases. They want to run, but they can't make it in time. If you dared to step in, you must bear the consequences. Run! Can I hold him back with this relic? Everyone is trying to raise shields to block this power. Use your strength, or you won't make it. Use the defensive relics. All the humans are trying to survive. They no longer want to attack. I'll use the relic to attack. Offense is the best defense. It's better than nothing. Du Hoen sees them doing crazy things and finds it laughable. Hey, how about trying something better? Eating raw meat forever isn't enough to satisfy me. Haite and the giant lizard are truly flustered. They don't know how to solve the problem. What do we do? Those humans can't move in front of him. Haite grits its teeth. It has to use stronger measures. He's not affected? If that's the case, I have to use the final method. It orders all the remaining monsters. You useless fools. Find humans you like and form contracts with them. Though, I should choose the humans carefully. Haite has come up with a way to prevent Du Hoan from using his powers. Those with the power of the heirloom can only be defeated by someone who also possesses similar power. But the current situation is urgent. Find them quickly. Du Hoan is surprised that he's surrounded. He also doesn't know what they can do. Anger is written all over Du Hoan's face. He guarded against them, yet they retaliated. What is that? Du Hoan isn't afraid at all. How can this entire charade scare him? Du Hoan's eyes burn like fire. He's about to lose it. It's making me uncomfortable. Du Hoan is observing everything around him. Let's see what you all do. Let's hunt down those runaway relics. GWA Ryan reminds him. Hey, my former contractor almost died from using too much of my power. Try to conserve as much energy as possible. Du Hoan doesn't think this is necessary at all. No need. You said you'd help me retrieve all the heirlooms, but GWA Ryan still has to warn him about this. Even though you have a lot of energy, using my power continuously will quickly drain your energy. Du Hoan doesn't care. You don't need to worry. I won't die. Du Hoan is determined not to let the relics escape anymore, not to gather them with the power of the predator. I'll end this. It's time to hunt down the heirlooms that have fled all over the island. He arrived in time to stop the monsters. They're trying to make deals with people. Finding them isn't difficult, because they'll radiate a strong energy during the contract formation. Du Hoan is determined to prevent this. No one can do anything but him. Who told you to make a contract with him? You're mine. Du Hoan has prepared a plan in advance. As long as he executes it successfully, he can use the predator to select the heirloom. Damn it. He still doubts the crow's true abilities. It's not as simple as it seems, though I don't know where they'll be swallowed. Is the crow capable of swallowing other artifacts without causing repercussions? Questions keep popping up in Du Hoan's head. Until now, he still wonders why it was imprisoned. Questions keep popping up in my head. But now I have to focus on what's in front of me. He will not forgive Hai Teng. It did something unacceptable. You interfered with my contract formation. Du Hoan was lurking where he stood. He was sure he would quickly subdue it. But you think I'd let you escape? Hickenit was attacked as soon as he turned around, so he was a bit surprised. He hadn't had time to prepare at all. I'm going to swallow you whole. He expressed the frustration in his heart. Do you know what you're doing? You have violated the king's selection process from the start. Even if you become king, do you think we would accept you? Du Ho ignored whether it cared or not, but he still expressed his feelings. I don't care about the king. Du Ho clearly stated his purpose. Not because he wanted to gain many benefits. I just work according to my own principles, try to get as many relics as possible. And you guys are relics, aren't you? Then I'll take you. It spoke up in denial. We are not objects. He couldn't deny Helite's power. It had too strong an ability. But you are an object. Du Hoan had another goal. He had to complete it right away. Alright, one more objective. Should I go look for it? He had found the things he needed to find. The relic that Du Hoan had wanted for a long time. My relic. Those relics felt extremely comfortable. They are free. We have escaped the power of the heirloom. Finally free. Du Hoan was happy that everything he needed was here. They have returned to their owner, of course. I have to collect them. I've worked hard for them. The crow asked him. Master, are you okay? He was extremely confident having these things. No one would dare to harm him. Of course I have my relics back. Things will end soon. Is something wrong? Speak. But Du Hoan felt his body depleting. His energy was not abundant anymore. He managed to sit down with great difficulty. His body was gradually becoming exhausted. What is this? No way. The crow knew just by looking. See? I warned you. The crow had issued a warning about the situation. It had reminded him a long time ago. You have used a lot of energy since you made the contract with me. You also swallowed other treasures. Du Hoan's hands also became shaky. He no longer had the strength to hold the sword, so he was running out of energy. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it! He felt useless, unable to do anything. I have the relics back but can't use them. The crow advised Du Hoan, if you don't stop, you'll die. Du Hoan just stood there. His body didn't react to anything. As soon as he turned around, he recognized his teammates. All familiar faces. Sua called out, Captain! He also recognized them. Sua, Julian! The two of them were very worried about Du Hoan's condition. Seeing that you were a bit off over there, we came over. Sua asked, Are you alright? Julian discussed with Jaewon. It had been a long time since they reunited. Did you get your relics back? Our relics were just returned. I was just about to use my detection relic to find you. He praised him. Well done! My relic is back and I found the heirloom, so we can go home. Julian was a bit astonished. You have the heirloom? He affirmed. How so? I'll tell you the details later. Now was the time for him to assign a task to the person he trusted the most. Sua, find the location of the other members and go find them. She immediately agreed. Okay. Seeing this, Sua made a suggestion to see if he would agree. But I can find them and tell Judo to lead them to us. He completely agreed. That's even better. Do that. I forgot about Judo's skill. Du Hoan trusted Sua greatly to assign her the task. She always performed well. Sua used her relic to find the other members and Irene. And even though they were scattered, they seemed okay.
She carried out her separate mission. Julian and Duhoen would head in a different direction, then Sua sent Judo's subordinate Ghost to carry out the mission while the two found the way to the coast first. It was time for all three of them to be united. Only then could they quickly complete the game. Now we'll go back to the ship and get ready to leave. We've wasted enough time here. Another explosion continued to occur.
This cave has had countless incidents.
Jae-ha and Chu still didn't stop fighting. The two of them were always bickering.
Stop it!
The girl was angry.
That damned guy. Even though Ilya was hiding inside, he couldn't avoid the anger. He couldn't go out.
Alright, I admit you're invulnerable, but your teammates aren't, are they? Chu tried to use her own way to control him. She has many tricks. Be careful.
Chu wondered to herself. She was the one who should punish the two of them. Why did my lightning relic disappear? Jae-ha noticed the familiar objects. He couldn't forget them. Guys, my relic! Ilya was extremely happy to see it. It was his savior. My relic! All the relics are back. You made a mistake by messing with us.
Chu had even greater power. She was very confident about this.
I think you are completely wrong. My relic has returned. You will have to face a relic even more terrifying than lightning.
This made him look disdainful.
Face it? Jae-ha even deliberately joked with Chu. He couldn't be serious for long. Our relics specialize in running away. Even though Chu used her strength, she still couldn't defeat him. Where are you guys? Ilya and Jae-ha quickly got away. They used the relics they had obtained. He couldn't even believe it worked so well, still staring at his hand. It worked! Just in time! He was happy for them too. Yeah, the two of them are arguing about whether to go or not. This issue needs to be resolved. The relics are back. I'm gonna find a family heirloom he can use, and then we're leaving this island.
Ilya stated the worst-case scenario. What if we run into him while we're searching?
Judo arrived at the same time. She came really fast. Hello, master's friends. She will lead them. Though a bit surprised, they decided to follow her to see what's up. Follow me. I'll take you to the master. He was a bit surprised. Follow you? He advised them to follow her. But he was still hesitant. What about the treasure? Sua, after investigating, figured something out, so there must be a reason why she led them to a certain place. There has to be a reason why Su called us. They arrived at the beach first. A peaceful place indeed. Now that we're on the beach, the scenery is clearer. Duhoen pointed at something in the distance, his expression surprised. Hey, look over there. Huge ships are appearing out at sea. I don't know where they came from. Why are there so many ships? Shua easily recognized them. They're ships from other excavation teams. Duhoen also knew their purpose. I knew it! There's no way they'd let me off so easily, right? They spotted him over there. They are trying to chase him. They won't let him out of their sight. It's Duhoen. He has to escape from here. He's about to be surrounded. Everyone wants to attack Duhoen. They don't want him to survive at all. Kill Duhoen. Take all the relics. Julian has to step up to resolve all these problems. This needs to end quickly. How unfortunate. Electrical power radiated from his hand, capable of destroying all enemies. Julian created a huge explosion that left everything in ruins. Sua rushed forward at the same time. She also wanted to protect her captain. Her actions were no less than those of the boys, even faster. Sua quickly took action to withstand everything, making everything happen. Because Julian wasn't paying attention, the opponent was about to launch an attack on him, making him panic when he was attacked so suddenly. Something rushed past like a gust of wind, saving Julian's life. It turned out that Duhoen had intervened in time to help him. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to survive. He immediately turned to remind Julian. You need to be more careful. Pay attention to your surroundings. He was very puzzled. Didn't you say you couldn't use relics anymore? You idiot. Duhoen couldn't just stand by and watch his teammate get hurt. He had to step in to help. Did you want me to just stand there and watch you get attacked? Julian thought about it and realized. Yeah, you're right. I'm not using high-level relics, so I'll only drain a little bit. You can't force yourself like that. He had to admit it. Of course. The two of them stood there watching a huge explosion occur. This time it was even bigger than before. Cannon guns appeared again, with enormous and powerful force. Everyone chose to escape. No one dared to stay here anymore. Duhoen immediately ordered his teammates. Everyone must work together to regroup. The massive explosion didn't stop there. It was even more overwhelming. Duken chose to use Aegis to withstand it. Only this sacred relic could help him. He's worried about everyone's condition, making sure they're safe. Is everyone all right? Julian responded. Fine. But you used the sacred relic again. Duhoen trembled. I'm fine. But Duhoen's body might not hold out much longer. I don't think so. Both of them were worried about him. Captain Irin rushed over from afar to observe. She was very worried about him. Seeing Duhoen in this state, Irin became even more concerned. Why do you look so terrible? What happened? She blankly observed everything, her face curious as she investigated the situation. Why are there so many enemies here? He finally told her everything to clear up her confusion, but also inquired. A lot has happened, and now it's like this.
Erin, can you still fight? She completely agreed with it. She would agree as long as he said a word. Of course I can. He felt relieved. Good. Then we're counting on you.
But the opponents seemed to be scornful. They haven't acknowledged this talent. It's useless. You're still overwhelmed. You fools! Just one more person is enough to affect us. Erin was the team's lucky charm, appearing at the most critical moment. Erin's return made them stronger. Even so, the enemy numbers were still vast. Another member appeared. They had finished fighting on the other side. But after a while, Chloe returned.
She was even bewildered. This place made Chloe not understand what was going on.
Now was a critical situation. Du-hoan couldn't explain everything yet. I'll explain later.
Help!
Shua AAA seemed to see something again, with an extremely uncomfortable attitude. Captain, look there!
Their ship had another massive explosion.
This time, nothing can stop it. Our ship, damn it!
Du-ho felt the situation was too critical, and he couldn't get out there either. But I won't be able to get out there anyway. The sea is full of ships now.
Shua wanted to find a way to leave quickly. They can't stay here forever, but I can still use Ilya's demon relic to escape easily. Where is he? Sua immediately turned to inform the situation. Judo said, they're coming soon. They're nearby. This made her even more surprised. What? They're making me angrier. Did you hear that? We have to resist. For a little longer. The more teammates there were, the more successful the team's chances of winning became. After Chloe joined, they eliminated enemies more easily. Everyone joined forces to help escape from here together. Although the beach was full of enemies, they slaughtered every approaching one. After a long time, it was finally resolved. They lay scattered on the ground. It was finally over. Julian worried about things that were far away, having to think about the immediate tasks. But if they send more troops down from the ship, we'll have to fight again. Du-ho thought it would be safe.
Jeha and Ilya are already nearby. They'll arrive before the enemy attacks.
Jeha was exhausted. His body was covered in sweat from the previous fight. He's really a great captain. They appear when we've cleaned everything up and are exhausted.
Who are they? From the Chinese excavation team? Du-hoan was overjoyed to see him. They were finally reunited. Why were you two so late? Everyone else has arrived, except for you two. He recounted the horror. That's good then. We almost all died.
Ja wanted to announce something even more important. You'll definitely be surprised. Quan captured us. He recognized this name. CHW. She appeared from afar. That figure was of a brave girl. Yes, it's me!
Chu was very happy to see Du-hoan. The two hadn't reunited in a long time. Long time no see, Du-hoan.
So he calmly replied. The two were clearly looking down on each other. Long time no see. But I don't want to fight you right now. Chu had grasped Du-hoan's weakness. She was truly skilled. It's not don't want, but can't, right? I can feel your energy source gradually weakening.
Those words hit his pride. Chu was truly too much. Are you enjoying this grave too much, huh? To the point of being this weak. He really wanted to make her suffer.
Damn it, this is a big problem. She was determined not to let him survive. This time, I must eliminate you. This is a golden opportunity for me. This time, I'll catch you. So, Che is still using the sacred artifact, the spider. Is it gonna help her? And I think it wants to. Just like I do. The other sacred artifacts are constantly talking amongst themselves. They can sense the energy. Hey, isn't that the power of that spider?
They're definitely not wrong at all, it's just that they can't meet face to face yet.
Come to think of it, it was definitely in my tomb. Yes, I sealed its power when it came here. They are really looking forward to it. If it can eliminate Du-hoan tomorrow, he can punish Du-hoan and release us. Right now, they want the spider's help, so they want to connect their energy. I'll try to communicate with this spider. Quickly save us. You can feel something moving inside your body. The family heirlooms that the crow caught are reacting. Is it because of the spider? It's fighting for its master, not to save them. I'll say this first. I don't care about the family heirlooms. You guys realize. You just want to gain benefits for it. Meanwhile, those guys are getting their hopes up. Hee! And what were they wondering? What's with the king? The spider is looking down on them. You guys are just fooling yourselves. I am the supreme leader. No one can be higher than me. They inside of you are still upset, unable to forgive those words. What do you mean? What are you saying? We'll be in trouble without the king.
Forget it. The spider is starting to look down on them again, thinking they are all mindless fools. You guys allowed yourselves to be captured by Du-hoan. What you're doing is completely stupid. He's the one that needs to be eliminated first. It seems to want to attack Du-hoan. But I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand. Die. Julian needs to quickly use his power to protect your life. Get out of the way. The two sides, powers are fighting against each other. Neither side is willing to yield. Du-hoan feels like this isn't going well. His friend isn't helping at all. The situation is too bad. I'm annoyed that I have to have my people protect me. Moreover, Julian and Sua are trying to hold on. Looking at their struggling appearance, Du-hoan can't underestimate it anymore. Just looking at it, you can tell the spider's power. This spider is a very dangerous opponent. You remember every detail. Because you fought a battle with it before? I've fought with it before. At that time, Min used tricks to avoid it. The spider made Du-hoan go crazy. Nam Duong for a while.
but I had to sleep for a week afterward. It's the worst enemy. The spider is getting angrier and angrier. It wants to eliminate all these people. Damn it, you dare resist me. The spider is getting closer and closer to your team. It's probably time for a life or death situation. Don't be still. Sua and Julian were both surprised, because neither of them could use their powers. What is this? My sacred artifact isn't working. Du Hoan immediately spoke up to explain this situation. It's easy to understand. It's him. He can do that. It can exercise its authority to make the lower-ranked sacred artifacts useless. You know that the spider is using its skill. You can see that although there are a few sacred artifacts that are still resisting, they are rare, and it's hard to determine if it's strong or not. The spider is reminding the sacred artifacts inside Du Hoan's body. This is a warning. Anyone who helps Du Hoan and his team will be considered a traitor. It's probably gone crazy because it can't do anything to Du Hoan. If anyone does that, I will destroy you. You're having trouble resisting. I can't resist. Du Hoan is having trouble resisting it. There's nothing to help now. Our defense is broken. An explosion at high speed continues to occur, this time even more powerful. Jackie Wu stood outside, gently reminding the spider. Actually, she's very happy. Take it easy. We have to leave Du Hoan alive so I can get some information. Cheng Wu seems to have discovered something different. Her eyes changed strangely. Du Hoan has asked for the help of the rope, hoping it will be useful in this battle. Run! Run! She realized we escaped. The spider is about to complete the ending, but there's something else in its way. Damn that rope. This time I'll kill people. The spider was quickly catching up to them. The rope couldn't keep up with its speed. How is he so fast? Quickly, he commanded. Ilya, use the Solomon's Devil relic. I need to get to the port to take a boat. He'll try his best. Okay. Ilya had to summon the thing that could help. This situation was too critical. Appear. But something seemed wrong with the relic. It was refusing the request. I can't! He couldn't understand why. Ilya was in a panic as he heard the refusal. I can't disobey the Supreme Being. He hadn't expected this. I am your master. Du Hoan knew it was all because of the spider's plan. They were just one step behind. It chose to obey the spider, and they couldn't break the command. Ilya signaled to him he would try to hold it back. Everyone just needs to coordinate smoothly. It's okay, I'll find another way. I'll have the rope release everyone. Run and find any relic that can disobey it. Everyone has to work together to find a solution. Only then can we survive. If there's any relic that can be used to escape, report it immediately. They would listen to his words. Yes. Everyone ran in 8 different directions. Everyone was trying to confuse the spider. Prepare! 1, 2. Seeing this scene, it became even more enraged. You fools! It would hunt down all of them. How dare they try to escape from its grasp? You think scattering will save you? The spider already possessed immense power and knew how to use it effectively. I will catch you all. The spider wouldn't let anyone escape. It had come to this place at this moment. Just looking at its form was terrifying enough, let alone its power. Of course it had this ability. This is awful. Spiderlings were crawling after Ilya, causing him constant worry. How am I supposed to check for relics when I'm busy running? Sua, running on the other side, turned to speak. You two have to think of a way, but I have to do this. My boat sank. Now we can only rely on relics. Aya panicked even more. What? How did the boat sink? She insisted. Yeah, it sank. Then, Du Hoan, while running, heard his teammate pointing into the distance toward the sea. Du Ho, look! He glanced over to assess the situation. It seemed like something bad was about to happen. A massive explosion shattered the boat. They had no place to take refuge. Du Ho was confused, so he discussed it with Ikrin. Neither of them understood the problem. What is it? Are they cannibalizing each other? She sensed something different better. But why do I sense a very familiar energy from that boat? He felt it too. You're right. This was affecting the ground. Everyone, try to stay upright because of the earthquake. What is this? What kind of relic creates this much damage? No one wanted to die here. If they knew, they wouldn't have participated. Hey, who are you? There wouldn't be much time left to resist. If this continues to happen repeatedly, stop attacking the island immediately. The people on the boat stood firm and didn't seem to listen to their words. What? Hang gripped his sword tightly. He was originally a powerful person. I should say, don't bother my teammates. Hankin immediately flew up high, holding his weapon, the sword, at the ready. Just one strike of the sword could kill someone in an instant. Hain was a formidable opponent. No one could have anticipated his skill. Everyone was terrified when they saw this figure appear. It was truly disgusting. He was gone, but they probably still didn't know what fear was. They even challenged him, attacking him. Hang would teach these arrogant people a lesson for daring to underestimate him. The boat continued to explode repeatedly. It still showed no signs of stopping. This is Hin's energy. He had eliminated all the arrogant people. His power couldn't be underestimated. Why is he here? The rope was overjoyed. Is he here to save me? Save me! Du Hoan was still afraid that Henjin would have difficulty fighting so many people. But I'm not sure if he can overcome those enemies. But
but if he can get here it will be very helpful. Crow had complete faith in his abilities.
It never misjudged people. I'm sure he can do it, Du-hoan asked it. Crow, why are you so sure? It didn't even know. Who knows? Du-hoan will choose to trust his teammates. He still has to fight. In that case, his eyes glanced at Spider. He knew it wasn't aware of his presence yet. Maybe it hadn't realized Hecarim had arrived. So he quickly notified everyone to gather together. Everyone, follow me quickly! Everyone quickly ran over when they heard Du-hoan's announcement. Do you have a plan? He offered his opinion. I think we can escape this situation. Du-hoan and his teammates had to find a safe place for him to rest. We have to go make sure there's a place for him to dock. Hein is nearby, but Sua discovered the scene before her eyes. Maybe it was too late. A giant spider was appearing above him. Du-hoan was in danger.
Captain, he heard her say, and looked up to see what it was.
The spider was radiating murderous energy. If he didn't dodge in time, he'd be in danger. Julian didn't know if Du-hoan could withstand it. He was very worried. Are you okay? This relic feels a little strange in my hand, Du-hoan quickly asked.
You got a relic that defies the spider's orders?
Du-hoan noticed what she was using. He had never seen it before. Looking closely, Sua is also using a relic I've never seen. What kind of relic is that? She confirmed. Oh. Right, I'm looking for a relic that doesn't obey the spider's orders. All four of them were standing around. They had to fight these spiders. Yes, that's why we need to check the relics again. But we're surrounded. The giant spider was mocking them, thinking they couldn't escape. Give up, you're done for! Dia was scared. What do we do? Captain. But he was still very calm. It's okay. We've arrived at the right position.
Du-ko thought there would be a way to deal with it.
But they had to fight here first. Now we just need to hold out. Until Hein's ship speeds in, we have to defend this place. Julian felt it was boring. Anyone could say that. Easier said than done. Everyone had their own defense methods. It just depended on how fast they fought. Each of them had a relic that resisted the spider's orders. The spider army began to attack. Because Du-hoan could no longer use his powers, he had to use relics instead. He could only rely on the rope. Meanwhile, the other members seemed to be struggling quite a bit when they had to use their relics to fight the spider army. Sua was trying to fight everything. She was always enthusiastic about the fight. This army was endless. Evidence kept appearing. Sweat had appeared on everyone's faces. Everyone was tired. Slaughtering them was useless. Everyone was on guard. Just surviving and protecting each other was enough. But it didn't matter.
Du-hoan had to remind himself that the team would get through this. His goal was just to buy time. Until Haejin's ship docked and rescued them, they had to endure.
Jaeha observed in the sea below. Finally they had hope. Captain! He was so happy that his tone stammered, unable to speak. A ship is coming. A ship is appearing near the island. But something bad was about to happen again. This isn't our team's ship, but an enemy ship?
Du-hoan's team had all tried to fight. Everyone contributed their strength. They tried to protect a position so the ship could approach, and finally a ship approached them.
But those people probably still wanted to attack. Things couldn't stop yet. Du-hoan was confused. Not knowing how to solve it, he thought it was his team's ship. What's going on? Is it an enemy ship? Du-ho was having a hard time holding everything back. But things turned out like this. If that's the case, then we're in big trouble. Kwa advised you to look closely. He carefully observed the expressions of those people. They seemed to be confused too. I'm going crazy. I don't know how to swim. Where's the rescue ship? I don't know. They look rushed.
Haejin's hand has appeared. He had only been focused on fighting on the other side.
Hen continued to destroy these people. Only until they were all gone. He's here. Everyone must fear him, because his power is extraordinary. What kind of monster are you? Anyone who gets close, no matter how strong or weak, has little chance of surviving. Why would you do this to us? Hein only needs to land one blow, and the opponent doesn't even have time to react. The opponent has nowhere left to run. If I want to truly fight him, my sacred relic. Du-hoan has been observing from the beginning, and he doesn't admire his talent. Hin stood on the boat, waving in his direction. Du-hoan had to give him credit. Captain, he's improved so much! It seems that the memory training method is effective. Hin has cleared out all the opponents. Now is the time for them to escape. Quickly, get on the boat! Now he remembered. That's right. Du-hoan had another task for the rope. Today, it has a lot of work to do. Can you make a bridge to that boat? It immediately agreed. Bridge? Yes. Yes, sir. Then he told his teammates so they wouldn't have to search for him. I'm going to that boat. Irin immediately agreed. Okay, Du-hoan. The rope, following his orders, quickly created a bridge to the boat. Master, hurry! But unfortunately, Spider discovered this. In just a short amount of time. How audacious! I won't let you escape. No matter what Spider said, the team had to escape at all costs. Run quickly! But the rope noticed that the person it hated was also coming up here. Wait! Che has her feet tied. You can't pass, you can't. She also couldn't break free. What kind of girl is she? Aya had just passed safely when he saw this scene. She deserves it. Che was angry but couldn't do anything.
She couldn't fight its tricks. "I'll fling you up! This rope!" Che was flung towards the spider because she was too stubborn. "I'll see you again, you damn thing!" Hin had to make sure everyone was safely on the boat before he could rest easy. "Is everyone okay? Nothing left behind, right?" Du Hoan nodded in agreement. Everyone had passed successfully. "Yes, everyone is here, let's go!" He had to hurry. "Okay, I'll get them to control the boat." As soon as he came inside, he asked about his condition. "Your presence here, why did you come?" "Ah," he replied, "I saw the news." Hain, because he saw the situation, came here to help, and saw everyone at the royal tomb. "Then I saw the news about the Chinese excavation team blocking everyone. Jane had to stand up and fight for everyone, for his teammates. So I couldn't sit still. I thought you might need help." Du Hoan felt he was so smart to be able to come here. "Great, I really need it. This isn't difficult for him. I'm glad I could help you." He felt extremely lucky that everyone was safe and unharmed. They finally escaped from the royal tomb. There were many enemy ships on the sea, but they didn't attack them. It was also thanks to Hinjin's power that almost all of them were knocked down, because Heinz had knocked them unconscious. Truly an amazing ability. I'm the one who taught him. Who else? The boat has started. Now everyone has to rest inside to regain their strength. Only one surviving boat operator remains. We have escaped. Good. But Hejin would still be vigilant. Keep moving until you arrive. He even warned this person, hoping he wouldn't do anything to anger him. If you do anything strange, you understand? Scaring that person. Of course, I won't do anything strange. Hein decided to tell Du Hoan about the past. Now that I'm done, I'll tell the captain about the memory issue. He came in and wanted to see him privately. To show him how serious this issue is, Captain Sua recognized him on this side. Du Hoan was too tired from fighting, leading to many sleepless nights. The captain is sleeping. Julian explained to Hein, hoping he could find a way to talk later. Because he used too much energy. Is something urgent? He immediately refused. No, I'll talk to the captain when he wakes up. Hein felt he should let him rest first. This can be discussed later, this isn't urgent. Switching to another scene at Pandora headquarters, where reporters are gathered. They've been eagerly waiting for this news, having been here for a while. Answer us. So all the heirlooms were taken by Du Hoan's excavation team? They have to choose a clever answer, unable to let his power surpass theirs. We can't confirm that yet. We haven't been able to contact the excavation team sent to the royal tomb. The reporter immediately asked about the heart of the issue. Could it be that they were all defeated by Du Hoan, causing the representative to be flustered and unable to answer? Impossible. Don't make baseless speculations. They could only find a way to gloss over it, not daring to reveal any information. It's possibly due to the energy interference created by the royal tomb that we haven't been able to make contact. The reporter continued. Alright, then here's another question about the heirlooms. This is never ending. In the conference room, everyone was even more bewildered, not knowing why this press conference was being held. What's going on? Prometheus stood tall, not saying a word until now. Say something! Director Prometheus, I heard that only someone who possesses the heirloom can become the true king. He was angry at himself, yet unable to touch Du Hoan. What will happen if we can't get a single heirloom on Pandora's side? Prometheus advised everyone to remain silent, as they still don't know what happened. Calm down, we just need to reclaim the stolen heirlooms. Prometheus chose to speak tactfully instead of saying his teammates had been defeated. Gathering all the heirlooms into one excavation team was foolish. They aren't like other relics, keeping them all doesn't mean anything, so this isn't a big deal. But suddenly, someone sitting below had a very strange attitude. I can't stand this anymore, he wondered to himself. Prometheus always avoids the issue. He's the one making them anxious. Every time something happens, you always say it's not a big deal. Until now, you've always been reliable. The reporters trust him more. They can't trust someone like you anymore. But now, Du Hoan seems more promising than Pandora. Yes, I think so too. People can't let their money just disappear like that. We invested in the Pandora project because you promised that the kings would be on Pandora's side. At this rate, I'll lose everything. They were demanding justice for themselves, because he had made promises. Can you handle this or not? He felt it was a waste of time. It's foolish for me to try to wear a human mask and explain in human language. Prometheus immediately changed his attitude. Everyone below was also shocked. What do you mean? He was very angry inside, but he still had to listen to these judgments. Who do you think allowed lowly humans like you to touch the relics? Your prosperity is all thanks to me. Seeing this massive form, no one dared to object anymore. Yes, it's all thanks to the director, I apologize. Prometheus just wanted to remind them, he hadn't even touched a hair on their heads. That's right, don't you forget that. Prometheus's appearance made everyone who looked at him afraid. Such a valiant form, like how fire was born in mythology. I was the first to give out relics in exchange for prosperity and power. Remember the debt you owe me. He wanted to reclaim those heirlooms more than anyone, but this was too difficult. I'm also very annoyed about the heirlooms being stolen. In times like these, I hope you can work together to find a solution. This was a regrettable sorrow for Prometheus and everyone else.
Yes, sir, it ended up like this. The assistant hurriedly ran in, reporting important information to Ivy. Something happened. He only whispered into her ear, enough for one person to hear. In that attitude, he was extremely panicked, let alone maintain his composure. What? What is it? Ivy was trying to listen to what her close associate was saying. He focused intently. Miss Ivy. The results from Pandora's scanning system are in. It reports that the number of heirloom contractors has increased. Hearing this, Ivy couldn't maintain her composure. Everything was happening too fast. What? He had to report this situation to Prometheus immediately so they could prepare in time. Mr. Prometheus, we're in big trouble. Ivy had to quickly relay it to him. Time is running out. The number of heirloom contractors is... Prometheus had just heard. And he was 1,000 times more angry than her. That bastard Duhoan? Is he contracting with the heirlooms? The reporters immediately got the information. So that means they've taken the heirlooms? Prometheus told himself he had to take everything back. He couldn't let him possess it. I need to get back as many heirlooms as possible. The contracts will also be lost if the contractor dies. Prometheus gritted his teeth, his eyes becoming even more determined. Duhoan, you've crossed the line you shouldn't have crossed. Early in the morning at the building where Duhoan was. He had been brought back from yesterday. Duhoan woke up in their residence in Seiyun. It seemed like the members had brought him here while he was still unconscious. Duhoan felt tired instead of refreshed. He felt strange. Something was off. How could he sleep for so long and not feel rejuvenated at all upon waking up? As soon as Duhoan woke up, his head was pounding. And Irin had been standing in his room for who knows how long. Duhoan, you're awake? He had to ask her about it. Investigate why she was here. Irin, why are you here? She told him. You've been asleep since you got back. And you're still tired? You've been asleep for at least 20 hours. Duhoan was startled by Irin's words. He thought it had only been a short time. What? How? I felt like it was only 10 minutes. A creature emerged. Master? You're awake? The blue dog came out from inside. It was his closest confidant. There's a huge problem. He signaled to it. Keep it down. My head hurts. It didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. The situation is no longer simple. The guy the first locked up in the dungeon has disappeared, catching him off guard. What? Duhoan didn't expect him to escape so quickly. It took a lot of effort to catch him. That bastard? Hoi? Disappeared? He escaped? I entrusted you with guarding him? And you couldn't even do that? It continued to explain. I was guarding him, but even he didn't want this to happen. But it was imperative to inform Duhoan of the situation. He disappeared when I checked on him right after returning from the royal mausoleum. Thinking back, he realized this made sense. Maybe when you were hidden away by the relic progenitors, there was a gap that allowed him to escape. Erin, who was beside him, shared the same thought. Perhaps. Suddenly, a crow's reminder came from behind Duhoan. That's not it. It explained the real reason to Duhoan. It's not that simple. Because you absorb too much energy, you can't control the sacred relics. He didn't believe it. What? What are you saying? The crow always explained things thoroughly to him. It never lost patience. It's because you took too many relic progenitors. When I use the power of the predator to hit the mark, you, my contractor, will also be affected. That's also the reason why Duhoan's body is no longer healthy. You won't be able to control the other relics, and your physical constitution will noticeably weaken. Finally, he realized. Wait a minute. So, the reason my body is like this is because Duhoan had to find every way to gain power. It could only urge it to do something. But it refused. This isn't what you promised. Not what I promised? How so? I remember I only promised to help you acquire them. The crow continued its work of persuading others to make contracts with it. But this benefits them. You've already acquired them. He was furious. Are you saying the consequences aren't your problem? The weasel crow came up with a good idea. There's a very simple solution. Have your group members sign contracts with the relic progenitors. The crow immediately turned to Inran. It had thoroughly researched her. Just like how this woman became the contractor of the nine-tailed fox relic progenitor. If you do that, it will help alleviate the burden on him. The crow understood that Duhoan would never abandon his teammates, no matter the circumstances. He cherished his members very much, didn't he? Perhaps you'd want this too. After some thought, Duhoan felt this was reasonable. There was no point in arguing. You're right, the relic progenitors are quite strong anyway. Let's just do it then, do it now. He was still worried about the difficulty. If implementing it could easily cause danger. Wait, though I want to do this, what if the relics cause trouble? The crow didn't seem to understand what he meant. Duhoan immediately said what he had heard. To see how it perceived it. I once heard that the owners of the relics have to fight each other to choose a king. If we have to fight each other because of that. It realized what he was worried about. Don't worry, the relic progenitors don't have the ability to manipulate their contractors. Hearing that explanation, Duhoan felt somewhat relieved. He would agree to this. Is that so? Alright, wait a moment while I call everyone in. After hearing his explanation, Aya himself saw the immediate concerns. Worry was evident on everyone's faces. No one dared to confront it. You want us to make contracts with the relic progenitors? Duhoan affirmed this. In his heart he was always determined with a strong will. Yes, It's because I took them all, none of you could get any. Now each of you will make a contract with a relic. Having everyone would help Du-hoan more. After all, I can't fight them all alone. Chloe was the first to observe his tired demeanor. No wonder you look so pale.
Du-hoan continued to turn to the other two. Each person would have their own task. Jae-ha and Erin already have their relic progenitors, so the three of you just need to take one more each. Hain pointed to his face. Du-hoan still hadn't assigned him a task. Boss, what about me? Did he realize this? You still need to train more. Hain wanted to say more, but Du-hoan didn't give him any chance.
Actually, I remember Julian butted in and took a relic progenitor, didn't he? That's great. What should we do? The crow would take care of this matter. It always stood up righteously to protect everything. No need to worry. Du-hoan unleashed his power, shocking everyone present. I'll drag you all into the crow's belly. The others weren't used to this side of Du-hoan. He was too bizarre. Couldn't you be a little more normal? Be careful, Du-hoan. A tornado-like vortex that seemed to want to sweep away everything could be heard clearly. Everyone was panicked, as they were all being as vigilant as possible to protect each other. What's that sound? I hear it too. Julian was wary of everything and everyone. We can't stay here for long. A smile spread across Du-hoan's lips. He was in control of the game. Silly, treasured heirlooms, are you doing okay in there? They were furious at being locked inside, unable to escape. You bastard, let us out now! You find them quite vigorous, they still haven't given up, huh? But I still can't let you out. Du-hoan introduced them to each person in turn, potential standouts. I've brought you candidates for a contract, here, leaving them dumbfounded. What? There was no way they'd let him decide everything. Du-hoan had gotten too arrogant. Now you're going to interfere with our choice of contractors?
Dream on. He tried to make a choice. How annoying. What about them? They still wouldn't believe it? Because he was too deceitful. You think we don't know they're on your side?
Du-hoan tried to point out everyone's strengths, hoping to gain their trust. They're really strong, you know. If you don't sign with them, you're only hurting yourselves. He even offered a condition. If Du-hoan promises, he'll definitely do it. If you agree to contract with them, I'll treat you like ordinary treasures and allow you to leave this place. They were overjoyed to hear this condition. It's been so long since we've been free. You're willing to let us go? At that, they were all volunteering. No one was refusing anymore. Me! Pick me! Do you have no self-respect? What does self-respect have to do with this? They discussed this condition with each other. This is a valuable opportunity. This could be my chance. I'll just get out first, and then figure it out later. Heh, you too. They all volunteered first, no longer refusing like before. Whatever, I don't care anymore, me first. He was very happy about this. How absurd. Du-hoan felt joy in his heart. He had never been so satisfied. Now what should he do if every treasure wants to make a contract? Should he play Love Connection to pick out the pairs? He handed the power of choice back to everyone. Take whichever one you like. Everyone just pick the one you want. I'll rest for a bit. Julian completely agreed. Okay. Du-hoan leisurely returned to his room. He had finally convinced them. While the members were choosing treasured heirlooms, he planned to sleep for a while because he was a little tired, but he hadn't been resting long. And just when it was wonderful to know he wouldn't be tormented anymore, there was the sound of someone outside. Du-hoan, come out here! That person kicked down the door, with no manners at all and no etiquette. Du-hoan was tired because he hadn't even had a chance to rest. And now he had to resolve the matter. That person was from another association and came wanting him to return what he had lost. Hand over the treasure. Du-hoan angrily stood up. He had to deal with this matter forcefully. Who the hell are you? They're from another team, wanting to come here to scout out the situation. We're from Pandora, you idiot. That person became even more frenzied. They were angry that he had taken all the strongest items. It's not just us. The whole world will hunt you down to take back the treasured heirlooms from your hands. Du-hoan found these people annoying. And they even came to his house. You better prepare yourselves, he felt very annoyed. You guys are annoying. Erin turned to remind him. She didn't want Du-hoan to be in danger again. Du-hoan, let us handle it. You run. You can't do this. How can you do this? Currently, his strength still couldn't recover, but he still wanted to accompany them. Now our 4 members can't fight, and I can't let the 2 of you fight alone. If my condition was better, things would be over quickly. All 3 would fight together to protect each other. No one could abandon anyone. Let's just try as hard as we can. Neither side of the opponent was willing to back down. They wanted to decide the winner. To attack. Erin immediately unleashed the first move. Her skills could not be underestimated. Erin was determined to stand up against everything. She wouldn't let him get hurt. Jae-ha is currently worried about Du-hoan's condition. Are you really okay, Chief? Your health isn't good yet. Du-hoan then hands him a weapon. The 3 of you need to coordinate seamlessly. I don't have a choice. Fine, I'll lend you this offensive relic. Jump into the fight already. Jae-ha is a newly trained member, so he's not experienced in combat. Jae-ha is taking quite a bit of damage because he wasn't as prepared for battle as usual. Take them down quickly! At this rate, it looks like you and Erin will be handling most of it. Du-hoan will still try to fight. He can't possibly lose to someone else. Even though his health isn't great, he wasn't paying attention and got hit on the head. Du-hoan didn't even have time to dodge. Hey, dodge! You've tried your best. I know. His entire body immediately collapses. His body hasn't even recovered yet. Du Hoen. Seeing Irin so worried, he immediately reassures her. I'm fine. I look terrible, huh? She's worried about your condition. Don't push yourself too hard. Just let me handle this. Du Hoen doesn't want to ask for help. He will stand up on his own. It's okay. I still can. Hejin walks out from inside the restroom. He's been in and out several times now. But isn't everyone else gone from the room? Why is there a sound coming from the restroom? Hejin hasn't been paying attention, so he doesn't know about the newcomers. Who are you people? They just saw him? Another Irin warns him. We have to protect him from this dangerous place. The enemy is attacking us. Take Du Hoen to a safe place. But he's still determined to stay here, ignoring everyone's worries. No, I think I'm safer here. Irin isn't happy about this. But you, Du Hoen, he's not scared at all. I think we still have a chance, if we focus on long-range attacks. But you can't. Hyegerin decides to join the battle. He draws his sword forcefully. I will join the fight. Hain's eyes are cold. His attitude is still serious. He's being strangely serious. I haven't had a chance to tell you. My memories have returned. I used to be Gian, a hunter in the past. What? Du Hoen didn't expect this to happen. The situation is getting more urgent, and crows suddenly appear. That's right. His memories have returned. You're in pain. And you still have to deal with this. Crow. Yu Hin decides to launch an attack. He can't wait any longer. I didn't even call for you. The opponent showed fear towards Hajin. He's too scary. Moreover, his eyes are so cold, like he wants to eat people alive. Just one slash of Hin's sword makes the opponent fall without a chance to resist. Everyone's eyes turn towards him. They didn't expect him to be this strong. In terms of physicality, Gillian is not much different from the past. Du Hoen has long recognized Hin's abilities. He's an extraordinary person. Plus, he's holding the relics I gave him for training. No one can counter that technique. The ability and power are too extraordinary. And he can completely defeat Pandora's army easily. Du Hoen has been focused on observing this all along. He knows he can do it. And this makes him realize something. Hain is frantically fighting back everything, ignoring the world around him. The way Gillian single-handedly broke through the enemy ship encirclement at the royal tomb. How can anyone stop that kind of power? To the point that the sword in his hand is covered in blood, but he's not tired yet. Hin breathes a sigh of relief. He has finally returned after so long. Hain turns to inform Du Hoen of the situation. All cleared. I think this place is done. Let's go. He is still in a daze. Okay, everyone has to escape quickly. Otherwise, those people will come again. Where do we go? How are we going to get out of here? They quickly enter the elevator. We have to get downstairs as quickly as possible. I'm sure they'll come again, but we can't fight inside the hotel. What's wrong? Danae is wondering, so he immediately asks the relic. At least it will explain it to him. The other members are making contracts with the family heirlooms. This will release a huge aura. Din knows that they are about to face each other again. They haven't even had a chance to rest yet. There's no way the enemy won't know, so we have to prepare for the next attack. The elevator finally shows the first floor. Time is passing so slowly. Du Hoen leads them, and everyone immediately runs out of the elevator. We have to stay here until they sign the contracts with the heirlooms. Unfortunately, those guys were already lying in ambush downstairs. They were waiting, with Du Hoen over there. In that instant, his people froze, unable to say a word. Are they here? Another fight, please spare us. The hotel staff were pleading with Du Hoen, hoping he'd consider leaving. Could you guys please go outside and not fight here? They're hotel staff? They didn't want to cause any more trouble either. I wish I could, but they've used a dangerous relic that could harm people's lives. Immediately, the inside of the hotel exploded, a massive blast blowing everything away. It wouldn't be that easy. Everyone in the hotel scattered and ran outside. Truly, no one dared to go inside and save people. Unlike normal people who attack with relics disguised in appearance, these guys started with a destruction relic right away. Du Hoen was lucky to escape. Thankfully, he recognized it in time. We usually only use that kind of relic in dungeons, so it seems like those guys in Pandora are in a real hurry. They still didn't stop, and even blocked his path. It's not over yet. Where do you think you're going? Return the family treasure or die? Du Hoen didn't understand why these people were so persistent. They'd chase him until they got what they wanted. They're crazy! If it's going to be like this, I have to get serious. Just think of this place as a dungeon, and use relics freely. Hin, I'll lend you my relic. Use it. Irin was worried that if she fought seriously, it would be dangerous. But if you get serious, this whole area will be destroyed. Du Hoen comforted her. Just don't harm any civilians. Du Hoen thought they would be punished for causing this explosion. Anyway, I'll make those who started this fight pay the price. Hearing that, Irin became more determined and no longer worried about anything. Alright then. They were a little scared when they saw him get serious like that, but at the same time very arrogant. You want to fight? Yes. As soon as she finished speaking, Du Hoen's people launched an attack. Before they could react, a massive explosion on the enemy side occurred again. This time it was more threatening than before. They're gone. Irin felt like she did a good job, couldn't be more perfect. Looks like that's enough. They weren't scared at all, and were still trying to rush in. Still haven't learned their lesson. Attack them! Blood splattered everywhere. An unprecedented chaos broke out. Then, another chaotic battle began. Du Hoyan just let his people fight, there's nothing to worry about anymore. This time, both sides didn't care what they destroyed. He didn't know if they had called on all available Pandora resources around here or not. Irin was the strongest in the team. She always maintained a calm demeanor, but more enemies kept appearing. Even if the two of them joined forces, they couldn't fight them all. It's unbalanced in numbers. Irin and Hejin fought them with all their might, but their numbers didn't decrease at all. Meanwhile, the buildings and vehicles around here were all destroyed. This battle was 102. Never happened in such a crowded place. Fighting in an open area where civilians live is very strange, not to mention that even Pandora joined the fight. Du Hoyan was afraid that everyone around would be in danger, so he told someone to call and evacuate. He ordered Jae Sha to help evacuate civilians, also telling him to film as much of the battle as possible. Chuen's people recorded everything. He had planned it in advance. With the footage, they could announce that they had protected civilians from Pandora. Okay, it's time to film. This will severely damage Pandora's reputation. When this war ends, it will also be the time when those people are the most famous. Of course, they will post it after the battle. Hein and Ikirin were still full of energy. The two of them worked incredibly well together. Du Hoyan just stood outside observing, not participating in this battle anymore. Never thought he'd have to sit and watch them fight. He was lurking outside but hadn't seen any strange movements. Maybe they've completely run out of energy. He still hasn't seen the enemy retreat. He was hiding in this place, yet someone still discovered his figure. There he is! It's Du Hoyan! Unexpectedly, those guys were lying in ambush here. While Du Hoyan had observed very clearly a moment ago. Why are you hiding while your people are fighting? He was extremely worried he's been caught. They wanted to capture Du Hoyan. Having him would bring many benefits. Attack him. Du Hoyan had to fight back this attack, or he'd be captured. No, they're approaching too carelessly. I have to finish them. I didn't recognize them because my condition is so bad, but the truth is, he's almost at his limit. There are too many of them, it hurts. Even Aegis, the holy relic, found it strange. Clearly, Du Hoyan's abilities are enough for this fight. Why is he just getting attacked? Fight back and end this quickly. It hurts so much. Du Hoyan wanted to attack more than anything, but he couldn't. Shut up. I want to too, but I'm still having trouble controlling both holy relics at the same time. And yet, the sword pierced right through that shield, even though it's supposed to be so strong. Du Hoyan wasn't lucky, he's already injured, and his strength isn't enough to push through. They broke through the Yish shield? Du Hoyan was afraid that if no one helped him, he'd lose his life. No, at this rate, he's already wounded on one shoulder, and since there's no one here to help, he's going to take a fatal blow. Du Hoyan was covered in blood, so he might as well just resign himself to fate. Seeing them break through the Ying shield, Du Hoyan felt like he wouldn't escape their grasp. He's definitely going to die this time. A thought flashed through his mind. The next blow will be fatal. Du Hoyan didn't want his life to end like this at all. He still has so much to do. Du Hoyan hasn't even achieved the things he's dreamed of. He wants to survive. Is this where it ends for me? How could Du Hoyan have predicted the future? No one can see what's coming. If I knew this would happen, I would have ordered Jin to stay by my side. He felt hatred for everything around him. No one warned him about the danger. Not even the crow, a family heirloom. Didn't give him any warning about this. Du Hoyan didn't want this to happen at all. He just wished it was a dream. I still have so much to do, I can't die here. Another big explosion happened. He's already experienced so many incidents. What is it? Is it a trap? Du Hoyan was lucky to have called Julian here. He didn't understand what was happening. Why is it so chaotic? Julian had questions that needed to be answered. Questions kept popping up. Where are the other members? And where am I? He recognized him. Julian. He was the ray of hope in his life. The light that Du Hoyan had. You completed the contract? He nodded in agreement. Yes. Am I the first? Du Hoyan wanted to ask Julian for a favor. He had to use his abilities. Just then, hurry and kill them. He still didn't understand what was going on. Why a flag? Du Hoyan told Julian everything. Why did this happen? They suddenly rushed into the hotel room and started attacking, but he still agreed. Okay. Although he was a little skeptical, Julian confidently stepped forward. He will help him resolve everything smoothly. Why are you breaking into someone else's hotel room? Are you asking for death? As soon as they saw Julian, they had a bad feeling in their hearts. This bastard? They didn't know who he really was. Who is this guy? Who is this rude guy? Julian had to warm up his wrists first. It's been a while since he last fought. Julian then put on his glasses. His majestic appearance was admirable. Julian will teach them some manners. How dare they touch his people? You guys messed up big time. Good. Now they won't be able to move for a while. Du Hoyan felt something inside his body again. His body was unstable. Du Hoyan's chest ached relentlessly, as if a knife were stabbing into it. Power erupted from within. He couldn't tell if he was leveling up or what was happening. Du Hoyan was exhausted. Waiting for each person to arrive, this was all he could do. One by one, the members gradually completed their contracts with the family heirlooms. But why did they have to appear like this? At least they're done now. Sua saw him in pain. What's wrong? Captain, are you okay? However, he managed to buy more time. As time passed, Du Hoen no longer felt the pain. Perhaps he was gradually recovering. Maybe because the artifacts left immediately after the contract was signed, the headache gradually disappeared. If this continues, we will reverse the situation, despite the missing members and his weakened state.
Both issues will be resolved simultaneously. Seeing Du Hoen rushing forward, Julian hurriedly stopped him. I saw you were tired just now. You're sick, aren't you? I feel better now. I feel much better now. Air sighed. Has a clear advantage.
They were so scared that they all ran away. No one dared to stand and fight. The number of enemies quickly decreased, partly because some of them fled as well.
Everything was considered over here. No one demanded anything more. So they managed to stop Pandora's attack.
As soon as the battle ended, the news was broadcast on television. The government felt worried. This afternoon, there was a battle between relic users in Seiyun. The battle between relic users in the city caused an estimated hundreds of millions of won in damage. Local residents were successfully evacuated, but their homes and vehicles were destroyed. Reporters filmed the battle taking place all over the building. According to the report, this was caused by Pandora. Pandora attacked Juhan's excavation team. As soon as they returned, they informed everyone of the situation. To prevent the evil people from retaliating, Juan's excavation team will hold a press conference. They are protesting Pandora. Jen poured out his heart, expressing how frustrated he was. I really don't understand. Pandora is supposed to be protecting the people. Du Horen felt sorry for the innocent people. They don't know anything, but what they're doing is actually harming the people. I don't understand. Everyone completely agreed with this press conference. No one disagreed. The people fully understood the situation of Duen's excavation team. Currently, they are waiting for an explanation from Pandora. Those people couldn't stand Du Hoen's character after watching the news. Next news. We failed again? And he's trying to ruin our image. They were completely frustrated with what he shared, wanting to destroy him but couldn't. I heard that all the members of Du Hoen have made contracts with family heirlooms. Only one girl in the group remained calm. Calm down, our excavation team failed again. You tell me to calm down? We should have sent them to get the family heirlooms before Du Hoen got them. They were discussing how to take down Du Hoen. They can't let him keep doing this, it makes sense. But getting the heirlooms isn't easy. Only a few talented people can acquire them. They were still determined to conquer. Nothing could stop them. But if we try harder, there's still a chance. Just wait, be careful with your words, and don't let this anger rose chai. The hand placed on the table contemplated, still had to find a way to control him. That person immediately stood up, perhaps not wanting to discuss this issue anymore. Thank you, sir. The cold attitude made everyone not understand why, such an incomprehensible personality. I have to go see how the basement is doing. Switching to a scene in New York, a fresh city with beautiful things. Everyone was surprised to see a scene with someone breathing. It turned out to be Hyuk-soo. After so long, he finally got out. I finally got out. He is the person he hates the most. Will come back to take revenge when he gets better. Du Hoen, just wait and see. When I recover, you will. Switching to another scene, where he wanted to go. Azure Dragon, New York branch. But Hyuk-soo was stopped. Those two people didn't let him in. Stop, this is a restricted area. He quickly introduced himself. There's not much time left. I'm Hyuk-soo. I'm here to see Tae Joan take me to him quickly. They realized it, so they no longer wanted to stop me, and immediately changed their attitude. Sorry, I will take you to the chairman right away. Taejun was still diligently refining the fire within. He paid no attention to other things. Taejun was still not satisfied with the results he had forged. He had been concentrating for a long time, but it was still not perfect. Sikyun spoke up to remind Taejun to conserve his strength. He could see that the chairman had been training for a very long time. Don't push yourself, chairman. It's already much better than when you weren't moving at all. How long do you think I should stay in bed, when there are so many things that need to be done? As the two turned around, they heard Hyuk-soo's voice, not knowing why he had entered. Hyuk-soo quickly ran in. He had to tell Taejun something. I need your help. The chairman recognized him. You're here again? Seeing the injury on his hand, he immediately asked about it. How could he suddenly have such a wound? Are you fighting someone? Why is your hand like this? He immediately explained. This is entirely because of someone named Jen. He was too frustrated with what that guy did. It was unacceptable. Since many people requested to capture him, I decided to do it. I lost many soldiers and got hurt like this too. Hyuk-soo began to make another request. But can I borrow the healing artifact? But one look at Taejun's expression was enough to know he wouldn't give it. Idiot! Hyuk-soo truly didn't dare to bother too much. He only asked because of the urgency. I will leave immediately after I'm done. I heard that you and a few others are hunting for Du Hoen. There is no one who wouldn't want to destroy Du Hoen. You are the target of so many enemies, not just me and a few others. The whole world is hunting for Du Hoen. Anyway, it's great to see the two of you on the same side. Taejun introduced Hyuk-soo to a person he had coincidentally found. You're lucky, there are many usable healing artifacts today. The woman I'm using has a lot of healing artifacts. Taejun immediately turned to Seun and instructed him. The woman he mentioned has many treasures. Order Benjani to take care of him. Seun immediately complied.
Yes, Chairman. Taejun also announced a more confidential piece of news, which only the three of them were allowed to know. Just focus on recovering. Now they are starting action against Du Hoen. He seemed surprised. Action? The chairman had investigated the information beforehand. Taejun had memorized these things long ago. Pandora's newly recruited strike teams are looking for him. Each team is led by powerful individuals. We are also sending people, so you don't need to interfere. But the more the merrier, right? Another person entered the room. While the three of them were talking, the chairman's assistant walked in. That person's attitude seemed very panicked upon noticing something strange. I apologize for the interruption, but the director asked you to look at this. This is news coming from Du Hoen. He posted something online. It's a video Hoen just uploaded. I wish there would be a day I wouldn't have to hear any news from him. You know what they will do next. So Du Hoen immediately carried out his own plan. Hello, greatest people in the world. You sent people to capture me, but you're having a headache because the plan failed, aren't you? Actually, I absolutely don't need to fight, and can settle everything in peace. He talked about peace? Is he sick? Taejun couldn't help but get angry when he heard what that guy said. He wanted to punch him. I will sell the heirloom artifacts. Du Hoen was deliberately looking down on them. Actually, his words were quite damaging. All members of my excavation team have signed the contract with the heirloom artifacts. I will sell the rest to you. This news from Du Hoen spread throughout the city. Everyone was listening. I will sell the heirloom artifacts. Contact me if you are interested. Even people indoors turned on the TV to watch him speak. Our entire team has signed contracts with the artifacts. All rivals watch this news. They are furious at Du Hoen. Everyone knows there are a total of 15 treasures, right? We signed a contract and still have half of them left. He just wants to briefly announce the situation, knowing that they'll seize the information, and since I'm having a hard time controlling them all, I decided to sell them off. He's gone. Hearing these words, Tae-jun couldn't take it anymore. You're too arrogant, he's probably trying to scam us again. Who would fall for such a stupid trap? Everyone felt very interested as soon as they heard Du Hoen say this. Hey, did you hear that? They must quickly get that thing from him, because it's very valuable. Du Hoen's selling off his family heirlooms. As soon as they heard that, everyone's eyes lit up, and the gloomy look was gone. So, we can get the treasure without fighting? Everyone believes that what Du Hoen announced on TV is true, but they also suspect he might be tricking them. They're all focused on analyzing what you said. The smart ones will figure it out. Each person can only sign a contract with one family heirloom anyway. I think that reason alone is enough to prove they really want to sell the remaining treasures. We have to carry out the plan discreetly to get that thing from Du Hoen. Report to the boss immediately. Of course, if that's the case, we won't need to fight. JHA just finished investigating the information and immediately informed Jen. The situation seems critical. At Serun, Captain, look at this. As soon as they heard, they sent everything to him via text. And there were so many. Emails flooded in. Everyone saying they want to buy the family treasure. Du Hoen started sharing what he had been thinking. That's how he attracted them here. Just ignore all the low-bid emails and keep the high-bid ones. He immediately listened. Yes, how much do you want them to pay? While they were talking, Sua walked into the room. The more the better. She didn't understand why he was acting like that, but he was thinking differently. You're not really going to sell the family treasures, are you? You don't intend to? Of course not. Du Hoen is just using this trick to trap them, making them desperate to get them. I'm planning to pretend I'm really selling, trick them, and make them waste time. They'll pay the price for daring to attack me. Julian simultaneously entered as he heard Du Hoen's words. But this trap is too big, just to mess with them. He thought that this wasn't too important, that it was because he needed this too much, whether it was really necessary or not. Du Hoen won't let anyone ruin the plan. It has to be carried out according to his words. Of course, I'm the boss, so I'll do whatever I want. Julian felt this situation was too dangerous. If it's carried out, it will harm the team, and since he's the boss, he has to take all the responsibility. I don't want to. Of course. Du Hoen didn't want to argue about this anymore. He brushed it off. Alright, I have to go find Hein, I almost forgot. Du Hoen had something to discuss with Haejin, so he came all the way to find him. Heinz was surprised to hear the words coming from his mouth. So, you have such quick intentions. Are you going back to New York? He confirmed this was right. Du Hoen felt there was no reason to stay here, it would only cause more trouble for himself. We got the treasure, so there's nothing else to do here. Yes. Du Hoen wanted Hein not to leave with him, but for him to stay here and observe. And I've been thinking about this, even though you've regained your memories. Please stay here. Heinz felt this was a little strange. Why can't he go? What? But he spoke up to explain. We're very grateful for your help, but I also need to consider the reality. Du Hoen wanted Hein to focus on his work, no need to protect him. Since Shua is still alive, it's best if she stays with her father, and you also have work to do here. Just do well. He knew that his enemies were increasing day by day, and he didn't want him to lose his life because of him. The number of people hunting me is increasing terribly. Actually, Du Hoen wanted someone really strong here, and that was none other than Hein. I want you to stay and protect my acquaintance too. He guessed what he was saying.
Your thinking seems simple. You mean that detective? He pointed directly at him. It's him. Hahin completely agreed with this. He didn't argue any further. Okay, if you need help, just call me. You will remember this clearly. Of course. Ilya's performance isn't limited by distance, so I can contact you immediately. Suddenly, Hin immediately changed to a serious attitude, his eyes becoming sharper. Captain, I have some things to do. Then he suddenly changed his attitude again, making it impossible for him to predict. Can you give me some combat relics? Stronger than the ones for training? Making him flinch. Oh right. What is it? Du Hoen accepted this. For him, if he left, it was already lucky. He gave some powerful relics to Hin, and the two returned to New York. Du Hoen is deliberately creating a perfect scene for his opponents to come to him when he arrives. They pretend to arrange a press conference about selling the family treasures, and leak information about the two of them being in New York. Du Hen wanted to stop all the bad guys from harming innocent people, to keep them from setting their sights on Korea. The target has shifted. It's all to prevent Ganyu and SUA from getting caught up in these thorny issues. The other members have all been assigned their own tasks, except for JHA, who will handle the discussions with an excavation team regarding the family heirloom. JHA was the most enthusiastic in the team. He happily took on the plan. JHA was thrilled to do something worthy of the title, King of Swindlers. Hello, welcome. As expected, groups of people came looking for him. JHA was the one who greeted them. I'm here to discuss the family heirloom. Du Hen? He won't answer that. You think our leader has time for this? JHA will follow the plan that Du Hen had laid out. He told me earlier, I'm representing the captain. They were furious at his attitude. You jerk. You look like one of those sleazy door-to-door salesmen. They wouldn't accept it. We came all this way and can't even meet him. You said Du Hen would come in person. He pretended not to recognize it. Really? Well, I don't know, but do you want to make a deal or not? They still refused. That's not the point. JHA didn't want to say much more. He invited them inside and said, I'm starving, let's order. He freely ate whatever he wanted, and they had to pay for it. JHA would eat and drink the most expensive things, and those teams would have to foot the bill. This was the most fun plan JHA had ever carried out. He even made his own schedule. Back then, he even planned what to eat there. I have to book them at that famous crab restaurant. They thought he would negotiate, so they patiently waited. Of course, there was no reason. They weren't after free food. He was a very good manipulator, able to coax others into telling the truth. JHA and the enemies would spend time over food and a few barley smoothies. JHA would pretend to gossip and then dig information out of them. Jen knew his strengths well, which is why he gave him this task. They have to open their mouths in order to trade, and they will spew out some important information. There was also a recording device inside, so that SUA outside could grasp the situation thoroughly, and SUA would record everything. When it was over, JHA enjoyed the food so much that his stomach became quite large. Delicious. He discovered someone was calling him when he had just finished his meal, a phone call. JHA answered the phone as usual. This was also part of Du Hen's plan. Hello, oh, Captain? As soon as JHA heard, he looked panicked, making them even more anxious. Something urgent? Oh God, how could this happen? JHA immediately stood up. He had to escape from here. This was the last step. I'm coming right away. They began to suspect him. Where do you think you're going? They wouldn't let JHA leave. You've wasted too much of our time. You have to trade the family heirloom with us. But he looked reluctant. Sorry, there's an emergency. JHA smiled brightly. He acted like nothing had happened. Talk to you later. Before they could even stop him, he was already gone. Hey, where'd he go? He's gone. The whole building couldn't stay calm. They had been tricked. He tricked us? This was the most perfect plan Du Hen had come up with. Even if he cheated others, JHA had prepared a relic to escape, and he wouldn't get caught. They would do the same to the other teams as well. Du Hen didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He thought this plan would be difficult to succeed. At first, he didn't think so many groups would be trapped, and they earned a lot of benefits from this plan. One of those people didn't even come to bother them anymore. They were too helpless with him. The desire to steal the treasures from them has decreased significantly because some of them prefer to make deals, which is really beneficial. Julian was the one who observed the situation with his keen eyes. Just 1 or 2 members were enough to suppress them. JHA reported the entire situation to Du Hen. I'm only reporting that much. He expressed joy when he heard how smoothly things went. Okay, good job. There are more plans that need to be carried out. This is just the beginning. Relax and get ready for the next job. Got it? He understood immediately. Yes, very smooth. He wanted to meet Crow again, to discuss some issues with him. Hey Crow, come here! It came out at Du Hen's call. Crow looked polite for some reason. What is it? You want to discuss something with me? What? Du Hen immediately got to the point. He wasn't the kind of person with hidden intentions. I'm pretty free now, so it's better to plan for the future. And to do that, I need your knowledge. Du Hen wanted to investigate some information about it, so he could do it easily. Answer honestly. Where is your body? Crow didn't understand why he wanted to know this. It had to know the reason before it would say, why? He only had one simple reason. You've never told me. Du-hen also explained why he wanted that. He didn't do it on his own. Even though I signed a contract, we still can't fully own you. How long do you think I can tolerate this pretend wife situation? He didn't want to worry about unnecessary things. Safety is the top priority, and I also want to control all the treasures. Crow guessed what he wanted. So, you want to find my body. Thank you for that. Crow immediately revealed a crucial piece of information he hadn't known before. The achievements within those 7 tombs held the key. This revelation genuinely astonished Du-hoan. He hadn't expected that to be the truth. Crow explained everything. He knew Du-hoan could help. Back then, the place we were in was called the Great Prison. There were many other prisoners besides me. Du-hoan was taken aback by these revelations. This was the first time he'd heard any of it. And that's where my real body is located. Du-hoan still couldn't believe it. It was absurd. Yet it was the truth. The 7 tombs were the key to opening the Great Prison. Even he found it hard to believe. Really? Du-hoan wanted to ask Crow about more details. He still had some questions. It's not just a regular tomb, is it? You need to acquire relics from the 7 tombs to enter. Du-hoan felt that using those relics would be too dangerous, not safe at all. And that tomb is full of traps. The relics I brought with me weren't functioning properly either. Crow completely agreed. You're only realizing that now? Isn't it obvious? That tomb was designed to lock down relics, to suppress their power. Du-hoan finally understood everything. So Ti-jun wasn't so simple after all. That damn chairman! Is that why he chose that tomb? However, he still had some questions that needed answers. And only Crow knows the answer. But I'm curious. How many powerful prisoners are locked up there? Crow answered these questions. There are countless powerful relics, even relics of the gods. Hearing those words, he immediately questioned. Gods? There was definitely a strange feeling. Crow would never speak mistakenly about this. It's the honest truth. The gods from mythology. Crow consulted Du-hoan on this matter. Even he didn't know if he'd find it strange. Relics are created based on human stories, but there aren't any relics from famous stories, like those in Greek mythology. Du-hoan found it to be completely reasonable. That's what's confusing. You're right, Du-hoan was seriously thinking. He needed time to resolve the issue, and the Egyptian gods like the relics he had. Crow voiced his thoughts. But I don't think you'll find the gods. Du-hoan thought Crow had resolved everything already. But he still asked him, wait, didn't you devour him already? Crow immediately avoided the topic. Let's talk about something else. Crow shifted to another subject. This was an unnecessary oversight on his part. That's not important. What about? The relic world is in a terrible state right now. They have to stand up and fight back. They can't let others take control. The victors in the conflict between relics are dominating the relic world, and the relics that oppose them are thrown into the Great Prison. Crow, out of worry, told Du-hoan everything so he could find a solution together. Since then, the relationship between humanity and relics has become strained. If it continues like this, they'll destroy the order of this world. That's why he wants someone like you to lead. There's no other way, so you must become the king. It seemed Du-hoan still had some reservations. Wait a minute, Du-hoan had too many issues to resolve he couldn't fully understand. Why is the scale so suddenly large? What's the order of the world? Even if Crow explained it, he wouldn't understand. I don't think you'll understand. Du-hoan only wanted to enjoy himself, but circumstances forced his hand. Frankly, I just want to get revenge on the chairman, collect relics, eat delicious food, and live in peace. According to what he knew, the chairman had a deep connection with Pandora. Pandora is actually an organization founded by the relics that won that conflict. Du-hoan continued to question further. The questions still hadn't stopped. An organization founded by relics? What do you mean? Crow confirmed what he said was true. Yes. They're trying to expand their power by exploiting humanity. Crow spoke the entire truth so Du-hoan would consider this matter seriously. Fighting the chairman means fighting Pandora. And you're also indirectly fighting against the relics that won that conflict. Crow and Du-hoan shared a common goal. In the end, our goals are the same. After hearing the explanation, he understood that he couldn't take the matter lightly. I understand. Du-hoan wanted to know what he wanted him to do next, so he could find a solution. So I still need to find the relics of the 7 tombs? I have 5 out of the 7 already. Crow had already laid out a plan. Yes, we just need to find the gluttony and greed relics. Chae-woon isn't a simple person. Confronting him won't be easy at all. The gluttony relic is that large spider I've encountered countless times. Reaching this point, he had no more interest. That guy's so troublesome. Hearing this, Du-hoan thought of a better way. He had many thoughts. If so, I have to acquire greed first. Alright. I'll have to find out where and when the tomb containing greed will appear. Du-hoan didn't want to delay any longer. Too much time has been wasted, I'll go find it right away. So he went to a building to meet the person he had in mind. Du-hoan immediately went to a warehouse where the person he was looking for was. Turns out, the person he wanted to meet was the boss. He wanted to find this person first. Hello boss, Du-hoan even asked about his health. He didn't get straight to the point. Long time no see. How have you been? Du Hoan then got straight to the point. He didn't want to wait any longer. I've come to see my good friend, the Fate King. But the person seemed hesitant, like he didn't want Du Hoan to meet him. There's a slight problem. This made him a little suspicious. Why would he suddenly say that? He said he went out for some air, but he hasn't returned yet, which surprised him a bit. What? Du Hoan couldn't figure out what this guy was thinking. He was such a mysterious person. He suddenly thought about him regaining his sanity, and it flashed in his mind. Need to be careful of everything. Dangerous things can easily happen. After their sacred relic was taken in the royal tomb, something like that could very well happen. Rotsuo immediately ran outside, seemingly very afraid of his question. After running away for so long, he couldn't see anyone chasing him anymore. Thank goodness I ran fast. I finally got away. But after a long time, he didn't know if this goal was right. He couldn't even understand it himself. No, is this right? I've betrayed my friend of over 30 years. This attitude made passersby look over. They felt it was too strange, untrue. Doesn't he look familiar? Yeah, I'm not even 30 yet. I don't feel any connection with them either. Rotsuo didn't even know what he was thinking. Everything was a mess. What did Du Hoan do to my memories? Is this memory in my mind even real? I definitely have to go back. Or there's no turning back. I have to go back to Pandora. But as he was about to leave, a group of people came from afar, before he could even prepare himself. Hey, you over there? Are you the Fate King? That's right. You're the one from that prophecy program. Rotsuo didn't know who these people were at all. They suddenly blocked his path. We want you to come with us. He didn't understand what was happening. What? Who are you people? They even talked about the potential benefits if he agreed to come with them. Was it even important? What's important is that there's a bounty on your head. Others would be interested in the reward, let alone him. A bounty! They were deliberately trying to lure him, but they actually had another purpose. Yes, Pandora put a bounty on your head? Who would believe this stuff? Pandora? Don't mess with me. They kept poking at the other person's sore spots, trying to get him on their side. So how did you get captured by Du Hoan and then betray Pandora? But instead of standing there refusing, he chose to run away. Hey, catch him! He really wanted to escape this weird place. It was unbearable. Help me! Don't run! But a hand stopped those people. But his identity is unknown. Only knowing that they were blocking those people, stopping them from going anywhere. What are you doing? Why are you chasing him? Isn't he a normal person? He's wanted. Rotsuo turned around and saw that they were like that, but he just kept running. Don't you guys know the Fate King is a traitor? Get out of the way! Those people were blocking them to distract the pursuers. I don't know about that, but maybe you guys are the ones who are wanted. I escaped thanks to them. I have to find somewhere safe. His feet quickly ran far away, so much so that he was panting from exhaustion. He couldn't understand what they were saying. This is too absurd. Pandora has a bounty on me? What does that mean? I have to open my phone and check. I really can't deceive the situation. We're on the same side. Why would they do this? But everywhere he looked, he saw news reports. Is everything spreading online a lie? Why are so many reports saying I betrayed Pandora? Rotsuo had to sit down and rest. His head was a mess right now. He was running around in circles. Even though he opened his phone and looked, he still couldn't believe this was happening. Why is this happening? I have to check again. And I finally understood why the article was written that way. This was unacceptable. Because of my prophecy broadcasts, Pandora couldn't track them down. The more Jen read towards the last lines, the more surprised she became. So, Du Hoan has a monopoly. All the family treasures are currently managed by Du Hoan. All the excavation teams tried to claim the treasures but always failed. So engrossed in reading the news, she didn't notice a footstep approaching. This is crazy! Is it true? After all this time, it wasn't difficult for Du Hoan to find his friend. My love? Are you here? Seeing Chosua, a flash of malice appeared on his face. Why did you suddenly run away from home? I was worried. Du Hoan smiled slyly. But, did you run away because you suddenly remembered some strange memories? Do you remember that you and I had a big conflict? The smile on Joshua's face froze, and he started sweating. Damn it, is he following me? No, maybe he just arrived. If that's the case, then he quickly changed his expression. Captain, I finally found you. I got lost on the way back. I didn't expect you to come looking for me yourself. I'm so touched. At the same time, Seung-woo rushed over. Did you find him? Looking at Joshua, he seemed a bit puzzled, but he was a little. Now Joshua's face darkened. He thought to himself, Pandora has abandoned me, and Scene has a monopoly on all the family treasures. Both paths to survival have been cut off. Now, Joshua's expression couldn't be more helpless. He whimpered inwardly, if it's like this, I have no choice but to side with Du Hoan. Looking at the young man in front of him, he finally had to make a decision. Joshua silently observed Du Hoan's reaction. I have to keep pretending to be brainwashed. Did I fool him? Damn it, I'm not so sure. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Seung-woo stepped forward. What's wrong, boss? Du Hoan looked blank. No, I just think he's a little strange. A little quiet, isn't he? Hearing this, Joshua internally cried out in agony. Damn it, he suspects me, he suspects me.
He tried to justify himself. I'm just a little tired from trying to find my way back. Now that I've met you, I can finally relax a bit, Du-hoan asked mockingly.
Really? Even though he was suspicious, he had no proof. In the end, Du-hoan let it go. Let's go back. I need you to do some prophecy. Joshua, like a robot, immediately stood up mechanically.
Yes.
He paused and asked again, but what do I have to prophesy? Du-hoan replied, about the next 7 tombs, especially the tomb of gluttony. Night fell, and the city was now sparkling with beautiful lights.
Joshua sat on the bed, looking at the golden basin in front of him. He thought to himself that his dreams had no prophecy.
At the same time, Joshua's room door opened, and a voice that made his hair stand on end rang out. You're awake?
Du-hoan stepped forward.
Speak quickly. Where and when will the tomb of gluttony appear? Joshua suddenly flinched back. In the end, he had to tell the truth. The prophecy about that hasn't appeared yet. This also made Du-hoan a little unhappy.
Du-hoan glared at him.
Have you remembered something and are trying to hinder my plans? Joshua stammered, denying vehemently. No, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm telling the truth. Starting to feel suspicious, Du-hoan said. That won't do. I'll call Ilya in to manipulate your memories again.
Now Joshua fearfully rushed from the bed, grabbing his leg, screaming, Don't do that. I really don't remember anything.
He immediately explained that. I think that tomb has messed up the dreams and prevented the prophecies from reaching, or the tomb won't appear.
But Du-hoan's eyes didn't seem to believe him much.
He silently observed Joshua's expression for a minute.
Du-hoan continued.
It seems like it's the same case as the royal tomb. Joshua immediately agreed with his guess. Yes, it's the same.
Du-hoan pondered.
Perhaps something is preventing the formation of the tomb. At this rate, I guess I won't be able to obtain gluttony soon. At the same time, the crow quickly appeared. Could it be that the leaders used their power to prevent the tomb from forming? He asked in surprise. They can do that? Crow continued. The achievement world is very chaotic right now. Maybe that could happen.
Du-hoan angrily cursed.
Damn it!
After the two finished talking, he finally let his guard down.
All right, let's try another way. Joshua immediately replied happily. Okay. Du-hoan asked thoughtfully. But I'm a little suspicious. Don't you remember anything? Hearing these words, he started sweating again. Joshua panicked and used all his strength. Immediately shouted loudly. I told you no! The scene shifts to Chuo. She looks at the sight before her, then wonders, why do you want me to come here? At the same time, a voice rings out.
I told you, I'm too lazy to go alone.
The relic continued. Moreover, this is all for a reason. Is someone approaching her from a distance? The voice continued to ring out. I told you to come because he called me. Thinking this, Che Guan quickly turned his head to look at Prometheus, looking at Che Guo with a cunning smile. I didn't expect you to arrive right on time.
She looked at him contemptuously. Well, you are the boss of Pandorama, Prometheus replied. Watch your mouth. You are nothing but a mere pawn.
Then he added, I am talking to your master. Che Guan immediately interjected. It gave me quite a bit of information about the higher-ranking relics. At this, the spider spoke up. Why did you call me here? We agreed not to bother each other. Prometheus continued its words. I couldn't stop it. There's something we need to do. Pausing for a moment, he continued. There is a greedy relic hiding over there. I must stop him from building a tomb. The spider wondered. Why must you? Prometheus answered. To prevent Seo Du-hoan from acquiring it, he must act before it's too late. The spider was a little surprised. Just for that you're demanding a relic, not build a tomb? After all, Seo Du-hoan can't possibly collect all of the 7 sins, relics. The highly self-satisfied spider added, because one of them is me, and he's not capable enough to control me. Damn it, Prometheus said coldly. You are still too arrogant. What if you fail? The spider asked contemptuously. Fail? You're saying I'll fail? Maybe you've been in human form for too long and have become stupid, Prometheus said to it. Think about it. If Sang Du-hoan were caught by the greedy relic, then he wouldn't bother you, right? Hearing these words, it seemed the spider was convinced by him. That makes sense? Prometheus continued. All right. The scene shifts inside a deep ravine. A humming voice echoes, extremely bewitching. Rocks and dirt are collapsing from above, and something is growing up from the ground below. A stream of yellow light appeared in the air. It seems this is the relic talking to itself. I must make this place full of deadly traps. I guess I don't need to repaint these walls, do I? If they were painted with human blood, they would look beautiful, wouldn't they? At the same time, 2 people also appeared. The familiar silhouettes quickly approached the relic. It began to be cautious. It turned out the person who came was Prometheus. As soon as he saw it, he gave a cold command. Stop! The relic looked towards the 2 people, unable to help but wonder. What are you 2 doing? Didn't you contact me beforehand? The stream of light radiated. It wondered. Is there a trend now for high-level relics to use human bodies? Wait. Seeing its counterpart also in human form, the relic immediately transformed into another person's body to fit in. Okay, this should be fine, right? The flirtatiously dressed girl with the shape of a demonic elf smiled cunningly. What are you two here for? She is the greedy demonic relic. I'm pleased. I told you so. I will decorate this tomb even better. Prometheus replied. No need. Looking at the two companions before her eyes, Minnie drew her golden fingernail across a lock of hair in front of her face. But Prometheus continued. Because your tomb will not be unveiled, don't build it. Hearing this, Ma was slightly surprised. She stared blankly with her mouth agape. Outraged, Ma spoke again. What are you saying? What do you mean? No tomb building? Prometheus replied. Yes, at least for now. Once I'm done, you can build as many as you want. Maram was impatient. So when will you be done? Prometheus answered casually. Who knows? Mam roared in anger. You mean I have to wait until you tell me to build it? You mean my tomb is indefinitely postponed? She was unwilling. There's no such rule. Relics have the right to build their own tombs. Prometheus continued. You're right, but now you can't, he explained. There is a human with considerable power whom I am keeping an eye on. If you build a tomb, you will instantly become a target. In the worst-case scenario, if he captures you, you'll negatively impact us. Misa's arrogance flared as she retorted, Gah, you think I'd lose to him? Prometheus claims he's already subdued 5 of the relics. I stubbornly persisted. I'm not like those fools, she roared, mentioning the 7 mausoleums. Have you forgotten the promise you made in exchange for my help in sealing the grand prison? One of them was allowing us to build massive tombs wherever we pleased. Right? Don't go back on your word. Hearing this, Prometheus momentarily froze, then immediately channeled his inner strength. I knew it. It's impossible to have a proper conversation with you. I jumped in surprise. What are you going to do? Prometheus glared. I'll have to resort to other means. Seeing her comrade finally enraged, M.I. was slightly startled. His gaze locked onto M.I., he said through gritted teeth. You really don't want me to build a tomb? Is that even allowed? Think of it as sacrificing yourself for a greater good. Seeing Prometheus's immense pressure, M.I. secretly broke out in a cold sweat. She still stubbornly persisted, even as the giant foot prepared to stomp down on her. Damn it, I don't care. At the same moment, inside a high-rise building, Shua's loud voice boomed. Let's all congratulate the Predator King, Seo Du Hoen. Standing in front of the camera, he didn't hesitate to shout, Okay, let's all chant, Seo Du Hoen, all hail. Feel happy that I'm following the Predator King. Predator King? He thought to himself. I have to attract his attention. If I can, I won't have my memories manipulated anymore. And so, Joshua kept shouting, Great Predator King! Ilya broke out in a sweat. Why is he so loud? Du Hoen was speechless. Who knows? Seeing the commotion in front of him, Aya turned to ask, Do you really need to manipulate his memories? Du Hoen replied, let's observe for now and decide later. Aya recalled, Do you like your title, Predator King? Pandora changed our names, didn't she? According to everyone's memories, Pandora named them Seu Hoen, the Predator King, Joseha, the King of Feigned Valor, Ivalo, the Demon King, Lesua, the King of Hell, Chloe, the Queen of Woe. Du Hoen smiled brightly. Predator King, huh? Sounds powerful, I kinda like it. Ilya added, And I'm the Demon King, sounds pretty cool too. Suddenly, Ilya couldn't help but wonder, but why is the team leader called the Plunder King? Du Hoen added, Who knows, maybe it's because of something that happened in the royal tomb. TCH, he sighed to himself. And in the end, I didn't find any clues about the Tomb of Greed. Now that I have some free time, Du Hoen was thinking about how to spend it, but he didn't have to think for long. Suddenly, memories of that day, with blood spraying everywhere, flooded back. Pausing for a moment, he speculated, Because we just had a problem recently. And just like that, the image of Du Hoen clutching his bloody neck appeared again. On the other side, Sua was holding her phone, standing in a corner, seemingly waiting for someone. From afar, Jae-hae, disguised as Du Hoen, quickly appeared. His disguise was 90% accurate. His eyes remained glued to the phone screen. Sua coldly stated, You're 4 minutes late. Jae-ha replied, It wasn't that long. He began to complain and whine. It's really difficult using this body. I need more time and effort. He told Sua. I can't do this forever. It's uncomfortable. She replied as she walked. Let's see how it goes. But they probably won't be fooled like this forever. Pausing for a moment, Sua continued. Let's talk to the captain about this later. Jae-ha recounted. All right, I heard he's meeting with the King of Fate. When will he be back? As they were walking, they both suddenly stopped, as if something was making Jae-hae feel uneasy. At this moment, Jae-ha's gaze also stopped on something in front of him. Jae-ha looked around, then said, I sense something somewhere around here. Sua was startled. What is it? And as soon as he finished speaking, from afar, a figure quickly dashed forward, aiming straight for Jae-hae's neck and slashing hard. Just like what Du Hoen had seen, now, fresh blood immediately splattered everywhere. Jae-ha fell to his knees, clutching his neck. Sua was shocked. She shouted, Huh?
Down below, he painfully and with difficulty said, "Damn it, my throat." Sensing danger, Dudu was quickly summoned. She asked in confusion, "Suaaa, what's wrong?" Briefly recounting the situation, Sua said, "I'm under attack, he might attack again, I have to prepare." Sua became vigilant. "Good thing you're here, I can't see him, but he's probably still nearby." Meanwhile, Janie's face began to show bizarre, cracked lines. He was like a mummy slowly crawling up, much to Sua's astonishment. She gasped and stammered, "Jay, are you okay?" He grumbled while tearing off his mask. "The disguise is ruined." Seeing the cut immediately close up, Sua was even more surprised. "Your wound? It healed?" Jae-ha sounded satisfied. "This is the power of the family heirloom." Immediately after recovering, Jae-ha said, "Hurry, and use the sacred relic to get out of here." Sua asked further, "Can you use the sacred relic?" Contrary to her concern, he looked extremely smug. "Of course!" And instantly, the two quickly disappeared, right in front of the mysterious assassin. The assassin didn't chase after them, but their cold, sharp gaze was fixed in their direction, as if wishing to take a life with a single strike. The scene shifts back to Do-hoen's apartment. As soon as he arrived home, he tiredly called out, "I'm exhausted." Just as he opened the door and stepped inside, he heard Jae's shrill voice. "I did the right thing." Seeing Do-hoen, he immediately cheered up like a child, waiting for his mother to return from the market. "You're back, Captain!" As Do-hoen turned around, Jae-ha urgently said, "I'm in deep trouble." Seeing Jae-ha covered in blood, Do-hoen flinched. "You scared me." Do-hoen was surprised. "What do you look like? Did you eat something?" Jae-ha quickly explained, "No, that's my blood." He was now crying and throwing a fit. "I was stabbed in the neck on the way here. Luckily I made it back alive." Sua chimed in. "He's right. We were attacked on the way here." She nervously recounted that the assassin seemed to use a sacred relic that was very fast and powerful. "If you had taken that hit, you would have been seriously injured, if not dead." Do-hoen casually feigned surprise. "That's scary, huh? Then how are you still alive?" Jae-ha interjected. "I'm alive thanks to the family treasure." Sua continued. "I think he's an assassin targeting the captain. Because when we were attacked, he was impersonating the captain." Do-hoen fell into contemplation. Could be. Instead of trying to steal the relic, he chose to just eliminate the owner. This is quite a hassle. "Yes, now we must try to figure out what kind of sacred relic that assassin uses." Sua said. "I'll recount everything I saw and experienced," Jane added to her. "Okay, that should help. As for me, I'm going to take a shower and change." After that, everyone quickly sat down together at the table. A fresh cup of hot coffee was poured. Do-hoen spoke up. "So," he asked Sua, "you only felt a slight presence from him?" She quickly replied, "Yes, and Jae-ha noticed it even before I did." Just then, Jae walked in from outside. "I feel like I've felt that before." Seeing him constantly drying his hair, Do-hoen asked in surprise. "You have?" Jae continued. "I tried to remember while showering just now. I felt it somewhere when I attended the Sacred Relic exhibition in Russia." Do-hoen was surprised. "When you went to the British royal family," Jae-ha recalled. "Right, there were also terrorists there at the time." He recounted that many royal families died, including the decoy I created. "That faint assassin's presence is quite similar to what I felt back then." Do-hoen speculated that it might be the same person. "Do you remember anything about this assassin?" Stopping for a moment, Jane tried to recall. "First, I think he starts operating when it gets dark. He attacks in the shadows with extreme speed. Judging by my injury and that of the royal, he probably uses a knife." Do-hoen also began to calculate. Then he voiced his opinion. "I have a few thoughts, but I'm not entirely sure. An assassin's sacred relic is usually related to darkness, and is very fast." Jane asked with a bit of worry. "So what do we do now?" Do-hoen countered. "You survived after being attacked by the assassin, didn't you?" Jae replied, "Yes, although I—" Cutting him off, Do-hoen continued. "To find his sacred relic, you'll have to die one more time." This statement startled Jae. His whole body couldn't help but tremble. "What do you mean? You mean using me as bait?" Do-hoen pointed at Jae-ha. A trap, you're right. That's what I mean. But Jae-ha, what if I get stabbed again and actually die? That would be so unfair." Do-hoen replied. "But you said you were stabbed in the neck and still survived. You'll be safe." Ilya chimed in as well. "Right, after all, you didn't die, even after being electrocuted dozens of times back at the royal tomb." Jae-ha's jaw dropped, feeling betrayed. "That damn boy!" "Shut up!" Ziha tried to explain to his demon comrades. "You guys don't understand. Even though the wound will heal, I can still feel the pain. Both the stabbing and the shock." Seeing Do-hoen's reaction, Jan grew even angrier. "That damn captain won't even listen to me." Do-hoen casually sipped his coffee. "That's your problem. This coffee is delicious." Ziha despairingly pretended to sink to his knees and cry, "Damn it, I'm gonna die for nothing." Just then Julian walked in. "I'm back. What is this? Is something happening?" Do-hoen immediately spoke up upon seeing him. "Julian, thankfully you're back. I need your help." Julian frowned. I'm tired.
He then continued. It seems like an assassin is hunting me, so we're planning to figure out what relic he's using. The unlucky young man over here was still zoned out. This is just rain, right? Duen told Julian. I want you to use your clairvoyance relic. If you see him, you'll know what relic he's using, right? Julian replied. Yes, but can I take a break first and do it later? I just got back. Duhoen smiled brightly. But you will do it, right? Then go take a rest. He then turned back to his #1 slave. Hear that? Everyone agreed. Get ready! Ziha clutched his head, weeping miserably. No. And right after that night, they began executing the plan to find the user of that strange relic. And just as everyone's original plan dictated, Roseha once again disguised himself as Duhoen. As he walked, he sighed, I'm gonna die this time. Duhoen transmitted a mental message. Stop complaining. Focus on acting. Duhoen happily mocked him. I have a face like that? Do it properly. If the plan fails, you'll have to do it again. Zeha annoyedly followed up. You're right, idle hands are the devil's workshop. Zeha looked around the scene. Why are the streetlights flickering? That looks scary. Then he stretched and started walking around, pretending to be the captain. Try to act natural, like you're taking a stroll. At the same moment, his body suddenly jerked. Zeha sensed something, and he immediately reported to Duhoen, I think he's here! The captain didn't think it would be so fast. Duhoen was also surprised. He's here already? Jaha calmly walked down the street. I can sense him because I've encountered him twice. He's close, but as I said, his presence is faint. I don't know when he'll appear. And just then, the assassin indeed appeared behind Zeha's back. In the quiet night, Zeha turned back and forth to look around. It seemed he didn't realize someone was approaching him from behind. On this side, Duhoen anxiously asked him, Is he close yet? Julian chimed in, I think I can sense him now. At the same time, Duhoen's notification panel popped up. The assassin's relic was close to them. Replying to Julian, he said, You're right, he's close by. Simultaneously, a rapid stream of golden light shot straight towards them, more precisely, towards Zeha, who was disguising himself as Duhoen. Before anyone could see clearly, fresh blood quickly sprayed out violently. Suddenly, Zeha was slashed and bleeding. Duhoen had been observing very closely, but still couldn't see him. He could only see the traces of movement, and Zeha was collapsing to his knees. Duhoen put a hand to his forehead. This is difficult. Crow, what do you think? Do you know anything? As soon as he finished speaking, the system immediately provided the information. It is the relic of the serial killer, Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper, a serial killer in London in 1888. He killed at least 5 people and possibly more. Despite efforts to catch him, the police ultimately failed to track down Jack the Ripper. The story of this serial killer remains famous to this day. And just like that, the relic Jack the Reaper was born. Duhoen was startled. Right, I remember now. The user of the relic, Chuck the Reaper, killed many high-ranking nobles. He always killed them in one strike, and then suddenly disappeared. Because he always killed the enemies of the Azure Dragon, many suspected him of being on the Azure Dragon's side. Though I'm not sure either. He pondered deeply. Now that I and the Azure Dragon are enemies, he's hunting me down. If he's working for the Azure Dragon, it makes sense. Julian's body suddenly trembled. It was the first time he'd been this frantic. No way! He looked ahead, stuttering. That relic user. Hearing this, Nina, Duhoen shouted in shocked disbelief. Nina, his sister, Julian said coldly. Yes, Duhoen asked again. I heard she died. Du trembled uncontrollably. Yes, I'm sure of it. Duhoen continued. Are you sure it was Nina? Did you see her face? No, maybe you saw wrong. Maybe the enemy used an illusion relic, but no way they'd have a relic that could fool the Jia Catlumong clan. Are you sure it was Nina? Julian was flustered, barely able to hear him. Julian replied firmly, I'm sure. Thanks to the Jia Cat Luong relic, I caught a glimpse of her face. There's no way this relic is wrong. Duhoen marveled. The Jia Cat Luong relic is truly amazing, even seeing Jack the Reaper. Strangely, the relic user is Julian's sister, Nina, who Julian thought was dead. Nina is using Jack the Reaper and wearing a hood. Though it's hard to believe, this is a big deal. Duhoen spoke. Suddenly, everything became complicated. The assassin's identity is Nina, the user of Jack the Reaper. He thought, and we can't kill Nina. Julian panicked. Of course not. Damn it, I won't let that happen. Duhoen reassured him. Calm down. I'm talking about the characteristics of the Jack the Reaper relic. This relic is very fast and powerful. Now, he seriously argued, I think capturing her alive is harder than killing her. We have to find another way, because the owner of this relic is none other than your sister. Besides, we have some good bait, right? We can constantly use him to trap Nina. Below, Daha lay motionless in a pool of blood. Hey, you guys, you can go home and make plans. He glared at Duhoen. But how long do I have to lie on the street? It really hurts. Suddenly remembering that number one slave was still lying there, Du-hoen spoke. Let's go. As soon as they arrived at his apartment, he quickly told the other members everything. Sua was shocked. So the assassin is Julian's sister? Chloe added. And she's using the Jack the Reaper relic. Du-hoen continued. So we have to make a new plan. We have to capture Nina alive, and if possible, we shouldn't hurt her. Saying this, he sighed. But conversely, we can't let team members die while capturing Nina. Jaha was surprised. How can you say such scary things with a straight face? Du-hoen continued. I'm thinking of using Daha as bait to lure Nina. Daha shouted in surprise. You want me to get stabbed again? Dajha lost his temper and said to him. You really don't understand how painful it is to get stabbed. You're crazy.
Chloe hesitated, then interrupted.
If so, my anesthetic might help. Du-hoen was very pleased. Ah, good, use that. Jaha cried and screamed. Why didn't you say you had anesthetic from the beginning? Chloe replied. When I got back, you guys were all gone. Then he turned to Du-hoen again. But if you use me as bait, what are you going to use to catch Nina? Du-hoen said. That's the problem. We have to think about that. Dahae suggested questioningly. Why not use Vang Goc to catch her? Just let Vang Goc swallow her up, and that's it. Sua continued. She's too fast, right? Even the captain can't keep up, so can Vang Goc suck her in? He drooped when he heard Sua's analysis. Right, you're right, she continued. It's faster to use Fion Marci Hio than Vang Goc.
Fion Marci is a hero in Seaconic mythology, a legendary warrior hunter from Island.
Chloe also added, Is it better to have the crow swallow Nina? Jiha cheerfully said, Oresis would work too. Julian said somberly, You're going to push my sister into hell? This way won't work, that way won't work. Du-hoen asked him. If you don't like it, what's your idea? You have to try to think of a way to keep your sister from getting hurt? Julian added. It's not difficult, let me handle it. Thanks to Zhu Liang, I can see her, and my sensory burst attacks aren't any slower either. I can attack using my senses. Nina heard this, and Du-hoen was a bit surprised, glancing at Julian with a doubtful look. Pausing for a moment, he continued. That way I can suppress the sensory burst attack, and just one blow is enough to knock Nina unconscious. Not complicated, right? Du-hoen recalled silently. He's even capable of crippling over 100 people, so injuring one person is probably pretty easy for him. Finally, Du-hoen nodded. That's good. It's only right for an older brother to take responsibility for his younger sister, but right now, I still can't relax. He was planning to participate directly in this plan, so he was worried Nina would attack him. What are you planning? Julian continued. Why don't we bring a defensive relic? But Du-hoen still had to calculate. Jack Reaper's attacks are too strong. Right now, we don't have any relics that can block them. Du-hoen suggested. We need a defensive relic as strong as Chairman Kwan's Achilles heel. Julian continued with a headache. Unfortunately. Just then, Sua interrupted the two. In that case, how about I add some bait? Julian will be responsible for attacking Nina, and Jaha will make the trap. Jaha sweated as he looked at her. Hey, isn't that too cruel? Sua replied casually. But it's true, isn't it? He was speechless. Right, then he hypothesized. But what if I'm with Julian, and he gets targeted first? His words made Du-hoen thoughtful. A bad situation indeed. After thinking for a while, Du-hoen smiled brightly and said loudly, I know. Everyone waited in silence to see what he would say. Then Du-hoen took out some items, some good relics, that were perfect for this kind of situation. He tossed it up high. Useless relic number 17. Throw a sprat to catch a mackerel. This relic increases the likelihood that the opponent will be deceived when we use a lure to entice the enemy, right? In short, this relic makes all attacks target you. Jaha was dumbfounded. Du-hoen looked at Jaha. When Julian is about to be stabbed, you're the one who actually takes the hit. He gasped in shock. Isn't this relic too perfect for this situation? Ikilia spoke up at the same time. I also happen to have a demon that can do this trick. Jaha glared. Why are you so active at times like these? Du-hoen cut them off. Alright, my plan is ready. Julian and Jaha, plus that relic and the demon Solomon. With a determined look, he looked at Julian. The other members will be waiting nearby. I'm sure we can neutralize Nina without seriously hurting her, so don't worry too much. Seeing Julian's reaction, Du-hoen said again. What's with the surprise? You look really worried. Du-hoen stepped forward and patted his shoulder to reassure him. Let's carry out this plan together, and make sure there are no mistakes. Julian smiled bitterly. Okay, and that's how they made a new plan. Du-hoen's group waited until night came again, and Jaha continued to disguise himself as Du-hoen. He and Julian went into position and waited. Du-hoen had given Jaha the relic that made enemies attack him, and there was also a magical effect from the demon Solomon that made enemies not want to attack Julian. When Nina arrived at the location, they put the plan into action. Juen, Sua, Chloe, and Ilya would block her escape route and prepare for unexpected situations. Not long after, Du-hoen received a message from both of them. She's here. Du-hoen was surprised. He didn't think she would arrive so quickly. Really? Julian confirmed. Yes, I'm sure she's nearby. On the street, Du-hoan asked Julian in surprise, Nina's close? He quickly replied, yes, she's here. Du-hoan said, damn it, too fast. Suddenly, Du-hoan had something he was wondering. But something's different than before. Yesterday she attacked even before I could sense her presence. Now, a look of worry suddenly appeared on his face. But now she's just tailing us, keeping a safe distance. Du-hoan speculated that it was as if she was a little suspicious of the current situation. From Nina's point of view, she's killed me twice, but I still look fine. But at this moment, just as he finished his speculation, Nina suddenly raised her gloomy voice. How strange. Very strange. Du-hoan asked him, do we continue the plan? Julian started sweating. I'm not so sure. Pausing for a moment, he continued. But continuing with the original plan should be fine, Du-hoan added. However, if we fail this time, there will definitely be no more chances to catch Nina again. Julian frowned, making a decision. Alright, let's try to complete it. Joha quickly and decisively continued his words. Okay, I'm tired of being stabbed too. They had barely finished speaking when Nina channeled her inner energy, taking out a sharp knife in her hand. She truly has the qualities of an assassin. Now, that beautiful hand tightly grips the knife hilt. Beginning to act, she looked towards Jaehaya, then shot up like a rocket. Du-hoan quickly warned everyone, telepathically, that she was coming. Even though Jaehaya was prepared, he couldn't help but be startled. Julian continued. No problem. I'll hunt her down before you get stabbed, if possible. In a critical situation, Julian pushed Jaehaya aside. Nina attacked in the blink of an eye, while Julian was also channeling his inner energy. The two siblings are now facing each other. A massive explosion appeared, and the earth and rocks couldn't withstand the attack, scattering everywhere. And of course, Nina was hit. The pain surged, causing Nina to scream wildly. In the quiet night, this sound was terrifying. Seeing her sprawled on the ground, he couldn't help but cheer. Success! It's unclear whether Nina was truly defeated, but he seemed a bit careless. He quickly concluded that she was unconscious. But on her side, Nina's eyes flared with anger, and she was still not unconscious. Seeing Nina sluggishly getting up, they were both shocked. What? Seriously, wasn't that enough to knock her out? Above, Sue looked at Du-hoan in a panic. We're going to lose track of Nina, he said coldly. Things aren't going according to plan. To prepare for the worst-case scenario, Du-hoan now transmitted a message to all the remaining members. Everyone get into position immediately. We have to block Nina's escape route. And Ilya. He was startled. What? Du-hoan continued. Order your demon to take my place. I will confront Nina directly. Sue was worried. She didn't forget to tell him before leaving. Be careful. Captain Du-hoan reassured her. Don't worry, just get into position. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly shot down towards Nina, holding his weapon in his hand. Du-hoan was still complacent. This plan isn't a complete failure after all. Below, a massive explosion rang out, startling Nina, who dodged away. Ja looked at Julian urgently. What are you waiting for? Attack her. But standing before his younger sister, he didn't dare to act strongly, fearing he would hurt her. Damn it, Julian said honestly. It's not easy. I can't control my power because she's my sister. From above, at this moment, he finally rushed over quickly, and as for Nina, Du-hoan shouted, Leave it to me! While rushing past, Du-hoan said, Although the plan looks like a failure, you played a very important role. She was slowed down a bit because she was hit by your lightning sense strike earlier. Now I can see her clearly. Nina's eyes flashed with a vicious look at him. Quickly, the two were now fighting, two attacks colliding. Every move Nina made was a deadly strike. Seeing Du-hoan, she couldn't help but grit her teeth, not believing her eyes. He blocked it? No way! Didn't you tell Nina that you didn't know the relic could be blocked? And immediately, another slash aggressively came towards Nina. Du-hoan challenged. Give it a try. But in a flash, she was behind him. Du-hoan glanced over, saying with satisfaction. Quick, not bad. A sly smile immediately appeared on Du-hoan's lips. But I've prepared everything. And very quickly after that, the poor #1 slave was taken out by him as a shield, and the knife in Nina's hand stabbed into Daha's chest, making him tear up. Why am I getting stabbed like this? Daha! Why am I here? Du-hoan nonchalantly replied. It's the effect of the relic. Du-hoan likes. I won't need to worry about dodging attacks, because when the enemy tries to attack me, the attack will go towards you. What an effective plan. As long as you're near me, I'm safe. Taking off his mask, Ja angrily cursed. You damn devil! Now Nina finally realized that she had been tricked. She gritted her teeth in anger. Seeing Nina preparing to leave, Deme became so anxious that his hair stood on end. She's running. Catch her! At the same time, Julian quickly blocked her path. I won't let you run away. And just like that, the white cloth successfully covered Nina. Ja cheered happily. He did it! Du-hoan said smugly. Well done, Julian. Dee asked in surprise. When did you give him the relic? Holding the bag in his hand, Julian was a little surprised. I didn't expect her to still be able to move after taking a sensory lightning strike. Although I adjusted the attack a bit, I think she used a relic to help reduce the effectiveness of the opponent's attack. Du Hohen continued. Maybe. I didn't think of that, Julian replied. But we caught her in the end, didn't we? Immediately after, he announced to the Ilya group. Gather around, Nina has been caught. He was extremely surprised. Really, that was fast. Although not according to plan, they still caught Nina and brought her back to the base. Now, with her mouth tightly bound, she frantically tried to scream in vain. Du Hohen was a little surprised. Julian, you could tie her up, right? But why does it look like she doesn't recognize you? He quickly replied. That's right, Nina's personality isn't this violent. Du Hohen said again. This level of violence goes beyond just personality. She looks like a zombie craving brains. Du Hohen speculated that maybe someone was plotting this. I'll have Ilya investigate. Julian was still a little worried. But if we use that method, Nina will have to suffer, right? Du Hohen continued. We don't have any other choice. Ilya stepped forward to reassure him. Don't worry, I'll just take a look, so it won't hurt her too much. Looking over at Nina, Ilya said again, after all, we can't just leave her like that. In the end, he had no other choice but to agree. I can't look at her like this. Du Ho said again. Don't worry, I'll order Chloe to get ready. Then Ilya and Chloe took Nina into the room. And Julian looked very uneasy. Even a man with a heart of steel like him is like this. Well, Julian really thought his little sister was dead. Nina disappeared while at school. At that time, Dude didn't have time to help her. Before being reborn in this life, he kept searching for Nina without rest. That's why he joined Tutsong Long. After being reborn, Dunho heard Julian say that Nina was dead, so he didn't try to find her anymore. Then he decided to volunteer for the victims of the relic. Maybe it was because Julian was too fed up with the people who abused the relic, or because of Nina's death. And Dunho thought he understood why he was uneasy, but he just didn't expect him to be this uneasy. And then time passed quickly like a dog running in the street, and it was already time. The next day, both Ilya and Chloe's faces were as green as banana leaves. Ilya looked at him. I'm reporting the results. Du Hohen didn't forget to praise them, and at the same time instructed. You two did well. Take a rest later, Ilya said again. Just as I thought, she still has her old memories. It's lucky that we tried to view her memories first, Chloe continued. They disabled Nina's original memories, like locking them up. Julian, urgently. Can she recover? Aya followed up. Of course she can, if we take it one step at a time, Chloe added. But I don't think regaining her memories will bring her back to normal. Her senses and emotions have been destroyed from using the relic too much. Nina has been turned into a weapon that can no longer feel pain or guilt. Hearing this, Julian's heart clenched. Damn it, he bit down hard, grinding out each word. What have they done to my sister? Ilya continued. Anyway, based on Nina's memories, there are some things I need to tell you. Julian, surprised. What is it? First, there are others who have become victims like Nina. Hearing this, a serious look appeared on Du Hohen's face. Du Hohen immediately asked, You mean there are more victims like Nina? Io was silent. Yes, I think so. When I saw her memories, I saw the prison camp where she was held. He continued. There were many others there with her, and the prison camp is owned by the healing king, Benjani. Immediately after that, Du Hohen looked over at Chloe. Right. You are the current healing queen, aren't you? Chloe speculated inwardly. So the herb king Benjani. Chloe quickly cut him off. I don't care who the king is. Chloe was frustrated. You mean that woman, Benjani, kidnapped and brainwashed them? She's crazy, really, Ilya added. She didn't do this alone. Surely the Azure Dragon is involved in this? Chloe tried to calm down. Yeah, I'm sure this isn't a fun thing, Ilya continued. The Herb King will hand over the people they've dealt with to the Azure Dragon, and they will have to work in some kind of slavery system. Julian gritted his teeth in anger. Those damn Azure Dragons. Did they do that to compensate for their labor shortage? I've heard that the Azure Dragon situation hasn't been so good lately. More like, they're in a bind because their employees are quitting. At the same time, Du Hohen spoke up. No, that's not related to this issue. Everyone, surprised. Huh? Du Hohen looked at Julian. Think about it. When we found Nina in our past life, I was the one who found her, even though the Azure Dragon was in charge of the search. And after we found her, we never heard from Jack the Reaper again. If we string the events together, maybe Nina was Jack the Reaper from then on. Julian, urgently. What are you saying? Du Ho said again. Isn't that right? Everything fits. According to what Du Hohen told him, the chairman of the army approached him when he was exhausted from searching for Nina. He said, I'll help you find your sister. In return, you help me with things at the company. And when you worked at the Azure Dragon, they pretended they were looking for your sister. Your sister became Jack the Reaper, also a murderer. The search for your sister progressed when I joined, because I couldn't stand by anymore. Because those bastards had stopped looking for Nina. That's why we could find her. The Azure Dragon, who was on the rise back then, must have done that. For a long time, Julian heard this. He was so furious that he trembled with anger. Du Hohen was still somewhat questioning. But why would they do that? They've really crossed the line. A huge burst of internal energy immediately emanated from Julian. He angrily shouted, "I can't forgive them!" Du Hoen coldly threatened, "You have the right to be angry, but I'll dock your salary if you destroy our place." Hearing this, Julian finally calmed down. He didn't think Du Hoen would say that. Seeing that Julian's emotions were under control, Du Hoen said again, "First, calm down and take care of your sister. This time, we found her pretty early, didn't we?" Immediately, he picked up the phone. "I'll send someone to investigate what those bastards are plotting." And Du Hoen contacted Edward immediately and told him to increase surveillance of matters related to the Azure Dragon. Even though he grumbled a little about how busy he was, how there were more and more things to do, he still did as Du Hoen said, as always. And he also asked someone else to help in the investigation. Ricky answered the phone, surprised. What's going on? Kidnapping citizens? He wondered what cruel things the Azure Dragon had done again. But what did this have to do with Pandora? Du Hoen continued, "I'm calling you to ask about that. Something on such a large scale. Surely the Azure Dragon isn't doing it alone." Du Hoen said again, "I have a feeling Pandora is involved in this, I'm pretty sure. That's why I asked you." Ricky quickly followed up. "Understood. I'll inquire, but it might take some time." Du Hoen wondered. "Are you busy?" Ricky explained as he walked. "They're watching me these days, so it's a little difficult." He almost yelled into the phone. "It's all because you stole all those heirlooms. This is the price you have to pay." Du Hoen continued. "All right, I'll wait for you. Be careful." Ricky quickly agreed. "Okay." At the same time, he suddenly felt someone approaching. Ricky immediately turned to look. Ivy walked over. She looked at Ricky with a probing, incomprehensible gaze that made him feel uneasy. Although she didn't say anything, her gaze made Ricky feel a sense of caution. Ivy just brushed past Ricky without saying a word, but there was something very strange in her eyes. Afterwards, he sweated a little, saying to himself, "Look at her eyes. They're definitely monitoring me." At this moment, Ivy arrived at a large room. The opening door brought with it a chilling draft. Looking at the large man in front of her, Evie said respectfully, "Prometheus, you've returned." Without waiting long, Evie looked up and asked, "Have you dealt with the Gluttony Vault?" Prometheus replied briefly, "Yes." He continued, "I've pushed the Gluttony Relic to the brink of destruction. She won't be able to build the vault anymore. I just need to restore her after capturing Du Hoyin." Ivy replied with an awkward smile, "I understand." Immediately afterwards, he finally returned to his normal human form. "What's wrong? Any good news? For example, that scene has been captured. Or you've brought back an heirloom." Ivy replied, "Ah, not yet." Prometheus sneered. "Just as I expected, you're nothing but a bunch of useless trash." Avi muttered, annoyed. "Damn it, why do I always have to put up with this?" Immediately afterwards, he said to her, "Let's go, we have a lot to do." Prometheus added, "Because I've prevented Du Hoen from obtaining any more heirlooms and 7 mausoleums, what we need to do now is to seize the heirloom from his hands. Do whatever it takes." Scene changed to a massive company building. Everything was peaceful, until suddenly, a huge explosion occurred. Was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. "What's going on?" A subordinate rushed in, startled, to report, "Sir, you need to evacuate immediately. I think it's a terrorist attack." Hearing this, Edward couldn't believe his ears. What? In the midst of this chaos, he remembered Juen and immediately called him. As soon as the call connected, Du Hoen anxiously asked, "Hello, Edward. Are there any investigation results yet?" Edward quickly reported urgently, "Captain, we're in trouble. Forget about investigating," he told him. "My company is under terrorist attack. Everything is stopped." Du Hoen was shocked. "What?" was continued. "From what I heard, my factory caught fire, and someone broke into the farm of eternal youth herbs." Du Hoen had a headache. "A mess, what's going on?" Then he sat up. "All right, I'll send reinforcements, wait for me." Edward said wearily, "Please come quickly." As soon as he saw him, he knew something was wrong. "What's going on?" Du Hoen continued, "It seems those Pandora bastards are involved in this." Finishing his words, he told everyone that the Gave Corporation was under attack. "After assessing the damage, we need to prepare to support them. Do it immediately." Seeing his urgency, no one dared to delay. "Got it." Du Hoen gritted his teeth. "Those Pandora morons. Looks like they're frantically doing disgusting things to get back the family heirloom." Just as he predicted, Pandora and their associates are causing trouble everywhere. After the Royal Tomb incident, they've caused a lot of commotions in Xianyun. Du Hoen thought things had calmed down when they came to New York, but it turned out they just paused and then returned to attack even more brutally than before. They indiscriminately kill innocent people, regardless of whether they are targets or not, gradually eliminating those around Du Hoen. They even attacked those around him in Seiyun, and Huan realized that leaving Hein there was the right choice. With the current situation, they are forced to temporarily put aside the investigation into Jack the Reaper. Seeing Nina screaming wildly, Du Hoen was a little startled. "You scared me." "Calm down a little, Nina. Just a little longer. Your brother will be here in a few days." Dahala looked at him and said, "Even if Julian is here, he won't recognize her. What should we do?" Du Hoen snorted coldly.
She'll gradually get better. I think so. Looking at Nina,
Du-hoan sighed. Too bad, these trivial things keep popping up, resulting in a bunch of things to deal with. Then he couldn't help but sigh at Nina's troublesome situation.
Du-hoan hesitated.
So in fact, looking at the little girl acting crazy like this, Du-hoan was a bit puzzled. What do we do with this situation? Everything is already messed up, and Nina keeps screaming like a madwoman. Du-hoan thought grimly. This is even worse. He's getting more and more confused. What to do now? He came up with a solution. I think we need help from Chloe or I to be free to do other things, Du-hoan continued. Right. Looking towards Nina, Du-hoan said confidently. Should we knock her unconscious again? But Nina became more and more out of control, giving Daha goosebumps. Why is she suddenly holding on with her teeth? Dahae was sweating. Every time I say something, she does that. What am I supposed to do? Du-hoan continued. Not surprising at all. Du-hoan said calmly. It's because of you that she was captured. Daha was stunned. What? Wait, it's thanks to me that she reunited with her real brother? Du-hoan teased. She doesn't care about those things. Right now, she just hates you. Daha couldn't help but curse. While the two were talking, Du-hoan's phone suddenly rang, surprising him. Shua is calling. HMPH. And with that, he quickly answered the phone. Hello, Shua. The other end quickly reported the situation. Boss. I've resolved the situation at the Gave Corporation headquarters. We've dealt with those who wanted to target them. Security here has been increased. Du-hoan was satisfied. Well done. So can you guys come back? Suaa continued. Maybe, but for now, we have to search them. At the same time, Edward immediately spoke up. Are you talking to the young master? Please hand it to me for a moment. He immediately spoke to him with an extremely urgent attitude. Young master, it's me, Du-hoan asked. What is it, what? He was actually extremely grateful. Thank you so much. You sent the right people. Thanks to you, I can rest a bit. Du-hoan continued. If you've finished, can you let them come back? Because I see you also have a lot of work to do. Edward immediately continued. No. It's rare for us to be like this. Actually, I'm calling because I want to ask you for another favor. Sensing danger, Sua and Julian quickly looked at each other. Du-hoan guessed. What is it? The remaining members on my side are on their way to the factory and farm. Edward interrupted. It's not that. It's related to Joy Allen Shaw. Actually, we don't have enough resources to monitor her. Hearing this name, Du-hoan was slightly startled. Edward continued. Most of our staff are injured now, so we haven't been able to keep an eye on her these past few days. Du-hoan's hands clenched together, he asked, trembling. What did you say? Holding his head, Du-hoan sighed. All right, I'll take care of this. Edward felt a burden lifted. Thank you. Edward then awkwardly handed over the phone. Sorry, he hung up. Sua cheerfully replied, It's okay. Saying that, she couldn't help but ask, a bit curious. By the way, who is Joy Allen Poeb? You said you were keeping an eye on her? Edward spoke up. Well, he explained it as more like protecting her. She is currently a student attending Haven School. I was told to keep her safe and secure financially. I've been doing this for a while now. It started when we collaborated. I thought the boss wanted to monitor her because she was an outstanding student. But lately, I've been thinking it's for a different reason. That girl looks a bit like the boss. Maybe she's a relative of his? Hearing this, Sua was extremely surprised. She startled and turned to Julian, saying, Could she be the boss's sister? He suddenly remembered. That's right, I remember him saying he had a twin sister. Julian recounted. We visited her before, but she died from a very peculiar and rare disease. Edward was startled. What? Edward was startled. I saw that she was very healthy though. If anything happens to her, I'm dead, Julian said again. She's fine now. Edward sighed in relief. Is that so? You scared me. Edward hadn't been relieved for long when he worried again. We're being attacked everywhere, so it's difficult to keep an eye on her. I told the boss that we can't manage it. If something happens, it'll be a huge problem. Sua thought it over. The boss once said that he had been looking for her for a long time, so why does he have to help her secretly like this? Julian continued. It's obvious. He does that because he thinks that if he is near her, she might be in danger. Looking at the current situation, we are constantly being attacked by the relics. He angrily said. He shouldn't have overreacted like that. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Sua gave a bitter smile. The world no longer ignores relics. Edward smiled again. Then I will let you two finish your work and then return to the boss. Julian shouted. The best thing I've heard so far. Just as the phone rang off, seeing Du-hoan's pensive and worried expression, Jae-hae spoke up. Boss, you're looking at Jen. Why are you just standing there? Did something happen to Sua and Julian? Hearing Jae-hae say this, Du-hoan just silently looked at his phone without saying anything. In the end, he decided not to tell Jae-hae. Nothing. Du Hoan gritted his teeth, thinking, Julian is done, now it's my turn. There must be something wrong with my sister. Yes, Du Hoan has a younger sister. After his parents passed away, it was just the two of them. Before the two siblings could realize it, she was adopted at a very young age and went to America when Hoan was still in the camp. From that time until he met Jeon Eun-hyung again, he was alone. The world was completely turned upside down because of those relics. And Du Hoan had the opportunity to meet her again after joining the Azure Dragon for a while. But his sister suffered from a very rare disease and was always in an unstable condition. While lying in the recovery room, she was on the verge of death. They didn't even have the chance to see each other. He wasn't healthy or anything at that time either. That was the time when the situation around Du Hoan got worse. That's why when he went back to the past and kept the situation stable, Jen asked Edward to keep an eye on her for the time being. His sister now lives under a different identity, under the name Joy Allen Mab, and now she is studying at the prestigious Haven School. Du Hoan felt glad to see that she was still doing well. On the other hand, he felt a bit lost when he saw that she didn't need anything from him. That's why Du Hoan thought he didn't necessarily have to meet her again. If the Azure Dragon or Pandora caught them together, a bunch of unnecessary troubles would come to her. Du Hoan decided to help Du Kei so she wouldn't have to worry about money or be in any danger. In other words, Du has no one to protect her right now. He sighed, thinking, do I have to go see her myself? He thought it over and over again, and there wasn't much of a problem. Maybe it's better to leave it until Edward's manpower shortage is resolved. If it is resolved, Du Hoan finally gritted his teeth. I have to go, I can't stay here forever. Scene change at a university. The atmosphere around here is extremely lively. Holding a pile of books, Du-gun rushed in a hurry. I'm gonna be late. Meanwhile, from a distance, a loving gaze was constantly following her, and that person was none other than Du Hoan. Looking at his younger sister, he smiled contentedly. It looks like everything is fine. On Du-gun's side, she became anxious as soon as she entered the classroom. I'm sorry, I'm late. Royer looked a bit worried. Are you okay, Du-gun? Did something happen? Du-gun was surprised. Huh? I'm fine. Why do you ask? Royer replied. Rena said that a stranger was following you. She was quite busy and left early, but still wanted me to ask you if you were okay. Du-ed passed the phone over. She even texted me this. I was in such a rush that I didn't notice. I didn't notice anything at all. Royer scratched his head and smiled brightly. Well, it's funny that we were both mistaken. Du-gun said again. Shall we start the experiment then? Losing track of her, Du Hoan on the other side became worried. Where could she be? He looked around. She's been in the lab for an hour already. Isn't she coming out? I guess I should be worried about her and Pandora, while feeling annoyed and having a headache from having to look for his sister. A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Du-gun cheerfully asked her friend. What are you planning to eat tonight? Royer smiled brightly. I don't know yet. Royer added, I'm thinking of that place we went to the other day. What do you mean? Du Hoan was puzzled. Huh? The two siblings looked at each other. It seemed like she couldn't remember her brother's face. Du-gun remained silent. A sense of familiarity came over her, but of course, her face was still blank. Standing in front of his sister, Du Hoan didn't intend to reveal his identity since she was safe now. Royer was surprised. Who is that? Do you know him? Du-gun continued. It's nothing. I know him, Royer said fearfully in a low voice. Let's go. What's wrong with him? Why is he looking at you like that? Is he a stalker? Weirdo, Du-gun said to her friend as she walked. Probably not. Looking at his sister, he felt a bit sad. She didn't recognize me at all. Just as I expected. Should I say something? He kept silently thinking until Du-gun turned around and left with her friend. Du Hoan became her reluctant bodyguard, silently following her to protect her from the shadows. She hadn't noticed before, but now his sister couldn't help but look toward the person who was latching onto her. Suddenly, Du-gun grabbed Royer's hand and frantically yelled, Run! Du Hoan now rushed to chase after them. Wait a moment, stop! Du Hoan shouted loudly. He's chasing us! He tried to explain to his sister. Let's talk for a bit. I'm not a bad guy. Du-gun exclaimed. If you're not bad, why are you chasing us? Seeing the passers-by paying attention to him, Du Hoan secretly gritted his teeth. Damn it, I didn't expect her to react like that. I have to deal with this before attracting more attention. Du Hoan took out the holy relic, the original drawing that could hold them still. Just hold them for now until we get somewhere secluded. And just like that, Royer was quickly sucked into the painting. She cried out in panic, What's happening to me? Du-gun was startled. Oh my god, she just got sucked in. Royer immediately cursed angrily. You crazy lunatic, how dare you lock us up? Only Du-gun managed to escape. Du Hoan ordered Holy Relic to capture her, and it immediately replied, Understood! But then, Holy Relic seemed a bit strange, and was constantly emitting a strange energy. And now, it suddenly broke free from Du Hoan's grasp, and exclaimed, Oi oi! Running towards Du-gun. Holy Relic gushing. It's the first time I've seen such a pretty human. She startled, yelled, Ah! Du-gun ran for her life. What is that? Get away! The rope kept chasing after her. I don't want to! Be my master! Du Hoan yelled in shock. What are you doing? At the same time, to his bewilderment, The system quickly displayed a notification. The holy relic has been attracted by the opposing extreme. Du Hoan was astonished. She really possesses a higher extreme? How could my holy relic betray me for that? Immediately he summoned his 2 canine holy relics. Alright, you two go. Remember, don't hurt her, they replied in unison. Understood, sir. Dunk watched the 2 dogs constantly chasing after her, tears welling up. Dogs this time, huh? Before she could recover, Anubis quickly rushed forward, barked a few times, and pounced on her. Immediately, Dugun was once again blocked. She slammed on the brakes, startled. Seeing Duho blocked by the 2 holy relics, he complimented, satisfied. Excellent, very good. Du Hoan ran up. Hold her, but remember not to hurt her. Set immediately responded. Understood. Leave it to us. Suddenly, a surge of power flew across, startling them. This feeling wasn't just the painting, but the 2 dogs were also infatuated with Dugun. Anubis looked at her lecherously. Human? You're so alluring, and you smell so good, Set. You should take a sniff too. Set also agreed. You're right, so fragrant. Du Hoan was shocked. What the heck are you guys doing? After a moment, Set lay sprawled, panting like he was high. So fragrant, I'm falling, Anubis continued. I'm falling too. Dugun was startled and amazed. What's going on? I don't know why they're reacting like this, but this is my chance to escape. Then she quickly bolted. Du Hoan was surprised. Damn it, she escaped again. Looking at the 2 holy relics on the ground, Du Hoan said again. She can actually make even Saint Tie holy relics this smitten. Set still tried to call out, Stop, lovely girl. Du Hoan guessed that it seemed his sister had an extreme that attracted super high-level holy relics. He remembered that back then, she had holy relic syndrome when she was too young. So cruel. If she had that extreme from birth, then he guessed that might be the cause of Dugun's illness. Because normally, people would exploit their high extreme to control holy relics and then die from holy relic syndrome. Du Hoan ran while panting. I have to hold her back as soon as possible. I probably have to give Dugun 10 times the immortal grass compared to ordinary people. Catching her isn't easy at all. Whatever I use, it sticks to Dugun and does nothing else. And this is the result. All the holy relics are infatuated with Dugun. She screamed in surprise as they stuck to her. I can't see anything! Dugun was tense. Get off me. I've had enough trouble with that stalker weirdo already. The holy relics replied in unison. No, we can't do that. So comfortable, they kept saying. Tell me what you want to do. We'll do everything for you. Dugun was shocked. You guys! Immediately, he quickly summoned Rope. Rope, I only trust you now. Rope spoke as soon as it appeared. Did you call me? Did you call me? Du Hoan hurried. Right! Stop those things! Before it acted, he didn't forget to instruct. Be careful not to get bewitched. Rope was surprised. Bewitched! Bewitched! Du Ho warned it. If you join those guys, go reevaluate yourself, he asked Rope. You said you liked me the most, right? It said passionately, Yes, yes, Master is the best, the best. Du Hoan had to listen to it. Good, remember that. Rope shot toward Dugun. Understood, understood. He was sweating, thinking to himself, I'm betting everything on Rope, because it's not like the other holy relics, but if even Rope fails, then I'll have to find another way. Immediately, the Rope rushed up and wrapped tightly around everything. Take this! Take this! But it seemed to also be attracted by that energy. So comfortable, so comfortable. Hey, get in line, we were here first. Du Hoan jumped and yelled. Hey, focus! Rope, wake up! The Rope startled awake. Because he calmed it down, the Rope immediately panicked and acknowledged its mission. It started moving toward Dugun's feet, and immediately, the little girl lost her balance and was pulled down. Du Hoan was momentarily startled and yelled, watching his sister fall, dazed. He was extremely satisfied. You caught her! The Rope breathed a sigh of relief. I almost got bewitched there! Almost got bewitched? Du Hoan ran up. Good job! You fulfilled your responsibility. It trembled with joy. He just praised me. He just praised me. Du Hoan smiled brightly. Okay, easier to breathe now. Let's wrap this up quickly. Du Hoan ran over and growled, asking them, How dare you betray me? Want to be punished, all of you? The artifacts startled. What did we do? They explained. To be honest, if we find a better master, we switch. That's normal, right? Right, do you treat us with humanity like humans do? Du Hoan interrupted. Unbelievable. He said again. She treats you with humanity? What did she do? You're just being blinded by her Tai Chi artifact. But suddenly, his eyes turned bloodshot. Even if I don't have a Tai Chi artifact, I'm still very strong at dominating artifacts. As soon as he finished speaking, his face looked like a demon's. Du Hoan continued. Anyone who disobeys will become crowbait. The artifact screamed in fear. We're dead, brothers! Oh my god! Du Hoan was satisfied. At least there are crows that aren't being manipulated. It continued. Do you think I'm like them? Du Hoan glared at them. So what are you gonna do, you rebellious bunch? The artifact said in fearful whispers. We're sorry, we made a serious mistake. They explained that I was only like that because I hadn't seen such a high-level Tai Chi artifact in a long time. I must have gone crazy then. Please forgive us this once. Du Hoan was satisfied. You should have been like this sooner. Immediately afterward, he glared, his whole body emitting a deadly energy as he commanded. Rope, tie her up. Looking at the boy in front of her, Du-gun stared in astonishment, her mouth agape. Du-gun didn't dare to resist anymore. She screamed in fear. As night fell, Du Hoan quickly returned home. He called out, I'm home! Du Hoan's muscles were fatigued and aching all over. Jaha looked at him and said loudly, Welcome back, boss, he immediately asked, full of curiosity. Have you taken care of what needed to be done? Hearing this, Du Hoan's eyes suddenly became sharp. Holding out the Van Gogh painting, Jaha was surprised. I thought you were going to meet your sister. Du Hoan replied, Yes, we met here. She was restrained. Immediately after, Du-gun, who was tightly bound and unable to move, was released from the painting. Du Hoan sighed. She ran away because she didn't recognize me, so I had a bit of trouble catching her. Jaha looked bewildered. I see. Immediately after, he quickly untied his sister. All right, let's talk. Looking at Du Hoan, Du-gun instantly asked, Who are you? Why did you do this to me? Not letting Du-gun wonder for long, Du Hoan immediately replied, I'm your brother. This answer made the girl jump. Seeing her confused, Du Hoan repeated, I said, I'm her brother. Du-gun, of course, didn't believe him. She lay on the ground and angrily asked, Who the hell are you? Du Hoan recounted. Your real name is Seon. You lived in Korea when you were young and moved to the US after being adopted. You also have a twin brother named S-Duen. Do you understand what I just told you? Hearing this, a smart person like her naturally understood immediately. What? So you are? Du Hoan replied, Yes, I am S-Du Hoan. I didn't bring you here to harm you. It's the opposite. Seeing her skepticism, he continued, If you understand, I'll untie you. Promise you won't cause any trouble. Finally, Du-gun agreed to listen. Okay, I'll listen to you talk first. Du Hoan immediately replied, All right, ropes, release her. And that's how the cousins could talk face to face after 17 years apart. She looked very flustered listening to Du Hoan, but he thought to himself, Well, it seems like she gets it. If that's the case, he just needs to do what he has to do. Du Hoan pointed at her and asked, Get it? Du-gun asked back. So the situation became chaotic because of Pandora, and you want me to join your team to be safe? Du Hoan replied, That's right. He complimented with satisfaction, as expected of a college student. You're so smart. You figured everything out so fast. Du-gun flatly refused. I don't want to. He was a little flustered. You don't want to? Du Hoan asked. Yes, honestly. It's hard to believe what you're saying because everything is happening so suddenly. Du-gun added. Why is Pandora causing chaos in the world? Isn't it because they have a legitimate reason? Du Hoan liked that. Based on what you just said, it seems like you don't know anything about the relic. Listen to me. That place is, Du-gun retorted. It doesn't matter, because I won't change my decision no matter what you say. Hold on, Du-gun said again. And I already have someone helping me, which surprised him. She continued. The people who are sponsoring my tuition, they've invited me to work with them in the future. They sponsored my tuition, so I'm considering their offer, and that's why I can't suddenly change my plans. Du Hoan sighed. He understood internally. That Edward guy, is he planning to hire her? Du Hoan asked again. They are from the Tomb Group, aren't they? Du-gun looked bewildered. You're right, the company sponsored my tuition. Du-gun was utterly surprised. How do you know? Du Hoan didn't hide it. That's my company. Hearing this, Du-gun flinched. What? He was surprised. Why are you so shocked? Du-gun stood up. No, I won't believe you. Edward is the chairman of the Tomb Group. Du-gun, with a determined look. He's the one I always contact. Du Hoan casually replied. That old man is my subordinate. Du-gun kept yelling. Lies. Do you think I'll easily believe that? Immediately, she picked up her phone and dialed. As soon as the call connected, she said, Edward, please talk to Joy. Yeah, Joy Allenfrob, she's with me. Du Hoan then handed the phone to his sister. Here, talk to him. It's Ed, Du-gun disgustedly said. How ridiculous. And just like that, after the conversation, her face turned pale after she heard Watt's voice. Du Hoan was inwardly pleased to see the stiff expression on her face. When she heard the phone, Edward must have told her that he was telling the truth. And after ending the call, Du-gun was like a person who lost their soul. She just sat there, frozen in place. Du Hoan clapped his hands loudly, creating a loud sound. Hey, wake up! When are you going to stop being shocked? He continued. Your life won't even change, right? The only difference is that you found your brother. Du-gun stammered, but paused, and then said, Actually, there are some changes. One of my team members will follow you wherever you go. Since it's difficult to have someone follow you at all times, you're not allowed to go out when they're off work. Du-gun urgently shouted. That's not fair. Du Hoan said again. When we find a bodyguard for you, you'll become more free. You should be grateful for this arrangement, because I actually don't have enough personnel at the moment. Du-gun shouted again. I didn't ask you to do that. Why are you deciding everything on your own? She gave a series of reasons that left him speechless. It's been 17 years. 17 years in total. If we haven't met for so long, shouldn't we get to know each other slowly? I feel overwhelmed by all of this, and you're forbidding me from going out? I'm trampling on your suggestions. You're like some kind of old fogey. She flared up and questioned. And biologically speaking, the one who was born first is me. I'm your older sister. Du-hoen's face darkened. According to your temper, you're definitely family. It doesn't matter if you're the older or younger sibling. Then he lowered his voice. All right, I have no choice, since it's for your safety. Try to get used to it. He paused for a moment, then asked again. And you majored in engineering, right? Help us in an area operating machines with future relics. Du-gun was dumbfounded. What? What kind of nonsense is that? He replied. Relics plus machine operation, you're perfect for our company's type of work. Du-ha listened intently. It seemed like he was going to make her work a lot. Du-hoen continued. Just do as I say to be kept around here. Du-gun scratched his head. This is so frustrating. What the hell is going on? Du-hoen was slightly saddened. It seems like Joy is happy to see me again too. Look how strongly she's reacting. Now that they had ensured Nina and Joy's safety, no one around Du-hoen would be troubled by enemies anymore. The Necropolis group can't hide completely, so they may still be attacked. But because they now only have one place to defend, things have become easier for Du-hoen and his group, and every time they have a chance, they start to counterattack. The group did everything they could in those attacks. Time passed while the two sides were attacking each other. Switching the scene to Prometheus, he spoke up. Isn't it too much? Looking at Evolvi, he said to her, We've wasted too much time and effort, but achieved nothing. Evie was frightened. I'm sorry, she continued. But anyway, the Necropolis group is suffering continuous losses. Prometheus replied. It's not enough. What I want is to attack their core. The more he spoke, the more worried Prometheus became. This won't do. Gather the command staff. Ify asked in surprise. So suddenly? He smirked and said, I'm thinking of upgrading them. And immediately, all the employees were gathered. Everyone grumbled. Why did he gather us so suddenly? One of them spoke up. I'm not sure, but it doesn't seem like a bad thing. They say that Mr. Rosei wants to give us something. They lowered their guard and laughed. Is that all? I was scared for no reason. Let's go quickly. Meanwhile, Ricky was hiding behind, listening to everything. Late at night, Julian's voice resounded. Both of them opened the door at the same time. We're back. Du-hoen was pleased. Good job. Julian sighed in relief. You don't know how much we wanted to come back here. He recounted that the attacks from those Pandora bastards had started to decrease. Du-hoen added, It's because they need to rearrange everything. It's good for us anyway. At the same time, Du-hoen's phone rang. It was Ricky calling. It seemed he had new information. Quickly answering the phone, Du-hoen spoke. What's up, Ricky? Have you found what I asked for before? On the other end of the line, Ricky replied, I haven't found anything about Azure Dragon, but I found something else. He recounted what he had just heard. It seems Rai is planning to give his comrades the relics that he sealed before. Du-hoen was surprised. The relics he sealed? Ricky replied. Yes, they are things that carry great backlash or are very difficult to control, to the point where removing the seal is better for them. They truly are powerful relics. He's continuing to increase their power, even if it means he has to take on more risk. Du-hoen quickly understood. No wonder things have been quiet lately. Ricky said again, That's because thanks to you, they've become more anxious. They look calm on the outside, but they're actually desperate and will do anything to win against you. Immediately afterwards, the employees quickly followed Prometheus. He growled, I'll say it again, the relics I'm about to give you are very dangerous. We sealed them because we determined that they cannot coexist with humans. You may lose a part of your body, or, if we find that you may harm Pandora, we will consider you failed experiments. Standing in front of the large room, he turned around, then continued to ask, Anyone who still wants to do it after hearing what I said, stay behind. One of the young men proactively asked. We can become kings if we possess this relic, right? Prometheus spoke up. That's right, these relics have that power, so I think it's worth a try. Don't you think so? Hearing this, everyone was excited. Yes, we will become kings with one of these relics. We're ready. Then, he coldly ordered his subordinate. Open the gate and leave. The subordinate immediately replied, Yes, director. As soon as the gate opened, gloomy voices echoed from inside. The gate's open. Who is it? Who's releasing us? Seeing who it was, they cheerfully cried. It's Prometheus. He finally came. In the end, you still need us, don't you? Those streams of power immediately surged towards the staff, and they cheered incessantly. We're free! Free! Just like Ricky's intelligence reported. Those Pandora bastards are starting to show signs of getting stronger. Du-ho's hands moved rapidly across the keyboard. According to the information he had, first, there was a proliferation of new kings. After the mysterious relics were announced, anyone who possessed a mysterious relic could become a king. Currently, there are 2 key members. Kimon, the Loyalty King, and Han Ah-kim, the Avarice King. Du-ho knew this well, but they were going against the rules they themselves set,
and a series of new kings had registered in just a few days. Among them were Taezun and Hyudu, the Conquest King and the Love King. And another thing. Bliff. He was lost in thought when suddenly something caused the wall to crack. Just like that, a huge hole appeared right where Duho was sitting, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. He hurriedly stood up, looked at his body being attacked by a foreign energy, and was startled with anxiety. What's going on? My body! And what was coming, came. They were ambushing them again. Now all three of them moved out of their house because it was no longer safe. Seeing him, Sua and Jen simultaneously exclaimed in surprise, JH. JH looked around and realized they hadn't come here intentionally. Duho gritted his teeth. Damn it, were we teleported? Or summoned? At the same time, a loud voice rang out. Why are you all so surprised? DHA instinctively looked in the direction of the sound, becoming wary. Soldiers emerged from the cave, sneering. There's no one here to witness this, so we can beat you guys to a pulp. Duho scoffed, looking at him. You think you can? That night, Than became enraged and roared. Who do you think you are? You Dan brat, what did you say? He instantly lunged forward. You arrogant bastards, I'll enslave you. The whip had barely lashed out when he quickly leaped up to dodge, but it seemed a bit difficult. Duho was startled. He hit me! Before he could even regain his senses, the whip lashed out again. A look of bewilderment appeared in his eyes now. Even though he could avoid most of the attacks, Duho was shocked. He's too fast. The guy cracked the whip while laughing triumphantly. You were so confident, weren't you? Now look at you run. A cloud of dust now filled the surroundings, making him a little annoyed. Duho growled. Okay, I was a little surprised, but you think you can defeat me with just this ability? Ignoring his words, he enthusiastically lashed out even harder. I wonder if your assistants think so too. Jen and Sua could dodge, but now the attack was aimed at DHA. And of course, slave number 1 couldn't react. He stood frozen, watching the whip aimed at him. Quickly, it wrapped tightly around JH's abdomen and tightened. Not only was his stomach constricted, but his limbs were also tightened, making DHA flinch. Sua, worried, shouted, D-ha-ha! She also rushed forward. That damn guy laughed maniacally. He looked at the situation and was extremely pleased. Gotcha! Daha's whole body is burning up, and an intense killing intent emanates from the rope. The pain caused him to cry out involuntarily. Del shouted loudly. Duhoin was furious. He couldn't help but look at him and yell, You damn idiot! Now, D's hands are chained by thick, heavy iron chains. His eyes are also lifeless. The guy said again, If my whip just grazes you, you will become a slave obedient to my every command. Diem stood there staggering, like a zombie, and after subduing him, he immediately ordered, Go catch those bastards for me. Aiming at Duhoin, D flew up to strike hard. The whip lashed out at him again. The guy roared, Is this the end for you? Duhoin dodged again, but the surrounding rocks were constantly shattering. Duhoin gritted his teeth, sweat now pouring down, and there were some tears on his shirt. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Now the cave is full of dust and rocks. Ordinary people can't escape safely. Seeing Duhoin struggling like that, the guy grinned smugly. How does it feel? Suddenly, from the darkness, a pair of sharp, cold eyes appeared, staring intently at him. Short-lived joy. That smug face immediately changed color. Duhoven stood tall. In his arms was the fainted Daha. The killing intent radiating from his body was even more intense. Seeing Duhoen become so domineering so quickly, Jean was overjoyed. Dep! That soldier was now sweating. He couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell? That eerie dark energy began to shift and attack them. Each and every one of them was trembling at the same time. What is Seodu Ho Sao? His voice was now as cold as the king of hell. Are you guys ready? I'm going to give you all a present. Immediately, screams of anguish echoed from inside the cave. Help! Then they activated the defensive relic. They could still overcome the defenses again and again and continue to attack. Because as soon as Duhoen noticed the disadvantage, he would use crows to swallow them. But repeating it over and over made the crow grumble again. Because the achievements to be swallowed were completely evil, the crow didn't find it delicious either. He will probably consider this in the future. Now his house is a pile of rubble. Looking at this place, Duhoen was a little annoyed. It's good to be back, but this place is too messy. Dahal continued. It's still the same as before the attack. Duhoen frowned. I definitely said I wanted to check out today. Do these people think it's easy to find VIP customers like us? Dia continued. It's probably because they keep getting attacked because of VIP customers like us. Duhoen clicked his tongue. I don't like them. At the same time, a voice rang out, making all three of them startled. Looks like I came at the right time. They were surprised and shouted in unison. Irin! She said worriedly. Is everyone okay? Duhoen continued. Fine. But half the team is out. Irin sighed in relief. Good. I heard the hotel was attacked, so I was very worried. Then she said, If you need no accommodation, you can always come to one of our villas.
Du Hoan was a little embarrassed, so he stammered, "This." "In the end, you're still refusing." "Thank you, but it's too dangerous. I don't want to drag you into danger lately." Iren offered a solution. "If you're worried about that, then you can go to the safest place. Wouldn't that solve it?" Du Hoan hesitated. If she insisted. Before he could finish the sentence, Do was nodding vigorously behind him like a chopping machine. Du Hoan glared at the jerk, but in the end, for the sake of the group, he agreed. "Okay." Iren was satisfied. "Good decision." Sua spoke up first. "I'll go pack my luggage." Du Hoan added. "Yeah, let's do it together to pack faster." Sua quickly agreed. "Okay, Du Hoan." At the same time, Iren said, "You've probably heard the rumors. While I was helping my parents with their work, I heard some things from their acquaintances." Hearing her say that, a bewildered look appeared on Du Hoan's face, and right after that, everyone went to Iren's place. After she introduced the place, Do exclaimed excitedly, "Just as expected. This place is impressive. How long has it been since we've stayed in such a luxurious place? Looks like fancy hotel rooms, right? There's no comparison to our old place." He kept turning around, admiring everything. Du Hoan felt embarrassed. This kid, a butler who just saw them, bowed and said, "The rooms are ready. May we take them to their rooms, miss?" Iren happily replied quickly, "Thank you, please do." Hoan seems to be anxious. He said to Iren, "Tell me more about what you were just saying." She asked in surprise. Gao Du Hoan mentioned it again. "You said Pandora is planning to hold an exhibition. I didn't ask for details because I had to pack my luggage earlier." Iren suddenly remembered. "Ah, that's right." And right after that she said quickly, "Some of my parents' acquaintances are involved in the art scene. I heard it from them." Du Hoan listened to Iren seriously. They said the exhibition will be held at the largest gallery in New York. Many artists, new and established, will be participating. But the director of that art museum is on Pandora's side, so it's safe to say that this exhibition is actually being organized by Pandora. Because this information is related to Pandora, I wanted to tell you when we met. Now that I've said it, I guess it's not that important." Du Hoan replied, "Not at all, thank you for letting me know." He recounted to Iren, "The biggest goal of those bastards right now is to steal my secret relics. Why would they suddenly hold an exhibition? This is very suspicious." Du Hoan speculated, "I'm sure they have a reason for holding the exhibition, if that's the case." At the same time, Do stepped out and interrupted. "Boss, the relics that were supposed to be restored today," he continued. "I don't think we'll have time, because of the attacks." Hearing this, Du Hoan suddenly remembered. "That's right, everyone's restoring." Zheng was confused. "What are you talking about, boss? What about me being the restorer?" Du Hoan said to Iren again, "Pandora has also used a lot of relics to attack us. If they want to use them again, they have to restore them." Pausing for a moment, he said, "But they don't have enough manpower to restore all of them." As a smart girl, Iren immediately replied, "I understand." Du Hoan said, "This is a research. Anyway, they're trying to gather artists by organizing the exhibition. I guess there might be someone who has the ability to restore relics." Hearing this, Do freaked out and exclaimed in surprise, "What? Pandora's organizing an exhibition?" Jen replied, "Yeah, that's how it looks on the surface." An extremely serious expression appeared on his face. Iren expressed her thoughts. "I think you guessed right. This makes a lot of sense given their current situation." Du Hoan mused, "We still need to examine it carefully to be sure." Zhao looked angry and frowned. "Organizing an exhibition after attacking our base. They must be having a lot of fun." As he said this, his eyes suddenly glanced at Do. It seemed like Du Hoan had thought of something. He suddenly had an idea that would leave Jae-ha speechless. "Ah, right, we should cause a little chaos too." Pointing at his #1 slave, Du Hoan mischievously said, "Should we hold an exhibition right next to them?" Jae-ha flinched. "What?" Seeing his teammate's exaggerated reaction, Du Hoan seemed pleased. "Why are you so surprised?" Jae shouted. "How can I not be surprised? Are you serious, boss?" Du Hoan nonchalantly replied, "Of course, you want to hold an exhibition too, don't you?" Jae stammered, "Yes, but holding an exhibition isn't a small matter." Du Ho said lightly, "What's so difficult about it? The rent? I'll pay it. When else would I spend money? Of course, it's during times like these." Looking at Jae-ha, he added, "Of course, you're the one who has to find the artworks for the exhibition." Jae worried to death. "Right, artworks." Jae listed a series of his worries. "If we're going to hold it, you have to give me time to prepare. We have to prepare really well. Do you think you can conjure up an exhibition overnight, boss?" Du Hoan glanced back and forth, asking, "So you want to hold a perfect exhibition?" Jane continued, "Yes, exactly." Placing his hand on his teammate's shoulder, Du Hoan nonchalantly said again, "There's a saying that this world is inherently imperfect." Hearing this, Jae-ha was internally suffering. Seeing Jae-ha silent, he encouraged, "I just want to say don't worry too much about the small things, just do it." Jae-ha shouted, "How can you say something so irresponsible, boss?" Looking at Jae-ha, Du Hoan continued, "And don't you already have some artworks ready?" He was completely surprised. "How did you know, boss?" Du Hoan seemed very concerned about the members. The paintings you draw in your spare time whenever you finish restoring a relic. You thought I didn't know? After all, you must be very tired after restoring relics. You were so focused on drawing that you didn't even notice I was nearby. I know you have quite a few paintings. Jaehei scratched his head. Actually, I just draw for fun. Really? It's embarrassing to be seen by the boss.
Before he could be moved, Duhonin poured cold water on him. Actually, I was planning to ask you to do something else. It's just a coincidence that I saw it. Jaehei was speechless. I want to take back what I just said.
The #1 slave hugged his head and screamed. And they're only drawings I did myself. They're not good enough to be exhibited. I have to redraw everything. Du Hoshin clicked his tongue. There you go again. Be confident. Du Hoken then said, Get ready. I'll let you know the details after I've thoroughly researched Pandora's intentions. Jaha cried and complained. My paintings are really terrible. And after discussing and outlining the plan, Duhoen investigated what Pandora was planning to do. He sat motionless at his desk for hours. After trying to understand, Duhoen obtained quite a lot of information.
First of all, regarding the condition of their restorers, Duhoen saw signs that they were being overworked, and there were many times when relics were damaged because they were too tired. No wonder Pandora wanted to find more restorers. Another sign was the artist selection process. Artists who want to participate in the exhibition must pass a number of tests. The tests are to determine compatibility with relic restoration. They only choose those who have the potential to become restorers. This is to ensure that they will not suffer any losses, according to Pandora's plan. After piecing the information together, it can be concluded that his speculation was correct. They are holding the exhibition to hire more restorers, and Pandora may achieve this goal. While preparing for the exhibition, they must have contacted potential restorers already. Duho couldn't shake the thought of what if they could successfully hold the exhibition, and whether they would benefit from these investments. Pandora must maintain a good image in front of the restorers, so that they want to join as Pandora's restorers. As soon as he received this updated information, Duhoen closed his computer. I've decided. A smug smile appeared on his face. How can we let this happen peacefully? I'll make sure the whole exhibition is a mess. Time passed. The morning at Irin's mansion, the surrounding atmosphere was still extremely fresh. On the dining table, exquisite dishes were displayed. Duhoen seized the time, he said, rubbing his head. The investigation results show my guess was right. We can't let that exhibition group get away with this. They stayed up all night investigating, so I'm exhausted. Jaehei spoke up. Boss, when you say, not let them get away with it, do you mean we're actually going to hold an exhibition next to theirs? Looking at Jaehei, Duhoen asked seriously, Do you want to do it? Popping a piece of meat into his mouth, Duhoen said slowly, If you don't want to, I'll find another way to sabotage their exhibition. This isn't the only way to get revenge. There are other ways to mess with them after all. It's just that I think this way would be the most interesting, so I suggested it. There'll probably be a lot of jerks at the exhibition who aren't happy with you. I'm sure there'll be some Pandora goons there, including Richard Jiang's assistant. Jaehei added, I guessed as much. This is an important question for Jaha, Duhoen continued. You're also confident in your paintings, aren't you? Seeing his expression, Duhoen said, Even if you say they're bad, and you'd be embarrassed to show them at an exhibition, I know you're just saying that out of habit. If you really thought that way, you wouldn't be so passionate about painting them. Jaha was still dumbfounded, so Duhoen continued, thinking things like, even though the painting isn't finished, the color scheme is really good, or, the composition here is beautiful. Those are definitely the things you think and are proud of, right? Am I right? Jaehei was surprised, boss. You understand me so well even though you're not an artist. Duhoen replied confidently. I understand those things after meeting Nero and Salieri, just casually remembering some knowledge, because I have to use more and more relics these days. Can this even be considered knowledge? Duhoen asked again. Are you sure you don't want to hold an exhibition? Duhoen secretly observed him. He's basically convinced already. I just need to push him a little more. He tried to persuade him again. If you say you'll do it, we promise we'll do our best to promote you. And in the end, money is still the most effective way to sway people's hearts. Duhoen said, I'll also give you a cut of the profits if your paintings sell. Looking at Duhoen's expression, he secretly gloated to himself. So what about it? Sweat was dripping from Jaha's face. Duhoen was a little surprised. He never thought his paintings could be sold? Then this is even more effective. In Jaehae's eyes, he was now completely hypnotized by money. He shouted energetically, I'll do it! Duhofen was satisfied. Done. Finally, after being blinded by money, Jaeha made up his mind. I'll do it! Duhoen said with satisfaction, You made the right decision. Then, a contract was placed in front of Jaehae. Sign here. He was surprised. What is this? Jaehae asked blankly. Why is there another contract? Duhoen explained. It's about the exhibition. You should sign a contract before doing anything. You've already decided to do it, so there's no need to hesitate to sign the contract, right? Just as Jaeha was full of motivation after being persuaded by Duhoen to hold an exhibition, he presented a contract that would make Jaeha carefully consider canceling the exhibition. He would wonder why Duhoen was doing this, but he would thank Duhoen later. Not long after, the contract was indeed necessary.
Jae-hae ran in from outside, shouting in a panic, "Boss! Boss!"
Seeing his panicked expression, Do-hoon said, "What's all the commotion about?"
Jae-hae said hastily, "Please cancel it. I'm not holding the exhibition." Hearing this, Do-hoon was a little surprised. He immediately asked, "Why?" Jae-hae stammered, then said tearfully, "Because I'm not confident in my abilities. I don't think I can finish on time, and I don't have any ideas. Instead, I will try to prepare for the next exhibition." Do-hoon murmured to himself, "I knew you would." His mood kept changing erratically. JHA could be extremely confident at one moment, and lose all that confidence in the blink of an eye, but that didn't affect his ability. Even the paintings that Jinha thought were poor weren't really that bad. He just needs to control himself, and he will be able to hold a really good exhibition. Hearing these absurd things, Do-hoon calmly asked back, "Is that so?" Immediately after, Do-hoon placed a thick stack of papers in front of Jinha. "What should we do then? You've already signed the contract." Pausing for a moment, Do-hoon continued, "I listened to you and already paid the rent." Jae-ha panicked. "So what? That was so fast?" The threats from Do-hoon were immediately uttered, making Jinha break out in a sweat. "If you cancel the contract, what about the damages caused by it? I don't know if you plan to take responsibility." Do-hoon smiled brightly. "There's still time. Instead of giving up, just try your best." It seemed that the contract had really worked. There had to be a contract here, to force him to continue preparing for the exhibition. It was to ensure that he didn't give up due to lack of confidence. Ji drooped his face and replied, "I know." Do-hoon thought to himself, "I knew signing the contract was the right decision." Immediately after realizing that he couldn't give up on the exhibition, Jin staggered out of the room, his face as gloomy as a corpse. Irene was a little worried, wondering if he was okay. It seems like he's having too much difficulty. Shouldn't he be allowed to do the next exhibition? Do-hoon explained, "I'll let him do it first, and if the situation gets bad, I'll postpone it. It's very likely that he's just not confident enough right now, that's why he's like that." He started calculating. In situations like this, it's best to give him more work to do. Suddenly remembering something, Do-hoon exclaimed, "Ah, that's right." Immediately, he loudly summoned his sacred relic. "Nero, come out!" As soon as Nero appeared, he gave the order, "Lend a hand. You're also an artist. Surely you guys can work together, and there's no one more confident than you." "Gwa," just like Do-hoon said. Quote, Nero proudly said, "Of course, I always cherish my works. Of course they must receive my affection." Do-hoon worriedly added, "Don't be too harsh on him." Nero smiled triumphantly. "Okay." Inside this room, Jin's hand was constantly drawing on the paper. He was like a madman. "That's not it. Not good. This isn't right. It needs to be more vivid." While engrossed in his musings, Jae-ha didn't know that Nero had appeared behind him. Looking at the young man who seemed to be going crazy in front of him, Nero felt sorry for him. How pitiful. He seems to be having difficulty creating. Hearing this voice, Jin immediately turned around. "What the hell?" Nero quickly replied, "Yeah, the master told me to come and help you." Ji was surprised. "Boss? Thanks. But I don't think you can help because I'm the one who has to create." "Are you two planning to do miscellaneous things here?" Hearing this, Nero shouted loudly with fiery momentum, "No, I can do much better than that." Jahaha screamed in horror. "You scared me." Nero then cheerfully said, "You're having trouble because you don't have inspiration, right? In cases like this, the works of other artists will be helpful. I'll show you my work. Then the flame of inspiration in you will burst forth." As he spoke, a brilliant golden light shone from his eyes. Nero asked Jehepa, "Choose. Poetry, songs, designs, architecture. Which one do you want to see?" Je flinched. "I'm fine. What are these things?" Without explaining to him, Nero immediately channeled his inner strength. "Burn! The flame of inspiration!" Jae-ha frantically put his hands in front of his face. "Stop! Put out the fire!" Looking at his drafts about to be burned by Nero's flames, Jae-ha was startled. "Are you planning to burn all my works?" Nero laughed heartily in return. Meanwhile, the two dogs looked at him speechless. Abinis quickly asked, "What's wrong? Are you guys fighting?" Nero stopped. "Fighting? There's no such thing." He recounted to them, "This young artist is having difficulty, he doesn't have any inspiration, I'm just helping him." At that moment, Set and Abinis immediately revealed their true forms. He needs a model. How interesting. Even the Saliori relic was summoned to help him. As soon as he arrived, he heard Jae-ha shout, "It's ruined! It's all ruined! Be careful, my paintings!" Saliori spoke up. "You guys don't have the most important thing. Good music is the source of inspiration." He started taking out musical instruments. "I'll sing a song for you. Listen, and you'll be inspired." And so, in the vast, magnificent mansion, music echoed along with an ear-splitting song. Jae-ha cried, "My ears! Someone save me!" After listening to Saliori's melody for a while, he finally lay motionless on the ground. He was startled. Damn, he fainted. At the same time, Do-hoon and Jae-theung passed by. "What are you guys doing? I told you to help him. What are you doing?" Quote. Duhoen asked the two dogs. Come on. Why are you guys making a mess here too? The ceiling is cracked, go do your job. Being scolded by their owner, they finally stopped bothering Jae-ha and replied, yes. Looking at the pile of relics scattered in front of him, Duhoen was surprised. What about you guys? Why are you here? They hesitated and replied, we were going to help the restorer a little. From the bottom of their hearts, the relics sincerely said, he restored us so well, so we wanted to come and repay him a little. How can we help? Just ask, Abinis said. These relics were all restored by him, so they can't sit still and not help. Looking at Jae-ha, Duhoen was also a little touched. Really? Suddenly I think relics are very friendly to humans too. It seems he did a very good job. Duhoen then continued. Okay, it's good that you want to help, but be careful. The human body is quite weak. You have to be gentle, especially with him. Abinis sheepishly said, that's right, I keep forgetting. The boss annoyedly replied, what a hassle. Nero laughed happily. I'm just too excited. When he wakes up, I'll gently inspire him. Duhoen said, no, stop your fire tricks. It makes me uncomfortable. Nero said, it's just a little illustration. Duhoen replied, I don't think so. Down here, Jae-ha finally woke up. As soon as he sat up, he looked around blankly. What's going on? Nero said again, he's awake. The relics came in front of him. Human, we're here to help. Jae-ha panicked. Why are there even more relics now? Jae-ha seemed to want to scream. Boss, you came at the right time. Please take them away. I don't know why they're doing this. Duhoen said again. I asked them to help you. Jae-ha was startled. Boss, you told them to come? Duhoen continued. Not all of them. Duhoen teased a little. The relics like you, why don't you let them help? Jae-ha cried. I can't do it when they're here. As a result, Duhoen had to take all the relics out of Jae-ha's studio. Even though they meant well, it seemed they were just causing trouble instead of helping him. Duhoen really felt sorry. After the chaos, he finally got some inspiration and drew some beautiful paintings. Anyway, Duhoen's goal was achieved. Duhoen secretly looked and saw that the paintings were great. He was just lacking confidence. It seems they can hold a successful exhibition. Duhoen made up his mind. You bastards, Pandora, we're coming! With everyone's support, Rosiha found her inspiration and started painting again. Duhoen was also busy preparing for the exhibition. There was more work to do than expected, such as finding an exhibition location, then making an exhibition catalog, and also promoting other artworks. The others were also busy as hell. Luau calmly negotiated on the phone. It's me. I contacted you last time. Julian tiredly sighed. Oh my god. My head hurts. But thanks to working like cows, the exhibition will soon be opened. For newcomers like them, perhaps this exhibition will be a resounding success. Anyway, with those bastards Pandora, their exhibition may be smaller in scale, but the thought of being held right next to them is so refreshing. Duhoen could go to their place and mess everything up. He had only just thought of that. His face had become gloomy with a cunning smile. Jae-ha, standing behind, couldn't help but shudder and grimace. Don't think about crazy ideas. I have to open an exhibition too. Time flies. The moment Jae-ha was full of motivation after being persuaded by Duhoen to hold an exhibition. There was a small problem when he heard that those bastards were increasingly attacking Duhoen's group. Perhaps because their ruins weren't fully restored after that incident, they kept a low profile for a while. Now they're challenging us again. Fortunately, they haven't discovered the location of Hoen's manor, so everyone remains safe there. The only place where they all have more work to do is at the Gave Corporation. Both Jen and Irin entered the room together. As a result, they saw the completed painting, and Dae-ha was asleep on the chair next to it. Seeing him with dark circles under his eyes, tired and sound asleep, Irin and Jen could only exchange glances and chuckle. Fortunately, they haven't discovered the location of Hen's manor, so everyone remains safe there. Time flies like a dog running across a field, and in a blink, it was the first day of the exhibition. Duhoen, now dressed impeccably, tied his necktie, happily humming a tune. Suddenly a voice rang out. Rope relentlessly praised his master. Master, you look so cool. You are the best, the absolute best. Why are you dressed so spick and span? Is there a big event tonight? The boy smiled and glanced at it. Duhoen walked to the bookshelf, searching for something while saying, I'm going to Dae-ha's exhibition. Let's see, what suits you? Rope asked in surprise. I get to go too? Really? On the rope, Duhoen tied a small, cute red bow. It excitedly cheered. He looked at it and said, I apologize, but it's the best I could find. Rope ceaselessly swayed with joy. Excellent! Wonderful! Sua, also beautifully dressed, approached to announce, Boss, we're all set. Duhoen looked up and replied, Ah, all right, I'll be right out. On the other side, Ilya excitedly said, You're finally here, shall we go? He suggested. We should leave soon, shouldn't we? After all, the organizer shouldn't be late. Pausing for a moment, he continued, It's also been a while since I've seen everyone dressed up. Ilya replied shyly, That's right, I feel a little awkward wearing this outfit. Suddenly, Duhoen spoke up. Oh, wait a minute. Where's our main character, Hosea? Ilya also wondered. Where is he? Chloe added. I haven't seen him today either, Sua said from not far away. Maybe he went back to the room? I'll go check. Julian frowned helplessly. Good grief, let's go find him. Sua was stunned the moment she pushed the door open and stepped in. She looked at Dae-ha squatting on the floor and asked curiously, What are you doing here? We're about to leave. Is something wrong? With a tired face and 2 dark circles beneath his eyes, he hesitated to answer. It's nothing. Suddenly, Dae-ha grimaced and yelled, I'm too nervous. I don't want to go at all. Du-hoen was bewildered. What? At that moment, Du-hoen also walked in. There you are. Sua looked at him, stammering an explanation. Well, it seems he's overly anxious. Du-hoen commanded Rope to tie him up while scolding. You rascal, you have to complete what you're supposed to do. Finishing his words, he immediately turned around to leave. All right, let's go. Don't be afraid. Everything will turn out fine. At this time, Dae-ha, tightly bound by rope, lay on the ground, frantically screaming, How can you be so sure? I'm not going. Du-hoen calmly threatened. If you're that worried, take a few calming pills. Hearing that, he cried in confusion. Dae-ha then reluctantly obeyed and took the medicine, regaining his composure. Sua hesitantly asked, Will he be all right? In a flash, they all arrived at the exhibition. See? The exhibition is this wonderful, and you had nothing to worry about, Du-hoen said excitedly. Amazing! This is just the beginning. Let's give it our all. Dae-ha, tightly bound by rope, stood next to him, unable to suppress his panic. He looked at the staff member and ordered, Start letting the guests in. The staff member immediately responded, Right. At this point, Du-hoen ordered to untie Ziha, straightened himself up, and went to welcome the guests. I'll let you go. He turned his head and gave him a mischievous smile. They are all guests who have come here to see your works for the very first time. This is a very meaningful moment. Greet them with enthusiasm. After a long while, the group of them looked into the desolate, deserted space before their eyes. The whole group fell silent simultaneously. The next second, Ziha's tears flowed out incessantly. No one came? Du-hoen was startled and panicked looking at him, secretly cursing. Damn it, why is it like this? He gritted his teeth and secretly wondered. No way! So many people booked tickets online. Or are they late? Zenha wept, falling into despair. I didn't want to come because I knew everything would be like this, Du-hoen secretly worried. This is bad. His mood was already poor, and now it's like this too. Suddenly, Ilya awkwardly stepped forward, patted Ziha's shoulder, and consoled him. Come on, don't be impatient. I'm sure they'll come. Maybe they're having breakfast to prepare to get here. Looking towards him, Du-hoen thought to himself. If it's reached the point where Ilya has to coax him, then maybe things really are bad. Usually he would be making fun of him. Julian looked at him and asked, Should we discuss this a little? There must be some problem. Du-hoen spoke up. So you also think the same as me? He immediately replied, Yes, I anticipated this. It seems like those Pandora bastards pulled a trick. He touched his chin and frowned as he replied, Correct. Julian suddenly spoke up. All right, I'll drop by their exhibition. Ikilia, standing next to Zeha, also immediately said, I'm going too. The whole group went towards their exhibition to see what they were plotting. Du-hoen bit his lip, secretly worried. Did they do this? Certainly. Before long, the group arrived. Suddenly, Ilya gloomily ordered, Come out, Aureus. Immediately, Aureus was summoned. Ilya commanded it, Disguise us. The next second, the entire group successfully disguised themselves. He spoke up. I've turned us into normal people. We won't be noticed by them. In a different form, Ilya continued sluggishly. But we can still be caught by those with strong instincts. Camouflage is Zenha's forte, but let's do this first. On the other side, Jen and Sua had also finished disguising themselves. He spoke up. All right, let's go in. The group split up to work. Du-hoen mingled with the crowd. He looked around, secretly thinking, It seems like a lot of Pandora's high-ranking members are here. They must really care about this event. Looking towards Julian, Du-hoen was suspicious. Even their official restorer is present, especially that bastard Julian. He is a top member of the official restoration team. He secretly felt annoyed. Those bastards. Even though things were complicated in the final stages, they must have been desperate to recruit more people. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out. You think too highly of me. Du-hoen couldn't help but turn his head to look over. Looking towards that petite figure, he secretly wondered, this voice, is it him? After seeing the face clearly, he couldn't help but be surprised. Du-hoen suddenly recalled. He escaped from us in the Tomb of Wrath. We fell into a tomb trap and struggled because of it. He looked at the silhouette of that person and couldn't help but wonder, secretly thinking, why is he here? I have to find out why. In Pandora's exhibition room, there was lively laughter. That exhibition on the other side must be sitting around swatting flies, right? A man in a suit said. The person next to him enthusiastically chimed in, chuckling. I knew it would be like this. Luis shrugged and spoke. It seems Xinghe didn't use any relics when drawing. In other words, he drew with his actual skill. His tone clearly showed sarcasm. He was so vocal that drawing with relics is a lie. Now look at his result. Du Hoan subtly frowned, silently listening to those people excitedly discussing his teammate. Did he really say that? How idiotic. Who cares about that? Irritation welled up inside him. That punk? He really fits in with those bastards. I knew he'd join forces with them, but one of them was gloating, and he somehow managed to pay it off, even using up all his artifacts. The one next to him nodded in agreement. Exactly. The information the other group blurted out stunned Du Hoan. Because we used entrance restriction artifacts to keep people from his exhibition, he thought. Entrance restriction artifacts? Those sly foxes. I knew they'd pull some dirty tricks. Du Hoan quickly relayed the information to the others. Hey, can you guys hear me? I found something out. It seems like they used entrance restriction artifacts on us. We have to do something. Julian grasped the information quickly and heard the suggestion from the other side. I'll find a way to resolve it. Everyone agreed. Okay. The rest of us will continue to gather information, then we'll regroup outside. Time continued to pass, but they couldn't find much. They couldn't find the artifacts and didn't know what they were. Du Hoan thought to himself. They must have used a powerful energy source to hide the artifacts. Cut to outside the building. Du Hoan's group gathered. He inquired. Did you guys find out anything else? Ilya sighed. No, Sua also felt apologetic. Sorry. Du Hoan gently shook his head. No need to apologize. They went to great lengths to hide them anyway. Those Pandora bastards really hid them well this time, Ilya suggested irritably. What should we do? Now that it's come to this, should we just wreck their exhibition? It's time to level up the game. Du Hoan rubbed his chin thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Sounds good, I agree. Du Hoan then asked seriously. Hey, are you serious? The other party replied nonchalantly. We have to retaliate, isn't that why you followed us? He retorted helplessly. Well, yeah, but causing a ruckus is the last resort. Du Ho flashed a mischievous smile. Then this is when we need it. Du Ho muttered. Why do you look like you're doing something righteous? Du Hoan didn't bother to argue with him, getting straight to the point. All right, brainstorm how we should drive their guests away? Ia cheered excitedly. What? I'm more than confident in this. As for what happened next, they discussed which artifact to use. Sua and Ia were two potential candidates. In the end, Isilia's artifact was chosen. A swarm of insects suddenly appeared in the exhibition hall. The scene before them was terrifying. People looking at the paintings screamed, Bugs! Why are there so many insects? They're crawling out of the paintings! Not stopping there, screams continued to echo. A bunch of flies! You should know that he used the artifact Bill Bap. The guests were no longer in the mood to appreciate art, scrambling towards the door. I'm going to die! How disgusting! The staff panicked at the sight. Where is everyone going? The guests replied hastily. The exhibition hall is being attacked by bugs. Before he could recover from his confusion, another person rushed over to report. We're done for. The guests are all leaving. We can't control it. Soon, another employee reported. The new guests who were about to enter left when they saw everyone running out. Everyone fell into panic. Damn it! They shouted angrily. Where did these damn bugs come from? Just then, a lazy voice rang out. Oh, come on. Why be afraid of them? Ia raised an eyebrow and smirked. They should admire the insect exhibition instead of this mediocre exhibition. The staff was stunned. That bastard is one of Seo Du Hoen's subordinates. One person muttered. I've never met him before. The one next to him continued. Maybe he's a newbie. Then the employees shouted aggressively. What the hell is this? Get rid of these bastards. Aya replied with a drawn-out laugh. Why are you guys angry? I'm just returning the favor, he directly accused. You guys started it first by placing an artifact to prevent visitors from coming to our place. The employee was stunned, stuttering. Ho, how do you know? Ilya shrugged and said with a smile. If you guys lower your flag, we'll stop too. If not, this will continue to be an exhibition about insects. The others could only utter angrily, This bastard! Du Hoan and the others leisurely walked out. Don't be so angry. This is a good offer. The staff panicked instantly. Seo Du Hoan. He smiled slyly and replied, Hello, I've been standing here since the afternoon. Du Hoan got straight to the point. Do you have any questions about our offer? Both sides will stop disrupting each other's exhibitions, he said sternly. We're not even asking you to compensate for the damage you caused to our exhibition. If we were to consider that, even smashing this place wouldn't be enough. Every word Du Hoan spoke carried a threat. So, what do you want? The corner of his lips curled slightly. Or do you want to refuse and fight it out? Though that wouldn't be in your best interest, would it? Just as the staff were in a difficult situation, Luis and his group rushed into the hall, roaring, Seo Du Hoan! They stood facing Du Hoan's group. He shrugged, smirking. Your artists have arrived too.
You're the main characters here, so decide.
Du Hoan narrowed his eyes slightly. You want to continue the exhibition, with neither side interfering? Or do you choose to settle things once and for all, and there's no exhibition at all? He slowly began to negotiate. Luis anxiously pressed the person next to him. Will fighting here be okay? This exhibition will be ruined. The sponsors and VIPs are about to arrive. Julian clicked his tongue in annoyance, finally resigned to compromise. Fine, we'll remove the restricted entry artifact, he added. Bandora, we're only temporarily accepting this offer. None of our artists are afraid to face you. Julian scoffed. There's no way we'd be afraid of someone holding their first exhibition. Du Hoan curved his lips into a smile, replying, so confident. Let's see how long you can maintain that confidence. After that, true to their word, those Pandora bastards removed the restricted entry artifact. Du Hoan's group also restored their exhibition to its original state. Without the Pandora gang causing trouble, the guests began to arrive. Du Hoan observed the situation at the exhibition. Some critics had arrived, but they only uttered harsh words, with no semblance of constructive criticism. He secretly felt dissatisfied. Just because the artistic style was changed, they kept saying that they were very disappointed. They said that Richard Jiang was the real artist, and that Z was just an imposter. Du Ho thought to himself. Zen struggled greatly just to calm down. If he heard these words, he would definitely collapse. Turning his head to look at Zeha, who was trying to attend to the guests, he told himself, he can't let Zeha hear this. Du Hoan followed those critics closely, determined to get them out of here at all costs. The next second, he smiled slightly and started a conversation. Oh my, look who it is! Du Hoan greeted them warmly. Important guests. The other party was taken aback. Is that Mr. Seo Du Hoan? Hello? Do you have something you need to discuss with us? The corners of his lips curved slightly, and he slowly spoke. I just wanted to come over and say hello for a bit. Every word he uttered sounded full of sincerity. With famous critics coming to view the exhibition like this, how could Zeha's superiors not be happy? The woman in front of him exclaimed. I didn't know you were interested in art too. Du Hoan politely continued. He's an important subordinate to me, so of course I'll care about what he's doing. How about a cup of tea? It's on me. His heart, he wondered. Why do they seem so nervous? He suggested. We can discuss this exhibition together. Hearing this, the critics exchanged glances. Du Hoan keenly noticed the abnormality. It seemed their tense expression had flashed by. Before that they were nervous, then they changed their expression. He thought of a possibility, maybe they were plotting something, or... Immediately after that, the critics refused one after another. We're a little busy, let's schedule another time. Du Hoan responded with a model smile. What a pity. I hope you enjoyed the exhibition. The other party's eyes were clearly avoiding him. Yes, definitely. Du Hoan thought to himself. This makes them even more suspicious. Something fishy is going on here. He fell into contemplation. Bandora must have hired them to play some trick. Thinking back, there are many absurd things. The suspicion in Du Hoan's heart grew stronger. Why would people as famous and busy as them come to this place? We didn't invite them, and they suddenly came together. That alone is suspicious. He reflected that, right after arriving at the exhibition hall, they had continuously belittled Jaha's works. It was as if they came here with the intention of doing so from the start. Du Hoan quickly reported the situation to everyone. Sua was startled. What? Did Bandora bribe the critics? The person opposite him lightly nodded. Although it hasn't been confirmed, it's quite likely. Those Pandora bastards have come up with a new plan to sabotage our exhibition without using an artifact. Du Hoan informed. Moreover, they aren't ordinary guests, so we can't just kick them out. Sua pressed. So what should we do? The other party immediately instructed. I need you to observe them from now on, and I will find a way to make them leave. She, of course, clearly agreed. Just then, she suddenly noticed movement up ahead. Boss, look! Du Hoan glanced in the direction of her gaze, and his face instantly changed color. The critics had gone over to start trouble with Ja from who knows when. He secretly lamented. This is bad, damn it. I can't believe they're trying to cause trouble for Jaha in such a crowded place. They relentlessly questioned Jiha. Why can't you answer us, huh? He was stunned and unable to react in time. Why? The brown-haired man repeated. We are wondering why you used a different artistic style. The woman beside him chimed in, her tone reeking of sarcasm. They say you are the person behind Richard Jiang's works, so we are very curious to see your own work. Ja awkwardly replied, I just want to introduce new works of art. The other party sneered. Isn't it because you're afraid of being compared? Hearing this, he was stunned. What? What the critic uttered next made his face turn pale. You claimed Richard Jiang stole your works, right? That's why everyone is curious about the real capacity of the original artist. He continued to taunt. Normally, when opportunity knocks, people seize it to prove they are right. Am I wrong? But you are displaying new works with a completely different artistic style from your previous works. Ja unexpectedly interrupted. It's up to me to choose which artistic style I want to present, he seriously declared. Most importantly, the fact that Richard Jiang used an artifact to steal my work has been proven. Whatever you say won't change that truth. Every word Jaha spoke left the critics speechless. If you keep trying to make a big deal out of this, I won't mind escalating it. The hand placed on his hip trembled slightly. Jaha wondered. These are the things I want to say, so why can't I say them? He felt as if hundreds of eyes were focused on him. Jaha lowered his head. I'm too scared. I'm a useless coward. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. You are the artist, aren't you? Ro Jahiha. This person's appearance caused an uproar among everyone present. What? How could he be here? Is that the famous artist, Andrew? Upon seeing him, the critics, who were just arrogant, now had to bow their heads obsequiously. Sir, why are you here? If you had informed us of your visit, we would have welcomed you. Andrew coldly replied. No need to be so overly friendly. The other party clearly looked flustered. Still, it must be said that something strange happened. Du Hoan was squeezing through the crowd of onlookers to get to Jiha when an old man suddenly appeared and changed the whole atmosphere. He was astonished to discover one thing. The arrogant attitude of those critics when challenging Jaha had turned into flattery in the hopes of speaking with the man. Du Hoan speculated that the man called Andrew must definitely be a major figure in the fine arts industry. The female critic eagerly struck up a conversation with Andrew. Sir, what do you think of these works? Please share your valuable comments with us. She smirked. If you compare them to Richard Jiang's works, don't they look like fakes, sir? Hearing this, Jad immediately panicked. This is not good at all. He knew very well that this person was famous for giving harsh critiques and was moreover a friend of Richard Jiang. Jaha bowed his head, defeated. He's just going to criticize my work again. I wish I could cover my ears. Andrew unexpectedly uttered a sentence. How pathetic. The brown-haired man burst out laughing. Pathetic, you say? The people next to him chimed in, right? I knew it. However, Andrew's next words instantly wiped the smiles off their faces. Yes, you are pathetic. You are miserable for failing to see the hidden genius behind these works. The brown-haired man was stunned. Why are you praising his work, sir? I thought you disliked it too. Andrew did not deny it. Yes, because he is the one who caused my great friend, Richard Jiang, to be in his current predicament. Actually, that's what I thought until recently. I thought Richard Jiang would never do things like stealing works. He honestly expressed. But now I have seen his works with my own eyes. I have to accept that it is the truth. Andrew slowly spoke each sentence. If the works Richard Jiang showed us were only the tip of the iceberg, then the works of the real artist are the whole iceberg. He emphasized. And more importantly, that he decided to present a new artistic style instead of the one that was already famous. But you criticize and question him, saying he did it only because he was afraid of being compared. The brown-haired man stammered a rebuttal. That's not true. The other party sternly questioned. Tell me the truth. Have you really seen this whole exhibition? The woman faltered in her reply. We only saw a few parts, but we looked at his works. Before she could finish her sentence, a voice suddenly interjected. He's right. I think the works displayed here are wonderful. The guests in the exhibition hall unanimously shouted, Yes, now I finally have a chance to say this. Thanks to that renowned artist, the atmosphere had completely changed. Everyone began to voice their opinions. Hearing those highly complimentary words, Jiha could only stand there utterly astonished. Du Hoan stood observing silently on the side. Are you really proud of what you've achieved? No matter how dirty Pandora played. Afterwards, those strong-willed critics had to leave in silence. Du Hoan guessed where they would go next, and they certainly didn't disappoint everyone. They went to the Pandora exhibition. To be honest, after they left, the atmosphere here gradually improved, and more people also came to the exhibition. Du Hoan secretly thought, even the art catalog is selling like hotcakes, this is only the first day. But it seems we need to print more art catalogs there. There was so much work that the team members didn't have a moment of free time, and that was the first day of the exhibition. Time flew by so quickly, night fell unnoticed, and the exhibition hall lights were still on. Jaha had a busy day. He wearily slumped down, letting out a heavy sigh. Everyone praised. Well done. Du Hoan smiled and asked, What do you think? You kept worrying about not having visitors? You don't have to worry anymore, right? He didn't forget to encourage the rest. You all did well too. Let's quickly finish up the rest and go rest. Ilya gave a forced smile. Just thinking about having to do this for the upcoming period makes me a little scared. Just then, Sua keenly sensed an unusual energy flow. She immediately raised her guard. Something is approaching. Du Hoan lightly nodded. You're right. I can feel an aura. He wondered. What trick is Pandora trying to pull this time? Immediately after, the glass door next to Ilya suddenly shattered. Something appeared in the middle of the room, emitting intense energy all around. Jaha panicked. What the heck is that? Observing closely, it was a black lead fragment wrapped around a rope, and everyone thought of one possibility. Artifact! Du Hoan looked doubtful. Why isn't it moving? Did it even break the window glass? Jaha moved his lips until he could finally utter, "On artifact!" Du Hoen decisively questioned, "Who are you? Did Pandora send you here to fight us?" The sacred relic scoffed, suspecting me for no reason from the start. It introduced itself. "I am Raphael's pencil. I came here because there is an artist who deserves to be my owner." Du Ho frowned. "Rafa? What? Why is that name so long?" As soon as Jaha heard the name, he was shocked. "Raphael!" He hurriedly spoke up. "I think it's Raphael's sacred object. He is one of the 3 most talented painters." Raphael. A brief introduction. Raphael. He is one of the 3 greatest artists of the Renaissance, along with Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo. Even though he passed away at a young age, he left behind many artistic works, such as the School of Athens, the Triumph of Galatea, and many others. Du Ho felt confused. "But why is such a sacred object here?" He pressed. "Are you looking for your owner? Have you had anyone else yet?" Raphael honestly replied, "I'm planning to change owners." It said that after wandering around the exhibition institute, humanity there was outstanding compared to my previous owners. Du Ho mumbled, "A sacred object like you also goes to exhibitions? I guess that's because you're a sacred object left behind by an artist." He suddenly thought of a possibility. "Wait a minute, so are you trying to say that you want Roseha to become your new owner?" Raphael admitted, "That's right. I spun around a lot when I saw your artwork, human." Hearing this, Jahe was startled. "Raphael, it begins now, huh? Sign a contract with me, and I'll help you create an artwork even more amazing than ever before." Raphael flustered, his voice growing hurried. "Wait, didn't you say you already had an owner? And wouldn't I be stealing you?" He chirped back, "You're half right, because you've already stolen my heart." Jaha was utterly bewildered. "How could this be logical?" Du Hoen advised, "Don't end it with a heart, just accept it. You just need to pretend you don't see it, and act like you don't know anything." The other person was still hesitant, but even so, he directly cut Jaha off. "What bad thing will happen if you accept? He came here on his own because he likes you. That doesn't count as stealing." The corner of Du Hoen's lips curved up, he emphasized. "And compared to Pandora owning him, wouldn't it help the world a lot more if you became his owner?" Jaha was indeed moved. He pursed his lips, staring intently at the relic before him for a long time. After a moment, Jaha opened his mouth. "You can decide." Before he could finish speaking, Raphael cheered excitedly. He chuckled gleefully. "That's great. I'm finally being taken care of by you, Master." The light from Raphael was too dazzling. Jaha covered his eyes and grumbled. "Did you register the contract properly?" Du Hoen smiled. "This is proof of how amazing your exhibition is. In my opinion, this is just the beginning for you," he commented. "Maybe our exhibition area will be much better than Pandora's." The other party was incredulous. "Sorry, no way." Du Hoen looked directly into Jaha's eyes, asserting confidently, "It's not impossible. You'll find yourself soon, because a good exhibition is always recorded." With that, he urged, Let's go rest. I still have to work tomorrow." Dia glanced at Raphael in his hand, encouraging him. "That's right, he's absolutely right." Jaha sighed after hearing this. "All right?" Time quickly passed, and the next day, and the day after that, there were countless people in the exhibition hall. It's basically probably because the rumors are spreading widely, but the crowd is increasing more and more, and among the crowd coming there is a special guest who wants to buy Jaha's artwork. He fainted because it was the first time he sold his artwork for such a high price. Du Hoen thought to himself, as people began to buy more of his artwork. That was also when his confidence gradually returned. The Jaha, who was taciturn and insecure that day, had completely disappeared today. And a few days passed. When it was night, cheerful laughter echoed in the exhibition area. "Everyone, look at this!" Julian curiously took the document. "What is it?" Du Hoen said. "It's the midterm test result for our exhibition hall." His face revealed a clear expression of satisfaction. "There are a large number of people coming. The promotional posters that we sold, and other similar things, have compiled the information into a midterm score report." Du Hoen concluded. "You're doing better than those Pandora bastards." Jaha was taken aback. "What?" He eagerly wanted to verify. "Where is it?" Julian handed the document to Jaha. "Here's yours," Du Hoen said with a smile. "Our exhibition is doing well in terms of attendance and artwork posters." He gave a preliminary assessment. "Although you lost a large number of artworks sold, they have many artists participating, so it's normal for you to sell artworks." Speaking of the latter sentence, the smile on Du Hoen's lips became even brighter. "But the difference stems from 2 areas, and in the end, you can say that you won against them," he affirmed. "If this industry gets started, you will have a perfect victory to fight against them. Those are the worst problems. I congratulate you in advance." Jaha cheered with joy. "Unbelievable! I will try until everything is over." Du Hoshen encouraged. "Of course. You're very good." At the same time, an angry voice rang out in Pandora's exhibition area. "What happened?" Julian threw the document and slammed the table hard. What's the point if we're doing worse than that poster? Rosiha. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he was alone. Meanwhile, we have 8 people. The staff lowered their heads in fear. One of them said tremblingly, "We're so sorry, leader." He tried his best to assure. "Even so, we will strive to promote it starting tomorrow." Julian laughed coldly. "You're going to give out free tickets or something, right?" he roared. "If we do that, it's the same as announcing that we've lost." All the staff were sweating profusely in fear. "We apologize." Julian gritted his teeth, saying each word. "We have no choice. If we don't do anything, our exhibition hall will soon be destroyed." "As if I have to get my hands dirty again," he warned in a cold voice. "All of you are fired." The staff froze, stammering in response. "Yes, sir," Julian said, then coldly turned and walked away, striding towards the main door. He pushed the door open, muttering irritably, "What terrible security! How could we lose to someone as careless as him?" Julian was unwilling to accept it. I'm sure he did something. How else would Master Andrew praise him so much? Something must have been planned in advance. He stood before a painting, channeling energy into his palm, doing that to someone as righteous as him. "Rosheha, you deserve this!" Julian reached out, intending to play with the painting. Just the thought made him gleeful. "You'll be just like a fly tomorrow." But before he could even touch the painting, his eyes widened in shock, a sharp pain suddenly erupting. Julian was stabbed straight through the chest by a sword, fresh blood spurting out, and he staggered. "What's happening?" A suit of knight armor stood towering behind Julian, taunting. "How can you be so relaxed? It's as if you've never fought anyone before." He twisted his head to look back, astonished. "That thing is made from holy artifacts." The opponent chuckled. "You could say that." The sword was abruptly pulled out with force. Julian groaned in pain, then heard the knight armor say, "You're right, I'm made from that holy artifact. I'm beautifully made, aren't I?" It retreated to a corner. "Now throw away all that stupid nonsense." The voice carried a warning. "Don't even think about causing trouble, because he's essential to us." Julian questioned, "Are you protecting him? Did he hire you as a guardian?" The opponent sneered. "What? Aren't you really stupid? What the hell are you talking about?" Julian clutched his wound, shouting, "I know you're plotting something bad. Look at it until the bitter end. Accept it now." He activated his energy, and the earth and rocks collapsed. The knight armor tilted its head and muttered, "Things are destroyed so quickly. Is Rosheha your mortal enemy or something?" It was quickly crushed by the falling rocks, breaking apart into pieces, and angrily screamed, "My sword!" Julian glanced around. "So no matter where you hide, I can find you." Suddenly, there was movement behind him, and a figure hurriedly ran out, trying to avoid the falling rocks. "Oh my God!" Julian immediately approached, but when he clearly saw the face, he was stunned. "Wait, He looked doubtful. "What are you doing here?" Julian vaguely sensed something was wrong and angrily questioned, "Aren't we on the same side? Why did you attack me?" Just then, footsteps echoed louder and louder in the collapsing room. Ihu stood in the shadows, casually pointing a gun at the opponent. "Because we're not on the same side." As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out. Julian staggered as the bullet pierced his forehead, causing blood to gush out like a fountain. Julian's entire body collapsed before Luis's eyes. His face paled as he frantically backed away. "He's dead," Ihu chuckled, coldly saying. "It doesn't matter. Not since our target is Joseha." Ihu reminded Luis. "It's okay now, because our target is Joseha." He still felt uneasy. "Even so, if we do this to a material restorer, Pandora definitely won't let this go. Because he's one of the material restorers. Material restorers are one of the core resources." Luis had every reason to worry. Ihu said, "The moment our plan fails, that's when we turn our backs on Pandora, and our plan will begin soon." He urged Luis. "First, clean up this mess. Bring it back to the way it was." He stared blankly. "I have to do all this alone?" Ihu turned and left, leaving only one sentence. "Aren't you the expert in repairing and cleaning everything up?" Luis was speechless, unable to say a word for a long time, but the other person had already left, leaving him alone with the mess. Luis sighed in dismay. "This sucks." Scene changes to the next day. The warm sunlight shone down on the exhibition building. Duhoan cheerfully said, "All right, let's do a good job today." Jen-ha, looking gloomy, lamented, "But manager, I'm hungry." Duhoan frowned slightly and earnestly advised, "You should have slept first. You suggested preparing for the opening, and I'll go buy food and come back." Jen-ha excitedly exclaimed, "Thank you." Chloe raised her hand to volunteer to go along. "Manager, I'll go with you. I haven't eaten enough." Duhoan, helpless, finally chose to compromise. "You guys can go." "Let's go together then." Watching them leave, Dia happily shouted, "Manager, see you later. Buy something delicious." His eyes sparkled as he muttered, "Let's get some things done while we wait for them to return." Dia quickly went inside. "Now, the things I used to do, preparing for the opening is nothing to me." A figure walked by. "Hello, Mr. Artist. He replied with a smile. Yes, hello, Jinha thought to himself. Well, realistically, the people who do the work are usually the staff. He was about to continue when he accidentally tripped on a stone, his step faltering slightly. Jinhao bent down and picked it up. What's with this stone? It looks like marble. He glanced around, wondering why it was there. Thinking about it, I can sense traces of holy power. A sense of unease arose in Jinha's heart. It's an unknown aura, but it creates a bad feeling. I wonder what happened here. Cut to a restaurant. Duhonan was waiting for his meal. Chloe mumbled. It seems we've been waiting longer than expected, Duhoin replied. I guess this is a famous restaurant in this neighborhood. He rubbed his chin, pondering. If I had known, I would have come here already. I can't eat anything delicious, though. Chloe chuckled helplessly. Boss. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. Duhoin took it out to check. It was SUA. Why was she calling him? Quickly answering the call. The SUA on the other end immediately announced, Manager, the information you wanted has arrived. She said that Julian had gone missing, and there was a high probability that he was dead. Duhoin couldn't help but be startled. What? SUA added, We're tracking the holy aura of the Michelangelo that he possessed. But the location will keep changing if someone tries to avoid it from being tracked. Her expression gradually became serious. I think the most likely explanation now is that someone harmed Julian and stole his holy artifact. SUA was a little uneasy. I wonder who it was to do such a bold job. Hearing this, Duhoin got the information. I see. He carefully analyzed. Touching the material replicator means becoming an enemy of Pandora. Based on what that damn Pandora did, I think they have a lot of enemies. But only a handful of people are capable of doing something like that. At that moment, a dazzling light shone in from the window nearby, accompanied by a terrifying shock. Duhoin was stunned. An explosion! That's not a normal explosion, that's an explosion emanating from the aura of a holy artifact. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt uneasy and quickly stood up. Get out now! Duhoin quickly ran out of the restaurant, followed closely by Chloe. In his sight, an energy dome appeared, enveloping the nearby building. Duhoin cursed angrily. Damn it, it's coming from the direction of the art museum. Chloe immediately yelled, Is Jae-ha there alone? The person next to her confirmed, That's right, we need to go back as quickly as possible. He impatiently gritted his teeth. Who did that? What is happening on this earth? Cut to the art museum. A soft sigh echoed. Am I alive? Jinha sat on the ground, looking around in confusion. I thought this building was going to collapse. I know it. Something unusual is happening. A hurried voice echoed. Mr. Artist! Two staff members ran over, anxiously urging. Are you okay? Please evacuate. We'll escort you to the emergency exit immediately. Jinha hesitated, indicating his refusal. Could I not be the person you escort in this situation? The staff member was surprised. Sorry. He explained, We have to move carefully and not rush. I don't know what's going on, but it seems we're tightly entangled by a holy artifact. The other party nodded slightly. I understand. No one noticed the gun pointing at them. Jae-ha started. Okay. Let's get out of here cautiously. The two employees agreed. Yes. We understand. The next second, a bullet pierced the male employee's shoulder, and fresh blood splattered. Jae-ha and the other guy flinched, their faces turning pale. What the heck are these monkeys? Before him stood skull-faced figures in uniform, and he was utterly bewildered. The military? I thought they were real people. Are these soldiers made from relics? Jae-ha hurriedly ran to check on the male employee's condition. Hurry! These damn relics are getting brutal! The other guy struggled to speak. I think my leg is injured. Immediately afterward, both employees' bodies suddenly became blurry, as if they were being sucked away. Jae-ha muttered, Don't do that again. Just take him all the way. He used Van Gogh's painting relic, confidently proclaiming, Because I'm confident I can escape if I'm alone. With that, Jae-ha took off running. The soldiers immediately pursued him relentlessly, catching up and shooting him. Daya covered his head, dodging the hail of bullets, and screamed in horror. Damn it, you guys are crazy! He sobbed as he ran for his life. How dare you shoot my art piece? Just you wait, my team members will be here soon, and all of you will go to the crossroads. Jae-ha hurriedly hid behind a wall, temporarily escaping the soldiers' pursuit. Seeing they were gone, he breathed a sigh of relief. There are too many of them, that was dangerous, but I've distracted them now. I need to get back on the right path. A moment later, outside the art museum, flashes of energy appeared intermittently. Jae-ha gleefully pushed the door open and stepped outside. I've successfully escaped, he mumbled. Now I need to see the manager. But the scene that greeted him made Jae-ha's eyes widen in horror. A whole bunch of soldiers lined up outside. He panicked at the sight, their numbers only increasing. Dia hid in a bush nearby, biting his lip anxiously. This is bad, how should I escape? He suddenly made a discovery. Behind the soldiers was a human. Madhu laughed. This is working out great. I only used a bit of the relic and summoned this many soldiers. He was incredibly confident. Now I am the rule of this world. A sudden shout rang out. Stop right there! 3 people stepped forward, the leader crossing his arms and questioning. Not only did you harm our leader, but you also lured us here? Jaha immediately recognized them as being from that exhibition hall. He stared directly into the other's eyes, forcefully reminding him. Absolute loyalty! Matt Hugh, his voice revealing dissatisfaction. Mr. Rosei didn't give you the relic to do things like this. Jaha was stunned. Matt Heller, I know him, he recalled. He's the soldier we met in Kings Valley. He's the one who gave his name tag to the manager. Jaha thought, now that I look closer, he does seem pretty familiar. On the other side, Matt Hugh casually laughed and replied, yeah, sure, he didn't give it to me for this purpose. He arrogantly retorted, so what? I've got Hitler's relic in my hands. The corner of Matt Hugh's lip curled slightly. I intend to use my relic in any way I want. Got a problem with that? Hearing this, Dia's expression immediately turned terrified. Hitler's relic? Jaha tried to piece together the clues. Hitler's relic. Matt Hill-Tayer possesses Hitler's relic. Based on their conversation, it seems Pandora wanted to give it to him. The current situation led him to a speculation. He's betraying them. Jaha secretly felt excited. Great, I hope those two start a fight and turn against each other. This is my chance to get out of here. The leading employee from the Pandora exhibition hall questioned, are you targeting the school and us? It seems you really want to fight us. You've underestimated us. He chuckled triumphantly, saying, Pandora has sent tons of reinforcements our way. In the next second, countless figures dashed forward in unison. The order has been given. All right, my reinforcement army, let's show them what happens when you betray Pandora. Hagyu's eyes narrowed slightly. They're using so many shields for counterattack? Talk about being well prepared. And what about this? He smirked, raising his hand as strands of black energy appeared. The reinforcement army on the opposite side suddenly froze, breaking out in cold sweats. The purple energy dissipated, and they stared blankly at each other. What was that? It felt like something was about to appear, but it vanished. I'm scared, even though nothing happened. Hiro grinned, showing his teeth. Really? Nothing happened? The next moment, the formation on the reinforcement side descended into chaos. The hell? Damn it, my relic is controlling me. Hugh laughed boisterously. That's the power of the Hitler relic. It's incredibly quiet. Jaha gasped in horror. That's insane. A subjugation ability. As the soldiers raised their guns, Hugh leisurely stated, you won't use cluster rounds because your relic has turned into SHT, right? A barrage of shots rained down on the reinforcement army, and fresh blood spurted out. They painfully crumpled to the ground. Hugh looked satisfied. Everything's taken care of. Surround all the painters now. The soldiers obeyed without question, aiming their guns at the 3 people on the doorstep. The 3 people panicked. Damn it, Hugh kindly warned. The best course of action for you is to not do anything stupid, not even when the relic is activated. He added, I've been observing the exhibition hall for the last few days, and I know some of the material restorers in there are pretty decent. Hugh feigned helplessness. Even though it doesn't look particularly like me, since you've all come here yourselves, I'll put you to good use. Then, he pointed specifically. The 2 of you in the back, come straight here. The other 2 were stunned. Hugh arrogantly declared, both of you will be full-time, exclusive restorers from now on. I have tons of relics that need restoring. He grew impatient. What are you doing? Get over here, quick! The opponent stubbornly resisted. Shut up! Who told you to order me around like that? Traitor! He angrily shouted. More Pandora guards are on their way here? Do you really think this is the end? Hugh frowned, his face showing obvious displeasure. Really? He scoffed. It seems you still don't understand your current situation. A low, slow voice echoed. And I'm talking about the guy behind you. The opponent still tried to confront Matthew. The hell? Why is a nobody like you talking big to me? A soldier suddenly darted forward, pressed his head down, and raised a dagger in his hand. Hugh leisurely opened his mouth. A farewell to your useless hands. The knife stopped right before the employee's wrist. He screamed in terror, his whole body trembling. At this point, he was finally scared, his voice trembling as he tearfully pleaded. Stop, please! Jaha covered her mouth, retreating in horror. That bastard really is a psycho. Hugh indifferently looked at the young man sitting in a pool of blood before him, coldly stating, Why are you making such a fuss? It seems you're not really good in the field of painting. You should be thankful I haven't sawed your head off yet. His gaze shifted to the 2 people standing on the doorstep. Those are the 2 people here. What are your decisions? The girl with glasses quickly replied, I'll do as you say. The person next to her agreed. Yes, same here. Matthew's subsequent order stunned those present. All right, cut off the hands of everyone else besides the 2 I just mentioned. One of them loudly questioned. What did you say? Why? We haven't done anything to you. Hugh leisurely uttered a curt sentence. Because I feel like it. This answer left the opponent speechless. He slightly narrowed his eyes, nonchalantly asking back, Surely I wouldn't let you guys survive, would I? The man indignantly replied, You really are a crazy bastard. Immediately, the soldiers moved forward to carry out their orders. Give me your hand! Heart-wrenching screams echoed continuously. Jae-ha witnessed everything and sighed softly. They've reached a dead end. He thought, yeah, there's nothing I can do. He became even more fearful. Will that be me if I'm caught? He thought, I need to do anything to get out of this place. A deep voice echoed in his ear. Jae-ha, where do you think you're going? He jumped, and as soon as he turned his head, he saw the soldiers in front of him. They pointed their guns at Jae-ha, and Matthew smirked. Did you think I wouldn't recognize you here? How careless. He shared, the reason I'm doing all of this is to possess you. Jae-ha frantically looked around, seeing soldiers everywhere behind him. Matthew complimented him. Your gallery is truly impressive. You have good skills, he affirmed. You're the best of the artists gathered here. You are the material restorer I've been searching for all these years. There's a sacred object I want you to see. Starting with the sacred object of Gobos. Matthew got straight to the point. Ja was taken aback. The sacred object of Gobos? The other party confirmed. That's right. He fell into confusion. What's going on? I thought the manager stole it from the king of propaganda and destroyed it. Ja stared at Matthew, wondering. Did he recover and fix it? The other person sighed. This is an extremely useful sacred object, but unfortunately in this state, I'm sure someone among those capabilities has fixed it already. Here, start working now, Matthew directly ordered. Ja jumped. What? I never said I would work for you. The other party replied, with an implicit threat in his tone. I thought you saw what happened to those who refused me, he sneered. Or do you think your hands are exempt from being cut off? Jae-ha became tense. I know you have the sacred object of Hittle alongside you. If someone like you lays hands on the sacred object of Go, he stated, the influence will be multiplied not just once but twice. But 10 to 100 is not a good direction. Matthew raised his eyebrows and smiled. That's right, that's what I'm aiming for. The smile on his face vanished, as Jae-ha earnestly emphasized. That's why I'm saying I won't do it. In the next second, a gust of wind was sliced through, and fresh blood spurted out like a fountain. Jae-ha's pointing hand fell to the ground with a thud, and he screamed loudly, tears welling up. Ja stared blankly at his remaining palm, and Matthew coldly snorted. Be grateful that I chose to cut off your left hand, he gloatingly laughed. You can still use your remaining hand to draw and restore my sacred objects. You're right-handed, aren't you? Or are you left-handed? Matthew pretended to sincerely reassure him. It's okay, because I'll take care of your other hand when you cooperate with me. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain, glaring at him. You crazy bastard! Matthew coldly warned. If you continue to act this way, I will put you in a place. I'm talking respectfully to you, because I want us to have a good relationship. Jae-ha angrily questioned. So how are we talking respectfully? You're still talking nonsense like that. As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier grabbed his shoulder tightly. Matthew sighed, feigning helplessness. It seems I have to force you first. Jae-ha's remaining arm fell off, and he cried out in pain. My hands! My hands! Matthew stood and watched, then chuckled. Don't worry, I'll reattach them when I take you away. He leisurely took a step forward, suddenly tripping over Jae-ha's left hand lying on the ground. In the next second, a burst of light suddenly flashed, and Matthew looked down in suspicion, only to see that the left hand suddenly cracked, and fragments floated out, radiating pale yellow energy. Matthew finally realized the problem. Wait, this hand is fake. At the same time, Jae-ha's body also displayed a similar trick. He smiled provocatively. What a pity, Jae-ha sighed. I wanted to deceive you for a little longer. Matthew was shocked. This guy is fake? Inside the art museum, De frantically ran away, clicking his tongue in annoyance. My fake body was destroyed. He secretly felt lucky. But I'm here. I just need to go through the door to get out. But just at this moment, dark purple energy rays suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. Jae-ha's eyes widened in horror. Outside, Ocularis reached out and activated his power, muttering in a low voice. I should have done this sooner. The corner of his lips curled up. Ocularis was extremely confident. Silence with this. I have it all, Ocularis announced. Silence with this. Everyone is under my control. You can't create fake humans anymore. The next second, his deep voice echoed. Capture him. The soldiers immediately set off upon receiving the order, Ocularis muttered. He can't use his relics, so you guys will take possession of him quickly. Jae-ha listened to the surrounding noises. What is that? It seems like he's attacking the material replicator right now. He tried touching the wall, releasing the energy inside him. Please! But the situation wasn't looking good. Damn it, he's preventing us from using the relics. I can only escape from here if I can use the relic Dainiji created to make a door. Jae-ha panicked. What should I do? I'll be locked up here again. Outside the art museum, Jen and Chloe were carefully observing the situation. This is worrying. There seem to be some barriers. Can we go in there? Du-hoen confirmed. We need to get past this to get to the museum. He tried reaching out to test the barrier. Du-hoen's hand could pass through it. A system window suddenly appeared. Dangerous aura is lurking. I don't think we should go in there. He looked dubious. This kind of barrier lets the crow act like this? Not far away, Sua cheerfully waved to Du Hoan. Boss, we're here. As soon as he saw them, he asked. Sua, Julian, and Ilya are all here. Is it okay if I step into that barrier? Sua nodded slightly in confirmation. Nothing will happen if you step in there, Julian added. The problem is you can't use relics if you're inside the barrier, Du Hoan immediately remarked. That's a big disadvantage. You mean it won't do anything to you? What the heck? Sua stammered, unable to retort. You're right. She stated, based on what I observed when I was patrolling, there are tons of soldiers being summoned with modern weapons everywhere. It's hard to fight them without our relics. Du Hoan approached, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I understand. In that case, he suggested, we need to slow down and attack from the outside, attack the barrier with the strongest relic we have. Even if there's a high chance that using relics will be blocked, it's not easy to maintain that ability if it's protecting such a dangerous aura. Du Hoan analyzed thoroughly. With that said, he quickly got into a ready stance. It's been a while. Let's unleash our firepower. Inside the barrier, Ocularis was swaggering around with his soldiers. His pupils suddenly contracted, stunned when he detected the energy swirling around. Ocularis painfully clutched his head, hurriedly ordering, What is this? Who dares attack me? Go quickly and fight off that intruder. The soldiers mechanically stood in rows, obediently receiving the order. Yes, sir. Switching to the area outside the art museum, the relics were summoned one after another, continuously unleashing a barrage of attacks on the barrier. Du Hoan exclaimed, Good, great, keep going. Julian focused on supporting the attack. Intense bursts of energy being released, commanding the entire process. The corner of Du Hoan's lips slightly curved up. No matter how strong his relic is, it still can't resist this. Sua immediately reported. Boss, enemy soldiers are approaching us from the front. The opponent mused. He's not an idiot, so he'll figure out how to deal with us. Du Hoan pondered for a moment. I can summon troops for myself. No sooner said than done, he immediately used the relic. Come forth, Anubis's underground soldiers. A mighty army was summoned, its momentum no less resounding. The soldiers on the Eye of Horus side aimed and fired, ready to attack. Fire. Du Hoan muttered. Do you really think those bullets will be effective against undead soldiers? The result quickly became clear. In an instant, Anubis's soldiers approached the enemy, followed by a fiercely dangerous skirmish. Du Hoan speculated. Perhaps their bullets aren't effective in close combat. The outcome was obvious, and they all fell quickly thereafter. But even as the front lines crumbled, the rest in the back continued to fire their guns. Du Hoan leisurely observed the situation as many friendly troops fell. How interesting. Since both sides, soldiers are summoned, they all fight fearlessly. He sighed softly. This is quite a mess. Looks like I need to summon more troops. Shua suddenly felt worried, softly reminding him. Du Hoan, don't push yourself too hard. The opponent smirked in response. This is nothing to me. Switching scenes to a building, an anxious voice rang out. Currently, a battle is taking place between Swen and Matthew Tayor, in the vicinity of the museum. Another voice inquired. How much have we lost? The person recounted the situation. Most of the material restorers have been injured, and the enemy has taken them away. All the reinforcements we sent have been annihilated. This news was shocking. What? Those present immediately stirred. What on earth is going on? Eye of Tayor? Why him? Not stopping there, a flustered figure suddenly rushed in. Director, we have new information, he announced. There seems to be a crack appearing in the vicinity of the museum. This news stunned both Evie and the person next to her. What did you say? A sense of unease suddenly rose in Ivy's heart. The situation was getting worse and worse. Matthew took a heavy blow, but a crack appeared. She couldn't understand what the hell was happening in that area. Back to the situation around the outer barrier of the museum. Legions of undead soldiers continued to be summoned, fighting fervently. Du Hoan commanded the entire army. Everyone, advance! Obliterate them! Just then, he suddenly noticed something, his eyes widening in astonishment. A deafening explosion suddenly rang out, shaking everyone. Shattered rocks scattered everywhere. The thick smoke gradually dissipated, revealing what was approaching. Tanks! A tank is approaching! Ilya sensed the situation was dire. Tanks are also coming from the opposite side. I think we're surrounded. Slow footsteps echoed, growing clearer. Eye of Horus confirmed. Indeed. He looked at them with a grim face. There are also tanks behind you. You're not a mere obstacle at the feet of my soldiers, are you? Eye of Horus sneered. I thought you'd have more strategy than this? It's been so long. Du Hoan? Who would have thought that the opponent didn't recognize him? Who are you? The smile on Matthew's face froze. He gritted his teeth and introduced himself. I am Matthew Tayor. We met in the Pentagonal Tomb. Du Hoan looked doubtful. Really? The opponent tried to remind him. That time, I was instructed by the president to take you away. Du Hoan finally remembered, laughing and asking, You're that soldier? He asked sternly. What happened to you? Are you discharged? You're making a mess of this place. Hiyu's eyes sparkled as he recounted. Like I told you before, I'm interested in ancient tombs and relics, and I must get my hands on the most powerful relic. A hint of pride was evident in every word. To do that, I need to get this relic. Do you know whose relic this is? It's Hitler's. The one and only. Hitler, Hyu rambled on. This is a God-given opportunity. With it, I can do whatever I want with the Holy Relic world. He then extended his hand to Du-Hoen. The deal I offered you back then is still valid. Do you want to join and work with me? Hyu eagerly enticed. If you're on my side and persuade Roseiha to work with us, things will be much easier. Hearing this, Du-Hoen scoffed. What a disaster! The other party looked displeased, frowning as he questioned. What the hell are you talking about? The expression on Du-Hoen's face was unreadable. His deep voice echoed slowly. Are you telling me to join forces with someone who wants to use Hitler's relic? He gritted his teeth, emphasizing each word. The other party casually replied. Relics are just relics, no need to be so prejudiced. Du-Hoen scoffed. Just by looking at your relic, I know you've already lost. You even know about its effects, don't you? He expressed his concern. We don't even know what the side effects of Hitler's relic are. Hyu shrugged, replying nonchalantly. Is that so? But I haven't been affected by anything yet. Du-Hoen made his stance clear. Either way, that's not my concern, and I don't need any new teammates. I have enough members already. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. And what do you mean by mentioning Roseiha? Du-Hoen sternly questioned. What did you do to my subordinate? Hyu didn't bother hiding it, stating clearly, that's because I have a lot of relics that need restoring. He honestly recounted. I asked him to do it for me, but he ran away. The arrogant tone made Du-Hoen extremely uncomfortable. Even so, he'll be caught sooner or later. Because you're in my hands. Du-Hoen angrily gritted his teeth. You crazy bastard! You dare ask me to be your ally after you laid a hand on my subordinate? He stated firmly. I will not work for someone like you. Hyu shrugged, feigning regret. What a pity. He casually said, then let me take back what I said. If you want to live, you have to follow my orders. Every word he uttered carried a threat. Those shells from earlier hit you head on, but what about now? I can turn you into ashes instantly. Du-Hoen didn't flinch, even questioning and threatening back. You're standing so close to us, you really think you can get away with this? Hyu was extremely confident. He stated, I've set up a defense for that already. From the beginning, you had no choice. What are you going to do now? The corner of Du-Hoen's mouth curled up. He slowly replied, It's obvious, isn't it? The next second, a series of bricks appeared, stacked on top of each other to form a sturdy wall around Du-Hoen and his teammates. He laughingly declared, I'll use the defense relic to block all attacks. Faced with Du-Hoen's mocking attitude, Hyu gritted his teeth in anger. He didn't beat around the bush, directly ordering the tanks behind him. Fire! Earth-shattering explosions rang out, the entire space engulfed in smoke and fire. Hyu coldly snorted, You bastard, let's see how long you can last. Du-Hoen's defense was completely unscathed by the shelling. Hyu angrily shouted, If you don't come out of there, you won't escape this situation. He gradually lost patience. Stop wasting time and quickly surrender to receive leniency before the law. Du-Hoen leisurely continued. How am I wasting time? He left a cryptic sentence. You should save yourself. Immediately afterwards, the undead legion suddenly gathered together. They all converged in one direction. Du-Hoen kindly reminded the other party. While you're busy talking, my troops are still being summoned. Hyu fell into the encirclement of the undead legion. He angrily roared, Damn it, you're still doing this when I offered you an alliance? I'll make you regret this. At the same time, Du-Hoen received a notification from the system interface. It warned that the Saint Relic's power was being neutralized by the erasing energy. In the next second, Matthew narrowed his eyes, activating his ultimate skill, Silence. A purple energy surged, encompassing the entire barrier, and Anubis's Saint Relic, the underground soldiers, gradually disappeared. Even Du-Hoen's defensive Saint Relic became ineffective, and each layer of bricks was withdrawn. Du-Hoen hadn't foreseen this situation, and his eyes widened in surprise. He suddenly leaped into the air, catching Matthew off guard for a moment. But then, Matthew burst into laughter. Was he running away? Abandoning his subordinates? Du-Hoen, the so-called best, was nothing. Du-Hoen didn't bother arguing with him, and said in a low voice, Crow, devour that bastard quickly. The opponent was openly looking down on him, showing off. Just now, it was big enough to swallow an entire city. Assuming he had victory in his grasp, Matthew taunted. Show me how you're going to stop it, Du-Hoen smirked. You're boasting because the barrier's range is large? He calmly stated. Even if you covered the entire country, I would still be able to devour it whole. Crow interjected. That's too much. Isn't that beyond our capabilities? Master, Du-Hoen chuckled. Just kidding, we can't lose our momentum. He pressed. You can absorb it at any time, right? Crow hesitated. Well, I'll try. It responded vaguely. Immediately after, black energy began to cover the barrier. Just then, a system window suddenly appeared in Do-hoen's sight, constantly flashing warnings. You have absorbed beyond the allowable limit. Matthew couldn't believe his eyes, and cold sweat poured down. Damn it, it can swallow something that big? It swallowed it? No way, that's ridiculous. Do-hoen strained himself, releasing more energy. I'll help you. I'll give you more power. Streams of black energy surged out even faster, devouring Matthew's barrier. Inside the art museum, the building shook, and pieces of concrete fell from the ceiling. Ja curled up in a corner, muttering in panic. Is the building collapsing? He timidly looked up, his face filled with fear. What's going on outside? I can't run outside because I'm kind of scared. Daya regained his composure, and a different thought suddenly occurred to him. No, maybe this is my chance to escape. He carefully glanced around. Because of the noise outside, Matthew must be busy focusing on something else instead of me. But as soon as he peeked out to observe, Daha was shocked. What was in front of him was empty. The entire room was eerily quiet. Daha wondered blankly. The soldiers he sent, where did they go? Switching scenes to outside the museum, hurried footsteps echoed. Shua and the others rushed towards Do-hoen, their voices filled with concern. Boss, are you okay? Do-hoen flashed a bright smile, responding to their concern. I won. He put his hands in his pockets, gloating as he looked down at the defeated enemy in front of him. Look at that bastard lying over there. Sua was aghast. He's dead. Do-hoen nodded in confirmation. You reap what you sow. He then slumped to the ground. Geez, that was tiring. Julian asked Han. Was that too much for you? Do-hoen chuckled. Not all of it, just a small part. Julian was unconvinced, pressing. Then what about that aura? It doesn't seem stable. Do-hoen then noticed the energy around him. The next moment, that energy exploded violently. He was jolted back, screaming. Even Julian was terrified. What was that? Is that a side effect? Dua-A, pale-faced, cried out in panic. Boss! I stood frozen, but why does the sound seem like that? Do-hoen lay sprawled on the ground, a cold sweat beading on his forehead. Crow spoke up. Damn it, looks like I've got a stomachache. Do-hoen repeated in disbelief. A stomachache? It grumbled. Isn't it because you keep making me eat weird relics? He questioned, annoyed. So that's why you're like this? Then why am I feeling it too? Crow replied casually. Of course it's the contract. It's obvious. Chloe rushed over, anxiously asking, Boss, what's wrong? Do-hoen cringed, struggling to speak. I don't know, the crow said it has a stomachache. Chloe, hurry and do something for me. The next second, a strange sound rang out. Chloe recoiled in alarm. What's that? This weird rumbling sound. Could it be? Julian, trying to stay calm, added, He's already passed out, so don't worry. Sua anxiously shook Do-hoen. Boss! Chloe, relieved, breathed a sigh. Thank goodness he just fainted. Let's quickly move him back to our lodgings. Just then, a massive tremor suddenly echoed. Julian frowned. What's happening this time? In their sight, huge rocks surfaced, shocking everyone. A tomb! A tomb had appeared, Julian stated. I think we're inside it. Aya immediately panicked. Crap, are we supposed to conquer the tomb in this state? Their captain Do-hoen was still unconscious, and all they could do was lament. Yeah, this is a disaster. Witnessing the scene before their eyes change, the group was stunned. What is this graveyard? Is it naturally like this, or something like that? Julian quickly composed himself, letting out a sigh of awe. What an amazing sight. Just then, a joyful voice rang out. There you are, I guessed right. Chloe and the other two immediately looked towards the sound. Ja came rushing out, beaming. Everyone, this used to be your place. Everyone was surprised. Ro dear? He ran closer and closer, exclaiming excitedly. This tomb is actually just a simple piece of land, so it was easy to find, right? Why is the boss lying there like that? Chloe summarized the current situation. I think after swallowing the Hiddle relic, the boss said something about the crow having a stomachache. Deer was shocked upon hearing that. Destroying the Hiddle relic. No wonder the crows have a stomachache. He suddenly remembered the main point, recounting in a trembling voice. So that means you guys eliminated that guy? Nice! That guy was like a total psycho. He was going around and chopping off everyone's arms. Chloe nodded. The boss achieved a great feat. Although the problem is that the boss is still lying there unconscious, everyone else sighed. True. Sua suggested. We have to quickly clear the tomb, and then treat the boss's injuries outside. I'll put the boss in Fin McCun's small bag. We have to move now. Ilya was somewhat doubtful. Shouldn't we consider where to go before we set off? It's just wild grassland around here, Julian sternly explained to him. We need to find the location where the relic's power was found. Deer, looking blank, pointed in one direction. Do we need to look? Isn't it over there? There's a place that looks like a tomb over there. Everyone then noticed it. Spot on. Ilya murmured, I thought that was just a worn rock. Deerha proudly laughed. Come on, it's just because you guys don't have keen eyes, Julian seriously reminded them. Alright, let's move. The others all agreed, responding in unison. Okay. Scene changed too. Shortly after they set off, they looked around and exclaimed, "So we're here now." Daya excitedly looked around. It looks like an ancient village. How interesting, Julian cautiously reminded them. It's okay to walk around and explore, but remember to be careful. Watch out for traps. Just then, a deep voice echoed in the air. Stop there. If you're not the real leader, I won't let you set foot in this sacred place. The mysterious sacred object stated. I opened the tomb because I sensed the power of those like it. Where have they gone, and why are you lowlifes here? Ilya, naturally not accepting this derogatory address, retorted sharply, Shorty? Chloe was calmer. Was she guessing that the true leader he was referring to was a star? Ilya nodded slightly. I suppose so. Julian spoke up. Sacred object. We have a close relationship with the true leader. We've come here on his behalf to excavate the tomb, so please tell us what to do, he confidently remarked. Considering our strength, we're not far behind the star. The sacred object snorted coldly. Ridiculous, it declared. I shall inflict a punishment upon you impudent intruders. As soon as it finished speaking, movement suddenly erupted from the dense bushes nearby, and a pair of glowing red eyes appeared, glinting. The next second, ferocious beasts suddenly surged out of the thicket. Everyone panicked. Wow, there are even bears, but why do they look so buff? Julian narrowed his eyes slightly, calmly commanding. Everyone, prepare for battle. Ilya used a sacred artifact to summon a large wolf. He spoke provocatively. Come on, I still have plenty of energy left, because I haven't used it yet today. Sua was a little worried. What if, after we've wiped out all these monsters, the sacred object still doesn't give us a mission? Julian sighed. What else can we do? Although I don't like this either, in this situation, I don't have any other choice, he muttered under his breath. What would Duhoen do? Surely the first thing he'd do is destroy everything and seize the sacred object. Julian slightly raised his arm, golden strands of energy enveloping his hand. We have to do the same, Julian affirmed decisively. Immediately afterward, powerful strands of energy appeared in the night sky. At the same time, the entire space seemed to be plunged into darkness. A black energy slowly spread out. Duhoen was lost in a daze when he suddenly heard a voice faintly calling in his ear. Master, wake up! The voice kept urging, Wake up! Duhoen was startled awake, his eyes wide as he looked around. He sat up abruptly, his face full of bewilderment. What's this? Where am I? Crow Lean informed him. You're inside the aura, it explained. To treat the stomach issue, we must carry out a mission. You, the one who received the contract, also need to assist. Duhoen asked doubtfully. Carry out a mission? Crow explained in more detail. We need to eliminate the excess that I've swallowed. Duhoen nodded slightly. I see. Good idea, let's do it to survive. As soon as he agreed, Crow Lean excitedly got straight to the point. Then let's proceed. A mountain of glittering items struck Duhoen's eyes. He was shocked and stunned. That is. Duhoen couldn't believe his eyes, angrily questioning. What is this pile? You crazy crow, did you swallow all of this? The more he looked, the angrier he became. Are you a crow or a pig? No wonder you have a stomachache. Crow stammered in response. Don't worry about quantity, quality is what matters. Duhoen looked straight into its eyes, sternly pressing. Are you sure? Are you confident? Crow deliberately avoided the question, hastily urging. Let's proceed quickly, we don't have much time. It's a good thing, because right now, your companions outside are trying to excavate the mausoleum. Duhoen was surprised. The mausoleum? How much time has passed? Crow pondered for a moment. The mausoleum appeared right after we lost consciousness, so it's probably been quite a while. Duhoen then calmly concluded. Then they'll manage on their own. Crow was curious. Aren't you worried? He said in a confident voice. After all, they're all people with potential. Duhoen returned to the matter at hand. Let's take care of this first. What should we do? Crow immediately explained. We need to select the evil spirits and filter out the dangerous things, and then we just need to throw them into that sphere. Duhoen asked curiously. What's that? Crow introduced. That's a grinder. He frowned, looking at it with a disapproving gaze. So that's how you did it? Crow immediately jumped up to defend itself. I used those words so that you could understand more easily. After calming down, it urged. Then let's start again. Duhoen sighed and nodded. All right. To think that there's a mountain of sacred objects that the crow swallowed? It's unbelievable that the crow turned things it didn't use into a mountain like this. In the process that followed, Duhoen and it destroyed a lot of sacred objects. But there was still no end in sight. Thinking back, that crow just devours anything it finds annoying. Duhoen gritted his teeth, his voice strained. Hey Crow, you and I need to have a serious talk, he questioned, annoyed. You've eaten more holy objects than I even asked you to, haven't you? The crow clicked its tongue, unable to deny it.
Its reaction proved his suspicion. "I knew it, you little brat." The crow muttered. "Even so, it's true that in recent months, I've eaten more strange holy objects than usual. They were all cursed relics." It tried to justify itself. "Look, how can my stomach not hurt after eating things like that?" Duhoman retorted. "If you'd known how to properly store those things from the start, you wouldn't have stomach problems now."
He sighed softly, continuing to gather the holy objects. Well, they're here now, so there's no helping it.
Something within the pile of holy objects caught Duhoan's attention. He immediately picked it up to examine it.
This is... Scene change to the tomb. A thunderous explosion erupted, filling the night with fire and smoke.
Beasts lay scattered across the ground. Julian sighed.
So, it finally came to this?
The relic raged. "You bastards! How dare you destroy the tomb just because I didn't give you a quest? I've never seen anyone so eager."
It ranted even more furiously. "And you even dare to attack me? I'll never forgive you." Julian, unconcerned, bent down to pick up the relic. "That's because you fell into the hands of impatient people like us. Besides, even if you don't forgive us, there's nothing you can do to stop us." Suddenly the ground began to shake. Sua became anxious. "The tomb is collapsing. We need to get out of here." Chloe nodded in agreement.
"Especially since we still have someone who's sick,"
Julian concluded. "All right, let's go everyone." Scene changed to a luxurious mansion, enveloped in silence, with only a full moon shining brightly in the night sky. Irin received the news and was immediately worried. "Duhoan is sick?" The person on the other end confirmed. "Yes, but we've kept the boss safe inside this relic." Sua slowly opened the mouth of the pouch, gently calling, "Boss, come out!" Duhoan's body was released, and he lay on the floor with his eyes closed, accompanied by a series of unfamiliar items. Du questioned, puzzled. "What are these items? They look like relics." Duhoan quickly awoke, sitting up and holding his forehead. Sua was surprised. "What? When did you wake up?" He replied softly, "A while ago." "Oh, my head," Irin stammered. "I was so worried when I heard they said you were sick." The corner of Duhoan's lips curled slightly. "I'm fine, I just did some mental therapy." Julian tilted his head, confused. "Mental therapy?" Duhoan didn't explain clearly, only smiling. "Don't worry about it. More importantly, look at these relics." Saying this, he couldn't help but smirk with delight. "I found some very interesting relics inside the crow's stomach." Duhoan then held out his hand, eagerly showing off his newly acquired loot. Duco felt curious. "The boss found some very interesting relics?" He confirmed with a smile. "Yes," he speculated. "Maybe Matthew Tayor controlled those holy objects, and then he collected some strange artifacts." Julian looked puzzled. "But this stuff just looks like fragments of relics." Duhoan chuckled. "That's the point," he explained slowly. "That bastard collected fragments of relics. First was Gobel's relic, which I'm sure I destroyed." Mentioning this, Dufour became annoyed. "Yes, he threatened me, and made me replicate that thing." Dufour nodded. "So I guessed right," he shared. "Because all the holy objects he has are like that, he needs them badly, and that must be why he targeted places with the most replicators." Duhoan concluded, "To plot to kidnap them." Daha nodded slightly, confirming his guess. "That's right, he's kidnapped some official replicators too. It's outrageous." Julian still felt confused. He wondered, why does he want to remake the fragments of relics so badly? Duhoan's expression turned serious in an instant. If he possessed Go's relic, which is even more powerful than Hitler's relic, then he could create a powerful force with just these two relics. He could only think of this possibility. "Plotting?" Julian frowned slightly, repeating the word plotting. Duhoan immediately delved into analysis. Math Taylor has already obtained his first relic, and it's a peerless one like Hitler, but he said he was also preparing for the start of the war. Even though he has a powerful relic, that's all he has. He recalled, then commented. According to Zhuan's reasoning, he also needs attack, defense, buff, evasion, and other relics so he can adapt to any situation. Ikaya couldn't understand. The Hitler relic is overwhelmingly strong though. Wouldn't it be better if he just stole the relics he needs from others? Collecting and restoring the fragments of relics is even more troublesome. Chloe, standing next to her, blurted out, "Stealing in broad daylight?" Duhoan smiled faintly. "Good point. I thought so too at first, but he had these things with him." The relic of the 7 tombs. Duhoan searched for a moment and then held it out in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned. "Boss, what did you say?" Julian quickly observed closely. "This old broken thing? It looks like a hardened lump of dirt." Duhoan frowned and muttered. The crow also said the same thing. According to the information he was provided, this is the 7 tombs, a fragment of the greedy relic, the fossil artifact, Duhoan confirmed. Because it's called the fossil artifact, this must be one of the great relics of the 7 tombs. The system window reappeared, announcing, "This is a dead artifact. I can't feel any warmth emanating from it. Du Hoan fell into contemplation. I intended to research this artifact, but since it's in this condition, I guess the tomb won't appear, right? He further analyzed. The King of Destiny once suggested that an item from the tomb was sealed or something. Perhaps he was referring to this thing. Du Hoan became more certain of his suspicion. Mathu, that cunning devil, must have thought about reviving this relic and taking it for himself. Perhaps that's why he needed the restorer so badly. Having said this, he immediately instructed, Ja, try to fix this thing. The other party was momentarily startled. What? Me? Du Hoan frowned. Do you see any other restorer here besides you, huh? Ja hesitantly replied. That's true, but why do I always get stuck with this stuff? The crow whispered into Du Hoan's ear. I don't think an ordinary restorer can restore it. It had a solid basis for this conclusion. That relic is not just broken, but you could also say that some kind of seal has been cast upon it. The crow stated, This is the work of the relic leaders. They are the ones who did this. Du Hoan stubbornly retorted, So what? He clearly announced, Just so you know, he is not an ordinary restorer. Ja's eyes welled up, unsure whether to be happy or sad. I'm happy to have my abilities recognized, but having to take on more work like this. Du Hoan changed the subject. And I heard you guys excavated the tomb while I was unconscious. Julian confirmed. Yes, does the boss already know? He's submitting the relic he collected. It's a bit damaged because we forcibly brought it here. The relic protested. Oh my god. Zhua area recounted everything. It kept saying that it wouldn't issue a quest unless we were the real leaders, and then it attacked us. Hearing this, Du Ho didn't forget to praise them. You guys did a good job. If it resisted, it deserved to be beaten. He observed the relic in his hand. On the screen, it displayed Heaven's Mark. According to Du Hen's research, Heaven's Mark appeared in the Dangun myth. This is an artifact that Huan Eng had with him before he descended to the human world to rule. You should know that in ancient times, the sword, the bell, and the mirror were placed together. Then you would be seen as the ruler if you possessed them. Du Hen suddenly realized. But why does this look so familiar? It's like something the military chairman used to own in the past. Julian had a similar thought. I think that's right. This is a relic. It's one of the powerful relics that helped the military chairman rise to his position back then. Du Ho smirked slyly. But at this moment, it's in my hands. Nice. Should we start a banquet? A series of system windows popped up continuously. Your elite muscle is increasing rapidly. You have achieved near master level. Basic muscle has been activated. Seeing this scene, Du Honan was surprised. A lot of items are showing up, huh? This is awesome. A notification caught his attention. The hunt for the legendary treasure has begun. Du Hoan cheered inwardly. Great, this is the muscle I need the most right now. While he was extremely excited, a notification appeared that made him freeze. It said, Du Hoan didn't meet the activation requirements and couldn't use the high-grade buff. His mood instantly plummeted and he swore in frustration. Damn it, what activation requirements are you talking about, you lousy relic? Du Hoan decisively tossed the relic to Deja. Here, go hunt down the problem. He jumped up indignantly. Why me again? Du Hoan didn't bother to pay attention and directly ordered, do some research while you're examining that fossilized relic. Deja, feeling dejected, sobbed. I'm already depressed enough about the exhibition falling apart. Du Hoan. Yeah, is that so? He said to himself. We don't have a choice. Runde will be assigned a task soon. In return, we have to allocate the necessary work to finish the exhibition. Regarding what happened afterward, because everything ended so abruptly, there were still many trivial matters to take care of, and they also had to focus on dealing with the customers who had purchased their artwork. Speaking of JHA, Du Hoan found it amusing. That guy, who was almost dead from overwork, is now grinning from ear to ear after receiving the payment in his account, he thought. You like it that much? As for Du Hoan, when there was nothing left to do at the exhibition, he was busy sorting through the contents of the crow's stomach. Du Hoan thought to himself, I destroyed a lot to prevent myself from losing consciousness again, but it's still not enough. He understood clearly.